As the daughter of a wealthy family, Su Yunqi married Xie Mingxian and lived happily for 20 years. After being reborn, the first thing she wanted to do was protect her family with all her strength. The second was to save as much of their property as possible before it was confiscated. The third, she would never marry Xie Mingxian again in this life. June 1975, the family was in chaos, facing confiscation. Overwhelmed by fear, Su Yunqi fainted. When she woke up, she realized she had been reborn, and even had a mysterious space with her. "Cece, listen to me," her mother, Feng Danning, said anxiously. "Later, go to your grandfather's place to meet some of the single officers under him. They're all good men, with fine character. You and Yunting must both get married soon." Because of their family background, the Su family would be sent away in 3 days. The only way to protect her daughter and niece was to marry them into families with strong political standing. 18-year-old Su Yunqi looked at her mother's worried face. Her nose stung, but she forced herself to stay calm. "Mom, I'll do as the family decides." Just being back was enough. Her parents, brother, sister-in-law, and little niece were all alive. She would do everything she could to change their fate. When her cousin Su Yunting came downstairs, lightly made up and wearing a beige silk dress that made her look elegant and noble, jealousy flashed in her eyes. "Yunqi, that dress doesn't look good. The waist is too tight. People will talk if you wear it out. The family already has enough trouble. Don't make things worse. Go change into something looser." Su Yunqi suddenly remembered. This was the very dress Su Yunting had tricked her out of in her previous life. "Cousin, you are the one whose engagement was broken off, bringing trouble to the family. This dress was designed by a famous tailor. How is it improper? Maybe it's your thoughts that aren't proper." 19-year-old Su Yunting had once been engaged to her childhood sweetheart, but when his family heard rumors, they quickly broke off the engagement. Flushed with anger, Su Yunting snapped, "Yunqi, how can you talk like that? I was just trying to help you, so you wouldn't embarrass the Su family. If you're so worried about embarrassment, cousin, maybe you shouldn't go to the meeting at all. You're only going as company, anyway." Because of Su Yunqi, Su Yunting had the chance to go to the Feng family's arranged meeting. Without that connection, her father's position would have made it hard to find her a good match. Su Yunting bit back her anger. She didn't want to suffer the hardship of being sent away. Her eyes then fell on the jade bracelet on Su Yunqi's wrist, an exquisite imperial green piece, the kind that was nearly impossible to find even in all of Guangzhou. The Su family was an old and well-established clan that had been in business for generations. With a long history and deep roots, the family was wealthy and respected. Yet, the grandmother had always favored Su Yunqi, leaving most of her jewelry to her cousin before she passed away. They were all valuable pieces, and Su Yunqi couldn't help but feel jealous, trying every way she could to take them for herself. "Yunqi, you're already so pretty. You don't even need jewelry to look good. Lend me your bracelet, will you? And that new floral dress you had made last month. Let me wear it for my meeting. I'll return them after." Su Yunqi was used to taking advantage of her cousin. Many of her clothes and accessories came from borrowing Yunqi's things. In her past life, Su Yunqi had always been generous with her family. Without hesitation, she lent out the bracelet. Su Yunqi wore her custom-made dress and bracelet, making the officers believe she was the granddaughter of Commander Feng. She stole all the attention, but the borrowed items never came back. Thinking about it now, from childhood to adulthood, anything Yunqi liked would somehow end up in her cousin's hands, either broken, lost, or simply never returned. Even her husband of 20 years, Xie Mingxian, was taken away by Su Yunqi through scheming. In her past life, Yunqi had given her heart to her cousin, only to be betrayed. This time, she wouldn't let it happen again. "You've borrowed so many clothes, jewelry, and bags, still not enough? People who know the truth think you just like taking others' things. Those who don't might think you're too poor to afford your own." Su Yunqi's tone was cold. In this life, they were destined not to be close sisters, but enemies. Humiliated by her words, Su Yunqi grew angry. "Yunqi, why are you being so stingy? We're sisters. Why make such a fuss? It's just borrowing for a bit. My meeting is important. Don't ruin my chance to get married.
Sujungsi is native.
Then why don't you lend me your clothes and jewelry for once? I'd like to see what it feels like to wear things I didn't pay for. Su Yunqing was stunned. What was wrong with her cousin today? Why was she being so difficult? Their aunt, Lin Xiaoshuang, was also displeased. She always wanted the best for her daughter and would take anything from the family to give to her. Yunqi, those are just material things. They're useless if you keep them. Be more considerate of your sister. If she marries well, it'll benefit the whole family. Aunt, Yunqi replied calmly, if you think those things are useless, then have my cousin return everything she's borrowed over the years. She's already been rejected once. How much of a future can she have? Covering her in gold and jewels would just be a waste. Su Yunqi's words made Lin Xiaoshuang and her daughter furious. This girl, who is usually gentle and polite, had clearly been upset by being sent away. Her words were no longer so careful. Lin Xiaoshuang forced herself to stay calm. We're all part of the Su family. When one prospers, we all prosper. When one suffers, we all suffer. Let's not keep talking about Yunting's broken engagement. You're affected by it too. Thinking of Yunting's situation, Feng Danning frowned. If that matter delayed her own daughter Yunqi's chances of meeting a good match, that would be terrible. If she's not properly dressed, she shouldn't go to the meeting, Feng Danning said coldly. It would only embarrass the Su family. If she can't get married, that's just fate. Over the years, Feng Danning had helped manage the household and held a respected position in the Su family. But she had raised her daughter to be too kind, often tricked by Lin Xiaoshuang and her daughter. The thought of it made her sigh. Lin Xiaoshuang swallowed her frustration. Nothing mattered more than finding a good husband for her daughter. Don't be angry, second aunt, she said softly. Yunting will return everything soon. The Su family needs to stay united. If both girls do well, we'll all have peace of mind. In a large family like this, everyone had to think of the family's reputation. No one could act recklessly. Without Yunting, even her husband would be in a difficult position, so Feng Danning finally let it go. Lin Xiaoshuang and her daughter returned everything they had borrowed, clothes, bracelets, watches, necklaces, shoes, making 4 or 5 trips in total. Seeing Su Yunting's pained expression, as if she were losing something precious, Su Yunqi felt secretly pleased. This was only the beginning. Their real suffering was yet to come. Their grandfather's house wasn't far, just a 10-minute drive. A guard stood at the gate of the courtyard to greet them. After entering and walking through the corridor, they saw 7 or 8 young soldiers in the yard. When the girls appeared, the men instinctively stood up straight, shoulders back, showing their best posture. Su Yunting stepped forward first. As the 2 young women entered, the air seemed to grow still. The one in front had a gentle, elegant beauty. The one behind was taller, with refined and striking features. They were both well-dressed and carried themselves with the grace of those raised with the best education and manners. If not for their families' troubles, they would never have been expected to marry ordinary officers. Su Yunqi glanced around the courtyard. The men present all held ranks of deputy battalion commander or higher, and they were allowed to bring their families with them. Their appearance and bearing were impressive, each over 1.85 meters tall, fit, healthy, and handsome, all scoring well above average in looks and demeanor. When her eyes met Xiamingxuan's, she paused for a moment. At 23, he stood out from the crowd. His short hair was neat, his build strong, and his face handsome enough to charm countless young women. In her previous life, she had fallen in love with Xiamingxian at first sight. Her grandfather had personally arranged their marriage. But when Xiamingxian was promoted to a local leadership position on the night of their 20th wedding anniversary, he got drunk and revealed his true feelings. I regret marrying Yunqi. She's just a pampered young lady who knows music, painting, and beauty care, but has no real sense of self. I should have married Yunting. She's now the richest woman in the country, smart and capable. Su Yunqi had loved Xiamingxian for 20 years. Her heart, and mind were full of him. She once believed he would love her forever, but it turned out to be only her wishful thinking. He had regretted choosing her long ago. Those words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. She cried all night. Then she overheard her cousin quietly telling Yunting, "Yunshi can't have children, but I can." Her cousin, Yunting, had been living with them since her husband passed away, bringing her child along. Yunshi had done everything she could to take care of her, even helping her start a business later by offering money, connections, and advice. It wasn't that she couldn't have children. She had lost her baby after saving her nephew from drowning, which had hurt her health. Yet now her cousin wanted to help her by having a child for her. How ironic. Betrayed by the two people closest to her, she felt a pain so deep she never wanted to experience it again. The next day, she asked a lawyer to draft a divorce agreement, but Yunting refused to sign it, perhaps afraid of being seen as heartless. Since military marriages couldn't be easily dissolved, Yunshi chose to go abroad, cutting off all contact with home. Even when Yunting fell seriously ill, she never returned. Now that she had a second chance at life, she decided that she could marry anyone, except Yunting. "Yunshi, do you like him?" Yunting asked softly, noticing the way the young man and woman looked at each other. A flicker of jealousy crossed her face. Her cousin had always been beautiful and outstanding, admired wherever she went. That officer was the most handsome among them, already a company commander with a bright future ahead. Seeing the unwilling look on Yunting's face, Yunshi casually replied, "Yes." As expected, Yunting's eyes lit up with determination. This time, Yunshi wanted to see what kind of life her cousin would have without her help. One thing was certain, Yunting would never become the richest woman again. Grandfather Manhwa walked out of his study. He was over 60, his hair a mix of black and white, his spirit still strong. His serious face carried a touch of kindness. Though half-retired, he still held the rank of commander in the Guangzhou military region and focused on training his successor. "Grandpa!" Yunting hurried forward to greet him, still using her usual little tricks to get attention. Manhwa ignored her and motioned for Yunshi to introduce herself to everyone. "Yunshi is here. You young people should talk more." Only his granddaughter had the privilege of choosing her own partner. Whoever she liked could marry her right away. Yunshi was well known in Guangzhou, a true daughter of a distinguished family. She had won countless awards for piano and violin performances, and her paintings were even popular overseas. Meeting her in person was something many people dreamed of. She was about 165 centimeters tall, graceful, with bright almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and soft pink lips. Her fair skin and gentle manner gave her a calm and pleasant charm. With the commander's approval, the young officers were eager to make a good impression. Everyone came with their own goals, so they didn't waste time. If they liked someone, they acted quickly. "Hello, comrades. My name is Xiao Jianjun. I'm 24. Nice to meet you both." Xiao Jianjun had thick eyebrows, bright eyes, and a healthy tan that gave him an honest, upright look. "Hello, this is my cousin Yunting," Yunshi replied politely. In her past life, this man had been her brother-in-law. He seemed like a positive young man, but his family had many problems, and he had died in an accident 3 years after marriage. Yunting ignored him completely. Her cousin was trying to match her with someone she didn't like. Although this officer wasn't bad, he couldn't compare to Yunting. Seeing that Yunting wasn't interested, Xiao Jianjun felt disappointed but soon let it go. Girls from such families usually married into powerful households. He couldn't force it. Other officers began to approach as well. Yunshi stopped paying attention and stepped forward to support her grandfather. "Grandpa, I have something to tell you." She hadn't come here for matchmaking. Manhwa looked puzzled. "Child, can it wait until later?" These young men were among the best in the Guangzhou military region. Knowing the Su family's background and with him present, no one dared to treat his granddaughter lightly. "Grandpa, my mother asked me to bring you a message." Seeing her insist, Manhwa finally returned to the study with her. As soon as they left, The atmosphere in the courtyard became lively. The officers were eager and curious, guessing which of them the young lady might choose. With our backgrounds, we might never have the chance to marry such a well-educated, graceful young woman, not even in our next life. If she's willing to marry me, I'd cook, wash clothes, and even fetch water for her every day. Men can be just as curious as women, especially the young ones who haven't married yet. They all dreamed of marrying a gentle, beautiful woman. Xian was confident he was better than his comrades. He had noticed that when Su Yunxi entered the courtyard, she looked at him twice. He even overheard her and her sister talking. Su Yunxi admitted she liked him. The thought sent a warm, thrilling feeling through his heart that he couldn't resist. But now, he felt a strange disappointment. The young lady hadn't given him a chance to speak. Did she really like him or not? Comrade Xie, you're already a battalion commander at such a young age. That's impressive. Taking advantage of the lively chatter, Su Yunting approached Xie Mingxian to start a conversation. Hello, Xie Mingxian replied simply, his tone distant. Su Yunting, proud by nature, was secretly angry. These men were all the same, only interested in Su Yunxi because of her powerful grandfather. Yunxi, do you want me to arrange for your parents, brothers, and uncles to be sent to different places? Feng Zhenhua hadn't expected his granddaughter to bring this up in private. Wouldn't it be better for the family to stay together and look after one another? Yes, grandfather. The Su family will most likely be sent to the northwest. Please let my parents go somewhere else. Su Yunxi was determined not to let her parents be dragged down by the rest of the family. Her grandfather had 3 sons and 1 daughter. Although her eldest uncle was the head of the family, he wasn't very capable. Most of the family's business decisions were made by her father, Su Wenbin, who had been supporting the Su family for years. This time, they were in trouble because her uncle, trying to secure a partnership, had secretly dealt with foreign groups. The evidence was solid, and even her grandfather couldn't change the outcome. In her previous life, after they were all sent away together, her uncle got involved in illegal trading and was caught. The entire family was punished. Her grandfather suffered from anger, and he passed away that very night. Her parents spent all their money asking old friends for help just to keep the family alive. But her irresponsible third uncle deceived and sold her little niece, Yueyue. Her sister-in-law lost her mind, and her parents passed away from exhaustion. Her older brother went searching for his daughter and never returned. After decades without news, he was likely no longer alive. She spent countless amounts of money, but never found another family member. In just 2 years, her family was destroyed. Thinking about it made Su Yunxi's heart ache deeply. Yunxi, your father might not agree to be separated. Doing so would make things hard for your mother, said Feng Zhenhua. He knew his son-in-law, Su Wenbin, very well. Su was capable but extremely devoted to his parents. When the Su family's elderly mother was sick, the second son stayed by her side day and night in the hospital. When the old father had health problems, it was also the second son who took him everywhere for treatment. He treated his siblings with great kindness and never cared much about money. The eldest brother, Su Wenli, was often cheated by others, and it was always Su Wenbin who helped him out. The third brother, Su Wenjing, was well-known in Guangzhou, spending huge amounts of money chasing celebrities, money that came from his second brother. The youngest sister was married and caused less trouble, but she was used to spending freely and still asked her second brother for help every year. With such a family that relied on him for everything, how could they ever agree to be separated? Su Yunxi didn't give up trying to persuade him. Grandpa, the situation is serious. You know what the Su family is like. We can't be sent away together, or my parents will be dragged down. Her uncle's family was in the southeast military district and couldn't get involved, so her only hope was her grandfather. After thinking about his daughter's situation, Feng Zhenhua finally agreed. All right, Grandpa will help you. Su Wenbin had already done more than enough for his family. It was time for his brothers to take responsibility. A heavy weight lifted from Su Yunxi's heart. As long as they were separated, the tragedy from her past life could be avoided. Grandpa, no one can know about this, or it might bring trouble to you. Once the documents were finalized, the Su family would have no choice but to accept it. Feng Zhenhua nodded and changed the subject. Tell me, have you met any young man you like? Grandpa, I don't like any of them, Su Yunxi replied. She wasn't thinking about marriage. She planned to find a way to go with her parents when they were sent away, so the family could stay together. Tomorrow we'll meet another group. You must get the marriage certificate within 3 days. I can't hold your mother back any longer, so don't be foolish. Feng Zhenhua would never let his precious granddaughter suffer. Su Yunxi and her cousin took the car home. The Su family lived in the city center, on a property of more than 2,000 square meters. The 2-story house was built in a traditional Chinese style, with 50 or 60 rooms. There were music rooms, dance studios, art rooms, and even a swimming pool. But now, all the lessons had stopped, and more than 30 servants, drivers, cooks, and gardeners had been paid and dismissed. The house felt a bit empty. How did the meeting go? Her aunt, waiting at the door, asked eagerly. After all, her own daughter didn't have many chances left. Su Yunqing felt upset. Don't even mention it. With Yunxi there, who would notice me? Usually, when she said that, her cousin would comfort her gently and even give her a bracelet as an apology. You're quite self-aware, Su Yunxi said coldly, then went upstairs, ignoring the angry mother and daughter. Her mother, Feng Danning, and sister-in-law, Qin Liao, were playing with her 2-year-old niece in the toy room. The warm scene made Su Yunxi stop at the door, her eyes growing hot. Su Wenjing had once tricked little Yueyue with toys. No one knew where she had been taken, destroying the family's hope and breaking everyone's hearts. Su Yunxi swore she would never forgive that man.
Auntie.
Yueyue, dressed in a pretty dress with her hair in pigtails, looked as cute as a doll. She ran over happily on her short legs. Yueyue, you're such a good girl. Su Yunxi's heart melted. She took a few steps forward and lifted her niece into her arms. The real warmth of the child calmed her restless heart. There was still time to make things right. Yunxi, you've never had to struggle since you were little. I wanted to wait a few more years to find you a good young man, someone who could give you a comfortable life. But now, things have changed, and I can only ask you to bear with it, Feng Danning said with worry. Her biggest concern was her daughter. She regretted raising her to be too gentle. She didn't even have a single male friend. Qin Liao comforted her. Mom, marriage shouldn't be rushed. Some of those officers can't even read well. They might not have much in common with her. It's better to take time and look carefully. It would be hard for a noble young lady to marry a rough soldier. Just thinking about her sister-in-law's future made her sigh. Mom, sister-in-law, I don't want to be separated from you. I'm not afraid of hardship. I can help share the family's burden, Su Yunxi said sincerely. She was no longer the same person she used to be. But Feng Danning immediately objected, her tone firm and emotional. Absolutely not. You can't go with them. We didn't raise you to suffer. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about us. The world can be cruel. Without the family's protection, you'll be at the mercy of others, and that would break my heart. Cece, you must leave the Su family within 3 days. If you can find someone you like, that's best. If not, your grandfather will choose for you on the last day. With him watching over you, we can feel at ease. Feng Danning was determined to marry off her daughter. Her daughter had been carefully raised since childhood, graceful and beautiful, but the declining Su family could no longer protect her. Mom, I won't let you down. Su Yunxi's nose stung with emotion. She couldn't easily change her family's opinion of her, but she understood her mother's worry and would do everything she could for her loved ones. Back in her room, she looked around at the dreamy princess-style decor. The curtains, bedding, and tablecloths were all made of imported fabrics, luxurious and stylish. The wool carpet was spotless, and all the furniture was made of expensive golden Nanmu wood. On the pink dressing table sat rows of high-end skincare products, many of which she had brought back from abroad after attending an art exhibition earlier that year. The connected walk-in closet was spacious. The wardrobe was filled with the latest fashion trends and classic designer pieces. Shoes lined 3 entire walls. The shelves of handbags were mostly from LV, Boston bags, messenger bags, camera bags, suitcases, timeless styles that would never go out of fashion. Two tall jewelry safes stood side by side, each with 15 layers filled with gold, silver, and gemstones, hundreds of pieces in total. Her collection of watches included classic models from renowned Swiss brands. After taking a shower, Yueyue changed into a comfortable cotton dress and began to explore the mysterious space that came with her rebirth. It turned out to be her old estate in France. She remembered the property deed. It covered about 30 acres, roughly 20,000 square meters. The two-story villa, about 600 square meters, was built in a modern European style. It had 12 rooms, all equipped with the most advanced home appliances and a fully capable robot housekeeper. When she gave a command with her mind, the robot immediately carried it out. Outside, the villa stretched endless fields of crops. The livestock area was full of chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, sheep, and rabbits, all of which could be managed and used through her thoughts. The prepared meals stayed fresh and delicious. The washing machines and dryers worked automatically, and the supplies never seemed to run out. It was truly amazing. The spring water was clear and sweet, and the solar power system provided continuous energy for the entire estate, forming a complete and self-sustaining cycle. From above, the space looked like a vivid countryside painting, breathtakingly beautiful. With this space, even if they were sent to the poorest place, her family would never lack food or clothing. Yueyue tried placing things inside the villa again. When her hand touched the jewelry cabinet, it instantly disappeared and reappeared in the villa's dressing room. After clearing out the real-world dressing room, she locked the door to keep her family from noticing. Her next goal was the basement, where her grandmother's valuable jewelry was stored. The key, however, was with her grandfather. Suddenly, noise came from outside. Yueyue looked out the window and saw a strange car pulling into the yard, followed by a group of people carrying tools and shouting, "Down with the greedy rich! Take back what belongs to us!" Two men got out of the car, her brother, Yuchen, and a tall, strong man. The man pulled her brother aside, blocked several attackers with one arm, showed his identification, and quickly brought the crowd under control. In her previous life, Yueyue had been at her grandfather's house at this time, chatting happily with Xian. When she returned, she learned that her brother had been badly injured. Thinking of that, she quickly grabbed the medical kit and ran downstairs to help. When she reached the first-floor hall, she met the people coming in. "Brother, are you okay?" The beautiful young woman, her long hair loose, looked anxious, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her bright eyes paused when they met the handsome man beside her brother, and she looked a little embarrassed. He was Yuchen, 22 years old, much taller than her. His sharp, striking features carried a strong presence, and his narrow eyes hinted at danger. "Your brother's right here. He's fine," Yuchen said casually, pulling Yuchen closer. The driver was bandaging Yuchen's forehead, and he winced in pain. "Yueyue, I was going to come in after getting this wrapped up. Why didn't you fix your hair? Mom will scold you again if she sees." The Su family valued strict manners. No one was allowed to appear in public with messy hair or untidy clothes. "What happened, brother?" Yueyue quickly tied her hair into a neat bun, revealing her delicate face and graceful neck. Years of dance training gave her a calm and elegant air. Yuchen explained, "I wanted to settle the shoe factory's accounts, but when the workers heard about our family's situation, they went on strike and started taking things. Luckily, Yuchen happened to drive by, or even your brother's clothes wouldn't have been saved." Yuchen used to live next door to the Su family. They often played together as children, though they hadn't seen each other for years. Still, they weren't strangers. "Thank you, Yuchen. Your arm is hurt. Please put some medicine on it." Because of her upbringing, Yueyue kept a polite distance from grown men. She opened the medicine box, took out iodine, ointment, and gauze, and handed them to him. Hearing her formal tone, Yuchen paused for a moment, then quickly disinfected and bandaged his wound with one hand, though his movements were a bit clumsy. Su Yunshi couldn't stand watching anymore and finally reached out. Let me help. She no longer wanted to be trapped by old rules. What had a lifetime of restraint ever brought her? This time, she wanted to break free from those limits. The girl carried a faint, pleasant scent. Her fingers were slender and gentle, brushing lightly against his firm arm like a feather. Yuchen tensed up instantly. After tying a neat bow, Su Yunshi looked up and noticed his deep, unreadable gaze. Flustered, she pretended to stay calm and began tidying the medicine box. Su Wenbin came downstairs then. Seeing that they were both fine, he finally relaxed. Thanks to Yuchen this time. With everything going on, it's rare to find someone willing to help. Stay for dinner. No, Uncle Su, I need to report back to the military base. During their talk, they learned that Yuchen had been transferred to the Guangzhou Air Force Base under the Guangzhou Military District. An Air Force major, Yuchen has a bright future ahead, Su Wenbin said with admiration. After a few polite words, he didn't insist further. Given the Su family's current situation, it wasn't convenient to keep guests. Su Yunshi and her brother Su Qing'an walked him to the door. Yuchen glanced at the smiling girl waving goodbye, nodded, and drove away. Without a cook, the family had to prepare their own meals. Feng Danning and her 2 daughters were hopeless in the kitchen. After 2 disastrous attempts, the old master couldn't take it anymore. Fearing he might end up in the hospital from food poisoning, he decided they should eat separately. He would dine with the eldest branch of the family. The second branch had to manage on their own. Su Wenbin didn't even know whether to add the vegetables or the oil first. They had been eating takeout or meals cooked by Su Qing'an, but now that he was injured and it wasn't safe to go out, even eating had become a problem. I'll give it a try.
Sujungsi Valentir.
In her previous life, after marrying Xie Mingxian, the cafeteria food was terrible, so she started learning to cook and gradually became good at it. Feng Danning was about to stop her, but then thought of her daughter's upcoming marriage. If she couldn't cook, her in-laws might criticize her, so she reluctantly agreed. Using the ingredients they had, Su Yunshi asked the robot housekeeper to prepare a few complicated stews while she cooked 2 or 3 simple dishes herself, saving both time and effort. Qin Lea was already tired from taking care of Yueyue, so Feng Danning went to find her son. Go help your sister cook. Su Qing'an, still nursing his bandaged wound, went to the kitchen only to find the door locked. Yunshi, it's fine if you burn the kitchen, just don't hurt yourself. He didn't believe his sister could cook. The family had hired several cooking teachers before, but they all quit because both siblings had once set the kitchen on fire. The teachers didn't dare take the risk again. Brother, just wait and see. Su Yunshi took out braised pork ribs and stir-fried eggplant from her storage space and placed them in the kitchen. Outside, Su Qing'an joked, I can skip a meal. Su Little Grass, don't look down on me. You're not getting any food later. She called him by his nickname because he always said daughters were treasures and sons were just grass. Su Qing'an quickly gave in. No, I was wrong. No matter how it tastes, I'll eat 2 bowls. You'll be begging for more soon. When Su Yunshi opened the kitchen door, the rich aroma of meat and vegetables filled the air. Su Qing'an was stunned. Was this really cooked by his sister who used to not even know grains apart? Dinner had 8 dishes and 1 soup, a feast that lightened the heavy mood in the house. Looking at her complete family of 6, Su Yunshi felt a pang in her chest. If she had been reborn just a few days earlier, she could have sent them abroad. Now, with people watching them day and night, escape was impossible. Auntie, you're amazing. Yueyue loves the egg custard. Her little niece, who had lost weight these past few days, clapped her hands happily after tasting the dish her aunt made just for her. From now on, Annie will make you delicious food every day, okay? Su Yunshi gently patted her niece's head. In her previous life, Yueyue had been taken away at just 3 years old. She didn't know if the child still remembered her, but she had never stopped thinking about finding her. Don't say such silly things. Your main task now is to get married. Feng Danning couldn't avoid the topic. She worried about her daughter's future every day, and lately, she had noticed more wrinkles on her face and had stopped looking in the mirror. All right, Yunshi's cooking is getting pretty good. She won't have to worry about going hungry in the future. Su Wenbin changed the subject. The family was in a difficult situation. Otherwise, he would never have forced his daughter to marry. In Guangzhou, the most admired young lady had fallen on hard times. Within just a few days, 5 or 6 wealthy men had come forward, wanting her to become their concubine. Some were even older than her father. Getting angry was useless. While her grandfather was still around, none of them dared to push too far. But if his daughter's name ended up on the relocation list, things would become very troublesome. Some people would do anything to get what they wanted. Su Yunxi wanted to go with her family to the countryside, but both times she brought it up, her parents firmly refused. She couldn't bear to upset them. No wonder it smells so good. Second brother, did you hire a chef? The third brother, Su Wenjing, followed the smell like a dog, served himself a bowl of rice, and sat down beside Su Wenbin to eat. He was a well-known in Guangzhou, 35 and still unmarried, always chasing after women, never worrying about the consequences. Su Yunxi felt disgusted just seeing him. She brought over a bowl of soup she had specially prepared and said with a smile, "Third uncle, I made the food myself. I'm not sure if it tastes good. Hope it doesn't upset your stomach." "Not bad. Your future husband will be lucky to have you." Seeing that everyone else was eating, Su Wenjing didn't think much of it. He assumed his niece was just teasing him. "Third uncle, why haven't you married yet? Grandpa would be happier if you did." Su Qing'an shot back. As long as his sister could cook well enough to feed herself, that was all that mattered. No need to talk about any future husband. What's so good about getting married? You wouldn't understand the fun of being free, Su Wenjing said carelessly. His words made Qin Leia furious. What kind of uncle talked like that? His own reputation was bad enough, and now he was setting a terrible example for the younger ones. "Enough," Su Wenbin interrupted. "Eat your food properly. You're supposed to be the elder here." Su Wenjing ignored him, took the bowl of soup, drank a few sips, and kept eating. A couple of minutes later, he suddenly dropped his chopsticks, clutched his stomach, and ran off. No one paid much attention to the troublemaker's sudden exit. They just kept eating. After the meal, Su Yunxi fed the leftovers to the dogs. At least the dogs were loyal and would guard the house. Feeding that ungrateful man would only bring trouble. After changing into light clothes and waiting for nightfall, Su Yunxi quietly pushed open the door, went downstairs, and walked toward the basement. The basement entrance was on the first floor, right next to her grandfather's room. Normally, her grandfather would be asleep at this hour, but tonight, voices came from his room. "Dad, Qiu Shuang's family can help us. That bag of small yellow croakers has already been stored at the Lin family's place. When the time comes, they'll quietly give it back to us. If you let me take out some large yellow croakers too, our future life will be more secure." It was her foolish uncle again, trying to move the family's gold to his wife's family. In her previous life, after they were sent away, not a single coin was ever returned. Wenli, the Su family is already at the end of its rope. Stop making trouble. Any money you send out will be lost. If the Red Guards find out, the Lin family won't suffer, but our Su family will be in even more danger. Grandfather Su's Yuan was not senile. He knew exactly what kind of person his eldest son was. Never successful, always causing problems, but he couldn't help feeling soft-hearted every time. "Dad, I just don't want you to suffer when we're sent to the production team. Besides, if we don't move the money now, it'll be confiscated anyway. We won't get a single coin. It's better to take a risk for a better future." Su Wenli spoke confidently, completely forgetting that he was the one who had ruined the family's good life in the first place, and would only continue to bring them harm. "The situation outside is getting worse these days. Maybe we should discuss this with your younger brother, Dad. You know how stubborn my second brother is. He'll never agree. How many times has he stopped me before? If it weren't for him blocking me at every turn, would I have made so many mistakes?" Su Yunxi almost laughed in anger. Her uncle really didn't know his limits. If he got caught again, she and Su Yunting wouldn't even have the chance to marry. They'd all end up in prison by tomorrow. "All right, I'll think about it. You should go back for now." Grandfather didn't agree in the end. Su Yunshi quickly hid in the bathroom and saw her uncle storming out. She quietly followed him upstairs. As soon as he entered his room, he slammed the door. Dad didn't agree? So we're just going to let all that money be taken? Wenli, if you won't think about yourself, at least think about Zhuang. He's only 4 years old. He should have inherited this family's fortune, but now he's going to be sent away. Lin Xiushuang began to cry, trying to gain sympathy. Zhuang was her uncle's grandson. Her eldest cousin, Su Qingping, had gone abroad to study, which meant he had escaped the coming disaster. When grandmother was alive, she always favored the second son. Even though you managed the household, everyone knew it was Su Wenbin who made the real decisions. All the business deals went through him, and no one truly respected you. It's so unfair. Wenli, I really feel sorry for you. You've worked hard for the Su family for over 20 years, and now that something has gone wrong, everyone blames you without understanding what really happened. Su Yunshi felt upset. Her grandmother had always favored the second son because she knew only he could keep the family business running. But even so, she couldn't rest easy before passing away and begged him to take care of his older and younger brothers. If only her eldest uncle had any talent for business, her father wouldn't have had to work so hard for so little appreciation. Lin Xiushuang continued to stir things up. My 2 brothers may not be capable, but they've been trying to use their connections to help our family. And look at Feng Danning. Her father commands the entire Guangzhou military district. Everyone knows how powerful he is, yet he refuses to say a word for the Su family. He's just watching us suffer. Su Yunshi almost couldn't stand listening anymore. Those 2 brothers from the Lin family were useless. They had no real connections. Lin Xiushuang was just trying to fool her uncle. If her grandfather really tried to plead for them, his reputation would be ruined, and the Su family would lose face. Besides, it was her uncle who caused the trouble. Why should the Feng family be dragged into it? Don't worry, said Su Wenli. Father said he'd think about it. I'll talk to him again tomorrow. He'll probably agree. Su Wenli knew exactly how to handle his father. The old man loved him the most. Just a few kind words and a bit of self-pity, and he would give in.
Sujungsi Said.
Every troublemaking son seems to have a father who spoils him endlessly. Lin Xiushuang reminded him, don't wait too long. Go talk to him first thing in the morning. If he still refuses, do what you did before. Give him the wrong medicine so you can get the key. Su Yunshi trembled with anger. Her grandfather adored her uncle, yet that ungrateful man had tricked him into taking sleeping pills before. At his age, that could have been dangerous. When she went back downstairs, she was still furious. Her uncle's family had already stolen the key once to sneak into the basement and take things, and now they planned to do it again. Her third uncle was no better, wasting the family's wealth without a care. In her previous life, she had been foolish, only knowing how to obey and marry as told. Now she finally saw that the Su family had been rotten inside for a long time. If her uncles kept ruining things like this, the family wouldn't even need outsiders to bring them down. She quietly walked to her grandfather's door and, hearing his gentle snoring inside, finally felt relieved. Only her grandfather and her eldest uncle, the head of the family, were allowed to enter the basement. Su Yunshi had never been curious before, but with the family about to be investigated, she no longer cared about the rules. The basement door was made of reinforced steel with 3 layers of locks. Even with the keys, she might not know the right way to open them and could easily draw attention. So, she simply called on the household's intelligent robot to help unlock the door. In less than 5 minutes, the basement door opened. Su Yunshi told the robot to stay at the entrance and monitor the entire house, ready to alert her if anything unusual happened. Then she turned on her flashlight and went down the stairs, using her mind to open a large storage space. The Su family had built its fortune over 100 years, and their wealth was immense. The basement was even larger than the house above, divided into several rooms. The locks on these inner doors were simpler, and she could open them with a master key. The first 2 rooms were filled with rows of bookshelves holding rare ancient texts and classics that could no longer be found on the market. Their value was beyond measure, so she stored them in her space. The third room contained antiques, a three-legged fluorite incense burner from the Qing dynasty, a glass jar with golden patterns, a Warring States era glass tube with dragonfly eye designs, jade discs, bronze vessels, and porcelain from imperial kills. She stored them all away. The fourth room held hundreds of calligraphy works and paintings, each carefully mounted and perfectly preserved. It showed the Su family's deep respect for scholars and artists, and their wish for future generations to uphold tradition. She stored these as well. The fifth room contained 10 boxes of large dried fish, each weighing about 300 grams, neatly stacked, with around 300 pieces per box. There were also 8 boxes of smaller fish, each about 30 grams, with thousands in each box, plus a few empty crates. She stored them all. The sixth room was filled with colorful jade, pearls, gemstones, and diamonds, all of exceptional quality, impossible to find in later times. She stored them too. The seventh room contained ginseng, deer antler, lingzhi mushrooms, and other precious herbs, all vacuum-sealed and labeled. Even a single root of ginseng was 200 to 300 years old, priceless in the future. She stored them away. The eighth room held her grandmother's jewelry, matching imperial green jade bracelets, necklaces, earrings, rings, diamond pieces, jade thumb rings, and various gold ornaments. Some of these would be worth millions in the future. She moved them to the villa's dressing room. The ninth room was filled with a huge collection of coins, from ancient knife-shaped and coins to copper coins, rare stamps, commemorative coins, and foreign gold and silver coins. There were more than a dozen boxes, all moved into storage. The next room contained furniture and ornaments from the last century, all valuable collectibles, which were also stored away. The Su family's wealth had been built up over generations, through great effort and expense. It couldn't be measured by money, nor could it be used carelessly. Su Yunshi worked for more than 3 hours, clearing out the basement. Then she brought over the robot housekeeper to wipe away all fingerprints and footprints. Only when she reached the basement door did she put the robot away. After leaving, she welded the basement door shut. Unless someone blew it up, it couldn't be opened again. When she returned to her room, it was already past 1 a.m. She quietly took a shower and went to bed. She had a blind date the next day. What a sigh. The next morning, the Su household was in chaos. All 13 family members were called to the grandfather's place, staring in shock at the basement door, which had been welded shut. The eldest uncle was furious. He had persuaded the old man to give him the key, only to find that the keyhole had been filled with cement. The door weighed over 1,000 pounds. No one could open it by hand. His way to get money was completely blocked. Who did this? Who destroyed the basement door? Aunt Lin Xiaoshuang was so angry that her chest hurt. She had said they should have given the old man a sleeping pill last night and taken the key to get the money. Now, even with the key, it was useless. What do you mean by that, sister-in-law? Who are you accusing? The Su family has rules. Only father and big brother can go in there. Su Wenjing, who was grumpy in the mornings, was annoyed at being called over so early. Hearing his sister-in-law's insinuations made him even angrier. That couple wasted money just as badly as he did, yet they still had the nerve to argue. Whoever did it knows what they did. At a time like this, you're still stirring up trouble. If the Red Guards see the basement sealed up, do you think they'll let us go? The whole family could be punished. Lin Xiaoshuang's main suspect was her younger brother-in-law. He never worked seriously and spent money recklessly. Even with the threat of being sent away for reform, he still acted carefree. Just yesterday, he had been on the phone with a dance hall girl, promising her a big diamond ring. Where would he get a diamond ring? He must have been planning to trick the old man into giving him the grandmother's jewelry. Only Su Yunshi, so honest and trusting, still believed that keeping things in the basement meant they were safe. You two took so many valuable things from the basement and secretly sent them to the Lin family. Do you think everyone else is a fool? You emptied the treasures and then pretended to be innocent. What a clever trick. Su Wenjing was furious. At this point, he didn't care about family ties anymore. The things his eldest brother's family took had cost him a lot of money. Lin Xiaoshuang's past actions were exposed in front of everyone, and she was both angry and embarrassed. Don't slander me. It was you and your bad friends who stole all the family's money, trying to spend it on outsiders. You've lost all sense of right and wrong, and you don't even respect father anymore. Old Master Su sat quietly, turning his sandalwood prayer beads, calm and silent, like a monk in meditation. The younger generation didn't dare to speak. They stood aside quietly. Su Yunxi watched them argue bitterly, tearing away the last bit of family harmony. Her eldest uncle and aunt had secretly taken many things from the family to give to the Lin family. Su Wenjing was rumored to have an illegitimate child, but since the child wasn't officially part of the Su family, he had avoided punishment, perhaps a blessing in disguise. The argument grew louder and more chaotic. Su Wenbin tried to calm them down. Sister-in-law, walls have ears. Don't make wild accusations without proof. No matter how careless the third brother is, he wouldn't do something like that. He knew very well that his eldest brother and sister-in-law had been sending things to the Lin family, but to keep peace and avoid upsetting their father, he had never exposed them. As for the third brother, he truly didn't have the courage to steal from the basement. When he was a teenager, he once thought about it, but their father caught him and punished him so harshly that he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Since then, he had never dared to try again. Lin Xiaoshuang refused to back down. Second brother, don't defend that troublemaker. He's wasted so much of the family's money and now caused even more problems. If he doesn't change, he'll drag the whole family down. Su Wenjing was equally angry at his eldest brother's family. And who caused the real trouble? What's wrong with me spending a little money? Did I spend yours? Everything you eat and use comes from the Su family, yet you still send things to your own family. You're the real thieves here. The Su family's basement had 3 locks, designed with techniques inspired by the craftsman Liu Ban. Only the old master and the eldest brother knew how to open them. Even with the keys, no one else could get in. After carefully questioning the old master, Su Wenbin confirmed that the keys had been safely kept and hadn't been touched the previous night. Most likely, everything in the basement was still safe. Dad, I don't think it was my eldest or third brother. Maybe someone is trying to stir up trouble in our family and set a trap. We shouldn't panic. The best thing to do is to keep quiet about it.
Susiyuan finally spoke.
Enough. Let's pretend this never happened. Don't bring it up again. Go back now, all this noise is giving me a headache. There were so many things in the basement that it was impossible for anyone to move them out quietly. The eldest and third brothers both wanted benefits, but they wouldn't do something like sealing the door. The second brother had the ability, but he was kind and would never harm the family. Most likely, it was done by someone from above. Thinking about it that way, sealing the basement wasn't such a bad thing. At least the eldest and third brothers wouldn't keep wasting time there, and it would prevent trouble if things were discovered. The matter of the basement was settled for now. Feng Danning urged her daughter to visit the Feng family. In her previous life, there had been no second meeting, so Su Yunxi didn't know what kind of butterfly effect this would bring. Yunxi, Xiaming Xian has earned 1 second-class and 2 third-class merits. His future achievements might not be any less than your grandfather's. In the car, Su Yunqing tried to test her cousin's attitude. She had no choice but to take what was left. If Yunxi didn't want him, she would ask her family to talk to her grandfather. Then you should make the most of it.
Su Yunxi looked calm.
She had no expectations for marriage. The old idea of one person for life had long been replaced by modern thinking. If possible, she didn't want to marry at all. She believed people should be together if they liked each other, and part ways if they didn't, without being trapped in a painful relationship. What she didn't expect was to meet Xie Mingxian again at her grandfather's house. After the meeting yesterday, when they were told to leave, the officers already knew they had been rejected. Though unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Xie Mingxian threw himself into training to stop thinking about it, but that night he had a strange dream. In the dream, after meeting Su Yunxi, they quickly developed feelings for each other and got married the next day. On their wedding night, he tried to be gentle, but she was shy and nervous, asking him to stop. He was deeply moved by her innocence and felt an overwhelming affection for her. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, warm and soft. Xian looked at his beautiful wife in his arms, gently held her close, and felt a deep sense of happiness. He wanted to treat her well for the rest of his life. It was the most unusual dream he had ever had in his 23 years of life. The dream felt so real that when Xian woke up, he couldn't calm down for a long time. He suddenly had a strong feeling that if he missed Su Yunqi, he would regret it for the rest of his life. After washing the bed sheets and covers, Xian went to see his commander.
Report, Commander.
I like Comrade Su Yunqi. I will do my best to protect her. Please give me another chance to meet her. Feng Zhenhua had always thought highly of Xian. He was one of the most capable single officers in the Guangzhou Military Region's Marine Corps. He couldn't understand why his granddaughter didn't like him. Since the young man came to ask sincerely, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Good. Young people should have the courage to go all in. Worried that his granddaughter might get too much sun, he arranged for them to meet during a meeting. The oval table was set with fruits and seeds for a friendly atmosphere. Su Yunqi wore a white dress that reached her calves, making her look slim and graceful. Her makeup was light and fresh, and her delicate features gave her a gentle and elegant look. There were 6 officers at the meeting, all with good looks and strong abilities. Among them was Xian, dressed in his uniform, looking confident and sharp. There was also Yuchen, wearing a black Air Force jacket, looking neat and stylish. When Su Yunqi saw them, she felt a little awkward. Her grandfather had clearly invited too many people. Her cousin walked in and immediately caught everyone's attention. The carefully dressed Su Yunqing once again became the background, feeling quite upset. When she saw Xian, her heart started to race. Thinking she should seize the chance, she stepped forward and introduced herself. Hello, Comrade Xia. I'm 19 years old, a sophomore at Yueyue College. I enjoy playing the piano and am fluent in English and Japanese. Even though she couldn't outshine her cousin, she was still considered one of the top young ladies in Guangzhou. Many young men had once admired her, so she felt she deserved some respect at this meeting. Xian nodded politely, then decided not to wait any longer. He walked straight to Su Yunqi. Hello, Comrade Su. My name is Xian. I'm 23 years old and have never been in a relationship. I'm the commander of the 1st Battalion, 2nd Regiment, 3rd Brigade, 1st Division of the Guangzhou Military Region. My parents are healthy, and I have 1 older brother and 1 older sister. I'm the youngest. At such a close distance, the girl's flawless face looked as smooth and beautiful as white jade. Xiangshuan's heartbeat quickened, and his breathing grew uneven. He suddenly thought of the girl from his dream. Her hand seemed like a perfect creation of heaven, and just a touch from her could set his heart aflame. The feeling was unforgettable, reaching deep into his soul. Su Yunqi looked at the man who had once been her love and gave a faint, self-mocking smile. Men were always drawn by what they saw. Between the 2 sisters, the 23-year-old Xian had still chosen her. But 20 years later, his heart had changed, and the woman he wanted to marry became Su Yunqing. She had foolishly lived in her own dream, believing that his affection for her was love. How laughable that was. Sorry, I thought I made things clear yesterday.
Su Yunqi refused.
She would not give him another chance to hurt her. Comrade Su, I don't know what worries you have. The Su family's difficulties are not a problem for me. You can trust a soldier's word. I will treat you with loyalty. Xian tried again, his eyes fixed on hers, his tone sincere. Promises mean nothing to me. No one can guarantee they'll keep them after 10 or 20 years. Just like now, you say you'll be loyal, but 20 years from now, you might not even care about this promise. Xian, we're not right for each other. Su Yunqi didn't deny that he was sincere at this moment, and their 20 years together hadn't been entirely false. But in the end, she couldn't escape being abandoned when he weighed his choices, becoming just a stepping stone on his path to success. Comrade Su, I'll work hard to meet your expectations. It's not fair to decide we're incompatible after only a few meetings. Please don't push me away so quickly. Let's try to understand each other. Seeing the redness at the corner of her eyes and her bitter smile, Xie Mingxian felt his heart tighten. A sense of fate he couldn't escape left him lost and uneasy. The other officers, watching Xie Mingxian's persistence, felt a bit dissatisfied. This meeting wasn't arranged just for him. Su Yunqing was also upset. Why did her efforts get no response while he kept chasing after her cousin? The sharp sound of a chair scraping against the floor broke the tense silence in the room. Comrade Su has already made her refusal clear. It's not right to keep pressing her. Yuchen leaned casually against an unremarkable bookshelf, lowering the leg he had hooked over a chair, a careless smile playing on his lips. Xie Mingxian, not one to back down, looked at him sharply. The Su family situation is special. If we can't protect them, there's no need to compete. The others present were all people he had defeated in training, so he didn't worry about them. What he hadn't expected was someone from the Air Force to show up. And not just anyone. It was Yuchen from the Capital Military District, a name that made many uneasy. They weren't strangers. They had met during a military competition. Both were top performers and neither liked to lose. He's the new major from the Air Force Department. I heard he was transferred because of some issues with his conduct. No idea how he managed to convince Commander Foam, but he's even here for a matchmaking event. Su Yunxi ignored the whispers and walked up to Yuchen. How's your arm? Is it getting better? Will it affect your training schedule? She hadn't dared to look closely yesterday, but since he had used 2 pieces of gauze to stop the bleeding, it clearly wasn't a small injury. The Air Force had strict rules. Injured pilots couldn't take part in flight training. A few days' delay won't matter. Yuchen raised an eyebrow confidently, a hint of mischief at the corner of his lips, clearly unconcerned about what others said. Xie Mingxian froze, completely stunned. His confidence shattered. He couldn't understand how the girl who had confessed her feelings to him just yesterday could suddenly change her attitude and approach another man right in front of him. It felt humiliating. Su Yunxi lowered her voice and asked Yuchen, "Did my grandfather ask you to come? You really didn't have to. You just reported to the military district. You must be busy. Don't let this waste your time." She didn't want the man who had saved her brother to be judged by other officers just because of a meaningless matchmaking event. The smile in Yuchen's eyes faded. Did she really think he was only here to make up the numbers? "Yuchen? What are you doing here?" Hearing the familiar name from the officers, Su Yunting looked over in surprise. When she saw the tall man with that same defiant look in his eyes, memories of the fierce boy who used to get into fights came rushing back. He had really changed. The once reckless boy had grown into a man. His sharp, well-defined features carried a hint of mixed heritage, giving him a wild, striking look. Yuchen's expression was bold and unrestrained. "Isn't it obvious? I'm here for a matchmaking event." Su Yunting was taken aback and a little annoyed. His parents had divorced when he was young, and no matter how good-looking he was, the Su family would never consider a son-in-law from a single-parent home. The officers said he had a bad reputation. How could Grandpa Phone let him in? If people heard about this, her own reputation would be ruined. Remember when we played house as kids? You always played as Yunxi's husband. You two really grew up together. She quickly tried to pair the ill-reputed Yuchen with her cousin, so that she wouldn't be affected by the gossip. Su Yunting's words were full of malice. She not only damaged Su Yunxi's reputation but also dragged Yuchen into the mess. If this spread through the army, who knew what it would turn into? Yuchen said coldly, "Not everyone can be childhood friends for over 10 years like you and Luo Jin." Luo Jin was Su Yunting's former fiancé. The remark hit her hard, making her furious. After so many years, Su Yunxi barely remembered their childhood. Ignoring the awkwardness, she called to the guard. "My cousin forgot to take her medicine this morning and is talking nonsense. Shaoli, please take her home." "I did not." Su Yunting couldn't let her cousin insult her like that. If people thought she was sick, how could she ever face anyone again? Su Yunxi grabbed her cousin's arm and warned softly, "Be quiet. Don't embarrass yourself here." Su Yunting was furious, but didn't dare make a scene in the Feng household. As the guard led her out, she glared at her cousin. How dare she drive her away? She would tell their grandfather everything when she got home. The lazy air around Yuchen disappeared. He looked at the other officers seriously, his presence strong and his voice cold as steel. We're all men here. If anyone's unhappy, come challenge me on the training field. But I don't want to hear anyone speaking badly about comrade Su Yunshi. Standing beside him, Su Yunshi faced the 5 others in the room. I'm truly sorry for wasting your time. I know you are all honorable men who wouldn't spread gossip. Thank you for overlooking my cousin's careless words. She acted quickly to stop the rumors before they spread. The Su family had already fallen. She couldn't let Yuchen be dragged down too. Xian looked at the two standing together, feeling deeply uneasy. Something inside him told him that Su Yunshi should have been his wife, admired by everyone, not standing beside another man. With Comrade Su's good character and reputation, I hope she won't be affected by others. When she heard Xiangshuan's implied words, Su Yunshi smiled. Thank you for the reminder, comrade, but I believe a person's character shouldn't be judged by rumors. If there's really a problem, the leaders above us have more authority to decide. Her tone was gentle, but her words were firm. She made it clear that she didn't believe the gossip, and they shouldn't follow others blindly either. Xiangshuan's expression darkened. She kept defending another man. Why couldn't she see his good side? Yuchen returned to his usual relaxed manner, a faint smile on his lips that made others uneasy. Everyone had childhood friends. You can't take things that happened when we were 7 or 8 too seriously. Other officers soon voiced their agreement. Anyone who dared to spread rumors would not only offend Yuchen, who was known for his temper, but also risk angering their superiors. After leaving the meeting room, Su Yunshi went to speak with her grandfather. Do you think she just doesn't like me? The whole regiment was excited when they heard I was chosen. Many of Comrade Su's admirers even asked me to get her autograph. But I didn't get to say a single word to her. She doesn't even know my name. Comrade Su is different from other women. She speaks softly, behaves gracefully, like a fairy from the sky. It's normal if she doesn't take interest in us ordinary men. The officers all felt a bit disappointed. You really should take a closer look, her grandfather sighed. Hearing that his granddaughter still hadn't found anyone she liked, Manhwa felt a headache coming on. If they expanded the search any further, the only candidates left would be widowers or much older men. He couldn't bear to let her marry like that, and his daughter would never agree. Later, when he heard from the guard that Su Yunting had been spreading nonsense, he became furious. He ordered that she not be allowed to visit again, and even called old Su to scold him. Your eldest granddaughter still isn't married, and you don't even teach her how to behave. She's ruining my granddaughter's chances of finding a good match. If she keeps causing trouble, don't blame me for sending your eldest son to a remote post. Grandpa, it's just not the right time yet. Don't worry too much, Su Yunshi comforted him before leaving. When she reached the gate, the driver hadn't returned yet. Comrade Su, Yuchen's car stopped nearby. Need a ride? No, thank you, Su Yunshi politely declined. After her childhood stories had just been brought up, it wouldn't look good if people saw them together again. Come on, it's on my way. Su Yunshi couldn't refuse again and got into the back seat. After starting the car, Yuchen asked, How's your brother doing? At home, he's finally getting to relax. He doesn't have to cook or wash dishes and just plays games with Yueyue. That morning, Su Yunshi had helped Su Qing'an clean and rebandage his wound. He had taken anti-inflammatory and pain relief medicine, all top-quality ones from her special supply. He would be fine in about a week or so. Even outsiders cared enough to ask about him, but during the argument at her grandfather's house that morning, her uncle's family and third uncle acted as if they couldn't see anything. All they cared about was money and power. Her grandfather only said a few words about resting well and didn't even offer any of the Western medicine he had, saving it for his eldest son instead. Thank you for saving my brother yesterday. I'm also sorry about what my cousin said. She might have caused you some trouble. Yuchen replied casually, You already thanked me yesterday. You helped bandage my wound, so we're even. Su Yunshi smiled. How can that be even? You're the one who got hurt. Well, I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Besides, we grew up together. Honestly, you and your brother have changed a lot. Yuchen glanced at her smiling face in the rearview mirror, and his mood brightened. How so? Su Yunxi asked, then realized her question sounded a bit odd. Yuchen chuckled. When you were little, you were sweet and clingy. You used to chase after me, calling, "Brother Chen, play with me." You'd cry over the smallest things. Even a caterpillar could scare you to tears. When he first moved to Guangzhou at 8 years old, Su Yunxi was 4, soft-spoken and adorable. He was quiet and distant, while she was gentle and kind. Whenever she had something tasty or fun, she would share it with him. If he ignored her, she would look at him with teary eyes and say, "Brother Chen, don't you like me anymore?" He could never resist that. Hearing him bring up her childhood, Su Yunxi felt embarrassed. She turned to look out the window and said uncertainly, "You must be remembering it wrong. I didn't cry that much." When Su Yunxi got home, she found Lin Qiushuang waiting in the living room with Su Yunting, putting on the air of an elder. "Yunxi, your cousin didn't spread any rumors. How could you embarrass her in front of outsiders and drive her out of the Feng family?" Su Yunxi changed her shoes and replied calmly, "Aunt, are you here to scold me?" Su Yunting looked at her cousin's beautiful face and grew angry. "Did you do it on purpose to make me look bad? What good does it do if I can't get married? Would you be happy if both Su family daughters lost their chances?" Su Yunxi didn't waste time talking to them and asked directly, "So what do you want?" Seeing that Su Yunxi was still as easy to talk to as before, Su Yunqing relaxed a little and exchanged a glance with her mother. Lin Qiushuang spoke first. "Yunxi, please ask your mother to explain to your grandfather that Yunqing isn't sick. It was just a misunderstanding. We can't let others speak badly about your cousin. Yunqing likes Xie Mingxian. If your grandfather says a word, your cousin can marry him. You two sisters marrying officers would be a good match and could look after each other."
Su Yunxi smiled.
These two were still the same as before, always scheming behind others' backs and trying to fool her like she was easy to manipulate. They were clearly in the wrong, yet they always wanted her to take the blame. Forcing someone to marry through power? That would only make people laugh. If my cousin has the ability, she can marry him herself. If not, she'll just have to accept her fate. Although she didn't care if Su Yunqing and Xie Mingxian ended up together, she would never force them. It reminded her too much of her past life, when they had betrayed her behind her back. It was disgusting. Su Yunqing was furious. "Yunxi, what's wrong with you? Are you afraid I'll marry better than you? It's such a small thing, and you can't even help. Don't block my way just because you think you're better." Su Yunxi looked at her with disdain and exposed their act. "The Su family didn't raise you to behave so recklessly. Didn't you just get scolded by grandfather? And now you still want to use the Feng family to get married? Keep dreaming." Su Yunqing tried to argue. "It's all your fault. You said I was sick, Su Yunqing. Do you even know your place? How dare you argue with my sister? You've embarrassed the whole Su family. And yes, you're sick, seriously so." Su Cheng'en came downstairs just in time to see his aunt and cousin bullying his sister. Angry, he rushed over to defend her. "Calm down, Cheng'en," Lin Qiushuang said quickly. "Sisters shouldn't hold grudges. It's just a small argument, no need to take it seriously." Knowing they were in the wrong and afraid of causing more trouble, Lin Qiushuang and her daughter hurried away. "You're too soft-hearted," Su Cheng'en said. "Next time Su Yunqing picks a fight, just slap her." He knew exactly what those two were like, always taking advantage of Yunxi's gentle nature to cause trouble behind her back.
Su Yunxi sighed helplessly.
Her family still thought she was too mild. "I know, brother. Is your head still hurting? Since you have a few days to rest, stay in your room and recover. Once you're sent to work, you'll be the main support of the family. You'll have a lot to worry about and little time to rest." Su Cheng'en spoke to his younger sister about the family's plans. Dad has already dealt with those two brothers from Aunt's side. Whatever they took, they've returned it. Some small businesses have also been quietly transferred, and the money has been safely placed elsewhere. Life after relocation won't be too hard. There were always ways to adapt to new policies. Su Wenbin, though he looked honest and gentle, was well-connected and clever, the kind of man who could hold the Su family together. Following his father, Su Qing'an had learned to handle things flexibly. Now, the only person the family worried about was his sister. Hey, don't think I'm being nosy, but maybe you should just be with Yuchen. When he was little, he ignored everyone except you. The way he looked at you yesterday definitely showed he still cares. Brother, stop talking nonsense. I'll be honest with you, I want to go with the family when we're sent away. If we stay together, we can look after each other. Don't worry, I can cook and earn money. I won't be a burden. Su Yunxi didn't want to get married. Even though their grandfather planned to send the family to different places, she still worried about their parents' health. If she stayed with them, she could help and ease her brother and sister-in-law's load. Su Qing'an immediately refused. There was no room for discussion.
Don't even think about it.
If Mom and Dad found out, they'd be heartbroken. You're their pride. Living well and marrying respectably is the best way to repay them. He wasn't good at studying, and his business skills were average, but his sister was outstanding. Because of her achievements, the family's reputation had grown, and their business had continued to thrive. Listen, everything else can be discussed, but not this. Neither Mom, Dad, nor your sister-in-law will agree. Urging you to marry isn't to push you away, it's to protect you and keep a way out for the Su family. Just like our uncle's family, their eldest son is abroad managing overseas assets, so their branch won't lose everything. Our third uncle's backup is his child. He may seem careless, but most of his money is already set aside for that child. You are our family's hope. Grandpa is old and can't help much anymore, but you're different. As long as you build good connections in Guangzhou, when things calm down in the future, you can help the family rise again. Mom and Dad would never harm you, but they have to think long-term. We were born into a family with a legacy. We can't just think about what we want. We have to think about the family's future. Otherwise, if our heritage ends here, we'd have no face to meet our ancestors. Only a brother who shares the same parents would truly open his heart, but all of that depends on their parents, brother, sister-in-law, and little niece living safely. Even if Su Yunxi had the ability to revive the Su family, what meaning would it have if her loved ones were gone? The painful experiences of her past life made it impossible for her to feel at ease. Back in her room, she sighed. She couldn't convince anyone except her little niece. No matter what, she couldn't go with them to the countryside. Her only option was to get married, but who she should marry was another problem. Before she could sort out her thoughts, her sister-in-law, Qinlei, came to ask her to go out and buy milk powder for Yueyue. Yueyue was born early and often gets sick. I don't even know if we'll be allowed to bring milk powder and medicine when we're sent away. Her sister-in-law always tried to stay strong, but when it came to her child, she couldn't hide her worry. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Let's buy some first. I'll find a way to bring it along. With her special space, Su Yunxi could easily prepare anything her family needed. Food was never a problem. Her space had over 30 acres of land, producing a steady supply. It was enough not only for her family, but also to help many others. She decided to store some daily necessities in her space too, since the things they had at home weren't suitable for life in the countryside. Yueyue's milk powder was imported and had been ordered in advance, so Su Yunxi and Qinlei went to the New World department store. Yunxi, are you here to shop too? At the entrance, they ran into Luo Jin, who had recently broken off his engagement with Su Yunqing. He looked ordinary, wearing glasses, a white shirt, and blue trousers, polite and proper in appearance. Although they didn't pity Su Yunqing, that didn't mean they wanted to talk to someone who had embarrassed the Su family. The two women simply ignored him. Seeing that they treated him like air, Luo Jin grew anxious and spoke again. Yunxi, I have something to tell you. It's about being sent away. Sister-in-law, you go ahead and get the milk powder first, Su Yunxi said. She was curious to hear what this man had to say. Say what you need to say, Su Yunxi said, standing in the shade, keeping her distance and not looking at him. Yunxi, I never really liked Yunqing. The engagement was forced, and breaking it off was something I had no choice about. You don't blame me, do you? Back then, When the Luo family first proposed to Su Wenbin, he politely declined, and only then did they arrange the engagement with Su Yunqing. Luo Jin spoke about his difficulties, hoping for Su Yunqi's understanding, since she was known for being kind and considerate. It's just as well that I'm not the one engaged to you. There's no point in blaming anyone. Don't waste my time with useless talk. Su Yunqi was confused. Shouldn't this man be apologizing to Su Yunting instead? Luo Jin looked embarrassed. He knew the Luo family was in the wrong, and it was natural for the Su family to hold a grudge. Yunqi, the truth is, the one I really like is you. But my family forced me into another engagement. Not being able to marry you is my biggest regret. Su Yunqi widened her eyes. Luo Jin was Su Yunting's fiancé, and she had always kept her distance from him. She had clearly underestimated how shameless he could be. He had abandoned Su Yunting, and now he dared to think about her? With a cold, mocking smile, she said, I wonder which unlucky person would ever want someone like you. Luo Jin's face darkened. The Su family had already fallen, yet Su Yunqi still acted proud. He sneered inwardly, thinking that once she was sent to the labor team, she would suffer plenty. In his mind, she was just a spoiled girl who would soon lose everything. Feeling a twisted sense of excitement, he dropped his polite act and tried to threaten her. Yunqi, don't be foolish. No one else would dare marry you now. If you're smart, you'll help me get control of the Su family's business. As long as you stay loyal to me, your life will be much easier. He thought that even if he couldn't marry her, having her by his side would still bring him pride. After all, the Su family's assets were still in Su Wenbin's hands, and with the right moves, they could all end up belonging to the Luo family. A sharp slap shattered his delusions. Su Yunqi couldn't believe the disgusting words she had just heard. He was greedy and hypocritical, pretending to be decent while scheming behind everyone's back. Get lost, she said coldly. Take a good look at yourself before talking about others. Don't think that just because the Su family has fallen, you can act so shamelessly. You're only humiliating yourself. With a sneer, Su Yunqi threw an unmarked letter from her bag at him. She had plenty of ways to deal with someone like him. The Luo family insisted I deliver this letter to them. I have no idea what they're planning, and I don't want any part of it. The Su family was always being watched, and anything they said or carried could be used against them. Soon, 2 red guards came out and took Luo Jin and the letter away. That's not mine. She's framing me. My father is the director of the Water Resources Bureau. You can't arrest me. Luo Jin panicked. Anyone connected to the Su family was being investigated thoroughly these days. How could Su Yunqi set him up like this? Go explain it at the police station. They were all searched before leaving. No one believes you. The Red Guards didn't care about the Luo family's background. If something seemed suspicious, they would investigate everything, even the family's history. Let me go.
I'm innocent.
Luo Jin shouted in despair, full of regret, but it was too late. Su Yunqi turned and walked into the department store to meet Qin Liao. When they got home, her uncle's family was waiting in the living room, all looking very upset. Su Yunqi quietly told Qin Liao, sister-in-law, please go take care of Yueyue. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Qin Liao took 2 cans of milk powder upstairs to find her in-laws and husband. Su Yunqing's eyes were red from crying. She thought Su Yunqi was a bringer of bad luck. First she got scolded by their grandfather and father in the morning, then criticized by their aunt at noon, and now the Luo family had called to complain in the afternoon. Yunqi, what were you thinking? Why would you frame Brother Luo and offend the Luo family? Do you want our family to suffer even more? Su Yunqi smiled calmly and said, Cousin, your brother Luo is already engaged to someone else. I was helping you deal with a dishonest man. Why are you angry with me instead? When they heard that Luo Jin was engaged, her uncle's family looked embarrassed. The Luo family had just broken off the engagement a few days ago, and now he was already engaged again. Su Yunqing was so shocked she forgot to wipe her nose. Her uncle, Su Wenli, quickly accepted the situation and said awkwardly, Yunqi, even so, you shouldn't have set him up. The Luo family is demanding an explanation from us. At a time like this, his engagement is understandable. Why make things worse? Her aunt, Lin Xiaoshuang, also scolded her. The family is already in enough trouble, and you still go out causing more. You should have just ignored it. Why bring the Red Guards into this? What if they come to investigate our home again? Your grandfather's medicine won't be enough to calm him down. They had forgotten that they had given the old man sleeping pills. What a dangerous time for that. Su Yunshi replied calmly, who said I framed him. He was the one sneaking around, wanting to see my cousin, and asked me to pass a note. I didn't dare take it. At the mention of a note, Su Wenli's whole family turned pale. It was because of a letter that their family had once fallen into disaster. Su Yunqing was half convinced, but the Luo family said the letter was from you. With the current situation of the Su family, who would dare send messages? Do they think their lives are too comfortable? Third sister, be more careful. Do you really believe the words of someone who betrays trust? Why didn't the Red Guards arrest me? Every time we go out, female comrades search us. Where do you think the letter came from? If he doesn't shift the blame onto me, how can he clear himself? Su Yunqi's words made her uncle's family fall silent. They seemed to have a point, but the Luo family wasn't stupid. As soon as they heard rumors, they cut ties completely. Now they come back. Isn't that foolish? Su Wenli dared not offend the Luo family, or the Su family situation would get worse. Yunqi, we still need to help the Luo family clarify things. Maybe that letter was someone framing them. Su Yunqi couldn't understand why her uncle was still being so confused. Uncle, you haven't learned anything from Grandpa's way of handling things. The Luo family is in trouble now. Why are you getting involved? Are you trying to share the blame? Pretending not to know or being unable to handle it is the smartest choice. If you get involved, even the gods can't save you. You'll drag the whole family down. Don't blame me if my father cuts ties with you. Grandpa Su Ziyuan was the best at playing Tai Chi, careful and cautious, avoiding trouble. Her uncle was incapable and not very smart. This time, Luo Jin had his teeth knocked out, but he had to swallow it. What could the Luo family do to retaliate against the Su family? The Su family was now unafraid, and it would be easy to drag Luo family into trouble. Dream on about clearing things up. It's impossible. Su Wenbin came downstairs, seeing that his daughter had stabilized her uncle's family. He felt relieved. His daughter was finally growing up, learning to use others' strength. Big brother, if the Luo family calls again, just do as Yunqi says. Pretend you don't know anything. Don't let them lead you around. Second brother, how can I do that? I can't handle the Luo family. If Dad finds out, he'll be worried and angry. Su Wenli knew well that the old master always handled problems himself. His second brother would always take over and deal with issues. Enough, you all leave this to me. I'll call the Luo family and explain, said Su Wenbin, thinking he should understand the details from his daughter. Qin Le Yao's face turned red with anger. She took her younger sister out, but then encountered such a shameless person. Luckily, her sister was clever and distanced herself from Luo Jin, or else the Su family would suffer again. Such a disgraceful person. The Luo family raised such a malicious little troublemaker. Su Cheng'an thought about Luo Jin forcing his sister, and felt so angry he wanted to cause trouble at Luo's house and give Luo Jin a good beating. Mom, Dad, brother, and sister-in-law, don't be upset. The Red Guards will investigate clearly. If we stay honest, there's nothing to worry about. We should keep calm and do what we're supposed to. They won't find any fault with us. Su Yin, she wasn't worried that Luo Jin would tell the Red Guards what she said. He just thought Luo Jin was trying to ruin her good reputation and wanted to send her to jail. This time, they had to teach Luo Jin a lesson to warn those with bad intentions. The letter contained some inappropriate comments that would make the Luo family very anxious. Su Wenbin was also angry but looked quite calm. People's hearts are hard to read. It's easy to deal with open schemes, but the real trouble is when someone plays sneaky tricks behind the scenes. Like this time, the banishment, it's a trap set specifically against our family. Everyone must remember, no matter how shameless or mean the other side is, when we are weak, we shouldn't act impulsively. Patience isn't weakness. Enduring hardships and planning carefully might make us the final winners. His son was kind-hearted and had never faced much hardship, so he was impulsive. Since the banishment, he needed to hide his strength and stay low-key. His daughter was calm and experienced in big situations. She could stay steady no matter what. With good training, she would bring new opportunities to the Su family in the future. Don't tell anyone about this, except your grandfather. Not even anyone else. The letter wasn't found in Luo's house, and its origin was suspicious. Blaming the Su family was the best way for Luo's family to protect themselves. Su Wenbin wouldn't let Luo's family succeed. Their rivals wouldn't miss such an opportunity either. He just needed to stir things up. Luo's family was struggling to keep itself safe, so they didn't have the energy to bother the Su family. Feng Danning was worried that her daughter might be overwhelmed by such events, so she didn't bring up the matchmaking again and told her to rest well at home. Su Yunshi avoided the pressure to marry and checked his space. All the crops he harvested were planted with original seeds. They grew over 20 centimeters in one day. At this rate, they could harvest every 5 days, creating a continuous cycle. In the animal area, the animals that laid eggs but weren't collected yet had hatched. Other pigs, cows, sheep, and rabbits also had babies one after another. The space was big enough, and there was no big problem for now. Let them breed freely. The Su family's belongings in the basement have been thoroughly cleared out. Next, all valuable items on the surface will be taken away before the move. Su Qing'an feels frustrated and runs to the Air Force base. From afar, he sees Yuchen shirtless, leaning into a machine, waving a wrench as he works. Nearby, 5 or 6 people are taking notes and learning. Because of confidentiality, Su Qing'an can't get close. He sits in the rest area and waits. Yuchen has very strong body resilience. Without tools, he can move and install parts easily. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perfect proportions make him look attractive. His abs are clearly defined, with a V-line. His tan skin is covered in sweat, giving him a wild, untamed look that makes men envy him. "Why didn't you call me?" Yuchen, with a damp towel over his shoulder, casually comes over after finishing his work and notices someone waiting. "I'm just wandering around, bringing some medicine for you." "My sister is worried," Su Qing'an says a little awkwardly. Yuchen, 2 years younger than Su Qing'an, is now taller by 5 or 6 centimeters. It seems he hasn't been wasted after leaving Guangzhou. Yuchen pauses slightly with the towel in his hand, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, and speaks lightly. "It's okay. I'll wash my face and then go to the cafeteria for a meal and chat." After washing off the sweat and changing into a tank top, he leaves. When he arrives at the cafeteria, many people are inside. The Guangzhou military district has both Army and Air Force personnel eating together, and they inevitably run into Xie Mingxian and others. Their eyes meet silently, a tense confrontation only they understand, making the air feel cold and heavy. Xie Mingxian and his group keep their promises, never revealing what Su Yun said. But they are not polite to Yuchen. Every time they meet, it's like a tense standoff. If not for the military rules, no fighting allowed, those who do will be discharged, they would have fought many times. "I heard the guy from the Air Force is involved with a woman, so he was sent to Guangzhou. Now he's here eating with a young pretty boy," someone whispers. "Someone like him can go on dates? I don't get it. If Sister Su likes him, that's surprising." Yuchen goes to get food. Su Qing'an listens for a while and finally understands what they are talking about. "What are they saying? Which unit are you in?" Su Qing'an, angry at being called a pretty boy for the first time, stands up to ask. Seeing the 2-star badge on the other shoulder, he knows he's a company commander. "My sister can like whoever she wants."
Who are you to talk nonsense?
Spreading rumors about comrades' conduct. "People like you shouldn't stay in the army. Family children are always confident and never shy away from showing it. Even when they are told to behave, they refuse to tone it down." "Comrade Su, oh my, what wind blew you here? Come, sit down and calm down." 2 company commanders knew Su Qing'an and quickly sent away some gossiping kids to come for him. Yuchen brought back 2 plates of food, and people around gradually left. "What's going on? Why is there a problem with conduct?" Su Qing'an couldn't help asking. He wasn't in the mood to eat now. He was worried about his brother-in-law. There was some trouble in Beijing. This way, it avoids a lot of trouble. Yuchen looked indifferent, ignoring the rumors about himself. Seeing that Yuchen didn't want to explain, Su Qing'an didn't press him about his private life. Hey, I was planning for you to marry my sister, but now I don't think I can arrange that. What does she think? Yuchen's expression was casual, but his eyes carefully watched Su Qing'an's subtle reactions. Su Qing'an ran his hand through his hair. Even someone like Luo Jin dares to boss around his sister. He felt worried about her future. Without a strong man to protect her, she would be in trouble. Right now, my parents are forcing her to marry. Honestly, even without the family backing, my sister is very talented and could marry well. But now, because of the Su family's issues, she's also involved. I feel guilty as her brother. She wants to be sent away with the family. I can see that. When she goes on dates, it's just for show. She's dragging her feet, not wanting to marry. My parents say tomorrow is the deadline. They want my grandfather to pick a reliable person. If she doesn't marry, she still has to. Who knows if the person she marries is good or bad? We can't help if she gets hurt. Yuchen's slender fingers lightly tapped the table, feeling a bit relieved and calm. He suggested a solution. If she just wants a reason to avoid being sent away, she can find someone reliable to register and live with, without bothering each other. When the situation improves, she can choose freely. Su Qing'an thought about it and liked the idea. His sister is only 18. Just thinking about forcing her to marry makes him sad. If she ends up with someone like Luo Jin, who's insincere, his parents would regret it forever. Where can I find a man willing to be a scapegoat? Who would be happy to pretend to marry? Even if he is willing, would his family agree? All these men are full of youthful energy. It's just not realistic. Besides, at this time, everyone cares about reputation. Who would want to marry just to help others, then divorce easily? It sounds like a joke. After the Su family had problems, all friends disappeared instantly. It became very hard to find someone reliable to look after my sister. Suddenly, I had a bright idea and stared at Yuchen without moving. Honestly, do you like my sister? Su Qing'an didn't believe that Yuchen's suggestion was just casual talk. This guy is very cunning. Since childhood, he spoiled Yunqi a lot, which made him often jealous. It's a dark past. They fought a few times over their sister. What do you think? Yuchen put away his playful attitude and looked calmly at Su Qing'an. His personal qualities are really top-notch. In the army cafeteria, among hundreds of people, his free and confident personality makes him stand out immediately. Deep down, he's not someone who follows rules. Su Qing'an felt a painful ache inside. Helpless, he decided that pretending to marry Yuchen was the best choice for his sister. Yuchen, we've known each other since childhood. I ask you, can you promise not to bully Yunqi, stay faithful to the marriage, and try to treat her well? Don't worry, only she'll bully me. Yuchen nodded seriously. The little angel from childhood should be living a carefree, wealthy life, not forced to marry a man with no emotional connection, just for the family.
Good.
If you break your promise, I swear I will do everything I can to ruin you. Su Qing'an stopped eating and drove straight home. When dinner was just served, he came back in a hurry, pulling his sister aside to whisper, "Brother, can you stop thinking of one thing and doing another?" Su Yunqi didn't agree with his plan. Fake marriage? Isn't that hurting people? If they divorce later, Yuchen's reputation is already bad. It would be completely ruined. If he's willing, there won't be such a person. Dare to promise marriage and divorce as you like. Don't be stubborn. Do you believe I'll tell mom and dad? They'll pack you off to Yuchen right away. Su Yunqi was angry. Her brother was really good at telling their parents things, and her parents were just as capable of arranging her marriage quickly. She could only try to calm her brother down. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Don't tell our parents yet. Seeing his sister convinced, Su Qing'an felt a little relieved. All right. Su Yunqi made yam and pork crispy strips and corn chicken crispy strips for Yueyue. Yummy. Andy makes the best. The little girl's eyes lit up as she ate, her adorable look melting everyone's hearts. The adults felt a bit uncomfortable. With such simple ingredients, Yueyue might not be able to eat this kind of food in the future. The next day, Su Qing'an was the most eager, urging his sister to eat breakfast and get dressed. Second uncle, let second brother take me along. Su Yunting shamelessly came over, knowing that begging second uncle was the best way. Today was the last day. If she didn't get married, she would be sent away. No, I won't take you. I'm your second brother. If I have nothing to do, I don't greet you. My car isn't for ungrateful people. Grandpa said no to you, and the dog coming over. Dad can't help you either. Su Qing'an was annoyed by Su Yunting. She only knew how to scheme against his sister and wanted to ride in his car?
Dream on.
You. Su Yunting cried out of frustration. Second uncle, you only care about your own daughter. You don't care about your niece. Can't you just let me stay? You're too cruel. Su Qing'an refused to be swayed. You can blame Uncle Da and Auntie Da for being useless, or blame Luo Jin for breaking off the engagement. But you can't blame my family. Enough. Su Wenbin put down the newspaper. I'll ask your second aunt if she's willing to marry the officer. If she is, then marry him. You don't have a choice now. As an elder, he didn't want to argue with the younger generation and quickly dismissed the matter. Seeing Su Yunshi come down from upstairs, dressed in a black and white striped bow tie shirt and a plaid skirt, elegant and graceful, Su Yunqing hated her to death. Yunshi, can't you just talk to Grandpa and ask him to let me marry Xiaming Xian? Su Yunshi looked at her sister, who was worried about marriage, and suddenly smiled. Still not embarrassed enough? Can't you see he doesn't want you? In this life, Xiaming Xian still didn't choose Su Yunqing, and she wouldn't help them. Work hard to earn money. When you have enough, maybe he'll regret his choice now and change his mind about you. After changing into her shoes, the brother and sister left, leaving a confused Su Yunqing behind. When they arrived at their grandfather's house, Su Qing'an watched his sister go into the tea room, feeling nervous inside. The biggest uncertainty was his sister. Her standards were very high. He hoped Yuchen could succeed in convincing her, or rather, persuading her. When Su Yunshi entered the room, Yuchen was already waiting. He stood up to meet her gaze, looking a little uneasy. He was dressed formally today, with his hair parted to the side. His sharp features were handsome and strong, with defined eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and balanced lips. Truly a top-quality face. Here's some Yuchen tea. I don't know if you like it. Thank you. Please have a seat. They sat facing each other. From childhood friends to dating, and now to potential marriage, it's all quite strange. Su Yunshi spoke first. My brother is rushing into things, trying to get me to marry you as a fake marriage. I think that's not right. Yuchen didn't expect her to be so straightforward. He guessed Su Qing'an must have pushed her hard. Do you have concerns? I have no problem with my style. His gaze was honest but eager. If she didn't marry him today, she might be forced to marry someone else. Thinking about that possibility made him more assertive. I'm capable myself. I'm getting promoted soon. I earn 135 yuan a month, plus other income. Supporting a family isn't a problem. After we marry, I won't restrict your freedom, nor will I force you. My family doesn't need you to handle their mess. When the Su family is doing better, you can divorce anytime. It won't cause you trouble. He thought carefully, mostly for her benefit. This made Su Yunshi feel even more overwhelmed. You misunderstand. I think a fake marriage would be unfair to you. I don't want you to get involved in the mess of the Su family or be burdened by it. Yuchen paused, his gaze lingering on her slightly apologetic face. He relaxed secretly. She wasn't opposed to marrying him, which was good. My situation isn't much better than the Su family's. I've made enemies in Beijing. Marriage isn't about who burdens whom, it's just mutual help. Honestly, I'm also being pressured to marry. There are many rumors about me outside. Most girls would have concerns. Plus, I focus more on my flying career. I probably don't have much time for family. Our situations complement each other. Why not give it a try? Su Yunshi was surprised by his forward thinking. It was like a platonic marriage. No interference, no need to fulfill traditional spousal duties. Since no one is really losing out, Su Yunshi is less resistant and begins to think about the possibilities. Since they are pretending to be a couple, she has the right to decide her own life. She can go anywhere she wants, and he clearly says he's not afraid of causing trouble. I have a request. If you agree, we can try it, you say. Yuchen responds calmly, pinching his cup to take a sip of tea, his throat moving attractively. I want to take my little niece, Yueyue, with me to raise. I will cover all her expenses. It won't be for long, just until my parents, brother, and sister-in-law settle down, then she can go back to her parents. Su Yunshi makes her request. To prevent Yueyue from being tricked away, she decides to protect her herself. If Yuchen doesn't agree, she won't give up Yueyue, she will only give up on him. Okay. Yuchen agrees quickly. Seeing her a bit surprised, he explains, Yueyue is too young to be separated. You can keep her as long as you want. That's not a problem. With her concerns addressed, Su Yunshi can accept this fake marriage and thanks him. Yuchen, thank you.
It's settled then.
A slight smile appears on her delicate face, her eyes soft with genuine acceptance of being his pretend wife. At this moment, everything feels settled, and Yuchen's heartbeat returns to normal. Not letting her marry someone else is a victory. But Su Yunshi's next words make things frustrating again. You're rarely at home, so I'll cover the household expenses from now on. Yuchen leans back relaxed in his chair, looking carefree and slightly rebellious, and asks, You want me to be laughed at, saying I can't even support my wife? Hearing the term wife, Su Yunshi feels a bit uncomfortable. She doesn't want to take advantage of him and prefers to clarify her intentions. That's not what I mean. Yuchen understands her feelings and wishes he could clearly define their boundaries, making it easier to part ways in the future. From now on, you are my nominal wife. Whether real or fake, you don't need to pay for household expenses. Whether you want to play the piano or paint, it's all up to you. Seeing that he insists, Su Yunshi stops arguing. For their financial situation, household expenses are really not a big deal. When her sister comes out, Su Qing'an notices from her face that the conversation didn't go well. He quickly looks at Yuchen behind her. Brother, I'm going to talk to Grandpa for a moment. Oh, go ahead. Su Qing'an responded absent-mindedly, then quietly asked Yuchen, How is it? Did she agree? Yuchen slightly smiled, his handsome face shining with confidence. Yes. Haha, I knew you could persuade her. Let me hear you say it, brother. Su Qing'an was very happy and wanted to share the good news with his family. With Yunshi being looked after, his parents could relax a bit. When Su Yunshi reached her grandfather's study, she noticed there were visitors. Their voices sounded familiar. Old phone. Mingxian called yesterday morning and asked us to come personally to propose marriage. It shows he really cares about your granddaughter. My Mingxian is excellent. Many girls like him, but he's focused on serving the country, delaying personal matters. Commander Phone, the Su family situation is urgent. It's better to settle this quickly. Su Yunshi didn't expect Xie Mingxian to bring her parents from Shanghai just to marry her. In her previous life, because her son married a wealthy young lady, the Xie family, under her grandfather's pressure, appeared to be doing well, but secretly disliked it. It wasn't until the new year that Xie Mingxian took her back to Shanghai to ease the relationship. At first, she lowered herself, so much so that her family saw her as easy to control and set many rules for her. Yunshi was spoiled since childhood. She doesn't know how to do laundry, cook, or handle chores. She might upset Mingxian. Feng Zhenhua hesitated. After 2 days of meetings, he had the chance to agree, but his granddaughter still hadn't nodded. He couldn't force her to agree. If their marriage had problems later, how would he face his daughter and son-in-law? It can be learned. Wealthy families often need to change their ways. Xie mother's straightforward words. Her son was marrying, not inheriting a family legacy. Rest assured, sir. I can do everything. I will make sure Sister Su feels as comfortable as at home. Xie Mingxian ignored his mother's displeased expression. Today was the deadline. If he didn't fight for it, he would never have another chance. Since meeting Su Yunshi and having that dream, Xie Mingxian's heart had planted a seed of longing to live a happy life with the girl who was always in his heart and eyes. Feng Zhenhua's previously stern face softened. Xie Mingxian was undoubtedly a pride of the Guangzhou military district, excelling in all competitions among the 7 major military districts.
Sujungsi is hereding worldly.
In her previous life, she had kept her role in the Xie family. Not only did she have to manage Xie Mingxuan's daily life, but she also had to serve the picky old couple. There was no ease or comfort. After seeing the elderly couple off, I finally could breathe and pick up my old hobbies. However, Xie Mingxian and Su Yunqing's relationship became unclear. Old Feng, Mingxian has always been straightforward. He wouldn't give up halfway. When we wanted him to go abroad, he immediately signed up for the army. He stayed in the military for 7 years, showing great determination. Now that he's interested in your granddaughter, I'm sure he'll be firm and persistent. Please consider this. Xie's father knew his younger son very well. He was determined to achieve his goals, and no one in the family could control him. If they didn't support him, he might regret it for the rest of his life. Xie's mother, glared at by her husband, reluctantly said, "Yes, Commander Feng. Mingxian is sincere, respectful to elders, responsible, and caring. With such a grandson-in-law, what are you worried about?" She didn't want her son to marry into a wealthy family, fearing it might bring trouble to the Xie family. But her husband and son agreed. Commander Feng was a founding hero, and if he approved, her son's career would be easier. Thinking this way, she reluctantly accepted. Feng Zhenhua thought for a moment and said, "Marriage is a big matter. I will ask Yunxi for her opinion before giving you an answer." He decided to let Xie Mingxian try harder. Such a persistent and good-hearted young man was rare. Commander Feng, young women are shy. Just make the decision. The Su family isn't wealthy enough to make a fuss. Let's sit down and have a meal to discuss. Despite politely asking several times, Feng Zhenhua didn't agree. Outwardly respectful, but inwardly annoyed, he didn't think much of the wealthy young lady. If it weren't for his son's insistence, he wouldn't consider her at all. Su Yunqing knocked on the door, interrupting her mother's words. After her grandfather agreed, she entered the study. Seeing the elegant and beautiful young woman, and learning she was Commander Feng's granddaughter, Xie's parents couldn't help but feel pleased. This fairy-like girl seemed to be a good match for their son. Xie Mingxian clenched his fists, sensing something was wrong from Su Yunqing's expression. An inexplicable sense of defeat overwhelmed him. Su Yunqing's attitude was cold. "Both of you elders have traveled a long way. I won't waste your time with long talks. There's no need to discuss this further." "I don't agree." Refusing openly, the Xie family felt embarrassed. But Su Yunqing truly didn't want any further contact with them. Even if it meant causing trouble, she preferred to keep her distance rather than continue a tangled relationship. "Comrade Su, marriage is a big matter, decided by elders. You can't make the decision yourself. My son Mingxian is handsome, a company commander, with a bright future. Is there anything you're unhappy with?" Mother Xie put on a forced smile and tried to persuade her for a long time, but the main person refused outright. Anyone in her position would feel embarrassed. The Xie family was not unknown. They had deep roots in Shanghai. They couldn't be looked down on by capitalists like the Su family. Since her son wanted to marry her and considering the relationship with Commander Feng, they came personally. But it was only the son who didn't want to marry her. Yet, this girl everyone avoided refused. Su Yunxi had had enough of her former mother-in-law's two-faced attitude. She looked at Xie Mingxian. He stood straight in his military uniform, showing a strong, unshakable will. His handsome face was very attractive to women. Su Yunxi's heart no longer fluttered. She couldn't understand why, in her past life, people who regretted marrying her still refused to let her go in this life. "Xie Mingxian, I told you clearly, we are not suitable." Xie Mingxuan's heart suddenly ached, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Comrade Su, since you haven't met or understood me, why do you deny me?" Even now, he couldn't let go. The girl's face was gentle, her eyes warm like in a dream. Every move of hers made him unable to resist. "If you insist on marrying me," Su Yunxi looked at Xie Mingxian, ignoring his hopeful gaze. They could never go back. "My cousin is interested in Comrade Xie. Your Xie family might consider her." Xie Mingxian was stunned and a bit annoyed. Comrade Su, do I, Xie Mingxian, want everything? But in her past life, he clearly said he wanted to marry Su Yunqing. Now that they were helping each other, he was unwilling. Comrade Su, young people need to meet more to see if they are suitable. Our Xie family is a reputable family and won't mistreat you. Mother Xie felt her chest hurt with anger. Her daughter-in-law openly rejected her, yet her son insisted on her. Old Foam, we came here with sincerity, planning to give 2 Western-style buildings as a betrothal gift. Before Xie's father arrived, he had researched Su Yunqi and knew she was outstanding. She was more famous than a star in Guangzhou and would be a good wife for his son. From a long-term perspective, she was worth investing in. Su Yunqi doesn't understand what's going on in this world. When people are in love, they ignore you. When they don't love you, they come looking for you. I'm sorry, but I already have a fiancé. If she doesn't stop, the Xie family might say more things. Comrade Su, you can't just make up such vague excuses to avoid us. The Xie mother knows very well that when she entered Commander Feng's study, Su Yunqi had no fiancé. How could she suddenly have one in such a short time? It seems too careless. Feng Zhenhua was also surprised. His granddaughter didn't like anyone a few days ago, and now she has a fiancé before even starting to look. Could she really be just making up an excuse to refuse the Xie family? Comrade Su, can you tell me who it is? No one is more suitable for you than I am. Please think carefully. Xie Mingxian is confident he'll treat her well and stay loyal for a lifetime. Who could possibly compete with him for her? Su Yunqi didn't want to cause trouble for Yuchen. It's not necessary to tell you who it is. Seeing that she didn't want to talk more, the Xie family members thought the fiancé didn't really exist. Are they playing a joke? Old Foam, we've been talking for a while, and you still think your granddaughter has no fiancé. How can she suddenly have one? We came from far away, and she just dismisses us with a not suitable. Now she's joking about having a fiancé. That's just unreasonable. Feng Zhenhua was also cornered and had to show his attitude. Yunqi doesn't want to be with Mingxian, so don't force her. He didn't mention whether his granddaughter had a fiancé or not, to avoid embarrassing her if she didn't. Xie mother's eyes were sharp. She couldn't stand her son being so infatuated and being played with. Commander Feng, you're a high-ranking leader. You shouldn't let your granddaughter mess around. If she had a fiancé, we wouldn't bother you. Now you're giving such excuses, and you're wasting Mingxuan's sincere feelings. Su Yunqi couldn't watch her grandfather be doubted, so she clarified. My grandfather was seeing you when I was meeting my fiancé, so he didn't know. Xie mother's face darkened and she sneered. Comrade Su, what's the point of telling such lies? Where is this fiancé? Are you afraid our Xie family won't let go and insist on you? Excuse me. A knock came from the study door. Yuchen, dressed formally, walked in with long strides and saluted. Reporting to the leader, I am Comrade Su's fiancé. The Xie family members looked surprised at the suddenly appearing young man in uniform. He was wearing an Air Force jacket with 2 stripes and a star, indicating the rank of major. He had an excellent appearance, full of energy. His sharp, single phoenix eye gave off a cold, piercing gaze that made people feel chills. Are you not here to see Comrade Su's partner? Do you see clearly now? He smiled slightly at the Xie family, his rebellious and cold expression seeming to challenge them. Comrade Xie, if you're not convinced, go practice at the training ground. I'll be here all the way. And if you keep acting like a stubborn patch, don't blame me for playing dirty. Seeing it was him, Xie Mingxian was very angry. They were evenly matched in strength, and it was hard to say who was stronger. But Su Yunqi had already made her choice. Seeing that Su Yunqi truly had a partner, who was no less than her son, the Xie parents felt ashamed and found their fussing ridiculous. Nonsense. Feng Zhenhua almost blurted out. The people in Beijing had specifically told him to watch out for Yuchen causing trouble. Yet, he had just arrived and already tricked his granddaughter. Originally, Yuchen wasn't on yesterday's matchmaking list. He had gone to join the event during his visit, thinking his granddaughter hadn't taken a liking to anyone. He considered it a small matter. Now, Yueyue with such a bombshell. This kid's scheming was extraordinary. Grandpa, Don't get so worked up. Su Yunxi quickly went over to comfort him when she saw her grandfather upset. Su Qing'an also entered the study and immediately told them to leave. My grandfather isn't feeling well and can't entertain guests. Please leave. He had been waiting for a while for his sister to return, worried she'd be scolded by her grandfather. When he saw the forced marriage situation, he couldn't believe it. The Xie family members left in embarrassment. Xie Mingxian was extremely unwilling, glaring at Su Yunxi with suppressed pain in his eyes. You'll regret your choice today. Yuchen blocked his way directly, veins bulging on his forehead, his face dark and unpredictable. He raised an eyebrow coldly. You'll never have a chance. The air seemed to freeze. The two men's gazes were sharp, like swords clashing, each wanting to leave the other in a hopeless situation. Su Yunxi didn't know if choosing Yuchen would make her regret it, but she was sure she wouldn't regret not choosing Xie Mingxian. Feng Zhenhua cleared his throat, breaking the tense silence. Everyone leave now. Yuchen, stay here. Close the study door carefully. Su Qing'an was worried about what his brother said when he left, fearing that something he helped create might harm his sister. Yunxi, if Yuchen treats you badly, just tell me. No matter how far away I am, I will come back to deal with him. Brother, it's not really like that. I won't be easily controlled. Tomorrow is the day of her transfer. Su Yunxi feels sad but then talks about her plans. I discussed with Yuchen. Yueyue will live with us. You take good care of mom, dad, and sister-in-law. What? Su Qing'an didn't expect his daughter to be getting married and taken away by him. Feng Zhenhua knew his granddaughter wasn't impulsive. After finally choosing a marriage partner, how could he oppose? Despite repeated persuasion, Yuchen was very secretive and insisted they were childhood sweethearts with deep feelings. You can't just break up a couple like that. He's old and can't openly ask his granddaughter about her feelings. When he called his daughter and son-in-law, they said, Dad, Yuchen has been with us since he was young. He even saved Qing'an. He's not a stranger. With you watching over us, we can rest assured. Just let them get the marriage certificate. All right, since both parents agreed, he could only sigh inwardly. His granddaughter, like a little white rabbit, was about to fall into the big wolf's trap. Su Yunqing, like in her past life, couldn't marry Xie Mingxian no matter how much she caused trouble. She had to marry Xiao Jianjun in a hurry. Their marriage applications were approved quickly. Su Qing'an felt a strange mix of sadness and reluctance as he watched his sister get into Yuchen's car to go to the city to register their marriage. On the way, Su Yunxi asked, My family plans to have lunch together. Is that convenient for you? Yuchen's hand on the steering wheel was not rough. His knuckles were clear, long, and strong. Compared to the army, the Air Force's training was less harsh, mainly focusing on mental agility and quick thinking. It's proper for me to visit officially. After registering, to outsiders, we are just a married couple. Even if it's not serious, you can treat me as a friend. Don't be shy. His wife was too polite, always worried about causing trouble for him. Yuchen felt the weight of his responsibilities. Since he dared to marry, he could handle it. Su Yunxi couldn't help but glance at him. She wanted protection. What was he after? Not marrying wouldn't affect his reckless way of doing things at all. He had stepped into this mess, and she was too grateful to think it was natural. His wife was secretly watching him. Did she realize he was trustworthy? He smiled slightly, and the car drove quickly and steadily. When they arrived at the city hall, he parked the car and waited for his wife to go inside with him. His sharp, chiseled features looked cold and strong. His military uniform was cool and eye-catching. Standing there, he automatically drew attention. Su Yunxi only then noticed how tall he was. She wore low-heeled shoes and was nearly 170 centimeters tall. Her head barely reached his chin. Su Yunxi had dealt with the city hall before, so she was not unfamiliar. On the way, many people greeted her happily. As long as Su Yunxi married and left the Su family, she was no longer seen as a wealthy person. People no longer had many worries about her. Congratulations, Comrade Su. Wow, your husband looks extraordinary. His presence is even stronger than a top leader. Comrade Su is beautiful. She chose a good husband. Life will surely get better. Su Yunxi politely thanked them. He directly gave the security guard 100 yuan. We came in a hurry and didn't prepare much. Please buy some candies and sunflower seeds for everyone to share. Let's all share the happiness. The stable government job paid only about 30 yuan a month. It was surprising that Comrade Su's husband was so generous. Everyone's smiles became even more genuine. Comrade Su, the last time you helped paint that lotus flower picture, my daughter loved it. She often copies it and says she wants to learn from you and win awards to bring honor to the city. If you accept students, I'll be the first to send her. Yes, my relatives also asked me about it. Nowadays, both inside and outside the country, art creation is very important. More and more people want to learn painting. But many famous artists are hard to hire, and the costs are high. If you could run classes at a reasonable price, many people would be willing to join. They knew that the Su family had spent a lot of money to train Su Yunxi from a young age. Ordinary people couldn't afford that, but they still hoped their children could succeed. In her past life, Su Yunxi hesitated when they asked her to teach classes. But Xie Mingxian firmly opposed. Yunxi, you finally escaped the title of wealthy daughter. Your family isn't lacking for anything. Going out to show off and earn money will only bring trouble to the Xie family. Su Yunxi never thought about it again. Now, she didn't want to drag Yuchen into trouble either. Sorry, I don't plan to do that for now. Maybe after she divorced in the future, she would consider it. Seeing that Su Yunxi didn't respond, they didn't insist further. They hurriedly urged her and her husband to go register. Don't waste the good time. I wish both of you a happy marriage and a lifelong union. At this moment, Su Yunqing and Xiao Jianjun arrived. They rode in a military vehicle with a drafty chassis, and the door creaked loudly. Su Yunqing had never been treated so poorly before. Even the old car from the Su family was better than this. Thinking about living with a rough country person in the future made her feel sad and upset all the way. When they reached the city government, they saw Su Yanxi and He Yuchen being warmly celebrated, with many people giving blessings. The security guard held 2 big bags of candies and sunflower seeds, sharing them with everyone, making the scene lively. Meanwhile, Su Yunqing received no blessings at all. The stark contrast made her feel wronged, and she almost turned around and left. Comrade Su, I will treat you well, Xiao Jianjun said. He knew his own worth. Marrying Su Yunqing was already a blessing. He was nervous and excited but awkward, and didn't know what to say. Don't you dare treat me badly, Su Yunqing said angrily. She was full of frustration. Her second uncle and aunt treated her like a beggar, forcing her to marry a low-level soldier with no family background. Thinking about her cousin marrying He Yuchen made her feel a little better. Maybe her words yesterday had some effect. Yanxi, pressured by rumors, had to marry someone with a bad reputation. The 2 men had similar official ranks. She didn't believe she would be overshadowed by her cousin for her whole life. In this era, a marriage certificate was just a piece of paper with some words from the chairman. No photos were needed. Once registered and the certificate obtained, they were legally married. He Yuchen kept the certificate carefully. Keep this first. When the housing application is approved, I'll put it at home. Su Yanxi ignored Su Yunqing and the others, saying goodbye and leaving. Comrade, he is generous, casually giving 100 yuan for candies and sunflower seeds. Or I should say, Su is lucky. Her husband is capable. The car has a Beijing license plate. Money alone can't buy that. Listening to everyone praise him endlessly, Su Yunqing was furious. She shot Xiao Jianjun a sharp look. He Yuchen knew how to get along with people and win hearts. No wonder these snobbish folks only paid attention to Su Yanxi. Xiao Jianjun guessed they wanted him to show off. He quickly took out 20 yuan from his pocket and bought candies for everyone. Everyone talked happily, but compared to the 2 sisters, it was clear that Su Yanxi married better. The 20 yuan didn't bring a sincere blessing. Su Yunqing was so angry she almost exploded. After registering and leaving, she argued with Xiao Jianjun. Do you need that 100 yuan? Why do you have to take 20 and let others laugh at you? How can I marry you, this useless person? Su Yunqing cried, feeling wronged. If she didn't take it, fine. But if she did, it shouldn't be less than Yuchen's. That 20 yuan felt like a slap in her face. She had never been so humiliated in her life. Xiao Jianjun was confused. Comrade Su, money doesn't grow on trees. 20 yuan is enough for my parents and brothers to spend a month back home. There's no need to pretend to be rich. Want to start a painting class? I'll handle it. Yuchen started the car and left, sharing his opinion. It was clear that when those people asked questions, Su Yushi hesitated for a moment. When she was a child, she had even modeled for him. She sat foolishly on a chair, pouting. Brother Chen, don't move around. I'll make you look ugly in my painting. Even when he stayed still, her drawings still looked bad. She would complain that he looked that way, which made everyone laugh. Su Yushi didn't expect him not only to agree but also to help start the class. Was he afraid she would drag him down? Let's talk about it later. Once the documents are ready tomorrow, my parents, brothers, and sister-in-law will be sent down. For now, I just want to settle them. Having lived through a lifetime, she understood the current situation clearly. She was more likely to succeed than most people but wouldn't take reckless risks. What should we bring back? When I came from Beijing, I packed some wine in the trunk. The gift is too small. Yushi, maybe we should go to the department store and buy some things. For the first time as a son-in-law, Yuchen wanted to do his best. After getting the certificate, he automatically started calling her Yunshi instead of Comrade Su. No need. Just bring the wine. The rest can stay. It's better to wait until after we settle in and have a chance to visit them, then buy some practical things to take. Su Yushi didn't want him to spend too much. The situation was serious. Whether they brought things or not, her parents wouldn't mind. She just hoped they would be safe and happy. The car drove into the Su family yard. Su Qing'an came out to greet them. I told my parents that you've liked each other since you were kids. Now your relationship is getting better. When you see them later, act a little more loving. Su Xiaoqiao, why are you causing trouble again? Su Yushi was annoyed. Her brother always gave her a hard time. How could she pretend to be in love? Little sister, I really have no choice. When I got back, I was questioned by our parents and your sister-in-law. Can I tell the truth? Su Qing'an is the only one who knows their marriage is fake. If he tells the truth, he might be disowned by his family. Can't tell the truth, right? So, you two have to keep pretending until the end or my good days will be over. Hee, tomorrow is the big day. Do you think you'll still have good days? Su Yunshi feels helpless and looks at Yuchen a little embarrassed. Does she worry she might cause him trouble? Her shy and slightly annoyed look makes Yuchen's heart beat faster. Unconsciously, he gently takes her small hand and holds it in his palm. I will cooperate well. Su Qing'an mutters inside. You little brat just pretending, huh? You're probably happy inside. His cooperation seems quite genuine. Su Yunshi feels awkward for a while, but seeing Yuchen not seem forced, she calms down a bit. She thinks, it's for their sake, I have to pretend no matter what. A tingling sensation spreads from her hand through her body. Yuchen secretly eases his sudden nervousness. To avoid her noticing, he keeps his expression normal. Su Yunshi also arrives. Xiao Jianjun sees Yuchen reaching out directly and, wanting to ease the tension, also tries to hold Su Yunshi's hand. Su Yunshi is startled and quickly pulls away. What are you doing? Are you being a troublemaker? Xiao Jianjun blushes deeply. It's just holding hands between a couple. Isn't that okay? Look at them. Isn't that fine? Su Yunshi is furious. They can do whatever they want. Why don't you act properly? Su Qing'an gets angry when he hears Su Yunshi speaking. He thinks, she can't say anything nice. Su Yunshi, it's a happy day. Don't make me scold you. Just disappear. Both of Su's daughters have married successfully. Su Zhiyuan and his 3 sons wait in the hall, giving face to the groom's side. Su Yunshi goes into the house first, leaving Xiao Jianjun behind to complain to her mother. Xiao Jianjun doesn't know anyone there and feels awkward holding the fruit. Su Yunshi and Yuchen carry some famous wine and greet the elders one by one. Xiao Jianjun manages to get familiar with some people too. Seeing their daughter and son-in-law holding hands and looking natural, Su Wenbin and his wife feel much more at ease. However, Su Wenli and Lin Xiaoshuang look unhappy. Was there a shortage of fruit at home? Even the old maid wouldn't eat it. Su Ziyuan sat quietly with a fragrant sandalwood bracelet, watching two couples get married. He felt emotional. At least his two granddaughters were safe, and her husband was a brave soldier. Both are good children. Yunqing and Yunxi, I don't expect your families to be close, but remember the family rules of the Su family. Never fight among yourselves. The old man cared more about the overall good. After speaking, he gave each family a 30-centimeter wooden box as a gift. Since the Su family couldn't take things out easily, he decided to give everything to his granddaughters, whatever they wanted to take or leave. He showed his generosity, hoping they would remember his kindness. With him leading, the elders also gave gifts, a large pearl necklace and bracelet set for royalty, over 50 gold necklaces, around 80 gold bracelets, 2 large yellow fish, 100 small yellow fish, and exquisite jade carvings, all showing the wealth of the Su family. Yuchen looked calm, but Xiao Jianjun's eyes widened. 1 gold bracelet was worth 5 years of his salary. No wonder Su Yunqing was upset with him. He and her had very different ideas about spending money. The parents hoped the son-in-law would treat their daughter well and gave some advice. Su Wenbin and his wife had no complaints about their son-in-law. Yuchen was good-looking and capable, always caring for their daughter. Su Wenli and his wife didn't like the son-in-law, but didn't embarrass him in front of others. After all, their daughter's future happiness depended on him. Third Uncle Su Wenjing lounged on the sofa, acting as if he had nothing to do with the event. Only after being sternly glared at by his father did he reluctantly give the newlyweds a pair of unopened, limited edition pure gold watches with diamonds, too flashy to wear daily, meant as collectibles. After the formal greeting, Su Yunxi whispered to Yuchen, "I'll go help in the kitchen. You follow my brother." She scratched his hand to make him let go, as if he was glued to her. Yuchen shivered, but didn't let go. He bent down and said softly, "I worked in the Air Force kitchen for 3 months. Let's go together." His warm breath brushed her ear, making Su Yunxi shiver involuntarily, her cheeks turning red. "You don't have to do that. I can cook." "Grandpa just wants to challenge others," she said. Grandpa said she couldn't cook, do laundry, or do housework to avoid trouble with the Xie family. Xie Mingxian said he could do it all, probably overheard by Yuchen. Otherwise, why would a new son-in-law come to cook? Yuchen smiled softly, his eyes curved with warmth. "There's not much chance to see my parents-in-law tomorrow. I'll cook a meal to reassure them. Just follow me, so their daughter won't go hungry." She wanted to show her support, and Su Yunxi couldn't stop him. She could only lead him to the kitchen. Yuchen took off his coat, revealing a black shirt underneath. His strong build was evident, and he rolled up his sleeves, showing powerful forearms. Su Yunxi went back to her room to change into a gray half-sleeve top. Her slim, white arms caught the eye, and she replaced her uncomfortable skirt with comfortable pants, showing her small waist. Yuchen thought to himself that he should help his wife gain some weight. They worked together in the kitchen, one washing vegetables and cutting meat, the other lighting the stove and cooking. Their teamwork created a warm, cozy atmosphere, making both of them confident about their future life. The daughter-in-law quietly told her that her daughter and son-in-law had gone to the kitchen. Feng Danning was surprised and quickly went to stop them. "Yuchen, come inside and sit down. There's no need for you to cook." She felt a bit sad. She had enjoyed most of her life without needing to cook, and if it weren't for the trouble in the Su family, she wouldn't have made her children work so hard. "It's okay, Mom. I used to come here often for meals when I was young. Today, I want to show you my cooking skills." Yuchen said this smoothly, with a gentle smile on his usually serious face. He didn't mind working with his wife. Feng Danning saw that her son-in-law wasn't reluctant and felt a little relieved. She then expressed her worries about her daughter. "Sisi grew up spoiled by us. If she does anything wrong, Yuchen, please be patient. We are very grateful to the Su family. Don't worry, Mom. Yunxi is my wife. I naturally care for and protect her. I won't let her suffer any unfairness." Yuchen made a sincere promise, speaking from the heart. His wife blushed shyly, peeling potatoes in the corner, wishing she could hide in the wall. Mom, I'm not a kid anymore. Yunshi felt embarrassed. It was a fake marriage, and they had gone along with it, but now she had to make promises. Wasn't that a bit awkward for him? Yuchen, don't mind if Mom is a bit nosy. Yunshi is still young. It's better to wait a couple of years before having children. Feng Danning knew these words weren't ideal, but time is tight. She had to say everything she needed to today. I have no objection. When she mentioned children, Yuchen felt a twinge of sadness. He looked at his wife instinctively. Her face turned bright red, and she coughed nervously. Cough, cough, Mom. I choked in the kitchen. You should go out now. Yunshi quickly pulled her mother away, promising firmly. Mom, Brother Chin treats me well. We will live happily. Don't worry about us. I'm not making things difficult for him. Men shouldn't only think about themselves. You're still young. It's okay to have children later. Feng Danning was very worried. With no family around, her daughter had to face her future life alone. We understand, Mom. Don't worry. Yunshi felt very embarrassed. After much persuasion, she finally convinced her mother to leave. Back in the kitchen, she didn't dare look into Yuchen's eyes and kept busy with her work. Her two sisters-in-law also came to help. They managed to prepare the meal, which included 18 dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted great. Yuchen was quite good at cooking. 15 family members sat at the long dining table, drinking, chatting, and joking. No matter what they thought privately on the surface, everyone was lively and happy, enjoying the last day before the break. Yunting, please don't make things difficult for me. As a small battalion commander, I can't risk putting those things in the army truck and taking them out. That would be a burden on the leaders. Xiao Jianjun pulled Yunting into the corridor. When he heard her request, he immediately refused. Although he was tempted by the money, he didn't dare risk his future. Yunting was angry. As long as we take it out, we won't have to worry about food and clothes for the rest of our lives. Otherwise, with your monthly salary of only 100 or 80 yuan, I can't even buy a piece of clothing. Do you want us to live on the wind? Xiao Jianjun suggested. Why not ask your brother-in-law and his wife? When his car came in, the Red Guards didn't stop it. We were searched inside and out. He carried a bag of fruit, which was checked thoroughly, but no one stopped Yuchen's car. It shouldn't be hard to take things out. Yunting wouldn't let her cousin and his wife have an easy time. If Yuchen can do it, why can't you? When he drives out later, follow behind him. If they try to stop you, ask the Red Guards why they didn't stop him. Xiao Jianjun felt headache. Old Master Su didn't say much, only emphasizing that sisters shouldn't fight each other. He was risking trouble. Yunting, I'd rather give up the things than do something like that.
Listen to Grandpa.
Don't provoke Yuchen and his wife. I can't handle the consequences. Anyone with a bit of sense could see that Yuchen had a strong background. He wasn't someone to be easily provoked. Even with a wounded arm, he could take down a dozen challengers on the training ground. Those people weren't amateurs. This cousin-in-law of hers was not an ordinary person. You are useless. If you don't take the dowry, it will be confiscated tomorrow. Yunting grew angrier the more she thought about it. Try bribing the Red Guards, even if you give them half the benefits. Xiao Jianjun was scared and hurriedly stopped her.
No.
If we get caught with stolen goods, do you think I want to die early? You don't dare to go, I will. Yunting felt that living a poor, tight life was not worth it. She decided to take a risk. As long as she could bribe the Red Guards, there might be hope. Yunting, you should discuss this with a family first. Xiao Jianjun was anxious and tried to pull her back, but she pushed him away and ran out to persuade her. Yunshi was in the hall playing happily with Yueyue, talking to her sister-in-law about their future life together. Sister-in-law, I really don't know how to thank you and my brother. Yueyue is lucky to have such caring relatives. Qin Liao knew her sister-in-law would take good care of her daughter. She was under a lot of pressure, even unable to have her own children recently. She was deeply touched by this kindness. Don't say that, sister-in-law. It's because the Su family caused trouble that you had to cut ties with the Qin family. We are family, and we must stay united. Difficulties are only temporary. No matter what, Her sister-in-law chose to stand with the Su family through tough times. Su Yunxi would help within her ability. Yunqing, don't be impulsive. Let's think of other ways. Xiao Jianjun, sweating heavily, rushed into the hall feeling helpless. The young lady's temper was really difficult. Living with her would be like walking on thin ice. He couldn't help but regret marrying her. Big cousin, what are you going to do? Su Yunxi handed Yueyue to her sister-in-law and quickly stopped Su Yunqing, who was holding a bunch of gold bracelets and trying to leave. Su Yunqing was willing to die alone, but at this moment, she couldn't afford to drag her parents, older brother, and sister-in-law into trouble. Seeing her younger cousin, Su Yunqing felt angry. When they registered their marriage, she insisted on buying candies and sunflower seeds to embarrass her, then bought decades-old Maotai to cheer up her grandfather, making her look like she married a poor man. Even the meals made by Yuchen were praised, and her second uncle and aunt's proud expressions were obvious. Where could her parents put their faces? We don't have Yuchen skills driving in and out freely, taking the dowry easily. We have to think of other ways. The more Su Yunqing thought about it, the more frustrated she felt. Without a dowry list, she could imagine how hard her life would be. She couldn't live even one day like that. Lin Qiushuang's eyes twitched, and she comforted her daughter, while starting to morally pressure Su Yunqi. Yunqi, we are all family. You can't just think about yourself and ignore your cousin's situation. If she has no money, she'll have to ask you for help. If possible, let Yuchen take her out. When he heard there was a way to help, brothers Su Wenli and Su Wenjing became very interested. We are all family. Let's sit down and talk calmly. There's nothing we can't solve. Xuqing walked over to Su Yunxi and naturally held her small hand. Su Yunxi couldn't let him take such a risk. She held his big hand back to stop him from speaking. Her wife took the initiative to get close, and Xuqing felt very happy inside, but he showed no sign of it. It's not proper to talk about such things openly. Grandfather Su Ziyuan pretended to be drunk and went back to lie down. Both granddaughters are his own flesh and blood, so what could he say? Yucheng, you, and Jianjun should go back to the army first. The Su family will handle their own affairs. Su Wenbin looked serious. He had a way to keep the dowries for the children, but he wanted to tell them later. When the new son-in-law first visited, the eldest and third brothers, for their own benefit, disregarded their dignity and ruined the family dinner, not caring about their daughter's situation. Second brother, Yucheng can't leave. Su Wenli hurried to stop him. His reluctance made it seem like Xuqing was the eldest uncle's son-in-law. Why can't he leave? He married me, which means he married the entire Su family. He has no obligation to risk himself for your personal interests. Su Yunxi pulled Xuqing toward the car, ignoring her uncle and aunt's complaints to her father. Yunxi, maybe I can think of a way. Xuqing just started to speak, but was stopped by Su Yunxi. Sorry for the chaos at my home. You go back to the military district and reassure Grandpa. I can handle the Su family's issues. Her firm attitude made Xuqing stop. He gently rubbed her pretty face, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and looked at her warmly. I'm going to apply for a house. What kind of place do you want to live in? Suddenly, his intimate gesture made Su Yunxi blush. She turned her head awkwardly and said, a place with its own yard would be best. Their reputation isn't very good. Living in a small apartment like in their past life would only attract more gossip. Okay. Xuqing was excited about living together soon. He wanted to get the house arranged quickly and bring his wife to live with him. Xiao Jianjun thought Su Yunqing's words were useless and didn't bother to speak. He simply followed Yuchen's car as it drove away. Su Wenbin then asked the two daughters-in-law of the Su family to take the children and rest. Second sister, what will we do with these dowries? If we don't take them, won't we be robbed? This time, Su Wenli saw clearly that the Red Guards didn't stop Yuchen but did stop Xiao Jianjun, searched him and his car. Yes, it would be fine to take Yunxi's dowry first and later take Yunqing's. Second sister-in-law, call Commander Feng later and say Yunxi is feeling unwell, so Yuchen can come back to check on her. Lin Qiushuang knew that old Master Feng valued his granddaughter Yunxi. If she had a headache or a fever, it would definitely make him worried. The shamelessness of this couple was shocking. Feng Danning was very angry. Big brother and sister-in-law, do you think this is just a small bag of yellow fish? Sneaking out at night over the wall isn't that easy. These boxes contain valuable items. If even one is discovered, Yuchen's future will be ruined. Why don't you let your son-in-law climb the wall a few more times at night and do things himself? In the past, everyone maintained polite relationships. Now, with the older generation scheming like this, Feng Danning didn't hold back. He openly mocked Su Wenli and his wife for smuggling things into the Lin family. Second aunt, none of those things entered the Lin family. You and second brother are clever. We worked so hard, worried so much, but it was you who benefited. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoshuang was also furious. The two brothers' money hadn't even cooled down before Su Wenbin took advantage of it. Su Qing'an was annoyed to see that the eldest uncle and Lin Xiaoshuang didn't shed tears or show anger. Grand aunt, do you really think the Lin family can return the money? Once they get it, they'll just gamble it away. If they don't stop them, they'll lose everything. Hearing such news suddenly, Lin Xiaoshuang was shocked. Even if the two brothers weren't very reliable, they wouldn't just return the money without a word. Nonsense. No one would believe that. Don't blame my family brothers. Second brother, what do you say? Su Wenli was also angry and surprised. He risked so much to smuggle out the yellow fish, intending to leave it for the eldest grandson. But those two brothers-in-law took it all to gamble? Su Wenbin spoke up. Big brother, this is true. He rarely accused others, so it was clear that the Lin family brothers-in-law had no way out. The cooked duck flew away, and she gained nothing from it. Lin Xiaoshuang bit her teeth in frustration, unable to make money return to the Lin family.
So Wenli stopped waiting.
Since the money was in the second son's hands and their father was still around, they would still have enough to spend. She continued to think about her daughter. Second brother, can you think of a way to help Yunting take her dowry out? Su Yunxi only now realized more deeply how hard her parents had it. Her grandfather didn't handle affairs, and her eldest uncle, though in charge, was hands-off. The big matters of the Su family depended on her parents, who were always taken advantage of. Big brother really dares to say that. How many eyes are watching the Su family outside? My dad can't fly or turn invisible. In her past life, she used a secret tunnel, something only her parents knew, to help her and Yunqing keep their dowry safe, ensuring they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing in the future. Her father's actions didn't bring gratitude, but instead planted seeds of resentment in her eldest uncle and third uncle. They suspected her father used the tunnel for personal gain. Now, with the basement door destroyed, revealing the tunnel's existence would make her father the main suspect, risking him being resented again by his brothers. She was determined not to get involved in their messy affairs this life. Third Uncle Su Wenjing, as selfish as ever, said, "Isn't your husband here? Just put the stuff in the trunk and no one will stop you from taking it out. No, Yuchen can't be involved in this."
Su Enbin immediately opposed.
He absolutely didn't want He Yuchen involved. If his son-in-law got into trouble, his daughter wouldn't have a good life. He'd rather face trouble himself. He wanted to say more but was quickly stopped by his daughter, who silently shook her head at him. He knew very well that revealing the tunnel would benefit his brothers, and they wouldn't say a good word about him. But it was the last thing he could do for his daughter. Second uncle, you can't just think about your own daughter. We're all from the Su family. We should look out for each other. Yunqing will have a hard future. Can't Yunxi have it easier? Lin Xiaoshuang wouldn't let her second son's family have an easy life. Her daughter, Yunxi, couldn't be left out. If they stayed with the second son, they would at least have food to eat. If her daughter had no dowry, she would have to ask Yunxi for money later. Let the second family worry about that. Su Qing'an was fed up with the big uncle's family acting like a leech, always relying on his family to clean up their mess. With Yunqing being so difficult, he was worried she would eventually drag his sister down. Uncle San, you jump to conclusions easily, blaming all the risks on my family. You sit back and enjoy the benefits. How is that fair? Let's be clear in front of the whole family. Su Yunqing, don't try to drag my sister down. In the future, they should act as if they don't know each other in the military district. Whether they get along depends on their own ability. You're not the one in charge at home. As the older brother, you don't wish your two sisters well, and you want them to pretend they don't know each other. That's how the Su family raised you. When trouble comes, everyone runs away. Su Wenli knows his niece is more capable and well-connected. With her around, Yunting's future won't be too bad. Fi, are you waiting to be drained? About the dowry, do whatever you want. If you keep pushing my parents and sister, don't blame me for reporting you to the authorities. At worst, the whole family will end up in jail. Su Qing'an can see it clearly. If they don't squeeze the last bit of value from his family, Uncle San won't stop. Then no one will have a good outcome. Second brother, Dad is still here. Are you going to cause trouble like this? Su Wenli is furious and quickly pulls out the old man. Su Qing'an wants to speak, but is stopped by Feng Danning. His son is impulsive and reckless. He can't afford to act that way. Second brother, if you think we're a burden after all these years, you've controlled the family money. I don't believe he hasn't left himself a backup plan. Su Wenjing, the troublemaker, appears again. He's an opportunist, always looking for benefits, with no regard for family ties. Second brother, be clear, did you leave a backup plan? Did you do something to seal the basement? Su Wenli is simple-minded. Just a few words of provocation, and he finds a target.
Sujungsi is near scoldly.
Uncle San and third uncle's selfish nature is fully exposed. Her father worked tirelessly for the Su family, but ended up with nothing. If he couldn't meet their needs, he was completely dismissed. Since Uncle wants to clarify things, tell us how you tricked Grandpa into the basement for the treasure. Even feeding Grandpa sleeping pills, stealing the keys, and transferring the family assets. You are the cleverest filial son in Guangzhou. Hearing this, the whole family is shocked. The newspapers have reported several deaths caused by improper use of sleeping pills. Su Wenli's face turns red as he stammers, denying. That's not true. Big brother, is this true? Seeing my older brother looking guilty, Su Wenbin's eyes turned red, and he trembled with anger. The old man was in poor health, and we always tried to obey him completely. We were afraid that if Dad was in a bad mood, he might fall ill. Yet my older brothers actually harmed Dad. Yunxi, what are you talking about? Lin Xiaoshuang also panicked and denied everything, but when she heard a recording, she froze in place, sweating cold. The words they said that night had been recorded by Su Yunxi. Uncle, you said if I give this recording to the authorities, can you and Aunt see the sunrise tomorrow? Su Yunxi held the recorder tightly, as if she was holding the key to the family's fate. She wanted her parents to see the true nature of uncle and third uncle so they wouldn't feel guilty about being separated and sent away. Su Qing'an felt proud. His sister was clever, much easier than arguing with them. Su Wenli and Lin Xiaoshuang were so scared they fainted and fell to the ground. They didn't care about their dignity and quickly crawled over to hold onto their second brother's leg. Second brother, we were confused just now. Please talk to Yunxi, and don't let her get confused. If we get caught, the Su family will be blamed even more. You guys will also be implicated. Su Yunxi dismissed her uncle's idea of blaming everything on her. Uncle, you're wrong. Reporting this is like a crime, but it definitely won't involve us. Su Yunqing didn't understand how things had developed like this. Yunxi, what do you want to do to ruin the Su family? You have the dowry, but you won't help us take it out, and now you want to harm my parents. Su Qing'an pointed at Su Yunqing's nose and scolded. Are you stupid? Who's causing trouble for the Su family? Do you know that your parents harmed the whole family by sending us away? They even fed Grandpa sleeping pills. Do you realize that if the dosage is wrong, it could kill him? Grandpa is fine. He's just stubborn and won't give in. That's interesting. Su Yunqing thought her second uncle was overreacting, making a big fuss over a small matter. But Su Wenli knew how serious the situation was. Losing reputation was minor, losing his life was major. He begged softly, Second brother, we know we were wrong. We won't do it again. You promised Mom to take care of the family. Please don't let Yunxi reveal everything. Su Wenbin's shoulders felt heavy as if weighed down by a mountain. He felt hopeless. His older brother wasn't truly aware of his mistakes, but was just trying to settle things with family love. Su Yunxi saw that her father was once again being morally pressured. At this point, there was no way to back down. She decided to speak clearly about her purpose. Uncle has committed the 5 great sins against the Su family and does not deserve to be the head of the family. The Su family has a long history and strict rules about the character of its head. Committing the crime of harming parents is a serious offense. Su Wenli has no right to be the head anymore. As a result, the family's underground wealth and visible assets will no longer be inherited by the main branch. Yunshi, the Su family is about to be taken over. What's the use of you fighting for the head position for your second brother? Su Wenjing ignored the tragic fate of his older brother's family. He didn't see any point in his niece interfering. As an outsider married into the family, she has no right to get involved in Su family affairs. Su Yunshi continued to speak firmly. Third uncle, stay out of matters that don't concern you. Otherwise, the mother and son living at Qinglu Bridge will have a hard time. She clearly mentioned Su Wenjing's mistress and illegitimate child, which made him angry. He didn't expect his niece, like a stubborn child, to threaten him. What do you want? He had lived a carefree life and didn't care about his parents, brothers, or women. He only had one son, whom he cared for deeply. Third uncle, never do anything that harms my family. Otherwise, I can't guarantee how long your illegitimate child will be safe. Su Yunshi's voice was calm, but her words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Not only did they silence Su Wenjing, but they also made the entire family of the eldest uncle behave honestly. Second brother, I won't be the head anymore. Please talk to Yunshi and delete the recording. Otherwise, Dad will be upset when he finds out. What if he gets sick? As long as her life was safe, Su Wenli was willing to give up everything. How dare you mention Dad? Big brother, I don't blame you for not supporting the Su family. I don't blame you for harming the family and pushing me aside. But you can't harm Dad. When you were sick as a child, he carried you 2 miles to see the doctor. When you wanted candied hawthorn, he made it himself. When you caused trouble, he forgave you easily. Ask the other members of the Su family who received such treatment. Why aren't you satisfied? Why do you want to hurt him? Is money so important that you're willing to give up your most loving father? Su Wenbin was heartbroken and disappointed. He wiped away his tears. No matter whether you truly realize your mistake or not, from today on, I, Su Wenbin, am no longer your older brother. A cold heart doesn't form overnight. It's the result of years of continuous accumulation, and now it can't be warmed again. Second brother, are you planning to split the family? This isn't just about intentionally upsetting Dad. Su Wenli now regrets everything and is really worried that his second brother won't care about their family. Lin Xiaoshuang is crying and apologizing. Her second uncle, the family is almost gone, so what's the point of dividing it? Please forgive us, for the old master's sake. We won't dare to do it again. I'm not dead yet. Why are you all crying? Su Ziyuan comes out, looking very tired. It seems he has heard everything. Knowing what his 3 sons are like, he's not too upset. Father, Yunshi is trying to hurt me, and the second brother wants to split the family. Please control them. Seeing someone supporting him, Su Wenli quickly runs to complain to the old master, hoping his father will protect him as he always does. Su Ziyuan sees his eldest son crying more than his wife and realizes he's really scared this time. He softens his heart. Wenli, I didn't teach you well. Starting today, you are no longer the head of the Su family. Wenbin will take over. The family situation is so bad that it doesn't matter who is in charge. To revive the family, the second brother should be the head, which makes sense. Second brother, I know you've worked hard all these years. We are all brothers. Remember the promise you made to your mother. You must take care of your older brother and third brother. If you want to split the family, it can only happen after I die. Father, Su Wenbin can't say anything rebellious. He knows the old master is using his life as a bargaining chip, trying to keep the brothers united, worried he'll be left without support after being sent away. Grandpa is forcing the second son to serve the family, while Su Yunshi coldly watches. Soon, they will realize they won't have the chance to make her father work like a horse anymore. Su Ziyuan also says to his granddaughter, Yunshi, the recording is done. I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Your eldest uncle did this to help me sleep better. Haha, Su Wenli is really your biological son and the other two are probably adopted. You just won't give up, will you? Yunshi pulls out the tape. Su Chungin kicks it to shatter it. The siblings are furious. Seeing the tape destroyed, Su Wenli straightens up and helps the old master back to rest. Father, let me massage your legs.
What do you want to eat tonight?
I'll ask Qingping's wife to cook it. Su Chungin carries his sister's dowry and goes upstairs with his parents. He doesn't want to stay in this broken family for a second longer. Yunshi, after all this fuss, what have you gained? She can't take her dowry with her. If she can't find food in the future, don't come to my house asking for anything. The main family finally gained the upper hand thanks to the old master. Su Yunqing saw her cousin helpless and felt happy. If she didn't want to help, then everyone would suffer together. My older sister said what I wanted to say. Su Yunshi smiled slightly. Did she gain anything? The secret matter was not leaked, and Su Yunqing's dowry couldn't be taken out at all. She didn't know what this fool was so proud of. Parents and brothers were completely disappointed in the Su family. They wouldn't put their hearts into it anymore. Tomorrow morning, they would leave peacefully, feeling justified in cutting ties with the greedy family. Father gained control of the household. This branch became the main line, and all resources would belong to them, laying a foundation for more wealth in the future. Back in the upstairs room, Su Wenbin sighed while looking at his children and said, Yunshi, Dad wanted to quietly help you move your dowry tonight. But with all this fuss, your eldest uncle and third uncle will definitely watch us closely. The secret can't be used. If the three families fight and they use secret methods to move things, the other two might take advantage. Feng Danning took out a stack of passbooks. Your dad deposited 10 certificates in a friend's name, each with 20,000. Tomorrow, when Yuchen comes to pick you up, ask him if he can take it out. Otherwise, how will you manage without anything? Su Yunshi couldn't help but cry. Her parents, brother, and sister-in-law had given her all their money, and in her previous life, she made a wedding dress for Su Yunqing and pushed her cousin to become the richest person. But she never gave back to her family at all. Thinking of this regret made her feel heartbroken. From now on, live well with Yuchen. If you suffer any injustice, don't endure it. Just ask your grandfather to settle it. Seeing her daughter cry, Feng Danning also couldn't help but tear up. As they were about to part, she had many things to say. All she wished for was her daughter's happiness. Mom, don't cry. My sister won't suffer any loss. Su Chungin also felt sad but wasn't too worried because he knew the marriage was in his sister's hands. Life would be better than being sent away. Su Yunshi wiped her tears and said, Mom, Dad, brother, sister-in-law, I have a way to move the things out. Please pack up the important items. Don't worry about the trouble. Whatever it is, I have a way to take it out. I will give it back to you in the future. Yunshi, did you ask Yuchen for help? Don't take such risks. Mom and Dad don't need to take anything. The most important thing is that you all are safe. Feng Danning didn't agree with her daughter and son-in-law risking danger. Mom, trust me. Just pack everything and put it in the storage room. Sister-in-law, you can pack Yia's things. She grows fast, so just bring 3 or 5 sets of clothes. Mainly, bring her formula, bottles, bedding, bath basin, toys, and medicines. Su Yunshi repeatedly assured that everything was fine. She thought about how Yuchen could come and go freely, so the family only started to act. In the evening, Yuchen called, worried that his wife might be in trouble. How is everything at home? Do you need me to come over? Su Yunshi didn't want to trouble him further. It's fine now. How is your grandfather? Hearing his wife's voice, Yuchen's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. His genuine happiness made the corners of his mouth lift slightly. Grandpa is doing well. The house approval has come through. Tomorrow, I'll take you to pick a place in the family compound. Yuchen thought it was best to prioritize his wife's preferences, so she would feel a sense of belonging in her new home. Tomorrow, there are some things to settle at home. Let's go have a meal with Grandpa, then look at the house. Su Yunshi shared her short-term plans. She didn't have a clear plan for the future yet. Their marriage was just a temporary solution. She would help her parents and older brother through the hardest times. Okay, hearing her low spirits, Yuchen comforted her. Grandpa said everything about the relocation is arranged. Don't worry. Su Yunxi knew her grandfather wouldn't say too much to avoid involving Yuchen. This reminder also told her that everything was going smoothly. There were too many useful things at home. Feng Danning carefully selected and filled a storage room of over 20 square meters. She worried, can Yuchen take everything out? If not, forget it. Inside were Su Yunxi's dowry, valuable ornaments, Feng Danning's jewelry, calligraphy, paintings, and fine wines collected by Su Wenbin, Yueye's clothes and daily items, and Su Qing'an's photography equipment. It's fine, Mom. Don't worry. After dinner, Su Yunxi put tasteless sleeping pills into the water bottles of the main house and her third uncle so they could also enjoy a good night's sleep. She returned to her room and stored all furniture, cosmetics, carpets, and curtains into the space. When night fell, and she was sure her eldest and third uncles were deeply asleep, she activated the robot alert, took out the master key, and checked each room. She stored everything from the storage room into the space and locked the door. Then she went to the music room, storing all the pianos and sheet music into the space. I went to the art studio and packed all the paints, papers, long tables, chairs, graffiti works, and award certificates into the space. Then I went to Yue's game room and stored all the toys and plush dolls there. I also took Su Yunqing's dowry and all the valuable items in the room. In Debo's room, I collected the valuable ornaments. Over the years, Debo's wife has also accumulated quite a bit of gold, silver, and jewelry, which I packed into 8 parcels. I don't know if she planned to let Debo climb over the walls several times tonight to deliver them to the Lin family brothers, but I stored everything in the space. Su Wenjing is a watch enthusiast. He has over 100 expensive watches displayed in a safe. Each one is worth tens of thousands in the future. I can imagine how devastated he would be if he found them gone. I stored all of them in the space. In Grandpa's study, all furniture is made from golden-threaded Nanmu wood, which is worth more than gold. Some of the delicate designs are now rare. On the surface, the items are simple and modest. In the corner, there are 2 safes about 1.5 meters tall. The robot butler easily cracked their codes. One safe is filled with small yellow fish, and the other with circulating currency. I stored everything in the space. Only after clearing the study did I reveal a hidden compartment. Opening it, I found 2 long cabinets over 10 meters each, with 5 shelves in each. Under the moonlight, they shone brightly. They held over 100 pieces of pure gold and silver decorations, complete sets of tableware, tea sets, exquisite carvings, combining Chinese and foreign craftsmanship, all stored in the space. In the storage room on the first floor, there are many categorized items like ration tickets, meat coupons, egg coupons, cloth tickets, soap tickets, light bulb tickets, coal tickets, gasoline coupons, sewing machine coupons, watch coupons, bicycle coupons, and more. All the items available on the market are complete with tickets, tens of thousands, enough to last a long time. Even the hall on the first floor was not spared. There were pendulum clocks from the British royal family, top-quality jade ornaments, famous calligraphy and paintings, and gem-encrusted earrings. Just after finishing in the hall, I heard the robot butler give an alarm. Su Yunxi was startled. I quickly checked the surveillance footage. Seeing several people climbing over the wall more than 2 meters high made me break out in a cold sweat. Carefully identifying them, I realized they were Lin Shun and Lin Hai, the 2 brothers of Aunt Lin Xiaoshuang, along with 5 sneaky-looking men. In her past life, because her father revealed some secrets, the whole family benefited. Aunt Lin and her husband smoothly cooperated with the Lin family, gaining many advantages, and held no hostility toward the Su family. This time, the secret was not leaked, and her father cut off the Lin brothers' financial resources. The 2 Lin brothers harbor resentment and colluded with the eldest uncle and his wife, drugging the dog with sleeping pills, shutting off the iron wire electric fence on the wall, and sending people to raid and retaliate. Seeing their fierce and angry expressions, it's easy to imagine the harm that unprepared family members might suffer. Su Yunxi slowly calmed down, revealing a cold smile. When sleepiness came, someone would send a pillow. These people were perfect scapegoats. She quickly activated the alarm mode on the robot and turned off the electric fence switch on the wall. Holding pepper spray in her left hand and a high-voltage stun baton in her right, she hid inside the wine cabinet, waiting for them to step into the trap. The 7 people easily pushed open the front door. The Lin brothers felt happy inside. They entered Sue's house, as if it were unguarded. Lin Shun, your sister thought of everything. Not only did she turn off the electric fence switch, but she also left the door open for us. That's right. My sister called this afternoon, saying she prepared some gold, silver, and jewelry. I'll go upstairs to get them soon. Everyone, hurry and grab the valuables. Pick the most valuable ones. My sister said there are 2 safes in the old man's study, and they've been moved. Take what you can and throw it outside for the brothers waiting outside to carry away. Later, we'll divide everything. Zhuzi, take someone and tie up Su Wenbin and Su Wenjing's family. Beat them hard to force them to hand over all their money. Make sure the red guards who come tomorrow can't find anything. Lin Shun assigned roles to the criminals. The group clenched their fists, eager to loot the Su family and take revenge. Okay, the recording is done. Time to get to work. In the darkness, the robot butler suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, scaring the remaining intruders in the first-floor hall. They panicked and ran in all directions, shouting and fleeing. 2 of them instinctively ran into the yard toward the wall, but immediately got electrocuted and fell down after touching the electric fence. Someone even ran to open the front door to escape, but bumped into the awakened red guards outside and was quickly caught. Su Qing'an heard the noise and ran downstairs. He saw a shadow running upstairs, furious. He fought with it on the stairs. Su Yunxi turned off the robot and went to help. Lin Shun thought women were easier to deal with, but was knocked to the ground with a baseball bat. Wow, sis, what are you doing downstairs? How did they get in? Are you hurt? Su Qing'an took the rope from his sister and Lin Shun. Su Yunxi rubbed her numb arm and simply explained, I went downstairs to get water, heard someone stealing, and quickly hid. Nothing happened. She thought that once the Lin brothers went upstairs to find the older uncle and aunt, they would cause more trouble. But her brother didn't give them the chance, which was good. As long as her parents and sister Yueyue weren't scared, it was fine. Su Qing'an felt scared and angry, and he slapped Lin Shun's face while tying him up. Wow, so the Su family has so much money, and you're here stealing again. Su Yunxi didn't give Lin Shun a chance to speak. She used tape to cover his mouth and had the red guards take him away. All the lights in the house were on. Su Wenbin hurried downstairs, looking surprised at the empty-looking hall. After making sure his children were safe, he quickly went to see the old man. Su Yunxi took the opportunity to deal with the water bottle that had sleeping pills in it, then went upstairs to comfort her family. Qin Liao patted her chest and said, If the stuff is gone, it's gone. Thank goodness you're clever, or something bad could have happened. Feng Danning was angry and resentful. Your great-aunt has been meddling in the Lin family all these years. The Lin family is so greedy, they just want to ruin themselves. The trouble at the Su house was quite big. Around 3 or 4 a.m., just before dawn, the thief caused chaos on the street, alarming the police to come and chase him. Su Qing'an and his sister woke everyone up forcibly. Some splashed cold water on them or shook them awake. Old Master Su sat in the hall, hunched over, looking like a very old man, tired and lifeless. Su Wenli said, Second brother, is Qing'an crazy? Look at how swollen my face is. Do you all not see me as a person? Lin Qiushuang said. His second uncle, Yunxi, poured water on me and Yunqing. These siblings have no respect for elders. Can't you control them? Su Wenjing asked. Second brother, did you secretly take the safe from my room? Turns out you're the most dangerous. You seized control of the family and stole all the valuable things for future use. Su Yunqing said, My dowry is gone too. Su Yunxi, did you do it? Well, no wonder you pretended to be innocent during the day, stirring up trouble and making the family fight each other. Now you're just sitting back and watching the show. They all went downstairs angrily, complaining loudly, looking at Su Wenbin's family as if they were enemies. Old Master Su's cane hit the ground hard. Everyone shut up. Su Yunshi didn't bother to talk. She simply played the recording. Su Wenli and Lin Xiaoshuang trembled with fear, their faces pale, and Su Yunqing looked about to collapse. Hearing that the Lin family brothers and Su Wenli's family colluded to steal, the angriest was Su Wenjing. His safe with a valuable watch was already arranged with outsiders, at least enough to leave half for his son. Now, everything was lost. Big brother, are you brainless? How much poison did the Lin family give you to make you forget who you are? We lost all our jewelry and Yueyue, Yunqi's dowry. Big brother and sister-in-law really dare to do anything. You risked your lives for the Lin family, but now you're pushing the Su family into. What did I do in my past life to deserve this? Why am I related to you now? Feng Danning, unaware of the truth, was genuinely angry. Before her son-in-law arrived, the house had already been emptied. The only thing left for her daughter was that 20,000 yuan savings bond. Su Wenli's family said nothing, letting others vent their anger, showing a resigned attitude. After the panic, Lin Xiaoshuang felt a sense of completing her mission, knowing the money was in her mother's hands. She believed old Master Su would cover for them, so what could they do? Su Yunqing was calm and unhurried. Her dowry was with her uncle and would be returned to her. She felt relieved that Su Yunqi got nothing. Thinking of this, she felt better. Dad, Lin Shun and Lin Hai won't treat us badly. It's better than being robbed. Quickly tell Yunqi to destroy the tape recording. Otherwise, the Red Guards might use it as evidence and our Su family won't get anything. Su Wenli knew that old Master Su loved him most. He hurriedly comforted him and promised. His foolish reaction was expected by everyone. No one was disappointed. They even thought Su Qing'an's slap was too light. Suddenly, Su Ziyuan coughed violently, as if he couldn't breathe. Su Wenbin quickly told his father to lie down and rest on the sofa. He looked at his daughter with a helpless expression. Su Yunqi didn't know if her grandfather was using tough tactics to confuse her father again, but she coldly shattered her eldest uncle's family's illusions and told the truth to these confused people. Big uncle, you probably don't know that Lin Shun and Lin Hai brought people to steal, and they are now wanted all over the city. Some have been caught and taken away. Sooner or later, the truth will come out. Grandfather called everyone together to see if you could find a way to minimize the losses for the Su family. What? How could they be so careless? Su Wenli's way of thinking is hard for normal people to understand, and he still feels sorry for the person who stole from his family. Lin Xiaoshuang is not too stupid. Yunqi, quickly destroy the tape. During the investigation, I will say I don't know about this. No evidence, and it won't involve the Su family. She has thought clearly. Now that everything has been stolen, how much can be saved is uncertain, but she can't let her family be involved. Otherwise, she would also have to go to jail and gain nothing. Su Qing'an acts naturally and is very angry. Why? Annie knows how much the Su family has lost. All our valuables, the third uncle's safe, and grandfather's study have been emptied. You just want to destroy the tape to clear yourself. Lin Xiaoshuang is confident. What do you suggest we do? The Su family is one. If I get caught, your uncle won't be safe either. Do you want to make the old master angry? Su Wenjing calms down and focuses on interests. My safe can't be opened without the key forever. Sister-in-law, tell me where the valuables went. We can't let you have everything. Lin Xiaoshuang hints. That's easy to say. We need to work together now and get through this difficult time. At least I shouldn't get involved. Su Wenbin is exhausted. The valuables are gone, and the house is a mess. His father lying there makes it hard for him to be ruthless. Su Yunqi watches everything with a cold smile. My family doesn't dare to be relatives with people who cheat and betray. We just got married, and now you're dragging us down. Su Qing'an agrees with his sister. Once the valuables are in Lin's hands, they are stolen goods. They must not think about getting them back, or the Su family will suffer too. Mom and Dad, we don't want anything. We just want to keep our pride. Let my sister hand over the tape to prove it has nothing to do with us. Su Wenli frowns. He can't understand these stubborn people. If they stay united, the valuables will eventually come back. Qinggan, you can't be impulsive. We're all family. Feng Danning is determined not to be relatives with people who steal and cheat. She quickly makes a decision. She will call her father later and cut ties with them. Her wife and children have made their decision. Su Wenbin closes his eyes in pain, then finally kneels in front of Grandpa Su. Father, I am unfilial. I can't share hardships with my older brother's family. I can only split the family and cut ties. Please choose. Stay with my older brother or with me. Second child, have you all decided? If you split the family and cut ties, those money matters will no longer concern you. Don't expect to ask me for a share in the future. Su Wenli and Lin Xiaoshuang looked happy, because once the second family split off, they would give up all the stolen treasures. Su Wenbin saw his older brother and sister-in-law happily celebrating and felt very disappointed. His children looked indifferent and didn't care, only wanting to distance themselves from the troublemakers. Are you sure? We won't take any share, but from now on, the older brothers and third brother shouldn't expect to take advantage of our family anymore. Su Wenli, seeing the second family walk away, spoke to their father. Dad, the second family has nothing left. I don't want you to suffer. You should stay with us. I will take good care of you. At this point, not splitting up is not an option. Old Mr. Su slowly opened his eyes, looked at his dull and simple eldest son, and felt a pang of sadness. How could he be so heartless and ignore him?
Split up then.
I will stay with your older brother. Yunshi has destroyed the recording tape, so from now on, you and Yingqing have nothing to do with us. He would follow the eldest son. The second family wouldn't let him suffer alone and would take care of him. The clever granddaughter, who had a plan, was unwilling to be burdened by the eldest granddaughter anymore. Whether or not there was something from the Lin family, it couldn't change the fact that these two children had broken apart. They wouldn't maintain a superficial relationship anymore. Su Yunshi happily took out the tape. It had already served its purpose. The police were not as easy to deceive as Su Wenli and his family. They suspected her, so destroying it was for the best. Su Qing'an kicked the tape to destroy it completely. From now on, they would have nothing to do with Uncle San and Uncle San's family. Su Ziyuan wrote a letter of disownment. Everyone signed and pressed their fingerprints, agreeing to split the family and sever ties. Su Yunshi knew this document had no real legal power, but it was better than nothing. It might still have some effect someday. Su Yunqing thought she had successfully distanced herself from her useless cousin and felt proud. Yunshi, you've lost your dowry, and second uncle is so poor he can barely make ends meet. I want to see how you and Yuchen will get by in the future. If he finds out you have no money, he might regret marrying you. If you get divorced, don't think about asking me for help. Just go and stay with second uncle and the others. Shut your mouth, you crow. Try spouting more nonsense and see what happens. Su Qing'an had already slapped her, and it didn't matter anymore. Who still spoiled her? Su Yunqinghua and Su Wenli and his wife were shocked. They truly felt that their nephew no longer cared about family ties. Two police officers quickly arrived and asked everyone for details. Su Wenbin, Su Wenjing, and others said honestly that they were all sleeping. They were suddenly awakened by noise, and when they went downstairs to check, they found that almost everything in the house had been stolen. Lin Shun and 4 other criminals have already been caught. Su Wenli, Lin Xiaoshuang, tell the truth. Does this have anything to do with you? Did you help them steal from the Su family? Su Wenli regretted that Lin Shun was caught. At this moment, he didn't foolishly admit anything. Comrade, we slept very soundly last night. We have no idea what happened. Lin Xiaoshuang thought about Lin Hai running away, and that at least some of the money could be saved. She also pretended not to understand. Police officers, is there a misunderstanding? Why are you arresting my brother? The police were also confused by this case, without a clear lead. The Su family insisted that their belongings had been stolen, but none of the suspects admitted to the theft, refusing to confess no matter what. Lin Shun said he couldn't sleep late at night and suddenly thought of his sister, so he went to see her. Without evidence of theft, he couldn't be convicted and was simply thrown into jail. Su Wenli and his wife believed that Lin Shun was only protecting his own interests and refused to speak. They felt relieved and naturally cooperated fully to cover for him. After a whole morning of no progress, old Master Su fainted from shock. A doctor was called to treat him. After some busy work, the official documents arrived. When they learned that old Master Su Wenli's family, and Su Wenjing were being sent to the northwest, while Su Wenbin's family was sent to Sichuan and Chongqing, the Su family accepted this calmly on the surface. Second brother planned to split the family long ago, didn't he? Sichuan and Chongqing are not far, yet he heartlessly sent Dad to the cold and harsh northwest. Su Wenli couldn't help but complain, thinking that even if they didn't split the family, the second brother planned not to care for them. In the past, Su Wenbin and his wife would have felt guilty and distressed, wishing they could also go to the northwest and share hardships together. Now, except for their father, Su Wenbin had nothing more to say. Father's health isn't good. I'll find someone to buy some medicine and send it to him. Su Wenjing whispered with her older brother's family, probably about the valuable watches in his safe. Su Yun looked at Su Yanxi with disdain. She relied on the Lin family for support, while the Feng family was independent and couldn't provide any financial help to Su Yanxi. She wondered how long she could keep pretending. Su Yanxi sneered inwardly. The eldest uncle and second uncle's families were temporarily pretending for mutual benefit. Once they found out they had received nothing, they would only suspect each other and turn against one another. The difficult days were still ahead. The medicine's effects in later generations were indeed good. Su Qing'an's head wound had already scabbed and healed. Yuchen arrived early, but after a night apart, his desire to see his wife couldn't be suppressed. Due to issues with the Su family, he couldn't enter the courtyard. He smoked a cigarette with the Red Guards and learned the situation clearly. Seeing his wife helping her mother-in-law and leading their young niece out, followed by her father-in-law and Su Qing'an and his wife, he snapped his cigarette and strode forward. His sharp, beautiful eyes were warm. Under Feng Danning's supervision, Su Yunxi dressed neatly as usual, wearing a blue and white checkered long dress with a white collar, making her look more elegant. Yuchen carefully looked her over. Now she was his wife, and he could look at her openly. Su Yunxi has a typical oval face, small and delicate features, big almond-shaped eyes, a cute nose, and a small cherry mouth. Her overall look is very pleasing and photogenic. Mom and Dad, have you had breakfast? I brought porridge and buns. Yuchen's heart raced after a quick glance, so he quickly looked away. We've already eaten. Life has its ups and downs. In the future, you two should be more tolerant of each other. Feng Danning, who was young once, could see how attentive Yuchen was to his daughter. His shy, avoiding gaze was like that of a young man who had never fallen in love. Yuchen, from now on, take care of Shi and Yueyue. Su Wenbin was also very pleased. After the Su family's troubles, no relatives or friends dared to come close. No one sent gifts or visits. It was rare for a son-in-law to come, and he was capable of handling things. Yuchen was shy and moody as a child, never losing out outside. Only Yunxi could boss him around. Since his daughter married someone who truly cared for her, their marriage would be less troublesome. Su Yunxi didn't expect Yuchen to come with breakfast. This fake marriage wasn't so bad. At least her parents could rest assured. Later, if there was a chance, she wanted to show her best side in front of his family to thank him for his efforts and filial piety. She couldn't help but smile gratefully at Yuchen. Mom and Dad, don't worry. We are married. Taking care of Yunxi is my responsibility. Yueyue is with us and she won't lack anything. Yuchen noticed his wife's affirmation, and his heart was so happy it felt like flying high, even more than soaring into the sky. Su Qing'an took the cigarette Yuchen offered and sighed. It's hard for heroes to win over beauties. He wondered when this young man would manage to win his sister's heart. Su Wenli and his wife felt uneasy. Last night, Yuchen called to show concern, and this morning, he came to visit. Yet, their son-in-law seemed afraid of causing trouble for the Su family and was nowhere to be seen. Su Yunqing rolled her eyes. No matter how attentive Yuchen was, what good did it do? Someone with a bad reputation probably had many affairs outside, and only Su Yunxi was truly precious. The family's farewell was brief. Su Wenbin and others quickly got into a truck. Yuchen gave money to the driver and the accompanying Red Guards, so they didn't have to worry about food or drinks on the way. Reluctantly, they watched the truck drive away. Su Yunxi's face was cold as she silently wiped away tears with a handkerchief. Yuchen softly comforted her. Don't be sad. Soon we'll go see Dad and Mom. Auntie, where did Grandpa and Grandma go? I want Mom and Dad. Yueyue saw her aunt crying and started to cry loudly too. Su Yunxi quickly composed herself, picked up her little niece, wiped her tears, and gently comforted her. Yueyue, be good. Grandpa and Grandma had to go out for something. We'll stay with Great-Grandpa for a few days, and later, I'll take you to see Mom and Dad. Su Wenli also wanted his grandson Zhuangzhuang to live with his daughter. Su Yunqing refused. Why should she carry all the trouble? Seeing Yueyue crying made her even more annoyed. It was all Su Yunxi's fault for causing trouble. Lying to children is so easy. Yueyue, you won't see them again. They've been sent away for reform. Su Yunxi gently placed the crying Yueyue in Yuchen's arms, covered her eyes with his hand, then slapped Su Yunqing hard across the face, making her shut up. Are you crazy, Su Yunxi? Su Yunqing covered her face in disbelief. Her cousin had never lost her temper before, which is why she dared to provoke her repeatedly. Su Yunxi slapped her twice more. Su Yunqing, from today on, we have no relation. If you dare to bother me again, even a slap will be gentle. In her past life, she was too kind, and Su Yunqing took full advantage. This time, she would live happily and no longer follow the rules of being a proper lady. Ha, Su Yunxi, you're not pretending anymore. Yuchen doesn't even look at what kind of woman you married. It's still not too late to regret. Su Yunqing was angry and jealous. She wished Yuchen would divorce Su Yunxi immediately, leaving her homeless. Does your hand hurt? Next time, use a wooden board. It's more efficient. Let's go. Grandpa is still waiting at home. Yuchen ignored Su Yunqing directly, hugged Yueyue, and took Su Yunxi's hand to walk toward the car. You too. Su Yunqing was furious. These two were no good. Only after their car drove away did Su Yunqing realize she was the one left homeless. A jeep came over, and Xiao Jianjun arrived late. Yunqing, are your parents gone? The military vehicle is in use, so I borrowed this one. Hurry and get in the car with me to go back to the residential compound. We'll stay at my comrade's house for now. The house approval will take some time. Su Yunqing felt even more upset. Why did Yuchen just show up out of nowhere? Xiao Jianjun, who was useless, only arrived after her family left, and he was still borrowing a car. She clenched her teeth and got into the car, full of hatred. She vowed to take revenge on Su Yunxi 10 or 100 times over for today's humiliation. When they arrived at the Feng family, Yueyue was tired from crying and fell asleep. Yuchen got out of the car, took the child from his wife's arms, and carried her into the yard. Grandpa Feng Zhenhua was waiting at home. He quickly arranged for the little great-granddaughter to be taken to her room to sleep, as they had prepared everything before their arrival. Until the house in the residential compound is cleaned up, you can stay here. Yuchen can move in too. Under Grandpa's watchful eye, it was impossible for them to sleep separately. Before Yuchen could speak, Su Yunxi interrupted. Grandpa, I am a married daughter, not someone who married into the family. If Brother Chen comes to live here, people will gossip. Who dares to gossip about my grandson-in-law? You, child, how can you not live together after marriage? Instead, people will say you weren't truly married. Grandpa Feng's words startled Su Yunxi. She quickly looked at Yuchen for help. It's your turn now. Receiving his wife's hint, Yuchen stroked his firm chin and gave up his personal ideas. Grandpa, Yunxi just separated from her parents and wants to spend more time with you. There's no rush these days. With a car, I can come over every day and no one will gossip. Yuchen is thoughtful. As long as you agree, that's fine. Grandpa Feng saw that Yuchen prioritized his granddaughter's opinion and no longer insisted. Yunxi, what happened last night? He had heard about the theft at the Su family but couldn't ask about it openly due to avoiding suspicion. My dad has already cut ties with my eldest uncle and third uncle. Su Yunshi explained how Lin Shunlin and the eldest uncle's family colluded to steal from their home. Grandpa, let's forget about the Su family's matters. Please don't interfere. I don't want the people closest to us to face more trouble. Su Yunshi couldn't say much. She had used the information gap to keep everyone in the dark, causing Su Wenli and the Lin family to suffer losses without knowing or asking questions. It was best that they remained unaware. Your grandfather is really confused. He always favors Su Wenli, which has pushed the Su family into this situation. I should have urged your father to cut ties with the family earlier. If not, your mother wouldn't have been sent away to suffer. Feng Zhenhua was angry just thinking about the Su family. Old Su was biased toward his eldest son, favoring him so much that it was obvious. But he only played the caring father for his most obedient second son. Grandpa, splitting the family isn't that easy. It was approved by our grandfather. If he disagrees, it's like forcing my father with a gun. My father won't split the family. It's all about timing, the right place, and the right people. Su Yunshi was glad to have such a good chance to completely break away from her eldest uncle and third uncle, which eased her worries a lot. Exactly. Money is just material things. As long as your parents are no longer exploited, they can live well even if they're sent away. Feng Zhenhua felt less worried. His son-in-law was smart, and his grandson was taking care of his parents. His granddaughter and great-granddaughter were with him, which eased his daughter's burden. Soon, they urged the young couple to pick a house. The sooner they decided, the sooner they could settle down. Su Yunshi prepared Yueyue's milk powder, warmed it with water, and hurried out, eager to finish her errands and return early. When they arrived at the military logistics department, they met Xie Mingxian there. The three of them exchanged greetings, all looking calm. After all, the argument at the Feng family that day was a secret and wouldn't be leaked. Yuchen pulled his wife to the side where Xie Mingxian couldn't see, using his sturdy frame to block their eye contact. The logistics department had heard of Xie Mingxian, an officer in the army. Seeing him in person today, he looked very handsome and full of energy, with a strong physique. Soon after, a tall, handsome Air Force officer named Yuchen arrived. He smiled slightly, with a free and confident aura that was very attractive. The girl beside him was even more impressive. Anyone who read the newspapers knew she was Su Yunshi, the granddaughter of Commander Feng. She had recently won an award at an international art exhibition. Her beauty was the least remarkable thing about her. Oh my goodness, these three people arrived at the logistics office just in time to brighten up the room. Everyone passing by couldn't help but stop at the door, thinking there weren't enough eyes to see everything. Soon, quite a few people gathered. The older sister, in charge of managing the keys at the logistics department, in her 30s, usually speaks loudly, but today she spoke softly with a gentle smile on her face. Everyone's here to look at the houses. Why don't we look together? Comrade Su, are you also interested in the apartment buildings? Nowadays, whether young or older, everyone prefers living in apartment buildings. They were built last year and are trendy with good surroundings. No, we want to see a house with a yard. If the comrade is busy, you can register and pick up the keys yourself to look. Su Yunshi couldn't ignore the surprised look Xie Mingxian gave as he turned to look at her.
She didn't know what he meant by that.
I'll choose a house later. Xie Mingxian finished speaking and turned to leave. His back looked a bit lonely. The door made way for him, but as he walked past, it became crowded again, and she could no longer see the girl who had captured his heart. Comrade Su, can you help me sign here? Comrade Su, your clothes look really nice. Where did you buy them? I want to check it out next time. In front of two outstanding male comrades, Su Yunshi still remained the center of attention. After Xie Mingxian left the logistics yard, he still felt a heavy pain in his chest. Since meeting Su Yunshi, he often dreamed of living closely with her in the apartment building. That feeling of happiness and beauty was so real that it couldn't be explained just by imagination. He had seen her love someone, her eyes and heart full of him. He was sure that she didn't love Yuchen at all. Why was it like this? Why didn't Su Yunshi choose him? What did Yuchen have that he didn't? These questions tormented him with pain and frustration. What made Xie Mingxian even more uncomfortable was that, Even after Su Yunshi got married, he still longed to be with her. Accompanied by a logistics staff member, Yuchen and Su Yunshi started looking at houses. Most of the empty houses in the military district's family compound were old and worn out, but spacious and convenient. Even while house hunting, Su Yunshi was worried about her little niece. She wondered if her niece would cry when she woke up, and how her grandfather, so old, could take care of a child. In the end, they hurriedly decided on a house. The logistics officer kindly reminded me, and I didn't expect Comrade Su to have no trace of a wealthy lady's arrogance, which made my impression of her even better. Thank you. I think it's convenient to come and go here. The yard is big enough. Plant some flowers and vegetables on the left, and on the right, build a slide for the kids. The swing is also enough. Brother Chun, what do you think? After saying this, Su Yunshi remembered she should also ask Yuchen for his opinion. Since they were sharing a life together, she couldn't decide alone. Comrade Su has even thought of the children. You're really caring. The logistics officer's eyes lit up like stars. Su Yunshi is a practical and good comrade. It's not like that. Su Yunshi blushed and wanted to explain that she was living with her young niece. Yuchen smiled and nodded. All right, let's go with that. I'll find someone to fix the house this afternoon. If you have ideas, you can draw them out and I'll try to have someone build it accordingly. He didn't mind where they lived as long as she was there. Back at the Feng family, Yueyue woke up and was quietly playing with her toys. When she saw her aunt, she put down her toys, ran over on her short legs, crying. Auntie, don't leave Yueyue. The 2-year-old child had been forced to accept being separated from her family, which might leave deep scars in her heart. She was terrified of being abandoned. Su Yunshi's heart almost broke. She hugged her tightly and patted her to comfort her. Auntie would never leave Yueyue. From now on, wherever I go, I will bring you along. Grandpa had a dedicated cook, and for lunch, they added a meat dish and a vegetable dish. Su Yunshi made potato and shrimp ball soup for Yueyue, and the little girl was a bit happier. After lunch, Yuchen went to find workers to fix the house. Su Yunshi drew the design plans. In her previous life, she spent her whole life in the estate, enjoying life, playing the piano, painting beautiful scenery, and understanding the industry's development. After decades of practice, her skills were even better than before. She picked up her brush and painted freely. Within an hour, she finished the layout of the entire yard. Once colored, the whole picture came alive. Birds perched on the eaves, shadows of the slide under the sunlight, dewdrops on the flowers moving in the breeze, all vividly real. Auntie is so amazing. Yueyue clapped her hands and praised. When you grow up, I will teach you to draw, Su Yunshi said. She knew that even without formal classes with her skills, she could participate in various art exhibitions and gain fame and fortune. However, there is a big gap compared to the richest person. In her previous life, Su Yunshi worked hard for 16 years to reach that level. Now, she makes a wish. She hopes to become the richest person within 10 years. When Yuchen returned, he brought rice, flour, oil, a bag of potatoes, a box of eggs, some fruits, and also handed over a dark green long box. What is this? Su Yunshi immediately recognized it as a Laojia box. She didn't expect him to do these things. Since they are just pretending to be married, she didn't accept it. There was no need for such gestures. By the way, I bought a watch. Do you like it? Yuchen knew what kind of life his wife had before. Now, her life was completely turned upside down, and she married him in a hurry. Not having a wedding was unfair to her. He didn't want her to feel too disappointed, so he would give her everything she deserved. His eyes showed deep feelings, full of hope. Su Yunshi couldn't find words to refuse. She took the box, thinking there was no need to make things awkward. She would give him a gift of equal value in the future. Thank you, Brother Chen. She smiled gratefully, then handed over her drawing of the layout. Can you see if this arrangement works for the house? Yuchen saw his wife accept the gift and relaxed. Acceptance was a good sign. Her bright smile was like a rainbow, making his heart beat happily. He couldn't help but smile. Okay, I'll arrange it. He took her drawing and left. In the car, he took a moment to calm down. When he looked at the paper and saw the drawing clearly, he was a bit surprised. Her previous paintings for exhibitions were restrained, mostly grand and magnificent. Now, her style was more relaxed and detailed. Her painting skills were excellent, with skillful use of colors. The whole picture was beautiful and vivid, showing the warmth of home, making people long for it. He drove quickly back to the residential area, started giving instructions to workers, bought materials, and began building their happy life together. Su Yunxi opened the box. Inside was a basic women's watch from Laojia, worth over 1,000 yuan. It was low-key, not showing off wealth, yet classic and timeless. Suddenly, she felt a bit emotional. In her previous life, she entered with a dowry. She was truly well off, and Xie Mingxian also gave her allowances. He never asked how much she spent or what she bought. Everything was up to her. Now, in this life, she seemed to have nothing on the surface. She still carried Yueyue. Yuchen was a thoughtful man. He even thought about the food and daily needs at her grandfather's place, and was willing to do things himself. The next day, Su Yunxi used her grandfather's car to take Yueyue to the military district's family compound. As soon as she got out and picked up Yueyue, she noticed Xie Mingxian walking out from the neighboring yard. Their eyes met, and both felt awkward. Su Yunxi chose to ignore him and headed toward her own yard. Xie Mingxian's gaze involuntarily shifted back. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Living next door was meant to remind him that she was married and help him let go. But when he saw her, even just for a moment, he still wanted to get closer, and it was hard to control those feelings. Yunting, the house here is about to collapse. Why don't we move to the dormitory building? Xiao Jianjun and Su Yunqing also started choosing a house. They were about to decide to look at the dormitory building when they heard that Su Yunxi, who was simple and hardworking, didn't live there but chose an old house instead. She was seen as a role model in the military district. Su Yunqing didn't understand why Su Yunxi was so stubborn. She insisted on seeing how miserable her life was. Last night, she stayed at someone else's house and felt exhausted all over. She was angry because she married someone useless. Seeing Xiao Jianjun made her even more annoyed, and her tone was impatient. Later, we'll talk. You're so talkative, seeing the dilapidated houses, broken walls, and swinging wooden doors in the wind. Su Yunqing frowned. She had never seen such a rundown place. Did Su Yunxi want to live in this infested house just to keep a good reputation? When she got closer, she saw the handsome Xie Mingxian. Her eyes lit up, and she ignored her proper husband behind her. Comrade Xie, what are you doing here? Xie Mingxian snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing Xiao Jianjun looking annoyed and helpless, he paid no attention to Su Yunqing. He just nodded at Xiao Jianjun and walked away. Is it because you don't get along with him? Why won't he talk to me? Su Yunqing found another reason to be angry. Xiao Jianjun was overwhelmed. Who could give him a regret pill? Suppressing her disgust, Su Yunqing walked to Su Yunxi's house. Through the open yard gate, she saw workers busy chatting inside. Everyone was holding bowls and drinking something. Comrade Su has no airs at all. She even brought chilled mung bean soup. With such a good employer, even if we earn less from corruption, we're willing to work for them. Exactly. Comrade Su is focused on studying music and painting. It's just that her family's troubles caused her to be labeled a capitalist. Luckily, she married Comrade He, a strong and reliable man. Su Yunqing was so angry she almost exploded. Everywhere she went, people kept praising Su Yunxi. She was good at pretending, and a bowl of bad soup seemed to buy everyone's favor. Such useless people. I also want to live in this yard, right next to Su Yunxi. Su Yunqing's commanding tone made Xiao Jianjun feel overwhelmed. Yunqing, building a house here costs hundreds of yuan. Even if you want a simple house, we can choose a better place. Besides, with the poor relationship between the two sisters of the Su family, living together would lead to constant arguments. He couldn't handle that. You always talk about money. Why did I marry such a poor man? I haven't enjoyed good days, and I still have to suffer your temper over where to live. I don't care. I want to live next to Su Yunxi. If you can't manage that, I won't stay with you. Su Yunqing was about to explode with anger. Hundreds of yuan shouldn't be such a big deal. Once her uncle's issues were settled, she wouldn't be so tight. She'd spend money without listening to useless nagging from men. Su Yunqi brought 4 big buckets, one with chilled mung bean soup, one with rice, one with stewed meat and green beans, and one with cumin mushrooms. It's hot today. Don't come tomorrow. I'll just cook for them at the cafeteria. Yuchen sat with his wife in the shade, resting. The cool mung bean soup was refreshing and eased the summer heat. Although he was happy to see her, he didn't want his wife to work hard running back and forth. This quiet place wasn't as strict. When workers worked, they often took off their shirts to stay cool, and he even heard knocking on the door while they were dressed casually. The cafeteria is far away, and portion control is hard. You're running back and forth in the heat. Grandpa's side cooks every day, but I'll bring some more food next time. Later, the guard can deliver it. Su Yunqi felt a bit awkward. Yuchen wore loose sports pants, lazily hanging at his waist. His clothes were hurriedly put on, revealing a tan, muscular abdomen. Even from a distance, his well-defined muscles and the strong hormonal aura made her blush and heartbeat quicken. All right then. Is Yueyue good today? Yuchen noticed his wife was shy. He gently patted Yueye's little head, still thinking she was cuter and more beautiful when she was young. Yueyue proudly straightened her back. Uncle, my aunt said we should all be useful people. Today I helped wash the mushrooms. Very impressive. Uncle can enjoy the meal, and it's thanks to you, Yueyue. Yuchen praised her a few words, then saw his wife trying not to smile and couldn't help but pat her head. Of course, Auntie is the best. With her cheering for Uncle, he becomes even more motivated. Su Yunqi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She wasn't a 2-year-old child, yet he was still patting her head. Yuchen laughed loudly, and even a simple close moment made him feel happy and satisfied. Su Yunqi felt embarrassed and wanted to take Yueyue home directly, but he grabbed her arm. Be good, don't be upset. Be careful on the way. Remember to leave dinner for me tonight. Noticing that his wife was wearing the watch he gave her, Yuchen's deep eyes sparkled with a hint of fire, as if he could swallow her whole. In front of his strong build, Su Yunqi had no strength to resist. She didn't dare to look at him and just said, eating at the cafeteria is more convenient. Eating together with you is tastier. Yuchen didn't want to upset her. He sent his shy wife out, watched her car leave, then returned to have lunch with everyone. He received another wave of envy. Our man works hard outside just for a warm meal and a caring word. Comrade you're the luckiest in Guangzhou. Yuchen smiled faintly. The girl he liked since he was 8 years old married him. This happiness belonged to him. In the afternoon, Xiao Zhangyuan came over, looking troubled. Comrade I want to discuss with you. Can you and your family move into a dormitory building? No, Yuchen disliked Su Yunqing very much and also had a poor impression of Xiao Zhangyuan. Seeing that Yuchen was unwilling to talk to him, Xiao Zhangyuan explained helplessly, Comrade let me be honest. Yunqing knows that Su Yunqi lives here and insists on living next door. Building a new house costs 500 or 600, which is a waste of money. If you move to a dormitory, Yunqing definitely won't stay here. Yuchen's brows furrowed sharply, his eyes filled with anger, and he warned while grabbing Xiao Zhangyuan's collar. I'm staying here. If you're a real man, take her and get lost. They were about the same height, but Xiao Zhangyuan looked weak in comparison. He was forcefully thrown out, struggling to get up and brush off the dust, eager to stay away from this troublemaker. But it was too late. Su Yunqing had already registered with the logistics department, choosing to live on Su Yunqi's right side, while Xie Mingxian settled on her left. This was something no one expected. When Su Yunqi found out that night, she was truly speechless. Maybe I should buy a piece of land outside the military area and build a new house. Yuchen suggested that these dogskin plasters be moved to where they are most effective. Su Yunqing and his wife are easy to handle, mainly because Xie Mingxian is troublesome. His wife almost got taken away before, so they hate him deeply. Yueyue is too young to stay outside safely. Just build higher walls on both sides. Su Yunqi won't move out of the military area just to avoid trouble. Lin Hai and other bad guys haven't been caught yet, and she can't give them a chance to harm her. There's no need to bother her grandfather with such small matters, to avoid giving others a reason to accuse him of abusing his power. So, the most rundown and unnoticed small courtyards in the family compound became very popular because of Yuchen and Su Yunqi's decision. Within 3 days, they were all bought, and people started building houses excitedly. Su Yunqing naturally wanted to compete with Su Yunqi. While they were building the houses over there, she had to build hers too, and it couldn't be worse. However, after 2 days, Xiao Jianjun was overwhelmed and had to move into the military dormitory, avoiding public appearances. On He Yuchen's side, his 7-day marriage leave ended, and he returned to the Air Force to start training. He would take lunch breaks at home, check on the progress, talk with workers about details, and in the evenings, visit Feng's family to chat with his grandfather and wife. His life was busy, but happy. There was a well in the yard, making water easy to access. They reinforced the house on the existing foundation, which saved time. In just a few days, the house was built. The house layout was based on Su Yunqi's drawings. The entrance led to the living room, with a bedroom on each side. Through the living room was the dining area, with a kitchen on the left and a bathroom on the right. Behind the house, they built a toilet. They connected the water pipes from the military apartment building, so the kitchen and shower had running water. Su Yunqi measured all the spaces in the house, designed furniture like beds, wardrobes, bookshelves, coat racks, drying racks, dining tables, chairs, cabinets, shoe cabinets at the entrance, and bathroom cabinets. She marked the length, width, and height for each item. She found a skilled craftsman her father knew, paid a deposit, and ordered the furniture, which would take about a month to complete. Time passed quickly. It had been 10 days since the Su family moved in. Su Yunqi's space had harvested 2 crops, and the warehouse stored over 80,000 pounds of various grains. After this harvest, Su Yunqi kept 20 acres of rice fields and planted various fruits on the remaining 10 acres, including mangoes, bananas, apples, oranges, grapes, peaches, strawberries, pineapples, watermelons, cantaloupes, and more. In her space, crops grow well all year round, and the yield is 2 to 3 times higher than on outside land. The poultry farm area is full of chickens, ducks, and geese, with each type having about 2,000 birds. Pigs and rabbits each have over 800, and cattle and sheep each have more than 300. It would be great to have a proper farm. After dinner at night, Yuchen looked at his wife's small face, feeling worried that she might not have enough money. He took out a savings certificate and handed it to her. Use this money for furniture. I have a flying mission to finish, but after that, I'll go with you to pick out a sofa, coffee table, and household appliances. Su Yunqi pushed it back. My parents gave me this savings certificate as a dowry. It's not much for furniture. Compared to the watch he gave her, it wasn't a big deal. Plus, he always kept her supplied with food and necessities at his grandparents' house. There's no reason to ask him for more money. Whether it's a real or pretend marriage, people need to treat each other with give and take. He Yuchen's expression was firm and unyielding. What they gave you is yours. If you stay with me, I won't let you suffer even a little. Su Yunqi had no choice but to accept it. She took some time to go to the city with Yueyue, got some cloth tickets, and gave them to her grandfather and Yuchen. She and Yueyue bought a few sets of comfortable clothes. They also bought some clothes for her parents, brothers, and sister-in-law for both inside and outside the house. They bought some items suitable for work in the collective farm, and everything was stored in her space. Yuchen went on a mission, and Su Yunqi also went to the workers' courtyard to check on the house's progress. From afar, she heard arguing. A kind neighbor, Auntie, reminded her, Comrade Su, you should go see. Your cousin hired workers, but isn't paying them. The workers are upset and causing trouble. Temporary workers are usually paid the same day, and some trusted ones get paid every few days. But Su Yunqi's family hadn't paid for a week. Not only were the workers on strike, but they were even threatening to tear down the house. Su Yunqi, used to being a spoiled young lady, wouldn't speak softly. My husband is a battalion commander. Just a few workers, and you dare to try to move the house?
Try it and see.
I'll call the police and have you arrested. 6 or 7th in. Dark workers looked angry. You're not paying us, so what are you pretending to be? You're a spoiled rich girl born from a capitalist family. Your husband hasn't shown up in days. Are you afraid of being implicated? Regret marrying him? Look at Su Yunqi's house next door. They paid half a month's wages in advance. They serve cold soups, meat, vegetables, and rice every day, and everyone works with energy. But your house only has 2 plain bread rolls for lunch, and you're exploiting people like this. I'm fed up with this unfair work. If you don't pay us, we'll use materials as payment. When the police come, we'll still have a reason to stand our ground. They are farmers who came to work because their harvest was poor. After working hard for about 10 days, they only received 2 days' wages. Their lunch was simple and not enough to keep them going. If they continued like this, their lives would be in danger. Su Yunqing was questioned by a group of rough men. She blushed and argued. I'm not the one who hired you. If you want money, go ask the person who hired you. Xiao Jianjun disappeared for a week and didn't show up. Unlike Yuchen, who was always watching the progress of the house, Su Yunqi felt relaxed and free. She was acting like a true wealthy young lady. Fine, let's go to the military district and find Comrade Xiao. If he doesn't handle it, we'll see if his leaders do. A few workers pushed open the door and headed toward the military district. They believed they could refuse to work without getting paid. Nearby, some military wives hurriedly advised, Comrade Su Yunqing, you can't let them find Captain Xiao. If things get worse, his future might be ruined. Su Yunqing got angry and argued back. If he doesn't pay us, what about you? It's easy for you to talk. Let them cause trouble and see how Captain Xiao handles it. Seeing her unreasonable attitude, everyone lost interest in arguing further. She's really kind-hearted, but ends up causing trouble. When she messes up Captain Zhao's work and loses the house, she won't even get a breath of northwest wind. These 2 sisters are so different. Su Yunqi is truly a rich young lady. The mayor has even met her, and she's so humble. She's also bringing food to the workers. When they saw Su Yunqi driving over to deliver food, they couldn't help but smile and greet her. Comrade Su is here. Wow, I've never seen such a capable woman. You even drive. Yueyue looks like a doll from a New Year painting. Definitely a lucky child. Su Yunqi carried Yueyue out of the car. Both wore fashionable hats, which made their fair faces look even more delicate and beautiful. Their simple shirts and pants looked better than others' clothes. Su Yunqi smiled and greeted them. Hello, sisters-in-law. Today we made watermelon smoothies at home. If you don't mind, take a bowl home for the children to try. In her past life, she was constantly brainwashed by her older cousin, told not to speak to uneducated and women to avoid losing her status. Besides Su Yunqing, she avoided everyone and kept a reserved attitude, living in isolation in a small apartment building. She was like a caged canary, only focused on Xiemingxian. When betrayed, she lost her purpose in life and felt so sad she wanted to die. In this life, she would never focus all her attention on men. She wanted to build her own circle and slowly become part of the military wives community. Sun Chunxia said, How can you look down on others? Last time, the lemon water was so sour and sweet. My daughter asked me to learn how to make it. Fang Yingmei said, Comrade Su, moving into the military area is a blessing for everyone. Yesterday's milk tea and today's watermelon slush are priceless treats you can't buy with money. The military wives sincerely praised Su. She always brought delicious food when she visited, was generous, and shared her food with everyone she met. Even those who previously criticized Comrade He for bad behavior were scolded by their wives, warning not to speak badly of Su's husband anymore. Su Yunqi, you're really self-indulgent, working as a delivery girl for the peasants, pretending to buy people's hearts. Is the 100+ yuan salary of He Yuchen enough for you to spend? After arguing all morning, Su Yunqing's throat was dry. Seeing Su Yunqi giving ice slush to the rural women and children, she couldn't help but feel resentful. She would rather give to outsiders than her own cousin. Even though they had cut ties, outsiders still saw them as wealthy young ladies from the Su family. Fighting only made others laugh at them. Su Yunqi spoke with some restraint. Su Yunqing, you have a problem with your thinking. Wanting to think about your family doesn't mean you're self-indulgent. Do I have to be like you, giving workers only 2 plain bread buns for lunch? Su Yunqing's words also angered the military wives. She was stingy and didn't want others to be generous. Comrade Su Yunqing, the chairman told us that revolutionary comrades are like brothers and sisters. How can it be wrong to buy people's hearts? Delivering food is fine. Comrade Su Yunqing shows a spirit of mutual help and friendship. It's better than not feeding people at all. You think it's good, but you don't know how the military area spreads your reputation. Su Yunqing didn't expect these women to become Su Yunqing's followers. She was furious. No one pampered her here. Instead, they stepped on her. Su Yunqing ignored her and called her workers in her yard to rest, eating watermelon slush to quench their thirst. When the door opened, the military wives were even more envious. The housing area in the military district here is twice as large as elsewhere because money was spent to remove a group of people. In the long run, this was the right choice. Comrade Su's new house is over 3 meters tall, with an additional living space built inside. The windows are large and made of glass, making the house look bright and open. The workers looked very happy, their faces glowing. After 10 days of work, they had gained 3 or 4 pounds from good food and rest. While everyone was eating ice cream and chatting, Xiao Jianjun returned angrily. Noticing a group of people at the door watching, he suppressed his anger and pulled Su Yunqing into the yard, then closed the door. Finally, you're willing to show your turtle brain.
Why are you glaring at me?
You hide away and don't support the family, but you still call yourself a man. Seeing Xiao Jianjun, Su Yunqing started scolding him. She really hated her second uncle and aunt for finding such a useless husband for her. He's not even as good as Xiamingshuan's finger. Let's get a divorce. Since we're not living together, you're still a young girl. You won't have trouble finding someone else to marry. Xiao Jianjun felt hopeless. Other wives are considerate and caring, but he married a troublemaker who causes trouble every day. She even sent workers to cause trouble at his boss's place, making him lose face. What did you say? Divorce me? Su Yunqing couldn't believe her ears. She married this fool, and now she's being told to divorce him. Where does she put her face? Feeling wronged and upset, she picked up a brick and tried to hit Xiao Jianjun. No matter how angry she was, she knew the Su family's rules didn't allow hitting people, but she didn't care now. She just wanted to beat him to death. Stop it, you shrew. Xiao Jianjun quickly dodged. If this got out and his wife hit him, he wouldn't be able to show his face. Xiao Jianjun, I only don't want you. Where do you get the guts to not want me? My parents just got demoted. Do you want to dump me? If I don't have a good life, you won't either. I'll go talk to your boss about this. Su Yunqing had thought about divorce, but not now. The Su family had just been raided, and she had a falling out with Su Yushi. Where could she go if she divorced? Her uncle was under investigation, and she absolutely couldn't get involved with the Lin family. She could only endure and stay with this useless man for now. All right, I was just angry, and said that in passing. Calm down and don't make a fool of yourself. When she heard Su Yunqing wanted to talk to her boss, Xiao Jianjun immediately backed down. After all, Commander Feng had specifically told him not to force it if he didn't agree. He agreed to marry her, and if he changed his mind, the commander wouldn't forgive him. I have nothing to be ashamed of. You don't care about your new wife. You found a worker, didn't pay him, then disappeared. You abandoned her completely, and the only way out is divorce. That's how you soldiers are, so irresponsible. Can I not care? Xiao Jianjun regrets his actions, but can only continue building the house with the money he has. The noise and arguing in the yard surprised the onlookers, but they couldn't talk openly in front of Su Yunqing. Su Yunqing was also a bit surprised. In her past life, Xiao Jianjun never mentioned divorce. He was very tolerant of her. In her past life, Su Yunqing had a large dowry, which the Xiao family tried to use in various ways. Now, in this life, she has nothing. She spends Xiao Jianjun's money, and his attitude is very different. This is reality. Whether men and women love each other or not, money plays a key role in family status. While she was thinking, She saw Xie Mingxian in his military uniform walking over with long strides. She instinctively turned away, pretending not to see him. Xie Mingxian immediately saw her. He looked at Xiao Jianjun's yard with a surprised and cute expression on his handsome face. These past 10 days had been tough for him. Sometimes he dreamt of living with Su Yunxi, clumsy cooking scenes, her throwing herself into his arms after a failed attempt, her red eyes making him feel tender. Sometimes he saw her secretly doodling on his sleeping face. When caught, she would say, "What can I do? My husband is so handsome, I can't draw a bad picture of him." Then he would kiss her passionately. That genuine love made him unable to bear her coldness now. When he reached the yard and opened the door, the military wives started talking. "Isn't Captain Xie single? Why is he applying for a family residence? Spending so much money to build a house. What's he up to? Captain Xie has high standards." Many leaders try to set him up with someone, but he refused to meet anyone. No idea what kind of girl could match him. Everyone was surprised when Xie Mingxian went on a blind date with Su Yunxi. But they didn't expect him to choose her. Instead, someone from outside won him over. Now that he's living next door to Su Yunxi, it feels a bit strange. After the workers finished eating and tidied up, Su Yunxi drove away with Yueyue. But after leaving the military area, Xie Mingxian caught up in his car and stopped her. Su Yunxi sat in the car without moving, watching as Xie Mingxian got out and approached. She didn't know what he was going to do. The man's steps hesitated slightly, but did not stop. He directly opened Su Yunxi's car door. They looked at each other, one annoyed, the other calm. "Let's talk." "About what?" They spoke almost at the same time. Xie Mingxian is about 187 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders, long legs, and a straight posture. He has a tan complexion from years of training, a handsome face with smooth features, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and bright, expressive eyes under thick eyebrows. "There's nothing good to say between us." Su Yunxi didn't want to scare Yueyue, so she kept her voice gentle. Her eyes showed clear suspicion and resistance. Xie Mingxian is not naive. He has seen many girls, those who flirt openly and show affection, but none like her, who combines good character and talent. He first went to a matchmaking event out of curiosity about her. When he saw her, his life was turned upside down, and he could never go back to how it was before. That face, which appeared in his dreams countless times, was irresistible at first glance. His restless feelings suddenly calmed. Thinking she was already married to someone else, Xie Mingxian felt a tight pain in his chest. Despite his efforts, she was unaffected. He couldn't understand why. "I've been troubled by something. Recently, I keep dreaming about a girl. We love each other, get married, and live happily every day." Xie Mingxian's eyes burned as if he wanted to set her on fire. With each word, Su Yunxi felt her heart sink more. Clearly, the girl in his dreams was her.
How could that be?
Had he dreamed of her past life? "Comrade Xie, maybe you're under a lot of stress lately. Dreams are just your mind playing tricks." "It's not appropriate to talk about these things with a married woman," Su Yunxi interrupted him, avoiding his gaze. In this life, she had chosen a different path and would never turn back. Xie Mingxian was unwilling to give up. The He family is about to fall apart in Jing City. Maybe they will be punished. If you stay with He Yuchen, you won't be happy. He Yuchen can give her what he can, and what he can't give, he can also provide. The He family situation was never something Su Yunxi considered. Whether they fall or not wouldn't affect her life at all. "Comrade Xie, please don't say such strange things to me anymore. My happiness is not decided by a man." Her cold and decisive attitude made Xie Mingxian feel a sense of disconnection, as if the person in his dreams was not the same as in reality. But no matter what, he couldn't help but be drawn to her. Even when she was cold, his heart still wished for her. "Is there something wrong with me? Su Yunxi, if you divorce him now, I can marry you. I will treat you better than he does." She and He Yuchen did not live together. A divorce at the military district wouldn't cause much trouble. As long as she lived well with him, the gossip would eventually pass. Hearing his wild idea, Su Yunxi sneered. "Then I should thank you for not rejecting me?" Not minding that I was married before? Xian, what makes you think you'll treat me better than him? Who do you think you are to say such shameless things to me? I can do it. This was the first time Xian saw such a pushy Su Yunqi. Her disgusted gaze reflected his dark heart. Irrefutable. You can't. Do you know why I won't choose you? Xian, your persistence is just because you're unwilling to accept rejection. Deep down, you look down on a wealthy girl like me, yet you foolishly think you can save me. It's laughable. You don't deserve me. He made his 20 years of life seem like a joke, causing himself to stop believing in love. Why should a hollow promise make him think he can win her over again? After her retort, Su Yunqi felt much relief from the pain she had carried in her heart in her past life. She closed the car door and left without looking back. Su Yunqi couldn't deny that she loved Xian very much in her past life. She would rather go abroad and cut all contact than hear any news about him and Su Yunqi. Now that she was back, she chose to stay away decisively. But Xian wouldn't give up. Maybe it wasn't about love, but just his desire to conquer. Yunqi, the art association, called. They invited members to an event. Back home, her grandfather was eating watermelon ice cream and told her this. Recently, she had been studying food every day, making the kids in the yard crave it. Grandpa, your stomach isn't good. Don't eat too much like Yueyue. She ate too much yesterday and had a stomach ache. It scared me. Su Yunqi put Yueyue in the yard to play, reminding her grandfather to eat less cold food. She asked the guards to bring down a cage of chickens from the car, to be kept in the corner and slaughtered as needed. There was also a pork chop to stew for dinner. How is the house renovation going? When can we move in? Old Feng Zhenhua believed that when his granddaughter got married, the couple should live together. He thought that staying here too long would lead to gossip. Su Yunqi replied, after finishing the repairs, it needs to be aired out and dried. It will take about a month before I can move in. Grandpa, do you think I'm bothering you? You can live here all your life. I just worry that Yuchen might not want to. Feng Zhenhua teased his granddaughter, but it didn't seem to work. It was clear that Yuchen was careful and attentive, always watching his granddaughter closely. She, on the other hand, looked a bit clueless, and it was uncertain if she could keep going like this. He's busy with training now. It's better for me to stay here and keep you company. Grandpa, I want to visit my parents. Su Yunqi discussed with her grandfather about visiting her family at the production team. Feng Zhenhua was not very supportive. They need some time to get used to it there. Your mother and I are officially separated, so I can't send anyone to take you. Yuchen is focused on his career now, so don't bother him for now. I can disguise myself and hire a car to go there without trouble. Su Yunqi had many self-defense weapons in her space. She wasn't afraid to go alone, but going with someone else would make it harder to take things from her space. Feng Zhenhua was cautious. Your parents entrusted you to me. I have a responsibility to look after you. Let's see how things go next month. Her grandfather didn't agree, so Su Yunqi had to give up. After all, visiting the family was regulated because they had been relocated. She made a call, and the association's colleagues were very excited. Hello, Gamnatsu. This time, it's a folk art troupe from northern Shaanxi. They want to collaborate with our association to hold a comic exhibition. The stories can be based on local legends. The deadline is July 20th. The president invites you to participate. Okay, thank you for informing me. I'll sign up. Su Yunqi calculated that she had about a month left, enough to design her work. In the next 2 days, security guards delivered food and drinks to the workers at the house. Su Yunqi selected her materials and planned to create a comic. She would try to hide her skills and use her previous drawing level as much as possible. When Yuchen finished his task and returned, he didn't even have time to look at the house. He drove straight to see his wife. It was noon when Su Yunqi put Yueyue to sleep. Afterward, she saw her grandfather and Yuchen playing chess under the pavilion. The man was tall and strong, wearing a slightly open black shirt that revealed a tan, muscular chest. His free-spirited aura made him look even more attractive. When he saw her, a gentle smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes were bright and deep. Su Yunshi went to the kitchen to make some cool tea and brought it over. He was sitting there, almost as tall as her when she stood next to him. Seeing his wife approaching, Yuchen kept a calm appearance but was focused on her. He had no interest in playing chess. "You two talk. I'll move my arms and legs a bit," he said. Foam Manhwa took a sip of the cool tea, then stood up with his hands behind his back and left. The girl's fair cheeks slightly flushed. Her long floral dress showed off her slim figure, with a waist narrower than a man's palm. Yuchen felt a bit restless. The cool tea couldn't cool down his heat. His Adam's apple moved as he felt a strange sensation. He really wanted to hug her but was afraid to scare her, so he tried to control himself. "Grandpa said you want to see your parents. Once everything is arranged, I'll go with you. Traveling far away in this era isn't easy, especially for military families. You need an introduction letter and approval after layers of review to ensure safety." Su Yunshi didn't want to trouble Yuchen. Since they got married, he hadn't gained any benefits. He spent money and effort. "Don't you need to ask for leave? Since you transferred here, you haven't been on duty much. If people find out outside, they might think you're neglecting your work after marriage." Yuchen smiled casually, acting indifferent. "We're living our own lives. What others say doesn't matter." Su Yunshi looked at Yuchen, still in his Air Force uniform pants, and remembered the clothes she bought last time. "I bought you a few clothes. Want to try them on?" She went to her room, brought back the freshly washed clothes, folded neatly. There was a light blue shirt, an orange and black checkered one, a gray striped shirt, 3 silk shirts, 2 pairs of casual pants, gray and blue, and a black suit. "Your hands are tired from playing the piano and painting. Next time, don't wash clothes. I'll ask a friend to help get a washing machine for the house," she said. Yuchen's heart felt like it was soaking in honey. His wife was showing care and thoughtfulness. The clothes she bought suited him perfectly. Dinner in the evening was also rich. Chicken with potatoes, braised fish, shredded vegetables, celery with peanuts, and steaming rice. She poured a glass of wine for her grandfather. Yuchen wanted to stay and drink with him, but his wife firmly refused. "No drinking and driving. It's responsible for yourself and others." Yuchen smiled and said, "Listen to my wife." His tone was familiar and friendly, making even his grandfather cough slightly to remind him to be careful. Su Yunshi blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She was already tipsy before drinking. Men in the army are like wolves. Those with thin skin can't easily win a wife. Yuchen used his chopsticks to serve her food. When she was little, she always brought her meals to him, looking pitiful. "Brother Chin, please help me eat this. Otherwise, Mom will scold me for being picky." Back then, after her parents divorced, she was left to her grandfather's house. Her grandfather was busy, and the nanny was lazy. She often had no food to eat. Su Yunshi was like her little angel who saved him. In front of her grandfather, Su Yunshi couldn't stop Yuchen from helping himself to her food, so she just ate what she liked. Whatever she couldn't finish wasn't wasted. Yuchen ate it all. Honestly, Su Yunshi felt a bit awkward. In her past life, when her relationship with Xieming Xian was the best, he never ate her leftovers. Was this fake marriage overacting? Yuchen's good mood lasted until after dinner. When it was time to leave, he had an urge to take her away, but didn't even hold her hand. Instead, he gently patted her head. "I'm going back now. I'll come again tomorrow." The man looked relaxed, lowering his eyes to look at her. His gaze sparkled with a strange light, like a flickering firefly, bright and charming. "Be careful on the way." After seeing her off, Su Yunshi went back to her room, bathed Yueyue, and put her to sleep. She sat in a chair, lost in thought. Their marriage, which was supposed to be just pretend, now seemed to be drifting off course. Yuchen returned to the military family compound to check on the house. Nearly half a month had passed, and it was almost finished. The walls had been plastered, the tiles laid, and all the glass cleaned thoroughly. The only thing left was the children's play area in the yard, which would be finished in a couple of days. There was a strange sense of satisfaction. This would be their home. He rolled up his sleeves and used A to turn the soil in the vegetable garden, exhausting his energy. After the raid, The Su family's basement was exposed and sealed. The Su family members were relocated to different places. Due to the investigation, it was inconvenient to inquire directly. The authorities sent Red Guards to question the Su sisters in the military district. "Comrades, we found a basement in the Su family that has been sealed off. Do you know what is inside?" Su Yunshi replied directly. "Comrade police, we sisters are daughters by marriage and never involve ourselves in family affairs. We don't know anything about the basement." Su Yunqing also didn't know what was in the basement. Moreover, even if they opened it, the treasures wouldn't belong to her. She quickly thought and said, "We are no longer connected to the capitalists. Only the head of the Su family knows about the basement. My grandfather has already passed the family head position to my second uncle. You should ask my second uncle." She shifted all the blame onto Su Wenbin. If the Red Guards opened the basement and found less, it's easy to imagine how much pressure Su Wenbin's family would face. Knowing how serious the situation was, she could only explain to the Red Guards, "Comrade, my grandfather only passed the family head position to my father on the day of his exile. Before that, it was always the eldest uncle. If you have questions, you might want to ask my grandfather." Since they couldn't get any useful information, the Red Guards had to give up. After leaving the police station, Su Yunqing looked angry. "Yunshi, why did you lead the Red Guards to trouble my grandfather and father? They've already suffered enough being exiled to the northwest. So, should the Red Guards come to trouble my family too?" Yunshi didn't bother to reply. She felt uneasy inside, worried that if the basement was opened, it might also affect her parents. When the house was fully repaired, Yuchen took his wife to check it. Everything was fine, and he paid the workers, giving each an extra 2 yuan. Yunqing stood at the gate, looking at the scene in the yard. She wondered if they had so much money that they were just throwing it around, shamelessly speaking. "Yunshi, why pay the workers extra? Don't just give it for nothing. It's a good chance for them to help me fix the house for a couple of days." The workers hired by Xiao Jianjun went on strike after demanding their wages, and no one wanted to build her house anymore. Only Xiao Jianjun and his comrades came to do the work. They tried to save money wherever they could, but the rough work was so poorly done it was called tofu dregs by the neighbors. Yunqing was naturally unhappy. After arguing for 2 days, she drove Xiao Jianjun's friends away. Xiao Jianjun then hid inside the military district and refused to come out. Yunqing tried to find him twice, but was met with mockery from the military district staff. Furious, she decided to turn her attention to her cousin. Comrade Su. The workers, knowing the situation next door, weren't happy even if they were paid double. They looked at Yunshi with a determined expression, as if they were about to make a brave stand. "Don't pay attention to her. Once you've finished the chores at my house, you're not obligated to help her." After sending the workers away, Su Yunshi slammed the door shut without paying any attention to Su Yunqing. Su Yunqing refused to give up easily. She showed a stubborn attitude, feeling upset but determined to make Su Yunshi suffer as well. "Yunshi, why are you so cruel? You won't help build the house, but you have money to give to outsiders and ignore me." In the past few days, she had no money to buy food and could only rely on her comrade's family for meals, eating either corn cakes or sorghum rice, which made her throat sore. She only vented her frustration, but her comrade's family refused to let her come over again. It made her so angry. The door of Su Yunshi's house opened. Su Yunqing felt a little hopeful, thinking her cousin wouldn't ignore her. But then, she was suddenly drenched with a bucket of cold water. Su Yunshi coldly said, "Go away and beg for food somewhere else." Yuchen, holding a cigarette, looked over with a cold, fierce gaze that made people shiver. Su Yunqing dared not provoke her sister-in-law anymore. She ran back home in a panic, looking miserable. She hated her sister-in-law so much. Thinking about her older brother abroad and the overseas businesses of the Su family, she felt she had some leverage to deal with Su Yunshi. No, she had to gather some like-minded friends in the military district. She couldn't let Su Yunshi have an easy life. Once the house was repaired, Su Yunshi turned her attention to the logistics department of the military district. She planned to start with running a farm to change the current situation and achieve a win-win outcome. Thanks to her past life, She knew a lot about the military district. It had over 35,200 people, and the monthly food expenses were nearly 650,000 yuan, making it a huge market. In the afternoon, when she was free, Su Yunxi went to the cafeteria. It could serve over 10,000 people at the same time, though the tables and chairs were simple. She wore a white traditional Chinese dress, with fair skin and a beautiful face, radiating a noble aura. She was modest and friendly, greeting everyone with a smile and speaking gently. Isn't that the daughter of a capitalist? How can she come to eat in a communal kitchen? In the military district, discipline must be followed. It's not mealtime now, so you can't violate the rules and serve her special dishes. A female officer in uniform, about 1.7 meters tall, with a brave face and sharp eyes, looked at the logistics staff with hostility, warning them not to give Su Yunxi any food. What do you mean by this place? The cafeteria is the most important logistical support in the military district. As a soldier, you slander the public place and peek through the door. Have you lost your mind?
Su Yunxi responded firmly.
In her previous life, Lu Yulan loved and lost to Xie Mingxian and secretly looked down on her. Even if Xie Mingxian didn't marry her this time, Lu Yulan still held a grudge. It seems some people are naturally incompatible with her energy. Lu Yulan didn't expect that although Su Yunxi looked gentle and kind, like a soft persimmon, she spoke very bluntly. She walked over with a cold smile. I heard you married a man with bad manners. He's been seen with many women in Jing City, and his reputation is ruined. He was sent to Guangzhou. Are you not smart? Why didn't you choose a good comrade from the military district? Instead, you married a troublemaker. You'll regret it later. Su Yunxi didn't want to argue with Lu Yulan, but since she already saw her as a thorn in her side, she decided not to hold back. She aimed her words directly at her. Lu Yulan, everyone in the military district knows your intentions. I chose someone else, so you should be grateful. If I had chosen your crush, you'd be jealous and crazy. Instead of causing trouble for me, you should focus on taking care of your skin. Men like delicate women. Your face has large pores and peeling skin. At first glance, I thought you were a man. Su Yunxi covered her mouth and laughed softly, her posture elegant. This made Lu Yulan so angry, she started to smoke with rage. She turned around and left. Su Yunxi, just wait and see. What was she waiting for? When the army comes, she would face it head-on. After Su Yunxi left, she went to chat with the comrades in the logistics and kitchen team. The army's daily food allowance was 45 cents per person, with a monthly budget of 13.5 yuan. The main food was rice, often mixed with sorghum or cornmeal, and steamed bread or rice cakes. There were 2 big pots of dishes mainly made of tofu, cabbage, and potatoes with some mincemeat, but not much oil. Special Forces soldiers had a daily food allowance of 2 yuan, with white rice, 1 meat dish, and 2 vegetable dishes, enough to eat well. The Air Force's daily allowance was 3 yuan per person with white rice, 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and soup, delicious and colorful. Su Yunxi had a plan in mind. When Yuchen returned home in the evening, she sat on the swing in the yard and asked, "Brother Chen, I want to start a farm. I need your help." She didn't take Lu Yulan's words seriously. They were living together, so she wouldn't care about Yuchen's flirtations. Now, her main focus was her career. "Tell me more." Yuchen took off his coat, filled a bucket with water to water the plants. It was clear he understood that her question wasn't random. Every time she had an idea, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Su Yunxi briefly summarized, "I plan to run a joint farm with the military district to provide enough meat and eggs. The military will allocate funds each month to support this cooperation. Animals in the space reproduce very quickly. If we succeed here, we can expand the idea to other military districts." Why suddenly have this idea? It's not that easy. Just talking about meat, there are over 30,000 people in the military district. These guys eat like a bottomless pit. 300 pigs a day aren't enough. Yuchen was surprised. A young lady who rarely dealt with daily chores suddenly wanted to start a farm? Moreover, private transactions are not allowed now. Running a large farm could be seen as speculation and get labeled as a bad influence. She just stepped away from her identity as a wealthy girl. Without strong backing, it's impossible to succeed. But for Su Yunshi, those weren't problems. She could choose scientific feeding methods to improve pig quality. The military has a fixed food budget. Currently, the pigs we raise at home weigh around 100 pounds. We consume about 1,200 pigs each month. If we feed them with proper feed and raise them to 300 to 400 pounds, just 10,000 pigs with good breeding could meet the military's annual needs. Adding dairy cows, chickens, ducks, and geese, providing daily milk, eggs, and other meats, could reduce the number of pigs needed. Cooperating with the military district will save money and ensure enough meat supply. The girl looked confident and poised. She didn't realize how beautiful she looked when she was serious. Yuchen was stunned, his heart trembling slightly. He couldn't help but want to support her. Yunshi, we also need to consider losses and risks. He said but it meant he didn't oppose her. Su Yunshi relaxed, thinking that as long as he was on her side, convincing her grandfather would be more possible. She smiled and looked at the entire military district. Don't worry. I am confident I can do this. I want the soldiers to have enough meat to eat, proper clothing, advanced weapons and equipment, and for the children to receive good education. I want them to understand that a strong youth makes a strong nation. Yuchen was deeply moved. He stopped walking, knowing full well that she alone couldn't do all this, but her confident look still attracted him. All right, talk to me about money. Yuchen decided to support the project, knowing that the farm to feed over 30,000 people would require a large investment. He wondered how her young mind could come up with such a grand idea. Yes, if it works out, I will definitely invest with you. Su Yunshi smiled in response. He protected her from hardships in marriage, and she would return the favor. Once I finish the plan, I will discuss it with my grandfather. If he agrees, I will then talk to Commander Liu and Commissar Su. Su Yunshi had a rough outline in her mind and knew that implementing it wouldn't be easy. But without pushing forward, she couldn't improve the soldiers' lives. She could only rely on the military district to make the most of the space. They talked as they locked the door and left, unaware of a tall, handsome man silently standing in the neighboring yard for a long time. Xie Mingxian also felt shocked. He thought Su Yunshi's ideas were too fanciful. Farming was not simple, especially collective farming, where disease outbreaks could ruin everything. Yuchen was willing to invest just to make her happy, and he didn't stop her from being reckless. Xie Mingxian thought that if he had the chance, he would warn her. Perhaps Commander Foam would block her plans, leaving no room for implementation. The only comfort was that there was no deep romantic feeling between Su Yunshi and Yuchen. Their relationship was more like friends, and maybe their marriage was just for convenience. Su Yunshi quickly drafted a cooperation plan and discussed it for a long time with her grandfather in the study. Yunshi, the family doesn't lack your needs. Your parents just moved down, and we need to be very careful in what we do. For Feng Zhenhua, money was just material things. Reputation was the most important. Running a farm was like capitalism on a large scale. Su Yunshi had heard many such words in her past life. Whenever she had a unique idea, her grandfather and Xie Mingxian would try to persuade her with these words, making her feel she never had a chance to realize her own value. Grandpa, this is a major military matter. If we can both enjoy good food and save money, the military district can invest more in weapons and education for the next generation. Why not give it a try? Just because you've shed the label of a capitalist's daughter and invested so much money suddenly, outsiders will report and investigate. It could trigger a chain reaction. Not only the Su family, but I could also be under scrutiny. Based on the standard of 5,000 pigs, building a pigsty, feeding, and initial investment would cost at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. Plus raising chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, and sheep, which would add another 200,000. During a time when most families only had a few hundred yuan in savings, being able to come up with such a large amount of money would surely attract suspicion. Su Yunshi calmly explained, Grandpa, this isn't a problem. The farm uses a joint stock system, which means everyone invests together to run the factory. Everyone has a share and shared benefits. My investment can be hidden this way. Foam Zhenhua said, if it doesn't work out, All the money is invested and we could lose everything. I don't agree with this, Su Yunchi assured him. Grandpa, I can start the farm and cover the costs. I won't let you down. Yunchi, you have your hobbies. Playing the piano and painting are good. Why do you want to do something so difficult and thankless? Feng Zhenhua's thinking was conservative. He didn't want to sacrifice his granddaughter's well-being. Basically, he didn't believe that the well-dressed granddaughter could really start a factory and was unwilling to let her take risks. Yunchi was determined and wouldn't back down. Grandpa, if everyone just stays where they are, there will be no progress. The chairman said, if you're behind, you'll be beaten. The Guangzhou military district won't improve itself. Sooner or later, it will suffer. Unable to convince him, the grandfather and granddaughter temporarily stopped arguing. Yuchen saw his wife looking calm and decided to ask, Grandpa, does he disagree? He just can't accept it and still holds onto his old ideas. Su Yunchi's proposal of a joint stock system made Grandpa worry that too many people involved would cause chaos and make management difficult. Yuchen listened to her complaints and analyzed, although the factory is set up to allow everyone to buy shares, in reality, only a few brave enough to participate will do so. The concept of a joint stock system was unfamiliar in this era. No one dared to invest money in something unknown. I will try hard to persuade everyone. Setting a minimum investment threshold can filter out most people. Grandpa, you don't want me to show up and take the lead, so you find faults everywhere. Seeing his wife looked a bit upset, Yuchen brought over a chair for her to sit and went to the well to pull out a watermelon. Only then did Yunchi notice that he had changed out of her gray casual pants into a black tank top. As he moved, his broad shoulders and back muscles were visible, giving a sense of security. His broad shoulders, narrow waist, and perfect inverted triangle body shape, with defined abs faintly visible, combined with his handsome, slightly rebellious face, made him truly striking. Yuchen carried a watermelon and noticed his wife blushing as she looked at him. His heart beat faster, but he forced himself to stay calm. He walked over and gently pinched her cheek, teasing, "Do I look good?" Su Yunchi's face was very hot. She rolled her eyes at him and turned back into the house. Yuchen chuckled. His wife was too easily shy. If they lived together in the future, she would probably hide from him all the time. He cut the watermelon and took some to his grandfather, then went to his wife's room and knocked on the door. "Yunchi, have some watermelon to cool off." Su Yunchi kept working on her farm plan and ignored the knocking. Yuchen was not a rule follower. He pushed the door open himself. The room was filled with a sweet scent that made his nose tingle and his bones itch. His wife wanted to look at him, but was too shy. He had a gentle smile on his face and a look full of love. He picked up a piece of watermelon and held it near her mouth. When you like someone, it's natural to feel this way. No one can be as restrained as a monk. Su Yunchi's face turned red again from his gaze. She turned her head nervously, unable to stand his intense look. "Not now. We'll eat later. Eat less. It's cooling and refreshing." Seeing him insist, Su Yunchi finally took a bite. Her small mouth was bright like a cherry, looking sweet. Yuchen's eyes grew warmer. He couldn't help feeling like a wild beast inside, his breathing becoming a little uneven. "I'll go see if dinner is ready." He turned to leave, hiding his sudden urge. If his wife found out, she might be scared. His stress eased, and Su Yunchi let out a breath. It wasn't until dinner that he appeared, sweaty and with a sharp-featured face tinged with a faint blush. His eyes kept drifting toward his wife as he talked seriously with his grandfather. "Grandpa, I think Yunchi's idea is good. Like the farmers' cooperative that runs a collective pig farm, public pens, and private raising. Yunchi suggested working with the military district to run the farm, which is similar. All the animals are owned by the shareholders, so everyone works together and stays united. It's easy to manage. Just assign tasks like feeding and cleaning, and keep track of the animals' entries and exits, as well as costs. Everyone supervises each other, so mistakes are rare. Let her try it out for 6 months. If it doesn't work, she'll give up naturally. Don't worry about the money. Yunchi has me to back her up." Feng Zhenhua was already feeling headache from his granddaughter pulling him around and not having a moment of peace during meals. This young couple wouldn't give up until they achieved their goal. Finally, he relented and said, "Don't make it too big. Let's start with raising 1,000 pigs and see how it goes." Reducing investment is an effective way to lower losses. With about 100,000 yuan, they could afford the loss and also make their granddaughter give up the idea of running a large farm.
Thank you, Grandpa.
I promise I won't let you down. Su Yunxi knew her grandpa didn't really support the idea. He was just not strongly opposed because he didn't want to upset Yuchen. He was just letting her have fun with it. Anyway, since her grandpa didn't oppose and the military district was almost settled, she felt very confident. Seeing her happy expression, Yuchen felt even sweeter than honey in his heart, and a slight smile appeared on his face. There was also better news. His wife took the initiative to serve him food. Although it was just a piece of roasted lamb chop, it showed their relationship was improving. After dinner, Grandpa usually let Yuchen stay overnight. Yuchen looked at his wife, but she immediately lost her smile, showing no kindness. He could only pretend nothing happened and said casually, "No, Grandpa, I have training early tomorrow." Before bed, Su Yunxi finished harvesting the 30 acres of her space, over 20,000 jin of rice, and over 1,000,000 jin of fruit. She started planting corn, rice, wheat, soybeans, and sorghum to prepare feed. She also organized the animals in her space. Chickens, ducks, and geese kept hatching and multiplying, with about 3,000 to 4,000 of each. Pigs and rabbits also reproduced rapidly, with litters of over 10 piglets being normal, reaching around 2,000 in just a few days. Cattle and sheep reproduced more slowly, with about 500 of each. The next day, Su Yunxi asked the guards to help hire a truck to pick her up at the entrance and to bring back 2 pigs she secretly took from her space. The guard was surprised and said, "Wow, these pigs must weigh 300 to 400 jin. That's enough for a family to eat for a year." At the military district, Su Yunxi first went to the finance department to check the accounts and prepare herself before visiting the political commissar, Suda, who mainly handled internal affairs. She reviewed the year's accounts and recorded some data. As she left the finance office, she was thinking about how to persuade Commissar Su when she unexpectedly met Xieming Xian at the corner of the stairs. She chose to ignore him, but was stopped directly by him. Neither of them was an unnoticed person in the military district. If passers-by saw this, they would surely spread bad rumors. No matter which way she went, Su Yunxi couldn't avoid him. She felt frustrated and lowered her voice. "Comrade Xie, I've said everything clearly. What else do you want?" Xieming Xian spoke. "I just want to talk to you." Today, she wore a white shirt, a brown skirt, and clean little leather shoes. Her half-visible legs were white and smooth. He remembered the feeling of her legs resting on his shoulders in his dream, trembling so much he almost couldn't stand. Her pretty face was always covered with tears, biting her lip and crying softly. Her clear almond-shaped eyes reflected his deep affection. Taking advantage of his distraction, Su Yunxi quickly sidestepped and went downstairs to leave. Xieming Xian quietly followed her, casually responding to greetings from others. Her graceful figure stirred his heart, making it hard to understand why he was so patient with her. Outside, seeing him still following, Su Yunxi couldn't help but stop and ask, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Her face was flushed with anger, her eyebrows and lips lively and vivid. How could there be someone like her? Every time she saw him, she liked him more. Even though she clearly refused, Xieming Xian still couldn't let go. Thinking that her beauty belonged to another man, Xieming Xian felt jealous and bitter, his gaze heavy. "You're planning to start a breeding farm? The authorities are cracking down hard now. Don't take any risks." What right did he have to say that? Su Yunxi felt her chest tighten with anger. She had been unlucky all her life, and now she was entangled with Xieming Xian again. "Comrade Xie, what I do has nothing to do with you. It won't affect you. Please don't interfere." In her past life, she sacrificed her wings for his future, willingly becoming a caged bird. But all she got was his regret. She regretted even more. Wasted so many years. In this life, no one could stop her from walking her own path. Xieming Xian didn't understand why she insisted on taking such big risks. Thinking of her situation, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is he Yuchen unable to support you? That's why you have to show yourself and earn money. If you regret now, it's still not too late. It's still not too late to correct your mistakes and divorce him. Hearing his hint, Su Yunshi sneered and made her stance clear. I'll never be with you in this life. From the moment she was reborn, she decided to cut ties with her past life. No matter how outstanding Xie Mingxian was or how promising his future seemed, none of it mattered to her. Seeing her stubbornness, Xie Mingxian hated He Yuchen even more.
What was so good about him?
He was just a persistent pest. Running a farm isn't easy. The military zone has over 500 pigs, and it takes 20 to 30 people daily to care for them. If you want to raise thousands, have you thought about how many people you'll need? If there's a disease outbreak, everything could be lost, and the money might not cover the damages. It could also ruin your grandfather's reputation. If you keep insisting, you'll end up suffering a big loss someday. Su Yunshi had heard enough of his lectures and was too tired to listen. She turned to leave, but Xie Mingxian grabbed her arm. Her body was well-proportioned and soft, and holding her must have felt very comfortable. I'm doing this for your own good. Xie Mingxian thought he was making decisions for her.
There's no need, she snapped.
Angry, Su Yunshi slapped him, but he quickly caught her hand. She struggled with all her might, kicking him, but he held her tight, pressing her against a big tree, making her unable to move. Her hands and feet were restrained, and she couldn't use her powers. Even if she had weapons, she was under his overwhelming strength and couldn't fight back. Her pretty face was flushed with a faint pink, her breathing quick from struggling, and her collarbone was delicate and graceful. Xie Mingxian couldn't ignore her attraction to him. It was like it was carved into his bones. Just a simple touch made him lose control. For the first time, he realized that when you meet the right person, your body doesn't listen. His handsome face slowly leaned closer, and his eyes held unspoken feelings. Su Yunshi felt her world collapsing. She had finally escaped the pain of her past life, but now she wondered if it would follow her into this one. Are you crazy? Let me go now, she shouted desperately. She twisted her head, filled with fear. She never thought Xie Mingxian would do something so forceful. Seeing her resistance, Xie Mingxian felt a sharp pain in his heart. This shouldn't be happening. In his mind, he remembered the moments when she would snuggle into his arms and kiss him passionately, her eyes full of happiness and dependence. But in reality, she only pushed him away. She didn't love He Yuchen and refused to leave. Why was that? Finally, Xie Mingxian released her. Su Yunshi, He Yuchen isn't right for you. I am your true destiny. One day, Su Yunshi will love him so much that she goes crazy, just like in her dreams. She doesn't know where he got his confidence from. Su Yunshi leaves with a cold face, walking away a bit before she can relax and pat her chest to calm her nerves. Oh my, is Xie Mingxian planning to turn dark? Looking at the time, she can't delay any longer. She tidies up and heads to the 3rd floor of the office building, where she finds Director Su's office. After knocking, the guard invites her in. Hello, leader. Thank you for taking the time to see me, Su Yunshi greets politely. Su, in his early 50s, is of average height and has a scholarly look. He has met Su Yunshi before. She is talented and has performed piano pieces at the provincial level many times. Comrade Su, no need to be polite. Please have a seat. Earlier, Commander Feng had called ahead. The military district is open to cooperative farming, but they want to hear the details, how the cooperation will work. Su Yunshi sits beside Director Su, organizing her thoughts before speaking. Commissar, our army includes the Army, Special Forces, Air Force, and logistics personnel, totaling 35,200 people. The monthly food expenses are 650,000 yuan. Of that, about 150,000 yuan is spent on buying meat, mostly pork. We consume around 2,000 pigs each month. Excluding special units, ordinary soldiers eat less than 5 jin of meat per month, which is far below normal levels. Let me introduce this farming cooperation project. The benefit is low investment with high output. By focusing on feeding, using prepared forage to raise pigs, we can make them grow to about 3 times their current size in the same amount of time. This can greatly increase the amount of meat soldiers get. Comrade Sue, this can't be right. Sue, who is from a rural background, looks skeptical. Everyone knows that no matter how well pigs are fed, they only grow to about 130 to 140 gene in a year. How could they reach 300 to 400 gene? Commissar Sue, I have 2 pigs that are 1 year old. You can see for yourself. Seeing his doubtful expression, Su Yunshi directly invites him downstairs. The guard rushes in from the military district gate with 2 pigs that are more than twice the size of normal pigs. Sue is surprised, and many logistic staff come to see. The pigs are fat and strong, as if they have been raised for 3 or 4 years. Experienced people can tell from their teeth that these are indeed less than a year old. The kitchen staff also come to watch, amazed. Comrade Sue, what do these pigs eat to grow so big? Su Yunshi teases. I haven't asked the villagers yet. Once I find out, I'll tell everyone. Everyone thought that raising a pig for a year was more cost-effective than 3 years of feeding, saving time, labor, and resources. It would be great if the pigs raised in the military area could grow like this. Commander Sue thought for a moment and asked, Comrade Sue, do you think there might be any problems with the pork from pigs that grow so quickly? For the military, food safety and reliability are the most important. Let's slaughter 1 pig and try the meat at noon to see how it tastes. Commander Sue, do you want to arrange some people to taste it together? Commander Sue sent someone to invite military commander Liu Shiping. Liu was in his 50s, of average height, with a serious look. When he arrived, the pig was just being slaughtered. 4 young men from the kitchen team carried a nearly 400-pound pig to the slaughter area. The pig's squeals attracted the residents of the compound. Fang Yingmei and Sun Chuanxia, along with many military wives and children, came to watch. Even Su Yunqing went along. Seeing her cousin next to the 2 leaders, chatting away, she was very annoyed. Why was Su Yunshi always so noticeable? After the pig was slaughtered, the meat's texture was clearly visible, about 70% lean and 30% fat, a bit fattier than usual pork, especially the belly fat, which is important for making lard. Su Yunshi followed to the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and helped out. She discussed with head cook Miao about the dishes to prepare. They collected 2 barrels of pig blood to make steamed blood sausages with garlic. They also prepared dishes from different parts of the pig: braised pork, onion and cumin pork slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried pork with vegetables, stewed pork ribs, soy sauce marinated pork, and twice-cooked pork. The pork was rich in fat, and the 10 dishes looked colorful and smelled delicious, making everyone's mouths water. The kitchen staff watched her closely, eager to learn her seasoning skills, clearly admiring her. Each dish was served in large portions, and the aroma filled the kitchen, more festive than any New Year celebration. I'll use little Sue's contribution to honor the gods. Let's go to the training ground and invite the top 30 members of the Marine Corps. Liu Shiping's voice was loud and deep. Based on the amount of food, he sent people to call the officers who deserved a reward. Commander Liu, you're too kind. We also need your and Commander Sue's help. After everyone finishes eating, please rate the pork. Su Yunqi's seasoning and the kitchen team's skills brought out the best flavor of the pork. Of course. I'll ask those guys for their opinions. Now that we have the meat, a bowl of wine would make it perfect. Li Shiping is responsible for troop training and weapons equipment, and he is very straightforward. Su Yunqi whispered, You really have a good connection with my grandfather. He sent 4 bottles of Maotai wine by car. Later, I'll ask the guards to deliver some home for you too. Li Shiping was even happier. Old Feng still cares about us the most. We should have a toast later. That wouldn't be good. If someone catches us, it could cause trouble. Commissioner Su firmly refused, so Li Shiping had to give up. Su Yunqi asked the cook to divide each dish into 4 portions and serve them one by one. When the food was on the table, the top 30 soldiers of the land combat team arrived. The first was Xieming Xian, dressed in a military uniform. His eyes looked past everyone and saw Su Yunqi in an apron. Her calm and elegant manner, even in torn clothes, made her stand out immediately. She spoke confidently with the two officers, smiling and inviting them to sit. Xie Mingxian clearly felt that she could be gentle and polite with others, but she was cold and stern toward him. This made him feel upset. You guys are lucky to eat today. Sit down. The main task today is to enjoy the meal and try the pork recommended by Comrade Xiao Su. Li Shiping was friendly with the officers. He waved his hand, and they all found seats. Everyone's attention finally shifted from Su Yunxi to the dishes on the table. Wow, in all their years in the army, they had never seen such a rich meal. Before the official mealtime, they were called over. Some officers couldn't sit still. Commander, are you planning an important mission? No, I need to go home and write a letter to my parents first. I also want to send something to my wife. It seemed like it was their last meal. Li Shiping was amused by these young soldiers. Everyone sit down. This is a reward for your good performance in the first half of the year, bringing honor to the military district. And it's also to celebrate Xiao Su's new pig farm. Try the new pork first. Commander, you should have told us earlier. My heart almost jumped out of my chest. Commissioner Su smiled. Learn from Mingxuan's composure. Even if there's poison in front of him, he doesn't blink. Commissioner, you're joking. Not blinking doesn't mean I won't eat poison. Xie Mingxuan's handsome face showed no emotion. Who could tell that 2 hours ago? He was acting out of line. Thank you, Comrade Su, someone started, and soon everyone was expressing their gratitude. You're welcome. You're all heroes under the red flag.
It's just some meat.
Once the military farm is set up, I promise you'll have meat to eat every day. Su Yunxi continued to promote her idea. Her goal was not just 1,000 pigs. The officers couldn't help but look forward to it. Is this true? Political Commissar, maybe in the future, we can eat as well as the Air Force. Even though their Special Forces team had good meals, they still lagged behind the Air Force. No one wanted to be left behind. Let's discuss it further. Commissar Su replied vaguely. Before they figured out how to cooperate, Su Yunxi smoothly arranged for them to eat in the cafeteria. Being friendly and smiling, she knew cooperation was necessary. This girl was quite clever. Su Yunxi thought that Xie Mingxian would oppose her, but he didn't say a word. When a big bowl of white rice was brought out, Commander Lu picked up his chopsticks, and everyone started eating happily, praising the food. Su Yunxi returned to the kitchen, finished cooking, and still had 3/4 of the pork left. She took 2 pig hind legs, cleaned of hair, and secretly brought out 4 bottles of Maotai from her space, asking guard Xiaozhong to deliver them to the general and the commissar's homes. In this era, there were no modern appliances, and cooking relied on manual labor. The kitchen staff had over 100 people, mostly new recruits. Thank you for your hard work today. In the future, when the military farm is established, everyone will help out. Let's share the pork and enjoy it together. Su Yunxi gave the remaining meat to the head cook, Lao Miao, who distributed it. Each person received over a pound. There was some pig offal left. Su Yunxi explained how to handle and cook it: dry pot pork intestines, crispy pig stomach, chive kidney, stir-fried pig liver, and matsutake pig heart soup. While busy, a military officer came in to find Su Yunxi. Commissar Su asked her to return to the office. Su Yunxi washed her hands, took off her apron, and the cooks watched her eagerly, reluctant to see her leave. After some contact, they learned that Comrade Su was talented, kind-hearted, fair to everyone, patient with questions, and serious about cooking. Comrade Su, when will you come again? Next time, I'll cook what you want. Don't misunderstand, brother I just see you as a sister. I will also prepare delicious food for you. I can make many kinds of noodles, steamed buns, and pancakes. You can choose whatever you like. The young soldiers blushed and looked sincere. Su Yunxi couldn't help but smile. Okay, thank you all. After leaving the kitchen, the 4 tables of food had already been cleaned out. It seems the plan worked. At mealtime, more people arrived at the cafeteria, smelling the aroma and asking, "What did the cooking team make today?" "It smells so good." Su Yunxi walked out of the cafeteria and saw Yuchen in an Air Force uniform from afar. He is tall with long legs, and his handsome face is very eye-catching. Yuchen's eyesight is better than normal, so he naturally saw his wife. He strode over, making her walk less distance. They met in a shady spot in the cafeteria. Yuchen tucked her hair behind her ear, and a faint light flickered in his narrow eyes. Is everything going smoothly? Don't be afraid. Just do what you want. If money can solve it, it's a small matter. Yes, I will go to Commissar Su's office soon. Su Yunxi is confident she can handle this matter, but with Yuchen's support, she feels more assured. Hearing her determined tone, Yuchen knew things were probably going well. He couldn't help but feel happy for her. I'll take you there. He checked his watch. There was enough time. The path was crowded with people, and walking together would attract attention. Su Yunxi said, No need. You go eat. I will tell you good news tonight when I get home. But Yuchen didn't listen.
He still took her to the office building.
After watching her go upstairs, he went to the cafeteria. He returned to Commissar Su's office, where Lu Shiping, the military commander, was also present.
Comrade Su, come in quickly.
The pork today smells better than usual. Everyone agrees it's good. I heard Lao Su say that Feng Lao called to arrange a small farm with 1,000 pigs. That's not enough for these young guys to finish in a month. Lu Shiping didn't care about internal affairs. Today, he ate happily and came to see how the cooperation would work. Feng Lao's words make sense. We should be cautious in the beginning. Su De couldn't help but feel a headache. But he was invited to a meal, and now he was involved in everything. He wondered if the Su family had only been assigned for a little over a month. Su Yunxi understood their thoughts pretty well and spoke. To leaders, your focus shouldn't be on how many animals to raise. Her words made both men wonder. What kind of cooperation did she have in mind? Xiao Su, just be honest. Lu Shiping said quickly. Everyone wants to eat good meat every day. When soldiers have good food, they are stronger. Su Yunxi continued. Our military district spends 150,000 yuan each month on meat. If I work with you, I can give 100,000 yuan monthly to the farm. I promise the soldiers will have a meat dish every day: chicken, duck, goose, pork, lamb, beef, fish, shrimp, and more. There will be plenty of milk and eggs too. Plus, the saved money can be used to buy weapons and improve education. Soldiers need good equipment to face enemies confidently. Improving children's education helps them understand right from wrong and become brave. Lu Shiping knew Su Yunxi was capable.
What she said was trustworthy.
He excitedly pounded the table. Good. Xiao Su has great plans. Lao Su, I think this is a good idea. Not only can soldiers eat well, but the saved money can also be used for weapons and education. This is a good thing. Su Yunxi didn't specify the size of the farm but offered a plan to the military district first. Su Dali thought it should follow what Old Feng suggested, but he also liked the idea of having such a guarantee. Su Yunxi's words were very tempting. Saving 50,000 yuan a month adds up to 600,000 a year. There are many things to do with that money. May I ask, Sister Su, where will the money come from to start the farm? Su Dali asked directly. Since they need over 30,000 people's meat, the farm must be big. The initial investment would be at least hundreds of thousands. Su Yunxi's family was recently ruined. If she suddenly had that much money, the military district wouldn't support her, and it could cause trouble for Old Feng. She couldn't agree to that. It's a joint venture. Everyone invests to start the factory. I'm just the organizer. The farm will belong to everyone, she explained. She added, for example, Commander Lu invests 2,000 yuan. He will share in the profits each month, maybe a few yuan or dozens, depending on how well it does. If he wants to withdraw his investment, he can do so at any time. Comrade Su, raising funds for a farm is possible, but no one can guarantee it will make money. If someone pulls out, will they get their money back? Su Dali asked cautiously. If things go wrong, it could be a big problem. Losing all the money could shake the army's confidence. Since Su's family had just been through a tough time, no matter how capable she was still just a young woman. She might not be able to handle such a big responsibility.
Su Yunxi felt helpless.
Neither her grandfather nor the military district leaders had much confidence in starting the farm. Comrade Su, don't worry. My husband, Yuchen, is a guarantor. Even if the farm fails, he can cover the losses. Mentioning Yuchen made comrades Su feel more at ease. Everyone knew that for the He family, a few 100,000 was just a small amount. I agree. It's only 2,000 yuan. I'll cover that. Lu Shiping had high hopes for their farm project and was the first to support it. Commander Lu, I'm just giving an example. You can invest 1,000 yuan or more, whatever you prefer. But this is a one-time opportunity. Su Yunshi explained that the minimum investment was 1,000 yuan, voluntary, and investors could withdraw at any time. Once they withdrew, they couldn't join again. Comrade Su, your threshold is a bit high. In the military district, there aren't many who can meet such conditions. Comrade Su didn't understand. Since they could raise funds collectively, why not lower the standard? The more money invested, the easier it would be to run the farm. Leaders, if the threshold is lower, say 100 yuan, the monthly profit might be only a few cents.
No one would want to invest then.
So, it's better to let people give up early if they can't handle it. Su Yunshi casually explained that too many investors would make management complicated, as her grandfather said. She didn't have the energy to consider everyone's interests, so she preferred to support the brave and leave the timid behind. After exchanging opinions, Su Da and Lu Shiping finally agreed to Su Yunshi's plan. They would invest for a month to see how it went. Old Foam only hesitated because she was his granddaughter. Su Yunshi arranged with them that meat supply would start on August 1st, the Army Day, giving them a month to prepare. The military district quickly posted a notice. Those interested in investing could sign up at the finance department. Many people came to learn more. After hearing about the large investment required and their family responsibilities, most hesitated and chose to wait and see. Su Yunshi pushed to the front, sarcastically saying, "Yunshi, our Su family just fell apart. You have no money, but you still dare to gather investments." No one knew where Su Yunshi got her wild ideas. She acted like a farmer wanting to raise livestock, which embarrassed the Su family. If the project succeeded, she would be dragged down and mocked too. Investing is voluntary, and the deadline is 10 days. Everyone should make their own judgment. Don't regret not investing when the farm makes money in the future. It can be said that running a farm mainly depends on space. The amount earned is entirely controlled by her. To set an example, she will definitely let investors enjoy the benefits. Those who don't invest later shouldn't regret missing out. Haha, the farm isn't even established yet and you're investing 1,000 yuan? That's like getting something for nothing.
Don't believe it blindly.
If things go wrong, you could lose everything. Anyway, the Su family has been seized, and there's no money to pay you. The farm that feeds over 30,000 soldiers needs at least 10,000 pigs. Su Yunxing doesn't believe it can be done. Su Yunshi can make it happen. Yuchen finished his afternoon training and came to pick up his wife. Seeing her surrounded by a group of people and being difficult, he couldn't hold back his anger. He directly placed several deposit slips on the finance desk. The amount of investment I have is exactly what I have deposited in the military district finance. If anyone wants to withdraw, they can do so at any time. Everyone's eyes focused on the deposit slips on the table. The first deposit was 100,000 yuan, definitely a huge sum, shocking the onlookers. Keep in mind, the monthly allowance for officers below the district commander is only 50 or 60 yuan. Not many people have 1,000 yuan in hand. Su Yunshi looked at Yuchen, who was walking confidently. He was fearless of any pressure, not even knowing she had changed her strategy. But his support was clearly reflected in his actions. Yuchen also looked at his wife. His handsome, roguish face wore a carefree smile, and his eyes showed reassurance. With such guarantees, people whispered among themselves, he can easily come up with so much money. Comrade Su and her husband are not short of this little money. I'll go back and discuss with my family.
It won't hurt to try.
Once it becomes part of our military district, we won't lack meat to eat. Su Yunqing was furious. If she had known Yuchen was so rich, she would have married him from the start. Then she wouldn't have to worry about Su Yunshi being so prominent. Yunchi is causing trouble. Don't follow her to mess around. How much money do you have that she can waste? Marrying someone and still being restless. What are you? Mind your own business. Yuchen directly retorted, pressing Su Yunqing's face down and rubbing it on the ground. Everyone else watched the fun. The older sister isn't investing a penny, but is still involved in running the farm. I wonder what her real plan is. Before it even started, everyone kept doubting it, as if they hoped it would fail. It's just jealousy. Jealous that my younger cousin married better. If she's unlucky, who's to blame? After this, everyone saw Yuchen in a new light. The one who can fully support his wife is truly a real man. Su Yunqing couldn't stay any longer. She left angrily. Su Yunqi had enjoyed a wealthy life for 18 years, but never learned to do business. Now she wanted to see how much money Yuchen had to make trouble. Sooner or later, she would regret marrying a bad luck charm. She also thought about her marriage to Xiao Jianjun, a useless man. Her savings might not even be enough for basic investments. How could she compare to Yuchen? On their first date, she foolishly said that Yuchen and her cousin were childhood sweethearts. If she hadn't pushed, they wouldn't be together. Now she regrets it. Lu Shiping entered with several officers, all high-ranking generals and colonels. Everyone quickly made way and saluted. Xiao Deng, start the registration. I'm investing 5,000. The army commander led the way, handing the investment money to the finance department. The officers also registered their investments. Soon, the total reached over 30,000. Everyone saw that not only did Comrade he have a bank deposit slip, but the army commander also invested. They weren't afraid anymore. Some turned around and went home to get their money. Seeing things starting to develop, Su Yunqi decided to leave. She went home with Yuchen. On the way, Yuchen listened to his wife talk about today's progress and realized things had changed. Last night, she promised her grandfather to start a pig farm with 1,000 pigs. Today, she had already negotiated with the top military officials to do something big. What a sudden turn of events. Brother Chen, don't tell Grandpa. Right now, we're just raising funds. If he asks, just say we're still preparing. Su Yunqi and Yuchen were now on the same side. They would first give a vague answer to appease Grandpa. Once they made their big move, Grandpa wouldn't be able to oppose them. When Grandpa finds out the truth, he might scold me. But I don't care. I won't let you manage the farm anymore. Yuchen understood Grandpa's worries. He didn't want them to be too high-profile. According to his wife's plan, the farm would have 5,000 pigs, 10,000 chickens, ducks and geese, 500 dairy cows, and 2,000 sheep. These animals would be bred and raised to meet the needs of over 35,200 people for a year. The initial investment would be at least 500,000 yuan, which was beyond Grandpa's comfort zone. He was bound to get very angry. Let's keep it a secret for now. Once we see positive results, other military districts will naturally want to join. We should also set up a farm, then he won't mind the small issues at the beginning. Su Yunqi thought long-term. She knew that once the farm was established, it would have a big impact across the country, inspiring many to follow. Over 4 years, it could greatly improve the overall strength of the troops. Yuchen was silent for a moment. Only now did he truly realize that his wife's plan was not a sudden whim but a deep, thoughtful decision. Her courage surpassed most men. If I can't get more investment, I will cover the costs myself. He decided to support his wife's project with real actions. Su Yunqi had a space ability, but couldn't tell anyone. She had to follow the development ideas of this era. My parents gave me a savings bond of 200,000 yuan. The military district can invest about 100,000 yuan. If that's not enough, you can make up the rest. The profit sharing will be proportional. Yuchen didn't care about losing or gaining money. I invested not for the money. He couldn't tolerate anyone bullying Su Yunqi, not even questioning her. When they got home, their plan was just taking shape, but Feng Zhenhua called them into the study. Su Yunqi felt a bit nervous. Did her grandfather see through their plan? Was he forbidding her from taking risks? She hoped he would just stop her. I'm here. Yuchen saw his wife's unease. As a girl raised with traditional values, she respected elders. In the study, Su Yunqi smiled and said, Grandpa, today I killed a pig at the military district. I asked the guard to bring back a front leg. Have you tried it at lunch? Seeing her eager expression, Feng Zhenhua sighed. She wasn't a boy. Otherwise, the Su family might really rise because of her. I heard from Ping that the military district has started attracting investments. He's gotten the colonels and above involved, but it's not going smoothly below that level. Grandpa. Yuchen was about to speak up for his wife, but was stopped by Feng Zhenhua raising his hand. This matter is led by Yunqi. You shouldn't bear all the responsibility. I have 50,000 yuan here. You can use it for the investment. If it's really impossible, don't force it. Su Yunqi's eyes welled with tears. She realized that, even if her grandfather didn't fully agree, he still respected her wishes and was willing to contribute most of his savings. They all showed their support through actions. Su Yunqi felt deeply touched and had no reason not to do her best. She solemnly promised, "Thank you, Grandpa. I will make sure the soldiers are well fed and dressed warmly. I will also ensure that every investor earns more than their investment within 2 years." Relying on the military district provided many advantages, such as saving on land and labor costs. The next day, Su Yunqi discussed with political commissar Su to turn a large piece of land on the west side of the military canteen into a breeding area. After measuring and drawing the layout, she promised General Liu Shiping to add extra dishes for everyone daily. She applied for 500 soldiers and started building the farm. Su Yunqi didn't expect that Liu Shiping arranged for her to meet Xie Mingxian. Her expression stiffened, and she couldn't even fake a smile. She felt frustrated but couldn't request a change of personnel. These soldiers had already delayed training, so she couldn't be picky. When General Liu left, she couldn't help but say, "It's not that I don't like your farm project, but why didn't you ask the leaders for permission before interfering?" She hoped Xie Mingxian would voluntarily give up, so she wouldn't have to meet him every day and discuss matters. "Commander's orders, I can't decide that," he replied. Xie Mingxian didn't expect Su Yunqi to settle the matter in just 2 days. He believed Commander Feng had helped push it forward. He thought she would avoid him after that day, but now, besides her cold attitude, she maintained basic politeness when they met. Seeing that he couldn't be driven away, Su Yunqi suppressed her irritation and took out the layout plan to discuss the next steps. They needed to build 2,000 pigsties, 20 large sheep pens, 10 small sheep pens, 20 cattle sheds, and 100 chicken coops. She had built several-story wooden chicken racks and a long egg-laying building. They also built 20 duck and goose houses, covered with thick straw for egg-laying. Ducks and geese would be kept in free-range areas, which had a small pond nearby. The large warehouses for storing feed had to be kept clean and well-ventilated. Xie Mingxian was surprised by Su Yunqi's seriousness. The layout plan was over 1 meter long, with detailed labels for each animal's breeding area, including the size and height of pigsties. There were also small diagrams showing how to build pigsties, sheep pens, cattle sheds, and chicken coops, including methods for feeding troughs, water tanks, and even waste disposal. "Then I will trouble Comrade Xie. First, by building materials and wood, hire a cart to bring them back. Comrades skilled in carpentry, start making the chicken coops. We also need to customize various water tanks and feeding troughs. Use this savings deposit of 20,000 first and find an accountant to keep track of the expenses. If it's not enough, let me know." Su Yunqi handled the matter professionally, left the layout plan and the savings deposit, then left. At this point, Xie Mingxian realized that Su Yunqi was determined to proceed with this project and had a detailed plan. But such impulsive investment, how long could it last? With over 35,000 people consuming meat, investing hundreds of thousands might just be a bottomless pit. Xie Mingxian was also very proactive. On the day he received the plans, he assigned work to the 500 soldiers. When they heard that Comrade Su would be adding extra dishes daily, their enthusiasm for work increased greatly. The head of the kitchen squad, Miao, led the way by investing 2,000 yuan. Several other kitchen staff also invested. When the kitchen and training were not busy, they voluntarily helped at the breeding farm. Just as the breeding farm was ready to be built, the Red Guard summoned Su Yunqi again. "Comrade Su, someone has reported that your investment in the breeding farm came from money you brought from your hometown during your reassignment. Do you have anything to say?" Su Yunqi didn't need to guess who reported it. She knew very well. Su Yunqing was really resourceful. Yuchen, with his sharp eyebrows, changed from his usual lazy look. His clear face looked a bit serious, and his gaze was sharp, like icy cold steel. On the day of reassignment, some comrades searched my wife. Now you're here to embarrass yourselves? The Red Guards were intimidated by this tall Air Force officer and quickly relaxed their attitude. We're just following procedures. If there's anything unusual about Comrade Su, we need to investigate thoroughly. Yuchen was too lazy to waste words with them. If you want to investigate, you can ask the bureau chief. You're not qualified. Let him find out who I am. Knowing that Yuchen came from Beijing with a strong background, the Red Guards dared not press further and left empty-handed. Most of the military district was watching the construction of the breeding farm. Many soldiers, after training, went to see it. Do you think this can succeed? I've never heard of such a large breeding farm anywhere in the country. Raising a few hundred animals is already a big deal. Who knows? In my hometown's commune, 8 villages only raise a little over 200 animals. During the new year, slaughtering pigs is quite lively. Anyway, I believe what Comrade Su Yunqi said. After the farm is built, everyone will have meat to eat every day. In the future, we can slaughter pigs daily. A few days ago, I saw the pig king brought by Comrade Su. It weighed over 380 jin, and its meat was so fatty it dripped with oil. I also heard the special forces praising it highly. They said the pork made from that pig was tender, flavorful, and left a lasting taste. It was the best they had ever eaten. Everyone was talking and started to drool, eagerly looking at the breeding area. They were more anxious than the military leaders. Then, we saw Commander Feng's guard, Zhang Chang, hire several trucks to bring over more than 100 pigs and a truckload of feed. Seeing so many fat pigs weighing around 400 jin, the military area was buzzing. People rushed to help settle them, putting them in temporary pens to raise. Guard Zhang also brought some bags of green beans and sugar, asking the kitchen to cook green bean soup. After cooling it with well water, they gave it to the soldiers working outside to prevent heatstroke. Su Yunqi and squad leader Miao discussed and set a weekly menu. They planned to slaughter 1 pig each day to add dishes for all the workers. They made different dishes like meat-filled buns, steamed eggs with minced meat, Beijing-style shredded pork wraps, twice-cooked potatoes, meat sauce noodles, shredded pork fried noodles, and big pot stews. They kept changing the dishes to make sure everyone had nutritious meals. Along with the usual 2 daily dishes, it was enough for over 600 people to be satisfied. This big effort made the soldiers involved in building the farm the envy of everyone. Many wanted to swap jobs with them for a couple of days, but no one agreed. Seeing tangible benefits gave everyone confidence to join in. People kept coming to the finance office to pay and buy shares. In the past, Su Yunqing didn't care much about money. Now, after more than 10 days of hard times, 10 yuan felt like a lot to her. Seeing more and more people joining the farm, Su Yunqing was furious. So much money was being invested. If Su Yunqi succeeded, she would look useless. She and a few like-minded people kept causing trouble at the finance office, trying to persuade others not to invest or to withdraw their shares. They were quite lively. My cousin only knows how to spend money. She orders custom clothes and jewelry, spending hundreds or thousands without blinking. She doesn't earn money. She probably uses your hard-earned money to buy clothes and accessories. You'll regret it someday. To raise funds, they surely chose the best options. Once the money was in hand, no one knew if the farm could actually be built, and even if it benefited them, it wouldn't be their concern. Nurse Li Yan from the military district health office agreed. Su Jia was sent down, and Su Yunqi still acts like a capitalist, copying foreign investment methods. Our military district can't be led astray by her. We need to investigate where she gets the confidence to do such big things. She doesn't take good care of her husband, relying on her looks, and loves to deal with men. Comrade, he is really patient. On the first day Yuchen reported to the military district, Li Yan liked him immediately. She offered to help check his arm injury, but was politely refused. It's well wrapped. No need to change the dressing. She remembered that day. His handsome face was warm. Even if the bandage wasn't perfect, he didn't mind. Before she could think of a way to get close to him, he became the grandson-in-law of Commander Foam, which made her feel upset for days. Now, seeing Su Yunqi doing well, she quickly teamed up with Su Yunqing, joining the opposition within the military district to oppose her. The military district's family compound is like a small community with various factions. Some keep a low profile and stay out of trouble, others watch quietly as conflicts unfold, and some like Su Yunqing and Li Yan can't stand women who are more talented and capable than they are, wishing to eliminate them. Of course, there are also supporters of Su Yunqi, like Fang Yingmei and Sun Chuanxia, who are family members of mid-level officers. They can't climb higher, and below company commanders, family members can't follow soldiers into the field, so they can't win allies. Struggling with no power or connections in the military district, they were eager to build good relations with someone like Commander Feng's granddaughter. How could they let Su Yunqing and her allies tarnish Su Yunqi's reputation? The commander-in-chief leading the investment is a matter for us to question? You're so poor you can't afford a meal, yet you're worried about others investing 1,000 yuan. Oh, look, it's Li Yan from the health office. I heard you're in your 20s and still single. It's a shame you don't have the heart to serve men. Investigating Comrade Su Yunqi? Who do you think you are? If you don't want to work at the health office, just leave. You sit around doing nothing, act friendly to men but cold to women. Someone like you, who always wants to deal with men, has no right to smear Comrade Su Yunqi. They showed no mercy to Su Yunqing, launching a fierce attack that quickly drove her away. Li Yan and Su Yunqing left the office building feeling very angry, determined to find trouble with Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi was busy every day and had no time to pay attention to them. In the space, over 100,000 pounds of grains were stored. Corn was ground into flour, soybeans pressed for oil, and the leftover soybean meal separated. Wheat was milled into flour, with bran removed. Rice was hulled, and rice bran separated. They used corn flour, soybean meal, bran, and rice bran to make feed for chickens, ducks, and geese, adding grass to make feed for pigs, cattle, and sheep. They also used leftover food from the military area, enough to feed the farm animals. Using her mind, Su Yunqi created a pond in the space. When she went out, she secretly bought several large buckets of fish and shrimp, including crucian carp, grass carp, silver carp, whitefish, and loach. She also added earthworms, wheat grains, and corn, and the fish all survived, growing quickly and reproducing. Whether people praised or criticized her, the farm was being built rapidly. One pigsty, sheep pen, cattle shed, chicken coop, duck house, and goose house were built one after another. Water tanks, feeding troughs, and chicken racks were installed, and feed was delivered in trucks. Every day, Su Yunqi traveled to different places, hiring vehicles to transport livestock, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, shuttling through the military compound. Sometimes she bought animals directly. Other times she took them from her space, making it hard for others to catch her. Su Yunqing and Li Yan spread rumors in the military area, but they were often confronted and challenged. Everyone had their own judgment. At first, people might have believed their nonsense, but over time, everyone could see Su Yunqi's dedication. Comrade, he also took time to help at the farm. After removing his Air Force uniform, he worked hard. The couple was determined to develop the farm, and no one could question their sincerity. Su Yunqing saw that the farm's progress couldn't be stopped and felt anxious, unable to sleep well. She developed a large pimple and went daily to the health clinic, pulling Li Yan along for ideas. My cousin is always eager to show off, competing everywhere. Now she's even more determined to make a name with the farm. I never thought she'd be so ambitious. Li Yan was also angry. She thought that after Yuchen registered their marriage, he didn't live with Su Yunqi, probably because of Commander Feng's pressure. But now, seeing the couple working together every day, it didn't seem like they had a bad relationship. It was really frustrating. Just the two of us can't defeat Su Yunqi. We need to think of a plan and team up with more like-minded friends. Who should we team up with? I've been in the military district for over a month and I only know you. Su Yunqing has been here for a little over a month. Recently, she's been constantly asking Xiao Jianjun for money and knows nothing about the situation in the military district. She doesn't know where to find people to help deal with Su Yunqi. Li Yan naturally has a plan, like Commander Lu's wife, Song Lihua. When Lu Junzhong organized investments, her family refused to join. An enemy's enemy is a friend. She has many good relationships with military wives in the district. If we get close to her, we can ruin Su Yunqi's reputation and make her unwelcome in the military district. Song Lihua has a daughter, Lu Yulan, who is interested in Xie Mingxian. She tried to set up meetings and matchmake several times, but Xie Mingxian refused. Instead, he visited Commander Feng's house twice. The details are secret, but Song Lihua is petty and will definitely hold a grudge against Su Yunqi. Okay, I'll talk to her and see if we can work together to deal with Su Yunqi. When Su Yunqi heard that Li Yan had a way to ruin her cousin's reputation, she was very happy. She couldn't wait to find Song Lihua and discuss plans. Take your husband with you when you visit Commander Lu's house. If you go alone, your intentions will be too obvious and might backfire. Li Yan gave advice. She has no background to approach Commander Lu's house, but Su Yunqi is different. As Su Yunqi's cousin and her husband, who is a promising battalion commander, she has a good chance of success. Just tell her when you meet Song Lihua. Su Yunqi nodded as she listened. She was willing to try any plan to ruin her cousin. The investment situation in the finance department looked promising. In 10 days, a total of 103,000 yuan was invested, with the last day seeing Xie Mingxian invest 50,000 yuan. He's not afraid of losing money or being linked to capitalism. What's wrong with him? She hadn't thought it through. If she had set a limit of 10,000 yuan for each investment, he wouldn't have taken such a big share. Su Yunqi was angry but couldn't kick him out. The military district was recruiting openly, so she couldn't take revenge publicly. Yuchen invested 100,000, and her grandfather invested 50,000. Both amounts were registered with the finance department, and she could just take the money directly. As for her own 200,000 yuan investment, she didn't need to register it. She could keep it hidden and control everything secretly. Fang Yingmei, Sun Chuanxia, and some other military spouses also persuaded their families to invest, and they worked hard every day with Su Yunqi, almost staying at the breeding farm. Su Yunqi quietly observed everyone's abilities. Some were good at keeping records, some good at caring for young animals, some good at feeding, and others good at cleaning. She kept track of everyone's strengths. Has the house in the family compound been aired out enough? Yunqi, you should tidy up and move in so you don't have to run back and forth every day. At dinner that evening, Feng Zhenhua brought up this topic. Recently, his granddaughter had been busy from dawn to dusk. She used to have a round face, but now it was slim and shaped like a melon seed, which he found hard to watch. Yuchen paused with his chopsticks, looked at his wife, and saw her face had become even smaller. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes always sparkled with charm. Every day, hearing soldiers praise her, a sense of possessiveness grew in him. He wanted to keep her close, not allowing anyone to look at her even a little. Grandpa, I plan to move the furniture I ordered back to the house in the next few days. I'll buy appliances and decorate it. Once Yunqi finds a good day, we'll move. He went to the house every morning to open windows and air it out, and in the evening, he locked the door securely. The yard was planted with flowers, herbs, and vegetables, growing well, and it was ready for people to live in. His wife was so busy she hardly had time to eat properly. He wasn't sure when they would move, but with Grandpa's help, he naturally cooperated. Su Yunqi finally realized that it had been over a month since she moved down. She wondered how her parents, brothers, and sister-in-law were doing. She tried to stay positive and smiled as she replied, "In 5 days, on July 16th, we'll move. Brother Chun has some comrades from the warm house, and many people told me in advance, so I can prepare meals. Grandpa will also come to support me. With you here, I'm not worried about managing in the military family area." Recently, Yuchen had gradually integrated into the Air Force. During lunch, he often went to the breeding farm to help. When he saw his sister-in-law and younger siblings, he greeted them politely. She now had a very good relationship with the kitchen staff. Arranging the warm house was very easy, Just prepare the ingredients, and everything would be ready. Feng Zhenhua patted his granddaughter's head and scolded her with a serious face. You're quite clever, girl. You're using Hezucheng as a shield, and also pulling Lu Shiping and Suda to cover for you. Even my security guard has been bought over by you. The breeding farm is so big, if you can't handle it, how will it end? With your support, I have nothing to fear. Su Yunxi quickly served dishes to her two benefactors, feeling grateful to have met Yuchen. He wouldn't become an obstacle in her career, and she was happy her efforts had moved her grandfather, unlike in her past life when he strongly opposed her. Tomorrow, I have a meeting in the province. Xiao Zhang can't take you, so Yuchen will stay tonight and take her back to the military area tomorrow morning. Feng Zhenhua's attitude toward Yuchen changed from skepticism to acceptance as they spent time together. Before Su Yunxi could react, Yuchen agreed to the plan. Her opposition was useless. They knew they were just pretend spouses, but others didn't. Everyone thought it was natural for them to sleep together and refused to consider separate rooms. Yuchen cared about his reputation and was worried about how they would sleep tonight. What made Su Yunxi more embarrassed was that, just before bed, her grandfather called the hired nanny to take Yueyue away while she was asleep, leaving no buffer zone between her and Yuchen. Yuchen took a shower and entered the room, seeing his wife in loose home clothes sitting at the table. The warm yellow light outlined her graceful figure. His heart pounded like a drum, and he fought to suppress his impulse. Since he entered, his tall, strong figure had a commanding presence, and his gaze never left her, burning with heat that was hard to ignore. Su Yunxi felt uncomfortable all over. She had experienced many such looks before. In her past life, with Xie Mingxian protecting her, she reduced social outings, and her life became peaceful. In this life, she had to adapt. If she couldn't face others' affection openly, how could she have the courage to respond normally? Don't be nervous about staying here for the first time. Come in and sit. Her voice carried a slight nervousness, but she wanted to calm the beast about to break free. Yuchen quietly eased his tense emotions. As he approached, he saw her drawing Neza causing chaos in the sea, with more than 10 finished paintings, each telling a lively story with captions. It was clear that his wife had been busy with both the farm and her painting lately. He wiped his hair and stepped back to avoid getting her drawings wet. I'll sleep on the floor tonight. Do you have an extra mat? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. He didn't move at all, the veins on his forehead bulging, beads of sweat rolling down. Yuchen, I want to drink water. Lying on his hard, hot body, Su Yunxi's voice was stiff, her mind almost shutting down. She wasn't sure if he was always like this or if her sudden action had startled him. She tried to shift her legs away, avoiding him. They couldn't go on like this, or they might lose control. Brother Chun let go. His large, strong hand pressed on her waist and back, making her unable to move. Yuchen's breathing was quick and rough. He picked her up, holding the girl he liked in his arms. Her graceful figure was captivating and charming. Her small hands pressed against his chest, harmless. Her whole body was so soft it was unbelievable. He couldn't imagine if, one day as a couple, she could handle it. In the dark, their eyes met silently. The unspoken desire made it hard to resist. The fierce look in his eyes was shocking. Su Yunxi felt shy and dared not look at him again. She felt a bit resistant, trying not to get too close to him. Yuchen put her back on the bed and said, "I'll get some water." His voice was hoarse. He quickly got up and left the room. He was afraid that if he stayed even a second longer, he might tear her clothes and do something reckless. It took half an hour before Su Yunxi finally drank the water. She also noticed the cool moisture on Yuchen's body. She didn't dare say anything. After drinking, she curled up in bed, forcing herself to fall asleep. Finally, her wife was asleep, but Yuchen had no sleep at all. He sat up and looked at her. The girl's breathing was steady. The blush on her delicate face hadn't completely faded. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look away. Every cell in his body was craving her, wanting to get close, to kiss her. In the end, unable to resist both physical and mental temptation, he slowly moved closer, burying his face in her neck. He deeply inhaled her enchanting scent, feeling a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. He gently pressed his lips to her first kiss, and the tenderness in his eyes was so intense it seemed like it could melt her. They stayed awake all night. When Su Yunshi woke up, it was 5:30 in the morning. No one was beside her. She got up, tidied the bed, changed clothes, and washed up. Yuchen was practicing Tai Chi with his grandfather. When he saw his wife come out, he blushed and didn't dare look her way. He touched his nose, probably embarrassed her. He didn't want to scare her, but he felt a little troubled. Su Yunshi has been busy managing the farm lately. Her grandfather, being old, can't look after the children, so the family hired Zhang's mother, a guard, to take care of Yueyue. They've been getting along well for about a week. After breakfast, her grandfather left the house. Su Yunshi and Yuchen went to the military district, leaving Yueyue with Aunt Zhang to watch over her. Su Yunshi walked behind Yuchen, looking at his tall figure in the Air Force uniform. She was lost in thought, wondering how their relationship would be if they moved to live at the military district. She sat in the front passenger seat and looked out the window. Yuchen felt uneasy. He had finally convinced his wife to marry him, and he was worried she might be scared away, which would be a big loss. Both of them had their own thoughts and didn't talk much during the ride. When they arrived at the military district and parted ways, Yuchen couldn't help but speak. "Don't work so hard. If you need anything, just call me next door." Su Yunshi looked down and avoided his gaze, her tone sounding a bit resentful. "Go do your work." She didn't know why she was feeling annoyed. She was just irritated. How could he act as if nothing had happened? Are all men like that, driven by their lower instincts? Seeing his wife leave in a sulk, Yuchen almost wanted to chase after her to comfort her, but he checked the time and realized he was going to be late, so he had to drive away. The farm was mostly built now, starting to take shape. The layout was well planned, with half of each pen reserved for breeding. Water pipes had been installed for easy cleaning, and manure was processed uniformly, which could also be used as fertilizer for farming. Inside, they had gradually brought in 5,000 chickens, 3,000 ducks and geese, over 200 dairy cows, 500 sheep with young lambs, 3,000 pigs, and more than 1,000 piglets. The feed warehouses were full. The soldiers at the military district looked on with envy, eager for the meat-eating life starting in August. Su Yunshi checked the investment accounts. Except for Xie Mingxian, who invested heavily, Lu Junzhong invested 5,000, and others invested 1,000 or 2,000. To avoid conflicts, she first explored the ideas of the military district leaders' families about managing the farm. They preferred not to be involved directly, just taking a share of the profits, and didn't want to participate in the farm's daily work. Lu Junzhong's wife, Tian Guohua, in her early 50s and slightly overweight, was a genuine rural woman. She repeatedly waved her hands. "Little Su, I can't read or write much. If I go, I might cause trouble. You just take care of the farm. You can arrange things as you see fit." The opportunity should go to those who can do practical work for the military district. Su Yunshi has a good impression of Lu Jun and his wife. It seems they worked hard from the bottom and are straightforward people. "And Tian, when you have time, go visit the breeding farm. It's our family business, and if you go, we can have more confidence." "Okay." Tian Guohua also likes Su Yunshi. The girl is young but capable. Even without relying on Commander Foam, she can still make something of herself. Commissioner Su Da, who invested 2,000 yuan, recommended his niece, Su Huihui, to work at the breeding farm. She's in her early 20s and a bit proud. Huihui is good with numbers. She can help manage the accounts. Recently, the farm's finances have been managed by Wang Xuelian, the wife of the team leader. She studied accounting seriously and records everything carefully every day. Su Yunshi agrees with her, as she is straightforward and doesn't cause trouble. Su Yunshi is quite satisfied because the financial role at the farm is very important and must be controlled well. She's not worried about Huihui being lazy. She just hopes Huihui isn't too talented and doesn't take over important positions easily. The commissioner spoke, and Su Yunshi had to give face. She did a quick test, which was a bit challenging. Huihui made some mistakes, when checking the data. Your data has no pattern and doesn't make sense. Yueyue had studied accounting systematically and was confident. But Su Yunxi's test was designed to make her look bad in front of her uncle, to shake her confidence. Su Yunxi smiled and comforted her. Yueyue has good observation skills. First, follow Accountant Wang for a while, then we'll assign you to manage things. Commissioner Su didn't expect Su Yunxi to test her on the spot. Seeing Yueye's level, she avoided making her feel embarrassed and said kindly, Yueyue, study hard and learn from her. With his support, Su Yunxi wouldn't mistreat Yueyue. Yueyue felt frustrated, thinking Su Yunxi was deliberately trying to make things difficult. She didn't want to be assigned to manage work and was unhappy about having to learn from others. But because of her uncle, she had to hold back her dissatisfaction. Comrade Su, I will work hard from now on. What does one test prove? She just missed a calculation. It's not a big deal. Why does Su Yunxi have to doubt her abilities like that? Good, let's work together and not cause trouble for the leaders. After talking with Commissioner Su, Su Yunxi didn't care much about Yueye's feelings. She would leave her under Wang Xuelian's management. Yueye's ambitions are limited, and she's not very useful. Having understood the investor's situation, Su Yunxi coordinated the management of the farm and assigned tasks. She discussed with squad leader Miao, asking him to be responsible for pig farming. The men in the kitchen team are strong and good at moving feed, cleaning, and handling waste, which can be used as fertilizer for the vegetables grown in the military area. Fang Yingmei is careful and patient, leading some people to take care of the sheep, feed them, clean the pens, shear the wool, and manage the mother sheep for breeding. Some strong women are in charge of the cattle shed, getting up early every day to milk the cows, prepare the milk with sugar, and serve it in the canteen so the soldiers can get used to the new diet. Sun Chuanxia leads people responsible for the duck and goose houses, along with Wu Jing, the wife of the brigade commander, who is in her early 40s and manages the chicken coop. The chicken coop has a fixed egg-laying room, but ducks and geese lay eggs everywhere, among the straw, along the paths, and by the pond. Military wives who love collecting eggs often squat with baskets in various corners, chatting and gathering eggs, then carrying them in baskets to the storage room for cool, ventilated storage. Sometimes they accidentally step on eggs, which makes them feel very sorry because they invested their own money in this industry. They are now extra careful. Su Yunxi took a walk around the farm. Most of the soldiers have returned to training, leaving about 50 people digging drainage ditches. Xian was sweating heavily. When he sensed someone coming up he looked alertly and saw only a glimpse of a blue skirt. He stopped his shovel. From the moment he first saw her, he started having that silly dream. He knew he wouldn't be satisfied until he could be with Su Yunxi. Even now, when he's not busy, he constantly thinks about her. Just catching a distant glance is enough to make him happy. Last night, Yuchen didn't stay in the dorm. Did they sleep together? The thought of that possibility made him feel heartbroken. He even dreamed that he spent the night with her, her graceful body pressed against him, skin smooth as polished jade, shyly begging him. Every time, it made him lose himself in desire. Waking up, not only was the bedding dirty, but he also felt extremely irritable. Thinking about these things, Xian suddenly lost motivation to work. He put away his shovel, washed his hands and face, and headed to the canteen. Su Yunxi was talking with squad leader Miao and others about moving the greenhouse. Everyone was very happy and congratulated her on coming to live in the military area. On the day of the heating, just tell me how many people will come, and I will arrange 2 or 3 helpers to assist. If there are many people, we will prepare and send them over. Sister Su, I want to help too. Anything is fine, meat or vegetarian. I'll go as well. Count me in. When Xian arrived, he saw the cooks excitedly talking about her moving to the military district, which meant she would live next door to him. He felt a little relieved, but when he thought about her sleeping with Yuchen, he felt jealous and couldn't stand it. Seeing her come out of the kitchen, Xian handed her the farm's accounts. We can finish this tonight. Recently, Wang Xuelian has been managing the accounts and coordinating with their finance team. Xian came specifically to see her, not sure why. Su Yunshi looked at the accounts in her hand. She saw that building the farm cost over 30,000, mostly spent on buying materials. Unquestionably, Xiaming Xian is the best in the army, working efficiently and saving more money than spending. Thanks to everyone for helping over the past 10 days. Tonight, we will slaughter 10 sheep. Talk with the kitchen staff about how you want to prepare them. The girl wore a blue checkered dress, elegant and noble. Her beautiful face was calm and composed, treating him only as a partner. By the way, I want to tell you that the farm work is usually busy, so I won't trouble the busy investors. I arranged for someone to manage it. After the end of each month, once accounts are settled, you can go to Wang Shuilian in finance on the 5th of the next month to collect your share. Su Yunshi told him directly not to interfere with the farm's affairs. Once it's built, they won't need to have further contact. Xiaming Xian felt a tightness in his chest, uncomfortable. He just wanted to cut ties with her completely and eliminate all possibilities. Use it up and throw it away? Su Yunshi, you really show your capitalist side to the fullest. Say what you want. If you're unhappy, you can withdraw your investment. Su Yunshi forced him to make a decision, wanting to kick him out of the investment, fearing that something unpredictable might happen later. Xiaming Xian sneered. The rules are set by you. Now you want to break them? Not so easy. Do you want to cut ties with me? Well, I won't go along with your wishes. Xiaming Xian had many struggles over investing in the farm. He wanted to get involved with Su Yunshi, but was annoyed that he couldn't shake her influence. In the end, on the deadline day, he invested 50,000. He wanted to see if the farm failed, whether Yuchen would abandon her. They are talking in the cafeteria. Normal people wouldn't think much of it, but those who are not normal might feel something is wrong. Su Yunqing and Li Yan are the latter. When they see the handsome man and beautiful woman standing together, they find it very annoying and feel jealous and angry. With comrade here around, you're still not satisfied? Using that face of yours to flirt with everyone. Li Yan grits her teeth in anger. Everyone knows that Xiaming Xian is very famous in the military district. Although he's just a battalion commander, he's physically strong and has won the National Land Combat Team competition 3 years in a row. He's handsome, from a good family, and many girls like him. But he has high standards. He rejected the daughter of the division commander, yet he's always talking to a married woman. Yunshi, Su Yunqing walks over angrily, breaking the strange atmosphere between them. You're married, yet you're still flirting with comrade Xia. Su Yunqing is furious. Su Yunshi has everything she wants. People in the military district are eager to please her. Others might not be sure, but everyone knows Xiaming Xian is definitely interested in her. His conflicted, intense gaze is obvious to anyone, even the dullest person. As a daughter of a wealthy family, why does Xiaming Xian only have eyes for Su Yunqi? Talking to a male comrade is flirting, right? Besides romantic relationships, you don't think about anything else, do you? Su Yunqi quietly watches Su Yunqing act recklessly. In her past life, Xiaming Xian was going to marry this fool. It would have been better to let them be together now, so they could live in chaos every day and leave her alone. Do you dare say you have no feelings for Xiaming Xian? You said you liked him the first time you met. Su Yunqing exposes her cousin's secret, making Su Yunqi feel uncomfortable. Back then, she was trying to get this fool to charge into battle, but she was too useless and failed to attract Xiaming Xian. She didn't argue, as if she was accepting it. Xiaming Xuan's heartbeat quickens. An indescribable pain surges in his chest. Su Yunqi once liked him, but why is she so cold now? He can't understand. He's extremely unwilling. No matter her external or family background or military achievements, he's no worse than Yuchen. Su Yunqing's shouting makes the cooks angry. They start coming out one after another.
Gamratsu, speak honestly. What are you talking about?
Apologize to them right now. Seeing 2 men talking together, you spread rumors. How did Captain Xiao marry such a troublemaker? You always cause trouble. Su Yunqi comes to the kitchen every day. If people spread false rumors, everyone will suffer. Su Yunqing was blushing with anger and argued. You don't know anything. They've been arranged to marry, and their feelings are special. Her younger cousin married Yuchen but still kept in touch with Xie Mingxian. It's really shameless. Xie Mingxian interrupted her. We're discussing the transfer of the farm. If you falsely accuse soldiers, the inspection department will investigate. He left with a cold face, leaving Su Yunqing looking surprised. What does that mean? Investigate me? Is he trying to scare me? Hearing she might be punished, Su Yunqing's legs went weak, and she sat down heavily on a dining hall bench. The kitchen staff said impatiently, "Hurry up and leave. The cafeteria doesn't welcome rumor-mongers. You're as stupid as a pig on the farm. Just a few words of provocation, and you cause trouble. The inspection department isn't easy to fool. You'll face public criticism." Su Yunqing quickly called for help. "Li Yan, where's Li Yan? Quickly testify for me." "I didn't lie." "They are." Li Yan saw the situation was bad and had already slipped away, leaving Su Yunqing, the fool, being held by two inspection officers. "Yunqi, don't forget what your grandfather said. Quickly explain to them. I didn't spread rumors or false accusations." By this point, she didn't believe her cousin would refuse to help, hoping she could rely on her grandfather's favor. The inspection officers naturally wanted to see Su Yunqi's attitude. After all, they are cousins, and how they handle it could offend someone. Su Yunqi ignored Su Yunqing's hysterical protests. "Comrade Su Yunqing has caused trouble in the military district multiple times, and there are people behind her inciting her. Please, officers, investigate carefully. We can't let these troublemakers continue to affect the atmosphere here." The officers, given the hint, no longer hesitated. They covered her mouth and took Su Yunqing away. The farce ended here. Su Yunqi didn't want to bother with Su Yunqing. Marrying Xiao Jianjun was just the start of her troubles, and worse things were coming. At noon, Yuchen returned from training, washed up, changed clothes, and headed to the cafeteria. Seeing his wife sitting among a few military wives, always the center of attention whenever she spoke, he felt proud yet conflicted. He wondered if she was still angry. "Comrade, he has gone to get food. Let's not be like light bulbs." Sun Chuanxia noticed Yuchen coming to the cafeteria. She quickly pulled everyone to another table to give the couple some privacy. Su Yunqi felt a little uncomfortable. After learning about modern ideas, she had become more relaxed about relationships. However, when they got married, they had agreed it was just pretend, but Yuchen still had those feelings for her. This was hard for her to accept. Moreover, her past lessons still lingered. She truly loved Xie Mingxian, but it was just hormones. When you have no value, dopamine can't save you. She didn't know how things would develop with Yuchen, but she wasn't ready for a new relationship now. Divorce was not an option, so she decided to take things step by step. Yuchen brought 2 plates of food and sat next to his wife. He felt happy just being close to her. Smelling the tempting aroma, he resisted the urge to lean in and kiss her. They ate quietly without talking. Xie Mingxuan's gaze involuntarily shifted to the couple eating together. Although they didn't talk, the tenderness and affection in Yuchen's eyes were obvious. Su Yunqi stopped eating after half a bowl. Yuchen naturally took her bowl and started eating. Xie Mingxian felt a tightness in his chest. His chopsticks broke again. Yuchen, with his thick skin, didn't care about others' opinions. He used this way to gain favor, even if it meant losing face as a man. No matter how much Xie Mingxian disliked this macho attitude, many military wives envied him. Who wouldn't want a capable man who also cares for his wife? No one wanted to serve the boss and eat his leftovers. After finishing the meal, Yuchen tidied up the dishes and said, "Let's go buy household appliances first. After I take you home, I'll bring someone to pick up the furniture we ordered." "Okay," Su Yunqi agreed. No matter how many times she was reborn, her physical condition wouldn't change. Moving heavy things was still difficult for her. They drove to the biggest department store in the city. Yuchen waved his hand confidently. He wanted the best black and white TV and refrigerator, luxury items of this era, costing thousands of yuan each. Su Yunqi didn't want them. She had experienced this before. Early models were unreliable, often needing repairs every few days. Brother Chun Yueyue is still young. Watching TV isn't good for her eye development, so let's not buy one for now. Since we live in the military family compound, if we buy something rare like a refrigerator, people will come to see it all the time. Good things tend to get messed up easily. My wife was happy to talk to him. He felt pleased inside, knowing she wasn't trying to save money, but simply didn't want it. So he agreed. In the end, they bought a rice cooker, fan, lamp, radio, and other appliances, along with a set of sofa and coffee table. They also went to the department store area and bought bedding, pillows, curtains, towels, blankets, and kitchenware. They hired a truck to bring everything back to the military area. Several Air Force soldiers and military wives were already waiting at the door to help carry everything inside and organize it. After settling his wife, Yuchen took people to pick up the furniture. After airing out the house for more than 2 weeks, there was no strange smell. Yunshi used formaldehyde test kits in different rooms, and the results were within normal limits. The large glass windows made the room look spacious and bright. The white ceiling and walls were spotless, and the floor tiles were very clean. Recently, Comrade, he has been coming early every day to air the house and coming at night to clean and lock the door. Men like him, who are responsible, are rare. My family was quite diligent before marriage, but after marriage, he became quite lazy. Even eating a meal, he has to pass the chopsticks. Luckily, Yunshi is lucky. While working and chatting, everyone noticed Yunshi just smiled faintly. They knew she wasn't interested in this topic, so they changed the subject to the farm. Lieutenant Lu's wife, Song Lihua, went to the farm yesterday to ask if we could sell her a few chickens. The price is the same as outside, 2 yuan each. I said I needed to ask Comrade Su. Wu Jing looked a bit helpless. Lieutenant Lu was a leader in the military district, so she didn't dare offend him. Her family didn't invest a penny, and now she wants to get a good deal. For the same 2 yuan, where can she buy chickens as big as ours? Mei knew that 2/3 of the families in the compound hadn't invested. They wanted to buy good quality at market prices, but their plans were too obvious. She also asked about goose eggs. Honestly, our farm feeds the chickens, ducks, and geese well. Not only do they grow big, but they also lay large eggs. Outside, goose eggs sell for about 8 cents each. I told her I'd ask for 10 cents, and she got so angry she left. Everyone wants to get a bargain. Sun Chunxia didn't care about those things. Comrade Su trusted them to manage their part, and she couldn't afford to mess up. Many people ask me if they can buy milk to give to their children at home. I tell them that the milk is only for soldiers and cannot be sold. They then say sheep's milk is fine. I didn't know what to say. Wang Xuelian, who works in the finance department, was very busy one day. Many people asked her to buy things, always asking about items she didn't know about. Everyone was talking loudly. Is there anything good to drink? It has a strong smell. I don't like it. My family member says it gives energy after drinking. The newspaper says foreigners drink it too. No wonder they are tall and strong. We're lucky that our soldiers can drink it because of Yunzi. Yes, squad leader Miao said that boiling the milk with sugar makes it sweet and tasty. Soldiers line up to get it in their empty bowls. If you're late, you can't get any. Yunzi didn't expect that as soon as the farm was set up, people started to think about buying the milk.
It's not a bad thing.
There are over 300 military families, more than 1,000 people. Selling locally can also help increase production value. I will solve the milk issue. For now, it won't be sold outside. If anyone wants to buy later, the price will be a bit higher than outside. They can go and buy it themselves, covering the transportation costs. If our investors buy, they don't need tickets. Just pay the market price. Of course, benefits are for our own people. Later, I will set the prices with Xuelian and send the information to everyone. Just follow the rules. Let me be clear. Anyone using their name to help others buy or resell will be immediately removed from the shares. There are always people who like to take advantage. If someone with good connections buys at market price, they might be exploited. With so many eyes watching, I don't think anyone dares to do something stupid. If they do, their reputation in the military district will be ruined. Mei is also focused on the farm. She talked about how many lambs were born and about twin lambs. She felt a great sense of achievement and was so happy she couldn't stop smiling. Yunzi mentioned giving 10 sheep to the comrades working here. She also reminded them, Make sure everyone keeps the place clean to prevent bacteria. Wear masks, they protect against the sun and illness. The warehouse has about 15,000 eggs, and there are 10,000 each of duck and goose eggs. It's too hot to keep them stored. We need to find a way. Zhou Ling, the military wife in charge of the warehouse, also spoke. She was happy and proud as she watched the eggs being moved in baskets, but she also worried. Wu Jing, who manages the chicken coop, suggested, "Why not hatch some eggs? At least 5,000 eggs could hatch into about 2,000 chicks." Sun Chuanxia manages the ducks and geese, feeling that the hatching success rate is low and thinking it's a waste. She suggests, maybe we should just preserve the eggs by pickling them. They can last a long time. Su Yunxi considers this and thinks that in their space, they can hatch a batch of chickens, ducks, and geese in just a few hours. They grow up in 2 days, so there's no need to waste time on hatching at the farm. Our farm is now running smoothly and benefits everyone. Each month, we give investors a share based on their investment. They can choose any eggs, chicken, duck, or goose. Invest 1,000 yuan, get 10 eggs each month. Invest 2,000 yuan, get 20 eggs. Invest 5,000 yuan, get 50 eggs. This starts this month. Everyone is very happy to hear about such good benefits and jokes cheerfully. Comrade, he invested 100,000 yuan and gets 1,000 eggs each month. You won't be able to eat them all. Su Yunxi didn't expect to mention her own family and says, if anyone has urgent needs, they can pre-collect eggs for a few months or take them as needed. Any leftovers can be counted as part of their share. Even with these benefits for investors, there are still too many eggs. With over 5,000 chickens, they lay more than 3,000 eggs daily. Ducks and geese add another 400 or so eggs, which is a huge number when accumulated. Initially, the plan was to have at least 10,000 chickens and 5,000 ducks and geese each. With that, they could produce about 15,000 eggs daily. As the number of chickens, ducks, and geese increases, so will the eggs. Starting next month, we'll supply 5,000 eggs daily to the kitchen staff. How they distribute them to the soldiers is up to them. They plan to find ways to sell the other eggs, some within the family compound and some through cooperation with state-owned factories, to earn more. The main shareholder benefits because she doesn't need to consult anyone before making decisions. Everyone is a stakeholder and respects her. The educated young lady has a clever mind, coming up with one idea after another. Following Su Yunxi's lead is the right choice. With her strong leadership, the farm's future looks bright. It took 2 trips to move all the furniture. Men carried and lifted, women cleaned and placed everything in the designated spots. The furniture is made of white oak, sturdy and durable, with a fresh, natural color. The master bedroom in the east house is larger, measuring 2 by 2.2 meters, for Yuchen. The west bedroom's bed is 1.8 by 2 meters, for Su Yunxi and Yueyue. They have made the beds with comfortable mattresses and sheets, creating a warm and cozy space. The wardrobe was placed against the wall, and the dressing table, bookshelf, desk, and chair were arranged neatly. All the furniture fit perfectly, making everything look orderly. The kitchen was spacious and clean. Rice, flour, oil, pots, and bowls were neatly stored in the cabinets. 2 stoves were built with white tiles, and the honeycomb coal was stacked in the corner nearby. Both the kitchen and bathroom had running water, making it easy to use. The living room sofa and coffee table were set up, and the curtains were hung. The whole house immediately felt warm, and I've used my eyes so much today. The dining table can even turn around. All the furniture looks so nice, placed just right everywhere. I wish I could live in a house like this. Dreaming about it makes me smile. It's not hard to do. Once we make good money from the farm, we'll fix up the house and get new furniture, just like Yunxi's home. Yunxi, your coat rack can hold a lot of clothes without taking up much space. It's really convenient. The standing clothes rack is even more useful.
Just put it in the yard.
It's much better than hanging clothes on wires. Yunxi, I'm so happy you moved into the family compound. It's exciting to see so many new things and learn more. Everyone was chatting happily, imagining the kind of environment Su Yunxi had lived in. It must have been far better than what they could now dream of, probably hundreds of times better. They showed interest in the coat racks and standing clothes racks. After asking about them, Su Yunchi drew some plans and arranged for a carpenter to make them, choosing materials based on their budget. On the 16th, we'll officially move in. Don't forget to come help us warm the house. Bring everyone along so we can get to know each other. The Army and Air Force are one family. They hadn't started the fire yet, so they planned to host a proper welcome when the house was warm. Don't forget about the meals. The men eat a lot, and comrade, he will spend quite a bit on food. We won't hold back. My kids keep saying they want to eat your cooking every day. Fang Mingmei, Sun Chuanxia, and others chatted and laughed.
They all looked forward to that day. Don't worry, sister-in-law.
We'll come early on the 16th. We need to eat 3 meals there. The team leader shouldn't hold back. The Air Force soldiers wiped their sweat and joined in the fun. Rumors in the military district said the team leader's wife cooked very well. They wouldn't miss the chance to enjoy the food. Su Yunchi smiled and said, "If the team leader agrees, he can come and eat with us every day." Seeing the envy in their comrade's eyes, Yuchen felt proud. His eyes sparkled with happiness. "I really can't bear to have my wife cook every day. As long as you are willing to eat what I make, that's enough." A few Air Force soldiers joked and laughed, hurriedly waving their hands and not daring to stay. After seeing them off, Su Yunchi sat at the desk in the West Room, recording the prices of various meats and eggs, both for internal and external use, on a piece of paper. Yuchen was busy installing light bulbs everywhere, smoking a cigarette while watering the vegetables and flowers in the yard. After finishing, he took a shower in the bathroom, changed clothes, and praised the clothesline. "It's quite good." He sat on the sofa for a while, then lay on the bed, and the air was filled with a feeling of happiness. Finally, he sat beside his wife, watching her write, feeling an indescribable sense of contentment. Although she was only 18, she acted like a scholar, speaking and acting with grace, understanding people's hearts well. In the 10 years apart, she had changed a lot. No matter how much she changed, she was still the little girl who called him Brother Chen, with delicate and beautiful hands for writing and translucent nails that made people want to kiss them. After finishing the prices, Su Yunchi brought up the heating room matter. "I've talked to the kitchen staff. When the time comes, we can prepare some dishes at home and borrow the big pot from the kitchen to cook more food. After your training, just bring people back for lunch." Do the Air Force leaders want to be invited too? After a busy day, she calmed her emotions and temporarily stopped thinking about those worries. Life still had to go on. "I only have a squadron leader above me. Just give him a heads up. The Air Force can come with 2 tables. Yuchen's social circle here wasn't large. Men could become familiar just by smoking and drinking together. But he was used to being carefree, and if someone showed friendliness in the army, he usually ignored it. If Grandpa comes, there will be many people joining in the fun, probably more than 10 tables. Let's first order 16 dishes, including chicken, duck, fish, and pork, all from the farm. Also, buy 6 geese, marinate a sheep, and set up a stove in the yard to roast the goose and whole lamb." In her previous life, the heating room was quiet and unnoticed. Su Yunchi didn't like socializing much, and Xie Mingxian thought there was no need to promote her marriage to a capitalist's daughter. This life, she would make good use of her grandfather's advantageous position, making it a grand and lively event and gaining influence in the military residential area. After discussing everything, they locked the door and returned to the Feng family. During dinner, Grandpa once again asked Yuchen to stay overnight. This time, he didn't need Su Yunchi to give him a look. He politely declined himself.
"Our home is well prepared.
I can sleep there tonight, and it also helps prevent theft. Although staying awake all night doesn't bother Yuchen, if he endures another sleepless night, he won't be able to focus on training tomorrow. Moreover, his wife needs some time to get used to things. Scaring her now might delay their relationship from progressing further." After seeing Yuchen off, Su Yunchi was tired and went to bed before 8 o'clock. She hadn't done much today, no moving furniture or cleaning the room, so she didn't understand why she felt so exhausted. After taking a shower, she checked the space. Since the animals gradually moved to the farm, after about 10 days, the chickens, ducks, and geese in the space multiplied rapidly, now totaling over 2,000 each. The cattle and sheep, still around 400 or 500, grew more slowly. Originally, there were fewer than 300 pigs, but now nearly 2,000 piglets had been born, growing quickly. The white and gray rabbits had become overwhelming, with about 7 or 8,000. The fish in the pond were densely packed, causing headaches, so she expanded the pond area again with her mind. Despite feeling sleepy, she drew a comic. In 2 more days, she could finish the entire story. Yuchen drove to the house and noticed the neighbor's door was open. Xian came out and made a gesture to him. He got out of the car and approached. Because of the farm, they often saw each other but usually ignored one another. Yuchen asked coldly, "Is there something?" They were about the same height, both top tier in the military district with strong abilities. They didn't put much pressure on each other, but the hostility in their eyes was obvious. Xian spoke slowly. "On the first day Su Yunxi and I met for the blind date, she said she liked me." Yuchen's face darkened. His clenched fists seemed ready to hit him at any moment. He gritted his teeth, half smiling. "Xian, she didn't choose you. You lost completely, and now you're here talking nonsense. Isn't that just self-deception? Don't think you're so special. Divorce? You'll never get that in your lifetime. Xian lives next door, just waiting to steal her away. It's so frustrating." Xian continues to test. "She doesn't like you at all. She hasn't accepted you yet. If you keep forcing it, it won't lead anywhere." Yuchen gets angry but doesn't fall for it and quickly responds, "She doesn't want you. Even if you kneel, it won't help. Be a man and be able to let go. Stop whining." Xian doesn't get the answer he wants and sees Xiao Jianjun coming over, so he leaves. "Think you've won?"
Huh.
"She will come back to me eventually." Yuchen isn't sure where Xiamingxuan's confidence comes from but feels upset. After a shower, he lies on the bed, thinking about his wife's distant attitude and Xiamingxuan's provocations. His heart feels empty. No matter who she likes, she's with him now, and no one can take her away. Did Xian and Yuchen just talk over there? Su Yunxing sees 2 tall men standing outside Su Yunxi's house. Before she gets close, they quickly part ways, looking guilty. What's going on? Xiao Jianjun notices her staring and looks eager to interfere, which gives him a headache. Must have seen it wrong, Yunqing. Can't you just stay at home peacefully? Why bother with Xian? If it weren't for Director Lu's daughter helping out, all she'd need is a written apology. After a tiring day of training, dealing with her nonsense is exhausting. He feels worlds apart from Su Yunxi. Even if he were a lifetime bachelor, he wouldn't marry her. Enough, isn't it just a small matter? Lu Yulan is kind and beautiful. I don't understand why Xian doesn't like her. Su Yunqing's words make Xiao Jianjun so angry he almost falls back. If others hear this, it could cause trouble. Shut up already. He quickly pulls her back home, having already written to his mother to come help manage things. Otherwise, Su Yunqing will wear him out. Back home, Su Yunqing asks about the heating room. You must get the heating room sorted out before Su Yunxi's family does. Make it lively and impressive, more than their place. She heard about it on the way back and decided to outdo her cousin's family to restore her pride. Building a house cost over 300, so I don't have extra money. For the warm room, just invite a few close friends for a meal. Why bother with fancy things when we're poor? Xiao Jianjun opposed extravagant spending. He believed he should do only what he could manage. He married Su Yunqing, and in just over a month, he spent 2 years' worth of allowances. If this keeps up, he will have to borrow money to get by. When Su Yunqing heard this, she immediately got angry. Yuchen took out a 10,000 yuan savings bond as a gift. Xiao Jianjun, who is useless, always holds her back. Marrying you, I have nothing, no wedding, no ring, not even a proper celebration. We can't even hold a warm room event. Do you want me to always feel inferior to Su Yunxi? Is this how I should live my life? So miserable. It's money again. She was so angry she threw her new porcelain cup, breaking the paint. Xiao Jianjun, feeling heartbroken, picked it up. Just talk, why get angry over things? These are bought with money. A broken cup isn't more important than a warm room. I plan to invite Lu Yulan and Su Huihui. If we don't do it properly, do you not want to stay in the military district? Hearing that she might invite the political commissar and the division commander, Xiao Jianjun had to take it seriously. Then spend 20 yuan to prepare 3 tables with 6 dishes. You can handle the arrangements. Spending just 20 yuan is a lot for the Xiao family. During festivals, they don't even have enough to give the servants bonuses. Xiao Jianjun's attitude made Su Yunqing furious. She was so angry she rushed forward to scold him. Su Yunqi's family probably has many people attending the warm room. As sisters, how can I marry someone useless like you? If the warm room isn't done well, I will complain to the political commissar, saying you don't want to entertain them. Xiao Jianjun was furious and raised his arm to block her. Comrade Su Yunqi is talented and beautiful, and she even runs a farm. Look at yourself, you're useless. You can't cook or clean. The house gets messy in just 2 days. What are you doing? How dare you look down on me? If it weren't for my family's troubles, I wouldn't have married a country bumpkin like you. I've been cursed to marry you. In summer, everyone opens their windows, and closing the doors makes it hard to hear. No one is deaf, so such loud arguing was heard clearly. The next day, Xiao Jianjun and his wife's fight became known throughout the housing compound. Not only did Su Yunqing become the troublemaker, but Xiao Jianjun was also criticized by the leaders. Both suffered. When Su Yunqi arrived at the cafeteria, guard Zhang brought 2 large scales, high-precision electronic scales capable of weighing thousands of jin. Chief Miao, Fang Yingmei, Sun Chuanxia, Wang Xuelian, Wu Jing, Zhou Ling, and other important managers were all present, watching with great interest. Yunqi, this must be very expensive, right? It looks harder than iron. My scarf can show its weight when I put it on. This is really impressive. With this good scale, our farm doesn't need to argue about measurements anymore. Everyone touched and examined it eagerly. They were very excited and proud, thinking Yunqi probably knew many people, maybe bought it from abroad. We'll place one in the cafeteria, managed by Chief Miao, and another in the warehouse, managed by Accountant Wang. Arrange for someone to watch over them. They must not be lost. Yunqi didn't explain much. She asked everyone to sit down for a meeting. First, they would set the prices for meat and eggs, and if anything was inappropriate, they could revise it later. Pig meat can be priced by parts. Internal sales at 0.71 yuan per jin, outside at 0.8 or 0.9 yuan. Fatty meat is more expensive. There are always people lining up to buy. Recently, the kitchen staff had been asked about this every day. Almost every family in the military area wanted to buy pork. If they didn't sell a pig a day, it wouldn't be enough. Raising the price might even be necessary to meet demand. Chief Miao researched the prices for live pigs and the prices for each part after slaughter. Report the prices to Accountant Wang and adjust them according to the market. The goal is to satisfy over 80% of the military families. Yunqi knew that running the farm would inevitably cause some resentment, especially among those who didn't benefit from shares. Their feelings would only grow more unbalanced. She wasn't rich herself and couldn't make everyone happy. As long as most people were satisfied, that was enough. Those who were unhappy wouldn't feel better even if she gave them everything. When Yunqi announced that the handover would start today and the kitchen staff could go to the warehouse daily to pick up 5,000 eggs, Chief Miao couldn't stop smiling. Oh, Yunqi, you saved us. These kids keep saying the steamed egg with minced meat from last time was delicious. With 5,000 eggs, everyone can have 2 spoonfuls, and that solves a big problem. The kitchen soldiers were also very happy. Setting up the farm was truly a great thing. Su Yunqi quickly united over 300 investors into one team. Her skill was better than brave and clever generals. The commander's granddaughter is impressive. She handled such a difficult task, even better than the older men. Most importantly, she organized the factory investment, making all shareholders owners of the farm. Everyone supervised and encouraged each other, actively participating. I can't praise enough. Old Su, tell me, isn't your niece helping out there?
Liu's Chipping kept pressing Su Jungxi.
Not only does she have the brains to run a factory, but she also knows how to manage people. She turned everyone's distrust into confidence in the farm.
She also knows how to behave.
She visits the house without empty hands, pork legs, good wine, even fruits and pastries that others can't buy with money. Daily, the kitchen staff brings milk quietly, without causing any trouble. Yueyue is just busy for nothing. She has nothing to do at home. Suda didn't want to talk much. His niece often complained to him, "Third uncle, Su Yunshi doesn't take me seriously." Accountant Wang listens to her. He doesn't agree to let me handle the accounts alone. It's obvious he's guarding the farm's secrets. What secrets? Most of the money is invested by Comrade Su's family. They haven't taken any benefits from the military district. The military district spent about 100,000 yuan, enough to raise over 1,000 pigs. Now, the farm's scale probably cost 50 or 60,000. Where did the money come from? Commander and Yuchen both invested heavily. Third uncle, think about it. Under the guise of attracting investment, they don't care about profits or losses. They have over 300 people working like oxen for her. Even working outside, they get paid. Yet we are like fools, constantly ordered around by her, and we see no money. What benefits do you want? We are just partners in running the factory. Paying wages is just an employment relationship. That makes us capitalists. Comrade Su also said they give investors eggs each month. Our family gets 20 eggs a month, worth nearly 2 yuan if converted to goose eggs. That's extra, beyond sharing profits. People should learn to be content.
Suda understood Sunia's carefulness.
She wouldn't leave any evidence for others. Back when she relied on the military district to run the farm, it was mutually beneficial. More importantly, she wanted to build her own business through the farm. Su Yunshi's cleverness was that everyone could share the benefits. Who could say she was doing wrong? This kind of wisdom isn't easy for ordinary people to understand. His niece's skills wouldn't let her make a real mark in the farm. Su Yunshi wouldn't give her important roles. Third uncle, why do you always side with outsiders? She runs such a big farm, and most shares are in her hands. We just sip some soup and feel grateful. Running a farm is very risky. We should wait and see the results. It's not something you can expect to profit from immediately. If you dislike it, don't go tomorrow. No one doubted Xian Mingshuan's courage to invest 50,000 yuan. To be honest, it's a gamble. If you win, everyone is happy. If you lose, enemies are made. Why shouldn't I go? You're investing 2,000 yuan too. I need to watch over things for you. If she runs off with the money, where can we find her? Comrade, he has a 10,000 yuan deposit at the finance office. If the farm doesn't work out, everyone's money can be recovered. Don't just listen to rumors. Suda couldn't do anything about his niece. She insisted on helping at the farm. Now she's involved in many issues. If she stays at home, she's not happy either. She's really rebellious as she grows up. Su Yunshi is very busy. Not only does she worry about the farm, but every morning, everyone has a meeting in the cafeteria to discuss and solve various problems. Later, she continued to bring chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep to the farm. They also built a rabbit pen and ordered thousands of cages. She also has to prepare for the comic exhibition, which is due on the 20th of this month. She must finish the drawings quickly. Yueyue pouted and complained that her aunt didn't play with her. She could only be comforted with some snacks made by the guard who cooks. When someone's life focuses on more meaningful things, they don't have time to care about others' petty schemes. Under the supervision of the inspection department, Su Yunqing wrote a self-criticism and apologized to Xie Mingxian and Su Yunshi during a less busy noon. Such matters are based on rumors. No one should investigate further, as it would only become gossip in the military district. When Yuchen accompanied Su Yunshi, he saw that Xie Mingxian was already there. He felt annoyed and wanted to fight him. He pulled out a chair for his wife to sit, standing beside her to block her. Yunshi, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have said you liked Comrade Xie. You're married, and saying that will surely cause trouble at home. Su Yunqing kept fueling the fire, clearly upset that Yuchen cared so much. It would be best to divorce Su Yunshi, so she wouldn't be a flashy distraction. Yuchen was about to speak when Su Yunshi held him back. Xie Mingxian glanced sideways at Su Yunshi, but to his disappointment, the young woman looked calm, watching Su Yunqing as if she were watching a clown. Su Yunqing, You bring trouble on yourself. Take care of your own mess. Su Yunshi didn't bother to look at her or waste time. After speaking, she was ready to leave. She still had work to do at the farm after lunch. Seeing her cousin about to go, Su Yunqing quickly called out, "Yunshi, I truly know I was wrong. We both live in the military district. We shouldn't let such a small matter hurt our sisterly bond. I heard your housewarming is on the 16th. My family wants to hold ours that day too. Could you prepare a few extra tables? Comrades Xie can come as well. It'll be lively, and I'll take it as my way of making amends." After being advised by someone, Su Yunqing thought that holding the housewarming together would save money and effort. Stirring up trouble among the three of them would also serve her interests. If she couldn't have peace, neither would Su Yunshi. Su Yunshi sneered and replied, "So, you want me to prepare extra tables, meaning you don't plan to pay? And you call that an apology? Only you could say something that foolish. I thought after being lectured by the inspection office, you'd learn a bit about decency. Turns out you're just using an apology as an excuse to keep doing shameless things." Su Yunqing was furious. Getting Xiao Jianjun to hand over money was like pulling teeth. After arguing all night, she only managed to get 10 yuan. "What do you expect me to do? Your parents made me marry that useless Xiao Jianjun and only gave me 30 yuan for the housewarming. I spent 10 on flowers already, and we still need to buy tables, chairs, and dishes. There's no money left for rice or oil. You know people in the cafeteria. Can't you ask them to help me prepare a meal? If you help me, I'll talk to grandfather and get him to forgive your parents. We'll still be one family." Su Yunshi was furious. She had finally freed herself from her grandfather and uncle's family, who had always taken advantage of her parents. Why would she ever want to rebuild that relationship? Comrade from the inspection office, Su Yunqing hasn't shown any real remorse. Just writing a review and saying sorry. Don't you think that's a bit too lenient? Comrade Su Yunshi, she's still your cousin. Sometimes it's better to show mercy. A tall young woman in a military uniform walked in from outside. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a neutral look. It was Commander Lu's daughter, Lu Yulan. "You don't know my cousin," Su Yunqing said quickly. "She's always so petty. I suggested we hold the housewarming together, but she refused. If Comrade Lu attends, wouldn't that make it more respectable for everyone?" Su Yunqing saw someone who could support her and spoke without thinking. Someone from the military district told Su Yushi about the recent efforts of LV Yulan to pursue Xie Mingxian, but Xie Mingxian kept his distance. Unexpectedly, Su Yunqing, a foolish girl, got involved with the LV family. "Comrade LV, on what basis are you saying that? The supervision department is responsible for oversight. If you want to enter, just do it. Don't take the military rules lightly. Su Yunqing, have you forgotten what you came here for today? Talking about warming the bed, if you can't handle it, don't do it. It just makes you look bad. Yushi, we're all from the Su family. If I embarrass myself, you won't be better off." Su Yunqing's face turned red with anger. Her cousin really had no sense of shame. LV Yulan had met Su Yushi twice, once when Yuchen drove past, and once at the cafeteria. Her impression was quite clear. But after getting closer, she saw that Su Yushi was not only fair-skinned but also very beautiful. Her slim figure was curvy in all the right places, which explained why many men found her irresistible. She also noticed Yuchen standing nearby, the second-in-command of the Air Force flying group. His looks were similar to Xie Mingxian, both strong and masculine, with a commanding presence. Xie Mingxian was cold, while Yuchen had a more rebellious aura. They didn't seem like well-behaved men. Rumor had it that Yuchen was popular among girls in Beijing but couldn't stay there because of some issues. Su Yushi, who was dating a wealthy girl, was just the kind of person he suited, someone everyone disliked. "I'm just concerned and worried. Someone keeps trying to provoke Comrade Xie. I have a duty to protect the military district's image." LV Yulan looked at Xie Mingxian shyly, but was ignored. She felt wronged and upset inside. Over the past year, she had tried everything to win Xie Mingxian's heart but failed. Meanwhile, he was engaged to Su Yushi, which she couldn't accept. Yuchen leaned lazily, crossing his arms with a bored expression. Xian, you can't handle your bad romantic choices. You're trying to hit on my wife and still talk about protecting the military's image? When did the supervision department become the military leader's lapdog? His words, full of sarcasm, made two colleagues from the supervision department feel ashamed and sweat profusely. Su Yushi, what did you promise us before? Are you trying to drag Comrade Xiao down? I thought Su Yunqing sincerely apologized, and since we are all from the Su family, I decided to let it go. But I didn't expect Su Yunqing to stubbornly bring up the issue of the warm room, as if looking for trouble. Regarding the trouble with Xiao Jianjun, Su Yunqing doesn't care at all. She already apologized. What more do you want me to do? Your apology is not sincere. I don't accept it. Don't waste my time. That day in the warm room, if you dare invite my family over again, don't blame me for ending your marriage and sending you away. After saying this, Su Yunqi stood up and pulled Yuchen to leave. Su Yunqing was so scared, she didn't dare say anything more. As long as Commander Feng agrees, Xiao Jianjun would be happy to divorce her. She doesn't want to be sent away. She has no hope left in this life. Yuchen held his wife's hand from behind. His large, strong hand easily clasped hers tightly. He turned around with a half-smile, looking at Xian. His teasing expression seemed to respond to last night. Xian clenched his fists, took a deep breath to calm himself. He was also unhappy with this outcome. Su Yunqing had twice secretly gone to his house to ask for a divorce and marry him.
Was she dreaming?
Whether Su Yunqi was there or not, he didn't care for her. He simply shut the door and ignored her. If someone saw, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Can't they just keep things simple? It's just a misunderstanding. The disciplinary department handled it discreetly for everyone's reputation, almost implicating Comrade Xie too. Lu Yulan's conciliatory words were cut off coldly by Xian. Comrade Lu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't you think you're meddling too much? He said he was indifferent about Yuchen and didn't want to involve Su Yunqi. Having a troublemaker like Su Yunqing was enough. Now Lu Yulan was adding to the chaos. I'm just trying to help you, Lu Yulan said softly, deliberately imitating Su Yunqi. She thought men liked that delicate, charming look. Xian frowned at her behavior, his face showing disgust. He spoke bluntly. Comrade Lu, be careful with your words. It's inappropriate to boast like that. I don't need you to look out for me. You don't know what's good for you. In front of others, this made Lu Yulan lose face. Her face turned red with anger as she turned and left. Xian didn't care if he offended her. He looked at the disciplinary department. If they can't give a satisfactory answer within 2 days, I will ask the political commissar for an explanation. Su Yunqing was once again detained for education, and Xiao Jianjun was also called in and scolded harshly. That evening, the couple argued again when they got home. Outside the office building, Su Yunqi let go of his hand. Since he was her nominal husband, going through such things would damage his reputation, but she didn't know how to explain it. Brother Chen, sorry for the trouble. Her wife was polite and still maintained the stance of a cooperative marriage, which made Yuchen feel a bit disappointed. He appeared calm on the surface and spoke casually. It's okay, just don't suffer losses. Besides, Su Yunqing is just spouting nonsense. Seeing that she didn't mind, Su Yunqi didn't take it seriously and went to the cafeteria to eat. Because they missed the mealtime, there wasn't much food left. Yuchen told the soldiers in the kitchen to cook 2 dishes. Sister Su, this scale you brought is really good, better than a rod scale. We used it this morning to weigh pigs, and it was very accurate. To keep it clean, the squad leader had someone cover it with plastic. During lunch, many people gathered around to watch. It can even weigh people's weight. Haha, a brave guy went up, and squad leader Miao ran out with a big spoon to chase him away. Seeing the young soldier happily talking to his wife, Yuchen felt anxious inside. When he saw Xian also came to eat in the cafeteria, his mood worsened even more. The only comfort was that his wife didn't look at others and even helped him serve food, which made him feel a bit better. I asked a friend to help buy a washing machine. When it arrives, I'll arrange for a truck to deliver it. Washing machines are hard to get because of restrictions. They require foreign exchange coupons and connections. It's easier to buy one in Beijing. Su Yunxi said, it's troublesome to ask someone to make a long trip. When the person comes, let him stay here for a few days. If you're busy, I'll tell Xiaozhang, and he can take him around every day. It's not suitable for Su Yunxi to entertain guests, but the security guard who takes care of her grandfather is also fine. That guy is restless. Once he comes, he might want to go back soon. Yuchen thought that once the person arrived, he had to quickly send him away to avoid causing trouble with Beijing and disturbing his upcoming happy life. The Feng family built a simple cow shed to raise a dairy cow, providing milk 3 times a day. Even Yueyue had adapted to the slightly sour-sweet aroma. Grandpa, as a shareholder, could receive 500 eggs each month. Meat was cheaper at the farm, and the family's meals improved significantly. During dinner, Su Yunxi brought up the issue of moving. Grandpa, on the 16th, Yueyue can stay with us at the military area. Once the farm is stable, I will have more time to take care of her. Feng Zhenhua looked serious and disagreed. Yueyue is looked after by Aunt Zhang. She eats well and drinks well. Moving suddenly might upset her and cause illness. Let's wait a while longer. Since his granddaughter got married over a month ago, the couple hadn't spent much time together, and with a child, they had little energy to build their relationship. Yuchen saw his wife pouting and looked at his nose. Grandpa, you're busy. Yueyue is happy living with us. Aunt Zhang can come and help take care of her. Feng Zhenhua glared at the young couple. Kids and wives. What does the military think of me, your great-grandpa? They're just piling pressure on my granddaughter. I attend a few meetings each month, so I have plenty of free time. You should get used to life at the military area and help improve the farm. Other military districts are asking about me today. Quitting now would be embarrassing. Su Yunxi saw she couldn't change her grandpa's stubborn ideas, so she made a promise. Grandpa, don't worry. The farm is doing well. I'll talk to you later about increasing benefits. You child, you're spending money before earning it. Hundreds of thousands isn't small. Yunxi, I've never failed in my life, but your mother keeps risking herself. Don't let me fall into a trap too. Feng Zhenhua was caught in his granddaughter's trap and could only follow along. Grandpa, even if we fall into a trap, Qinji will support us. Don't worry. I promise I'll handle everything well. We'll make the Guangzhou military district the first in the country to eat meat every day and have the most weapons and equipment. Su Yunxi tried to slowly change her grandpa's old-fashioned thinking. Giving up is necessary. Only by letting go can we gain. Standing still means falling behind the times. Don't overwork yourself. If you're too busy late at night, just stay in the staff quarters. It'll save Yuchen from running back and forth. The couple should live together. Feng Zhenhua thought about asking Aunt Zhang to pack Yueyue's things tomorrow and have Xiaozhang take them to the military district. Su Yunxi suddenly coughed hard but couldn't change her grandpa's decision. Yuchen patted his wife's back. Under her thin clothes, her soft skin looked delicate and fragile, making her seem very lovable. Listen to Grandpa. You need to get used to it. Su Yunxi raised her head and glared at him, speaking lightly. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes seemed to speak, with thick, curled eyelashes that shimmered slightly. Yuchen's heart was struck again, and he couldn't help but want to kiss her. He turned slightly closer, his voice deep and strong. Why be afraid? I won't eat you. He always wanted to be close to her. Even if he didn't do anything, he felt happy and satisfied. His breath brushed her ear, making Su Yunxi shiver unconsciously and blush with embarrassment. The subtle hint in his tone was almost too much to handle. She forced herself to finish her meal and then found an excuse to go back to her room. The next morning, when she arrived at the military area, she heard Fang Yingmei and others talking early. Yesterday afternoon, Commander Zhao's mother came over. That old lady is not a good person, encouraging her son to hit his wife. Su Yunqing was so angry she slapped Commander Zhao twice. Then the old lady clapped her thigh and cried loudly. She forced her son to hold her back, and the old lady personally slapped Su Yunqing over 10 times. The screams were really frightening. What kind of family is this? Su Yunqing is usually tough and lively, but she shouldn't be bullied by her mother-in-law and husband. Oh my, her skin is so tender, she can't take such beating. If it were me, I'd be furious and ask the leaders for justice. Su Yunqing hasn't come out of her room yet. This has never happened before. I think something's wrong. Maybe Commander Zhao's mother and son tied her up so she couldn't complain. Although everyone looked down on Su Yunqing, they couldn't tolerate her being bullied by her husband and mother-in-law. Su Yunqi had long expected this day. She arranged for someone to report to the supervision department. Su Yunqing had never been through such hardship before. She hoped she wouldn't do anything reckless and end up dying from anger at home. After the meeting, everyone went back to their work. News from the breeding farm said they could sell meat and eggs to the military family compound, which was a good response. Every day, people came to buy meat. The kitchen team slaughtered a pig every day. Unsold meat was used to make minced meat and steamed eggs. The soldiers could have some at lunch, which made everyone smile more. Training also became less difficult. Su Yunqi hurried to transport poultry from the breeding farm. She just finished recording the accounts with Wang Xuelian from the finance department. There were 2 ledgers, one for income and expenses, and another for the number of livestock. Su Huihui was surprised to easily collect over 1,000 chickens. Yunqi, I'll go with you this afternoon. You can learn too. With one more person helping, it'll be easier for you. Su Yunqi earned 2 yuan per chicken, but she wasn't sure if that was the actual price. Some chickens might be worth a few cents more or less. 1,000 chickens could bring in 100 or 200 yuan, and this money came so easily. If you know how to get chickens, go ahead. The chickens should weigh over 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, and they must be healthy without illness. Seeing that Huihui was determined, Yunqi didn't stop her. She knew she couldn't do this job even if she worked herself to death. Every time Yunqi collected chickens, she would leave them in a pen for a day or so to fatten and strengthen them before taking them out. She pretended they were freshly caught, because in the countryside, chickens fed with commercial feed usually don't weigh more than 3 jin. Okay, I'll try. Huihui looked like she had taken on a big task. She left before lunch to find chickens to collect. Yunqi and Wu Jing, who took care of the chicken coop, told her that chickens not raised by her must be kept separate and cared for carefully. Sun Chuanxia hurried over, panicked. Yunqi, you should go back and check. Su Yunqing has hanged herself. Yunqi sighed inwardly. Even though her father and uncle had cut ties with her, to outsiders, she and Su Yunqing were still considered cousins. In matters of life and death, she couldn't be indifferent, or she would be criticized. When she arrived at the military family compound, the Xiao family was surrounded on all sides. She could hear Grandma Xiao crying loudly. The military district is so unfair. My son went on a blind date hoping to meet the commander's granddaughter, but he ended up marrying such a troublemaker. She can't cook, doesn't tidy up the house, and only eats at the canteen. She gets upset if you say anything to her. I wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law in my family. Isn't the commander supposed to be matchmaking for her? My Jianjun didn't even touch her. Everyone please help my son. We can't have a daughter-in-law from a capitalist family. Whoever marries her will be unlucky. Grandma Xiao was being unreasonable. What's called abuse? She hit my son first, then hit me. Isn't this beast supposed to be educated? If she waits until she stabs us with a kitchen knife, it will be too late to teach her a lesson. The officials from the supervision department also found such family members difficult. We can't just listen to your words. First, send Su Yunqing to the health clinic for a checkup. She hasn't eaten or drunk in this hot weather and was only rescued from the beam. If something serious happens, it will be a big problem. Over the past month, Su Yunqing spent 400 or 500 yuan, enough for her hometown's yearly expenses. This reckless girl must not be allowed to spend more. Grandma Xiao scolded angrily. Our family has no money. To pay for her treatment, we have to ask her cousin. They are both from the Su family, but her cousin has money to run a farm, while she is just a poor girl. Seeing Su Yunqing lying at the door, unaware of her surroundings, Su Yunqi felt no sympathy. Evil people must face their own consequences. When did an old lady like her get to decide what the military district does? Why hasn't Comrade Xiao come back since the family is in such chaos? As the main person caught up in the incident, Su Yunqi spoke up. In her previous life, Xiao Jianjun sacrificed himself, but that didn't make him a good husband. He was a mama's boy who tricked Su Yunqing out of her dowry, turning it into Xiao family's money. In this life, Su Yunqing spent his money, which was just the cycle of karma. Someone had already gone to find Xiao Jianjun. He was exhausted from Su Yunqing's troublemaking and refused to come back, claiming he was busy with training. Hearing this, the officials' faces darkened. The family was about to cause a tragedy, and Xiao Jianjun still wanted to hide. Go directly to Captain Hu and ask how someone like him became a company commander. Can he even manage his soldiers properly? Grandma Xiao heard that this might affect her son's future and quickly stood up to stop. My son is so busy. Why should we bother him? This is our Xiao family's private matter. Close the door and handle it yourselves. All of you leave. The officials saw that Grandma Xiao cared deeply about her son's future and said, "Old lady, if someone gets hurt or dies, not only will your son's future be ruined, but your family will also end up in prison." But Grandma Xiao refused to back down. If you want to send Su Yunqing to the health clinic, her cousin must pay. If she doesn't pay, don't even think about taking her away. In her previous life, Su Yunqi controlled Su Yunqing, but all she got in return was betrayal. If she intervened this time, she would be entangled forever. The Xiao family would find all sorts of reasons to drain her. She didn't care. Under everyone's watch, she would be branded as malicious. Everyone doesn't know the full story. When the Su family was sent away, my father cut ties with my uncle's family. I also no longer consider Su Yunqing a cousin. Because lives are at stake this time, I am willing to pay this money, but there will never be a next time. Su Yunqi explained that small amounts of money are not worth arguing over. She made it clear that she only gives Su Yunqing one chance to save her life. Fang Yingmei, Sun Chuanxia, and others couldn't stand it anymore. It turns out they've been out of touch for a long time. Why should Yunqi care about your broken family affairs? Everyone think about it. Since Su Yunqing moved to the military housing area, she's been causing trouble for Yunqi all the time, spreading rumors every day. Yunqi is kind-hearted and still tolerates her. If Yunqing dares to lie again, I will be the first to tear her apart. Exactly. Your son can't support his wife properly. Why should outsiders pay? Who do you think money grows on trees? The crowd argued loudly for Yunqi, making old lady Xiao furious, and she started to cry for help. You're trying to push me, an old lady, to death. My son earns only 108 yuan a month, gives 60 yuan to his parents, and 48 yuan to support a decent woman. But he can't support this wasteful girl. She spends 500 yuan a month. My son saved money for 2 years, and it's all gone now. Our family simply can't afford a capitalist's daughter. Jianjun must divorce her. The supervision department naturally disapproved. This was arranged by the commander's matchmaker.
Who dares to agree?
When Xiao Jianjun married Su Yunqing, he should have known he couldn't support her. Now he can't, and he wants a divorce. That's unreasonable. He doesn't care about her reputation. No wonder Yunqing considered suicide. His attitude of treating money lightly should have been dealt with long ago. There's no reputation to speak of. In our village, anyone can scold and beat such a capitalist. It's only in the military zone that they become so precious, backed by someone behind the scenes. Amidst the shouting, Captain Hu brought over Xiao Jianjun, who looked downcast. After understanding the situation, he quickly dispersed the crowd and sent Su Yunqing to the health clinic. So much time was wasted. Whether she can survive is still uncertain. Captain Hu and the supervision department took Xiao Jianjun into the yard and closed the door. What they discussed was only guesswork for outsiders. The marriage was not dissolved, but Xiao Jianjun and his mother were severely criticized and had to pay for Su Yunqing's medical expenses. Su Yunqing, who was in a coma, was taken to the health clinic by a few comrades. Luckily, she survived. When she woke up, she saw the Xiao family mother and son in the room. She remembered being hungry for almost a day and suddenly became very angry. She scolded the two women and made them cook for her. The noodles are all clumped together, and even the dog won't eat them. Make new ones. She threw the meat sauce noodles on the floor of the hospital room. Old Mrs. Xiao cried out in pain and worry. Xiao Jianjun patiently cleaned up.
So Yunting felt relieved.
The old wicked woman had slapped her more than 10 times. She would get revenge someday. Let them suffer the consequences. Old Mrs. Xiao didn't dare hit Su Yunqing again. The squad leader said that if she did, her son would be taken away and publicly criticized in front of the entire military district. That would ruin her reputation. She pulled her son out of the room. This useless thing is in the health clinic. No matter how much money we spend, it's not enough. That squad leader is always meddling. Your little sister-in-law already paid, but he insists our family should pay. Then she started scheming. Jianjun, if you keep wasting money like this, our family of 10 will have no food left. Your little sister-in-law married a wealthy Air Force officer. She runs a farm and a canteen that kills pigs every day. Go ask them for some meat. Mom, the farm is run jointly with the military district. The accounts are clear and both sides' finance departments are watching. It's not up to Su Yunqi to decide. Xiao Jianjun was exhausted from all the fuss. He felt that calling his mother here only made things worse. If it weren't for the commander's face, Captain, who would have been so angry, he might have demoted him. Now, he dared not argue with Su Yunqing anymore. Su Yunqing was his lucky charm and his safety talisman. With such rich relatives, why not take advantage of them? Borrow some money. If you won't go, I will. Old Mrs. Xiao wanted to straighten out her son's life. Otherwise, the Xiao family would be dragged down by the capitalist's daughter. Mom, don't interfere. Just watch over Yunqing. I'll go get food from the canteen. Xiao Jianjun was overwhelmed. He took his lunchbox and left. Nurse Li Yan helped Su Yunqing change her foredrip. Yunqing, last time in the canteen, I didn't refuse to testify for you. I was called away by the leader. Your mother-in-law really isn't a good person. How could she bully you like that? Su Yunqi doesn't care either. Su Yunqing was lost in thought, touching the marks on her neck. As she hung from the beam, just before dying, she saw some unfamiliar images in her mind. That she was glamorous, wealthy beyond compare, admired by many everywhere, with lovers all over the country, living a very comfortable life. But the real her was wasting her good opportunities. She didn't fight for a family background that could support her during matchmaking, instead wasting time comparing herself to her cousin. After marrying Xiao Jianjun, she didn't try to use Commander Feng's connections to build a good image in the military district. Instead, she turned against her cousin, and her reputation kept getting worse. Li Yan was still talking. Yunqing, are you listening? Just watch and wait. Let your mother-in-law deal with Su Yunqi. Sooner or later, she'll ruin her reputation. Su Yunqing didn't listen to her brainwashing. She slowly said, Li Yan, are you really asking me to work with Yunqi to set up a trap? Is it really just to save money for her, or is it to give you a chance to get close to Yuchen? Li Yan didn't expect the usually confused Su Yunqing to see through her plan. She felt guilty and denied it. Yunqing, I only do this for your good. Didn't you try hard before to ruin Yunqi's reputation and make her leave the military district? Why are you suddenly on her side now? Su Yunqing didn't understand what had happened before. It seemed like she was stuck in a strange cycle, trying to defeat her cousin to prove herself. How foolish she was, letting others benefit from her mistakes. Don't spread rumors in the future. Yunqi and I are both surnamed Su. We are close cousins, and we get along well. Even if you beg for peace, Yunqi has already told the entire military district that you two are no longer related and won't interfere with your affairs. Since you see my kindness as a fool's gift, don't come to me for help again. Li Yan finally found an ally who could deal with Yunqi, but she didn't expect Yunqing to be so useless. She was so angry she slammed the door and left. When Xiao Jianjun returned, Su Yunqing, who was lying on the bed, surprisingly didn't get angry. She looked at him calmly, which startled him. He wondered if she was planning to torment him again. Yunqing, last night was my fault. I apologize. My mother is old and conservative. Please forgive her. Su Yunqing came back to herself and softened her tone. Jianjun, come and sit. To be honest, Su Yunqing has an average appearance. Although she is not as fair as Su Yunqi, she is still quite pretty. When she got married before, many people envied Xiao Jianjun. However, Su Yunqing still acts like a wealthy young lady, often being difficult and spending money like water. Most soldiers come from humble backgrounds and can't meet her high-spending needs. This causes more and more conflicts. Seeing her gentle and kind attitude, Xiao Jianjun found it hard to accept. He said, "I'll just stand here. I just cooked some meat and rice in the cafeteria. Try it, see if you like it." The lunchbox looked very old, probably used for many years. Although it was cleaned, it still had old oil stains. Su Yunqing endured her dislike and gently comforted him. "Jianjun, put down the lunchbox first. My neck hurts." "Look, is it turning blue?" Xiao Jianjun saw her insistence and had to put down the lunchbox. He carefully moved closer, bent down to check, but she suddenly pulled him to sit on the bed and then threw herself into his arms. Yunqing, get up quickly. It's not good if someone sees us." Although Xiao Jianjun was 24, he had never been close to a girl before. Now, not only did Su Yunqing hug him voluntarily, but her soft hands also touched his chest, making him very nervous. "Jianjun, I was wrong before. Let's live a good life from now on." Su Yunqing rested her head on his chest, her lips moving along his neck, making Xiao Jianjun almost lose control and unable to sit still. "Yunqing, lie down quickly. We can talk about everything later." He hurriedly pulled Su Yunqing away, ignoring everything else. His face was red as he ran out of the ward. Outside, he saw his mother and said, "Mom, I need to go now. Take care of Yunqing and don't let her get angry." Before his mother could speak, he had already run off. She was very angry inside. She was living a peaceful life back home, but now she had to take care of this spoiled girl at her son's place. She planned to go to the farm in the afternoon to find Su Yunqi, but at the farm gate, she was stopped and not allowed to enter. "Why can't I go in? Does Su Yunqi still care about her sister? Is she trying to let Yunqing starve on the hospital bed?" "Old lady," Yunqi made it very clear. She has nothing to do with Yunqing anymore. Don't try to cause trouble for her. If Yunqing really starves to death, it's because you two mistreated her. The inspection department isn't easy to fool. Sooner or later, someone will be held accountable. Several military wives, who like to snack on sunflower seeds, were pushing people out. Usually, they looked down on Su Yunqing, but old lady Xiao almost forced Su Yunqing to go without food because she refused to let her eat or drink. No one liked such a mean mother-in-law. A bunch of old women, all followers, blocking the gate, so no one can get in. "Don't think I can't handle this." Old lady Xiao angrily cursed and went home. She couldn't stand seeing Su Yunqing act arrogantly, and she was determined not to let her son be controlled by that irresponsible woman. In a few days, Su Yunqi's family was going to set up a warm room. She planned to cause some trouble then, to make sure Commander Si agreed to her son divorcing Su Yunqing. Private Zhang, a guard, moved some things to the staff housing. Su Yunqi had to go home early, pack her things, and hang them in the West Room closet. When Yuchen came back and changed clothes, they went to the cafeteria for dinner together. "Brother Chen, unless there's an emergency, let's eat at the cafeteria for all 3 meals." They weren't truly married, and Su Yunqi didn't see herself as someone who should take care of the family. She could pay, but she wouldn't rush to do laundry or cook for the man. "Okay, I'll do it when I have time," Yuchen agreed. He trained hard every day, so cooking sometimes was fine, but doing it every day wasn't realistic. It might be better to be honest from the start, so their relationship wouldn't become awkward later. To Su Yunqi's surprise, Su Yunqing, with a scarf around her neck, came to the cafeteria with Xiao Jianjun. "Yunqi, you're here too. Sit together and eat." Su Yunqing didn't care about the gossip or stares from others in the cafeteria. She naturally pulled Xiao Jianjun over. They sat shamelessly opposite Su Yunqi and her, making everyone lose their appetite. Yuchen, sticking to the idea of not wasting food, quickly finished his own meal and started cleaning his wife's dishes. "Yunqi, I was stubborn before and made many mistakes. We're cousins after all. Let's get along well in the military district from now on. Su Yunqing's words made Su Yunqi frown. Comrade Xiao, has she had a full checkup at the health clinic? Maybe she's lacking oxygen and her brain is affected. Yunqi, I really am fine. I've just had a change of heart. I was foolish before, insisting on fighting with you. We are both members of the Su family and should follow our grandfather's teachings. Never fight among ourselves. Su Yunqing spoke very sincerely, but the other 3 people looked indifferent. Su Yunqing, whether you mean it or not, we are no longer connected. Stay away from me in the future. Su Yunqi didn't care. No matter how much Su Yunqing admits her mistakes, their relationship can't change. She also won't be as open-hearted as she was in her past life, caring deeply for Su Yunqing. After Yuchen finished eating, they left. Jianjun, I will make real changes and won't let you down anymore. Su Yunqing wasn't very upset. She took Xia Jianjun's hand willingly. She can't afford to get divorced now. Xia Jianjun blushed from her look, but didn't want to let go of her hand. Yunqing, don't lie to me. When Su Yunqing threw herself into his arms at noon, it was like a stone breaking the calm surface of his heart, making his mind restless all afternoon. If Su Yunqing really can change, he wants to stay with her happily. But he's worried she might have some plan, waiting to strike it deadly. Jianjun, trust me. I will prove it with actions. Su Yunqing held Xia Jianjun's hand and gently stroked it, feeling his trembling. Luckily, he's a healthy man with good physical strength, so it's not too bad. Back home, seeing his wife go to the West Room, Yuchen felt a little disappointed. Since that night they slept together, he's been longing to hold his wife while sleeping. Next time, he won't scare her like that. He didn't cook, but he had to boil water. He went to the kitchen. Su Yunqi went to the West Room and gently touched the bed sheets, actually cleaning them with a space vacuum cleaner. When the water was ready, he poured some into a bottle for tea. The water's ready. You go wash first. Yuchen called his wife. Su Yunqi found it easy to wash up. Everything she needed was in the space. She used the shower head, which made it quick and clean, without making a mess. Washing clothes was just as simple. The space's washing machine finished and spun dry, then she hung them out to dry. Seeing his wife with her hair and wearing a long house dress, holding a clean skirt, Yuchen wanted to say something but didn't. Since she still kept her distance in this relationship, helping her hang clothes didn't seem quite right. The bathroom still smelled inviting. Yuchen took off his clothes and stretched, water droplets rolling down his strong muscles. His perfect body lines looked like a marble sculpture, an irresistible sight for any woman. He couldn't help but think about his wife just now. Her face was delicate, her waist was slim and soft, and her elegant neck and graceful back were incredibly beautiful. He tilted his head back and took a deep breath, feeling his throat tighten. His body was eager to take on everything. Su Yunqi finished hanging the clothes, went back to the West Room, closed the door, and folded the dried underwear to put in the wardrobe. Living together didn't seem as inconvenient as she had imagined. After drying her hair halfway, she took out her unfinished comic book to continue reading. Meanwhile, next door at Xiao Jianjun's house, things were far from peaceful. Old Lady Xiao thought her troublemaker granddaughter was staying at the health clinic and hoped she could sleep well tonight. But Su Yunqing had come home with her son, which was fine. At least they saved money on the clinic. Why did you come back? Why don't you stay at your cousin's house? The old lady asked rudely, blocking the door. Her eyes were sharp and critical. She was about 1.6 meters tall, looked okay, but her chest and hips weren't big, so she probably couldn't have children. She looked more and more displeased. She had originally arranged for her son to marry a decent girl from their hometown, healthy and good for having children. They had already exchanged gifts, and the girl was willing to bring 500 yuan as dowry. But her son married a daughter of a capitalist. If people found out, the Xiao family wouldn't be able to hold their heads up in the village anymore. Jianjun, if I don't stay at home, tomorrow the whole military district will say I'm being abused again, Su Yunqi said weakly, shifting the problem to Xiao Jianjun. Mom, please move aside. The military district is already talking about our family. We can't leave any more evidence, he replied. Xiao Jianjun really regretted listening to his mother last night. Su Yunqi still had slap marks on her face, and thinking about her crying made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing his son defend the troublemaker, old lady Xiao hesitated for a moment, then pushed Su Yunqi harshly. Jianjun, are you stupid? A capitalist girl can't be trusted. She's caused us so much trouble. We can't keep her at home. Jianjun, I feel dizzy, Su Yunqi said, leaning into Xiao Jianjun's arms. She gently touched his chest with her fingertips, moving back and forth a couple of times, making him swallow hard. She pushed the old woman aside and led her into the house.
Mom, don't worry.
Yunting isn't feeling well. When they reached the east room, Su Yunqing looked at the mess of old woman's belongings, feeling very annoyed, but her voice was gentle. Jianjun, pack your things. Let's sleep here tonight. Why should Jianjun sleep with you? Hurry up and go to the west room to sleep with me. Old lady Xiao was furious. If they slept together, how could her son get rid of this useless troublemaker? She had to keep an eye on her. Su Yunqing continued to lean on Xiao Jianjun's chest, her small hand lightly touching his waist through her clothes, teasing him and making his heart race. I married Jianjun legally. Living together is normal. You wouldn't want a wicked mother-in-law who forbids her daughter-in-law from being with her husband, would you? She knew the old woman's plan. If she let it go, Xiao Jianjun would listen to his family. Even if it meant paying a price, he would divorce her. Losing her military status, she would be forced to be sent away, and she wouldn't be able to turn things around for 5 years. That was not the outcome she wanted. She wanted to be on top, and Xiao Jianjun was just a stepping stone. No matter what, until she found someone else to use, she had to put up with him. Seeing the shameless troublemaker still clinging to her son, unlike a proper girl from a good family, old lady Xiao was furious. She rushed over to pull them apart, determined to separate them. Jianjun, you can't be confused. Quickly tell her to go to the west room to stay, so she doesn't get any ideas and cling to you, Mom. Xiao Jianjun released Su Yunqing, packed his mother's belongings, and took them to the west room. He whispered. Yunqing said she would change and wanted to live well with him. Hearing her son, old lady Zhao's eyes widened. You fool, believing her lies. I tell you, don't let her get close to you. Otherwise, our family won't be able to get rid of her. I already found a good girl for you back home. She's strong and healthy, not afraid of trouble. The old woman thought long-term. Most of the monthly allowance from her son went back home. She wanted him to marry a wife who could keep her in check, so they could support the family of over 10 people together. Hearing his mother's blunt words, Xiao Jianjun felt troubled. When he married Su Yunqing, he naturally liked her. Now, if they divorced, the military leaders wouldn't approve, and he didn't want that either. Mom, I will resolve things at home as soon as possible. I can't divorce for now. Don't delay her. There is no explicit or inappropriate content in the provided text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. What's the delay? Third sister is willing to wait for you. We'll find a way to get rid of Su Yunqing, let third sister join the army, and have an early big, healthy baby. Your father and I are both looking forward to that day. Old lady Xiao could see her son was excited because of Su Yunqing, so she quickly used filial piety to calm him down. When she mentioned third sister, who looked simple and strong, every time he saw her, he would shyly move closer. Xiao Jianjun immediately lost his enthusiasm. Mom, don't worry about my affairs. Just tell me when you're coming back. I'll send someone to pick you up. Old lady Xiao refused to leave. If I don't chase away that troublemaker, I'll stay here forever. Don't be confused. If you get involved with that rich girl, bad days are ahead. Xiao Jianjun couldn't persuade her and turned to go to the east room. Old lady Xiao followed. I'll stay in the same room as you. Let's see how that troublemaker dares to flirt with you. Old lady Xiao set up 2 chairs to sleep by the bed and wouldn't let her son take off his clothes. Su Yunqing was furious and wished she could kick the old woman away. She thought about Xiao Jianjun being a filial son and finally held back her anger. After washing up and returning, the old woman turned off the light. Su Yunqing could only feel her way in the dark and got into bed. She took off her outer clothes without feeling guilty, revealing a lot of skin. She lay down and then snuggled into Xiao Jianjun's arms, holding his waist and feeling his stiff body. Yunting, sleep well. Xiao Jianjun had never experienced anything like this. The woman's soft, smooth body wrapped around him like a snake, making his blood rush. He wanted to push her away, but couldn't find the strength. No man could refuse a woman's bold move, especially when she was his wife. Shameless little flirt, let go of Jianjun. Old lady Xiao sat up angrily, wishing she could rush onto the bed and push Su Yunqing away. She couldn't believe she was trying to her son. Jianjun, holding you makes me feel safe. Su Yunqing's voice was sweet and sticky. She held Xiao Jianjun's hand and moved it over her body, breathing softly in his ear. As her hand moved, Xiao Jianjun's body and mind both felt overwhelmed. If his mother weren't nearby, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Old lady Xiao turned on the light, furious, and walked to the bed. She grabbed Su Yunqing's hair. Shameless troublemaker. Go to the west room and stay there. She absolutely couldn't let them sleep together. Her son was full of energy and couldn't be tempted. Su Yunqing quickly slipped into bed, her hand reaching into Xiao Jianjun's clothes, feeling his hot skin. This made him tense up, and he became more immersed in the moment. Earlier, she didn't want to get close, and she didn't give him a chance. Now that she wants to be with him properly, Xiao Jianjun is happy to be near her. He suppressed his breath, held her restless hand, and said impatiently, "All right, Mom. Go to the other room and sleep." No couple should sleep apart. His mother, still upset from her earlier fuss, was overwhelmed and turned back angrily to the west room. "Try sleeping with her if you dare. I'll find a rope and hang myself, then it won't matter to you." This was the last straw, and Xiao Jianjun's mood was shattered. He quickly put on his shoes and went to the west room, not returning for the night. Su Yunqing turned off the light, lay quietly on the bed, and silently smiled. Once a man's feelings are stirred, no one can stop him. He only stops after he's satisfied. How long can Xiao Jianjun hold out? After the noise in the next room settled down, Su Yushi took off her headphones, tidied up the table, washed her hands and face, and went to bed to rest. Yuchen tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When his wife was away, he could fall asleep in 2 minutes. Now his mind was full of her, and he couldn't control those wild thoughts even with his eyes closed. Until late at night, when everything was silent, he managed to sleep for only 2 hours. At dawn, he quietly got out of bed, washed up carefully, and went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. Su Yushi woke up at 6, brushed her hair, and went to the bathroom. She saw milk, steamed buns, porridge, and 2 plates of stir-fried dishes on the dining table. After washing up and skincare, she came out to find Yuchen already set with chopsticks. Eat breakfast. He bought breakfast to avoid her running into Su Yunqing or Xiaming Xian in the cafeteria, which might affect her appetite and mood. He glanced at her casually. Her face was rosy and full, resting well. He felt a little relieved. At least she was getting used to living with him. "You don't need to go out of your way to buy it. I go to the cafeteria every day for meetings and I can eat breakfast there." Su Yushi didn't want to trouble him. Even if they went to the cafeteria later, Leader Miao would arrange for someone to save her breakfast. Yuchen felt a subtle distance between them, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Don't be so formal. Living together means caring for each other. Su Yunqi no longer said anything and sat down to eat. In fact, their relationship had gone beyond friendship. He liked her openly, but she lacked the courage to take that step. After dinner, Yuchen changed into his Air Force uniform and left. Su Yunqi washed the dishes with the dishwasher, disinfected them, and placed them in the kitchen. After the cafeteria meal time, she changed into a pinkish-blue collared shirt, beige pants, and comfortable cloth shoes, and applied sunscreen. As she stepped out the door, she was stopped by old lady Xiao from next door. "Su Yunqi, you can run such a big farm. Is it because of your grandfather? That's why they are lenient with you. Don't you know how your cousin's family is doing?" Honestly, Su Yunqi was beautiful and had a good figure. Any man would be attracted to her. But the Su family was once a capitalist family who had been sent away, so no matter how good-looking she wasn't suitable for everyday life. In her past life, the Xiao family took advantage of Su Yunxi's family's downfall. This life, they still wanted to take from her. Su Yunxi didn't argue with the old lady. If you keep talking nonsense, Xiao Jianjun will have bad luck. Xiao Jianjun's superior, Captain Hu, was married to Wang Xuelian. It wouldn't be hard to deal with him. Don't think I'll be afraid just because I have the commander's backing. If you don't take care of Su Yunxi, I'll make Jianjun divorce her, and you'll be ashamed too. The old lady Xiao thought she had a strong hold on the Su sisters. Su Yunxi ignored her and left directly. The old lady Xiao, finally blocking her path, ran after her, moving surprisingly fast for a woman in her 50s. Stop right there. Su Yunxing spent 5 yuan and 30 cents at the clinic. You said yesterday you'd cover her medical expenses, don't deny it. Before Su Yunxi could dodge, Su Yunxing rushed out of the yard and pushed old lady Xiao hard, knocking her to the ground. Yunxi, run. Don't mind her. Old lady Xiao couldn't withstand this and hit her knee on a stone, crying out in pain. Su Yunxi couldn't just leave. As she took a step away, the 2 people behind her started pouring dirt on her.
Help!
The Su sisters are trying to hurt someone. As old lady Xiao lay on the ground shouting, nearby military personnel came over to see what was happening. Old lady Xiao, what's wrong? Let's talk nicely and don't disturb the order in the residential area. Everyone knows what has recently happened to the Xiao family. The elderly lady arrived just a few days ago and caused chaos in the residential area. Lu Yulan, dressed in military uniform, scolded loudly. What is going on this morning? No matter what, you shouldn't have hurt the elderly lady. Do you understand the importance of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Nurse Li Yan also kindly helped the elderly lady up. Grandma, don't worry. The military district will handle this fairly. They won't let you be harmed without justice. With these 2 troublemakers causing trouble, more people gathered to watch. Everyone wanted to know what was happening. The elderly lady, feeling supported, leaned on Li Yan and cried out in pain. They teamed up to hurt me and push me to the ground. My leg hurts badly. Nurse Li, please check if it's broken. Oh dear. What kind of trouble have we gotten into? Being targeted by a wealthy young lady and even risking my life. Does the military district not care? She was determined to drag sister Su Yunjing and her sister into the mess, hoping to make her son divorce Su Yunjing and also to recover the family's recent losses through the wealthy Su Yunxi. Su Yunxi, what exactly did you do to hurt Grandma Xiao? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're the granddaughter of the commander. Lu Yulan naturally didn't miss the chance to criticize Su Yunxi. At first, everyone didn't understand what was going on with the breeding farm, and many missed out on investing. Now that the farm was running, people realized they had been tricked. Su Yunxi, a daughter of a capitalist family who was sent down, had no right to control the entire farm. The meat and eggs sold to military families were at double the price. Some jealous and resentful people secretly wanted to drive away the investors and have more capable people manage the farm. Comrade Lu, Grandma Xiao hasn't explained what happened. Why are you blaming Yunxi? When Sun Chuanxia and others heard the news, they rushed over to help and naturally stood by Su Yunxi. Everyone knew what kind of person Grandma Xiao was from yesterday's events, so they couldn't believe her one-sided story. Li Yan immediately retorted. Is there anyone else? Could it be Yunjing who pushed her? Congratulations to this clever person. You guessed right. Grandma Xiao, is Li Yan telling the truth? Su Yunxi spoke calmly, watching Grandma Xiao and Yunjing's reactions. Grandma Xiao hesitated. She couldn't admit that Yunjing pushed her because that troublemaker had no money of her own. Blaming her would be pointless. But blaming Su Yunxi was different. With someone to ensure fairness, she could get a high compensation. Su Yunxing did not speak. She had to admit that her younger cousin was clever. If the old witch couldn't answer this question well, it would be like trying to catch water with a basket. Pointless. Li Yan heard Su Yunxi question old lady Xiao and became angry, correcting her. Comrade Su Yunxi, can't you understand? I didn't mean Yunxing pushed her. Why would she do such a thing in front of everyone? Su Yunxi shot back directly. Are you involved or an inspector? You have no right to speak here. Abusing the elderly is unacceptable to anyone. If someone says the truth, they're just jealous. Having special privileges is great. Li Yan continued to mock and bring up moral accusations. Fang Ningmei angrily said, "Which I saw elder abuse? Even if you're talking nonsense, go to the inspection department for a review." Sun Chuanxia sarcastically said, "Comrade Li, you have kindness. Quickly take old lady Xiao to the health clinic for a checkup, and while you're at it, serve her well." Li Yan didn't want to get involved in such trouble. "It wasn't me who pushed her." "Why should I serve her?" Fang Ningmei retorted. "Why do you say Yunxi pushed her? Spreading rumors comes from your kind of mouth." Li Yan, unable to argue, was furious, her eyes blazing. "Auntie, tell me, who really pushed her?" Lu Yulan was also angry. Su Yunxi's helpers were too strong. Whenever something happened, her followers rushed forward and caused chaos. Some people think they can do whatever they want just because they have backing. "Comrade Xiao, don't be afraid. Just tell the truth. My father is Commander Liu, and the military district will give you a satisfactory answer." When mentioning Commander Liu, everyone quieted down. No one wanted to offend him too much. Honestly, no one cared much about old lady Zhao's situation. Everyone wanted to use this incident to achieve their own goals. Su Yunxi ignored the subtle accusations. This matter had nothing to do with her. She was just watching the show. The location was remote, with only a few residents nearby and no other witnesses. Old Lady Xiao thought that no one was watching, or she would have spoken up earlier. She glared at Su Yunqing and warned, "Don't ruin my good thing. I'll deal with you later." Seeing Su Yunqing lower her head and not respond, it seemed she had given in. The old lady felt confident, especially since she had support from a high-ranking official. She pointed at Su Yunxi and said, "Yesterday, Su Yunxi admitted to paying for Su Yunqing's medical bills, but today she denies it and even pushed me. My old arms and legs can't handle her pushing so hard. Now my leg hurts and I can't walk. I'll probably have to stay at home resting for a year or more. Comrade Liu, you need to stand up for me." Lu Yulan was furious. "Su Yunxi, how can you go back on your word? Yesterday, you told everyone you paid for Su Yunqing's medical bills, but now you deny it and even hurt old lady Xiao. That's very bad. Even Commander Foam can't protect you. If they kick you out of the military zone, it's a mercy." Li Yan also jumped in. "I checked old lady Zhao's leg. Even if it's not broken, it's cracked. She's old and heals slowly. If it's not treated well, she might have to stay in bed for years." "Su Yunxi, you're so cruel. How could you hurt an elderly person?" These two kept talking as if they were telling the truth. The people in the family compound started whispering. "It can't be Su Yunxi. She doesn't care about 5 yuan and she has no reason to hurt old lady Xiao. Yeah, even Commander, he's 10,000 yuan isn't enough to make her do something like that. Her family isn't short of money. Why would she go so far over a small medical bill?" Lu Yulan saw that everyone was unsure and got more angry. But in just over a month, Su Yunxi had convinced the residents of the family compound that she was a wealthy young lady and gained the trust of more and more military families. Why not? People can't see inside a person's heart. Who knows if she's just using her farm to look down on everyone? She doesn't care about anyone, not even the elderly. Fang Ningmei and Sun Chuanxia immediately argued back. "It can't be Yunxi. She can't even lift heavy things, let alone push a grown person. No one would just stand there and get pushed. It's probably just a deliberate fall to fake an injury. Everyone knows what Yunxi is like. She's dedicated to the military zone and works hard. It's unfair to accuse her like this." At this point, without solid evidence, no one could convince the crowd. Li Yan quickly suggested, "Yunqing, did you see what happened? Tell everyone how Su Yunxi pushed your mother-in-law. We need to make sure she doesn't escape punishment. It is well known that Su Yunqing hates Su Yunxi. Since she came to the military district, she has been hoping her younger cousin would have bad luck every day. Now, a good opportunity has appeared before her. Even if she didn't see it, she might still make false accusations to frame someone." Fang Ningmei and others became anxious. If Su Yunqing falsely accused someone and with Lu Yulan and Li Yan adding fuel to the fire, this would be very difficult to handle. But seeing Su Yunxi confident and prepared, they felt a little relieved. Yunqi always has a way to get out of trouble. Members of the inspection department also arrived quickly. After understanding the situation, they took a serious tone. Old Lady Xiao, we want to remind you again that everything you say must be responsible for. You cannot blame others for your own desires. Lu Yulan thought the inspection department would be lenient because of her relationship, but instead, they wanted to support Su Yunqi. Comrade Li, Old Lady Xiao is a victim. If you don't comfort her, that's one thing, but threatening her is another. Everyone knows that the inspection department was criticized by Commissar Su. Some people pick at small things and want to ruin others. Yunqing, you should remember this. Li Yan was secretly hinting, almost eager to force Su Yunqing to speak and to quickly punish Su Yunqi. At this point, Old Lady Xiao decided to go all out. Comrade, I am over 60 years old. How could I tell lies? It was Su Yunqi who pushed me. Seeing how firm Old Lady Xiao was, the inspection department turned to ask the Su sisters, "Two comrades, please tell us what really happened." Su Yunqi looked at Su Yunqing. Usually, Yunqing would lie and target her, twisting the truth. Today, she suddenly changed and became silent, not knowing what was going on. Li Yan also noticed Su Yunqing's unusual behavior, her eyes nearly popping out. Yunqing, speak up. Don't be afraid of Su Yunqi. She can't do anything to you. The inspection department is here, and they will give your family justice. People in the military housing area also started asking, Su Yunqing, how did your mother-in-law get hurt? Su Yunqing clearly knew her younger cousin's skills and had a final card to turn the situation around, just like how she always had recordings as evidence. She couldn't act rashly. Ignoring the threats from the old witch and the hints from Lu Yulan and Li Yan, she finally spoke calmly. Everyone, don't listen to my mother-in-law's nonsense. Yunqi was walking well on the road. It was my mother-in-law who was in a hurry to get money from her yesterday at the health clinic. She tripped on a stone and fell. I saw it clearly. This one sentence shut down Old Lady Xiao completely. It shocked everyone and almost made her so angry she fainted. Even if Su Yunqing was blind and said she didn't see, it wouldn't matter. Did Su Yunqi promise you something good? You, a troublemaker, are siding with outsiders. How did my son end up marrying such a troublemaker? Lu Yulan's face turned cold. Su Yunqing, what did you tell me before? That your cousin always causes trouble for you. She harms your family. Why are you still defending her? Li Yan was also very angry. Yunqing, are you crazy? Su Yunqi sees you as a thorn in her side. Why are you acting so confused? The supervision department was overwhelmed. These women argued over trivial matters every day. Old Lady Xiao, Su Yunqing already said it was you who fell. How can you still blame others? With Su Yunqing's testimony, Old Lady Xiao immediately became weaker and scolded angrily. Nonsense. It was Su Yunqi who told Su Yunqing to push me. They are working together to try to hurt me. Suddenly, the situation turned around again. Everyone was confused. How did it become that Su Yunqi told Su Yunqing to push her? Who really pushed her? How can they say anything randomly? Old Lady Xiao, you're not that old and confused. Blaming this or that. Why don't you say your eyes are bad and you didn't see yourself fall? Everyone has asked you many times, but you still won't tell the truth. You keep changing your story. No one will believe you. The members of the supervision department were also annoyed. Old Lady Xiao, one moment you say Su Yunqi pushed you, the next you say Su Yunqing pushed you. How did you fall? If you don't tell the truth, we'll have to treat this as an accident. Comrade, I am telling the truth. I didn't fall by myself. Su Yunqing pushed me. That little troublemaker is afraid I will force Jianjun not to see her, so she wants to hurt me. You must believe me. Faced with the fierce gaze of people like Yingmei and others, Grandma Xiao no longer tried to blame Su Yunqi. Instead, she told the truth. She used filial piety to force Jianjun to divorce Su Yunqing, the wicked woman. Normally, Grandma Xiao had previously hit Su Yunqing and forced her to hang herself without medical help, so Su Yunqing should have hated her and maybe even pushed her. Under everyone's suspicion, Su Yunqing clenched her teeth and denied, I saw you fall and wanted to blame Yunqi, so I came out of the yard to help. But then you yelled that we wanted to hurt you. No one dared to get close to you. Officers from the inspection department, this has nothing to do with us sisters. At this point, Lu Yulan and Li Yan didn't want to speak. Su Yunqing actually tried to clear Su Yunqi's name. She was truly hopelessly stupid. If it wasn't Su Yunqi who pushed her, then interfering would bring no benefit. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law accused each other, but no matter how hard they thought, they couldn't figure out what was really happening. Neither could tell who was right or wrong, and they still needed Su Yunqi's testimony. An officer from the inspection department asked, "Comrade Su Yunqi, the investigation shows this has nothing to do with you. Please tell everyone what really happened." Su Yunqi looked at Su Yunqing, trying to get her cousin to agree with her. She wanted to return kindness for kindness.
Su Yunqing looked expressionless.
This was not how she usually handled things. Su Yunqing's actions served two purposes. They warned Grandma Xiao strongly and also tried to win her favor with a friendly attitude. It was a clever plan. If she admitted to Su Yunqing's words and made a false statement, she would owe her a favor and also give her a handle to control her. From then on, Su Yunqing could threaten her. She would definitely use this to her advantage and manipulate everyone. She truly thought she could control everything. But telling the truth and suppressing Su Yunqing wouldn't be good for her either. Grandma Xiao would only cause more trouble for both families. Grandma Xiao did mention to me about the expenses at the health clinic. Commander Hu and the inspection department decided that Sister Xiao should be responsible. I refused her. She was so angry she came after me. I didn't see what was happening behind me. When I turned around after hearing the noise, she was already on the ground. Su Yunqi made herself look innocent and clean. Grandma Xiao was so angry she almost fainted, blaming Li Yan. Su Yunqi and Su Yunqing are working together, making false statements. Officers from the inspection department, you must believe me. I am telling the truth this time. Su Yunqing pushed her. Ma'am, what's wrong? Please sit down and rest. I'll get you some water. Li Yan forcibly pushed her to the ground and turned to leave, ignoring the matter. Su Yunqing felt a bit disappointed. Su Yunqi didn't fall for her tricks, but she didn't expose her either, letting the old witch suffer. This outcome wasn't too bad. No matter how old Lady Xiao explained herself, no one believed her. The three had different stories, but there was no solid proof. The investigation took over 2 hours, but they couldn't find the truth. In the end, they just treated it as an accident. Old Lady Xiao didn't want to spend money on her leg. She pulled Lu Yulan to take her home. Her smell of old age, combined with not bathing in summer, was enough to make people faint. When Lu Yulan left Zhao's house, her face was green, as if she thought she could skip lunch. In the morning, they lost time. Su Yunqi canceled her meeting and went straight to the farm. Su Huihui argued in the storage room. Wang Xuelian, your husband is just a team leader.
What's so great about that?
Why can Su Yunqi's chickens go into storage, but mine can't? Wang Xuelian took out her account book and said kindly, Comrade Su, look carefully. The chickens Yunqi collected weigh between 4 to 5 jin on average. The chickens you collected are less than 3 jin, so they don't meet the standards for storage. Plus, your chickens look unwell. If they have a disease, the whole coop could be affected. You should return them. Su Huihui was so angry she almost exploded. Wang Xuelian was usually very strict and serious, taking Su Yunqi's words as law. You're not a vet. How can you tell if the chickens are sick? I went all the way to collect them, and I haven't even had a sip of water. You want me to return them? Su Yunqi brought back chickens in trucks, as if all the good chickens were waiting for her to collect. Su Huihui was determined to succeed and surprise everyone. She borrowed 100 yuan from Auntie San. Since yesterday noon, she had been working hard all day, running around and talking until her mouth was sore. She bought 32 chickens at 1.8 yuan each, hoping to make a little profit. But the warehouse refused to accept them. Wang Xuelian handled it professionally, saying, Comrade Su, these chickens don't meet the standards and can't go into storage. You can exchange them for chickens that meet the requirements. The warehouse scale is broken. I checked it carefully when I collected the chickens. The chickens she collected looked similar to those in the coop. It was probably Wang Xuelian deliberately making things difficult for her. Su Huihui grew angrier the more she thought about it. What should she do about the 57 yuan and 60 cents she paid up front? The money was gone, and she didn't know how to explain to Aunt San. These chickens and Su Yunxi's look the same. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Are you afraid I'll steal the spotlight? Wang Xuelian saw that she was stubborn and refused to back down. She told someone to catch a chicken from the coop at random. It weighed 4.6 jin, about 2.3 kilograms. The chickens Su Huihui collected weighed at most 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. They were not much different in size. To grow such a chicken to 4 jin, about 2 kilograms, it would take extra money and time. The selling price was only 1.5 yuan, and the kitchen supervisor didn't want such chickens because they came from unknown sources. No one dared to serve them to the soldiers. Faced with this situation, Su Huihui became even more upset. It was her first time collecting chickens, and she had no experience. She thought she might lose money on these chickens, so she tried to plead. Accountant Wang, I've already spent money to get these chickens back. Please help me by buying them at the original price. I'll take it as a lesson and won't do this again. Wang Xuelian remained firm. Comrade Su, I can't break the rules. Please don't make things difficult for me. Maybe you can ask the family members' courtyard if anyone wants them. At least don't lose money on them. Feeding chickens costs a lot every day. After a long struggle, Su Huihui and a girl carried the cage out angrily. They met Su Yunxi, who barely nodded a greeting. Su Yunxi understood the situation and publicly praised Wang Xuelian. Our management of the farm must be responsible to the military district. Chickens that don't meet standards can't be accepted. Money is a small matter. Safety comes first. Accountant Wang is diligent and responsible. She is a role model for everyone. After the praise, Su Yunxi rewarded the chicken used for comparison to Wang Xuelian, showing everyone that protecting the farm's interests was the same as protecting their own. Wu Jing pulled Su Yunxi to the chicken coop, looking troubled. Yunxi, the family member's courtyard isn't very happy. Su Yunxi said, Wu sister-in-law, our goal in running the farm isn't to please the family member's courtyard. It's to ensure the soldiers have meat to eat every day. Whether they buy meat and eggs or not, the family courtyard doesn't lose anything. We need to prioritize. Wu Jing, a middle-aged woman, didn't seek wealth or fame. She just wanted not to burden her husband. She dared not offend the higher-ranking family members. A 4 or 5 jin chicken isn't expensive, even if sold at 2.2 yuan each. Most chickens outside weigh about 3 jin, and they are usually sold for 2 yuan each. Some people are never satisfied even after getting a good deal. Everyone agreed on the price from the start. Su Yunxi knows that chicken and pork are very important. She must keep strict control and not make exceptions for anyone. The head of the pig pen, Miao, used to be in a special forces team. After an injury, he moved to the kitchen. He has a bad temper and isn't afraid to offend others. If family members try to criticize him, he doesn't tolerate it and does what he wants. Over at the chicken coop, Wu Jing's husband is a battalion commander, but he doesn't seem confident. When family members say a few words, he gets embarrassed and worries about offending anyone, which makes him anxious every day. Madam Wu, from now on you will handle the daily feeding, collecting eggs, and cleaning the chicken coop. I will ask Miao to find some people to help with selling. Su Yunxi sees that Wu Jing can't stand up straight and doesn't push her. She just assigns a few soldiers from the kitchen team to help. Wu Jing agrees quickly, finally avoiding offending anyone. The chicken coop is settled. Su Yunxi then goes to check the duck and goose area. The weather suddenly changes, and a heavy rain starts. She runs into a nearby empty duck house to take shelter. Unexpectedly, she meets Xian, who is also hiding from the rain. She feels annoyed and turns away, pretending not to see him. The whole morning has been full of bad luck. When Xian sees Su Yunxi, his heart races almost to a stop. Raindrops slide down her smooth, delicate face, and she looks stunningly beautiful, so captivating it's hard to describe. Seeing her makes him feel happy and excited, but he tries to hold back his desire to get close. He takes a deep breath and speaks. My parents are coming to stay in the family compound these days. They like salted water duck. I've ordered a few ducks in advance. Oh, Su Yunchi responds indifferently. She has no good feelings toward the Xie family. In her past life, her mother-in-law called her a useless chicken because she couldn't have children. She secretly tried to set her up with Xie Mingxian to have a child. Xie Mingxian refused, and she was so touched that she became completely devoted to him. Back then, she was truly a foolish girl. Seeing that Su Yunchi didn't even bother to greet him politely, Xie Mingxian couldn't help but say, "When they come, I'll invite some neighbors to have a meal together." "Will you come?" "No." Su Yunchi refused directly. She's finally free from her past troubles and has no intention of getting involved again. Xie Mingxian guessed the answer in his heart. When he truly heard it, he wasn't very disappointed, but he didn't know how to change the cold and distant situation between them. "At the time of the blind date, you had feelings for me. Your eyes don't lie. What did Yuchen promise you that made you choose to marry him temporarily? Just say it. I can do better than him." Xie Mingxian brought up this topic again, making Su Yunchi feel helpless. Why can't he accept reality and start his own life? "No matter what I and Yuchen are like, it has nothing to do with you. I will never be with you." Xie Mingxian's heart was hurt again. Why was she so sure they would never be together? He could talk easily with other soldiers, marry her temporarily, but she wouldn't give him a chance. "Su Yunchi, did you ever like me?" His voice was hoarse and stubborn, full of unwillingness.
"No," Su Yunchi answered firmly.
All the love had disappeared over time. Her beautiful face, like a peach blossom, was imprinted in Xie Mingxian's eyes and carved into his heart. He couldn't control the sudden feeling of heartbeat acceleration, the urge to hold her in his arms almost driving him crazy. She stubbornly refused to admit it, but Xie Mingxian accepted it. "Just liking you is enough. Be with me, and I can give you happiness that others can't." He wanted to get close to her, do the most intimate things with her. The crazy scenes from his dreams replayed, her nails scratching his back, trembling with joy, making him obsessed. "Are you crazy?" Su Yunchi was shocked. She didn't understand how he could lose his mind anytime and anywhere. She couldn't stay any longer and bit her lip, rushing into the heavy rain. Xie Mingxian instinctively took a step forward, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. Su Yunchi's body, driven by inertia, fell into his arms. A familiar trembling sensation flooded her heart. Xie Mingxian unconsciously tightened his arms, feeling the happiness he thought about day and night. His voice was hoarse as he said something startling. "Su Yunchi, I miss you so much I'm going crazy. I've tried countless times not to see you or think of you, but I can't do it. Do you understand that feeling? It's like being destined to fall into this whirlpool of love. I can't control it." Su Yunchi desperately struggled free and slapped Xie Mingxian. "What do you want? Do you want to drive me to death? Do you know what might happen if someone sees this?" Su Yunchi felt wronged and upset, her eyes turning red. If someone saw, her carefully built reputation would be ruined. She had already tried her best to avoid Xie Mingxian, but he still wouldn't let go. Xie Mingxian's handsome face had a slap mark, and his eyes showed a hidden, intense anger. Seeing her cry, his heart also ached. "We can change to a different military area and start over," he said. He even wanted to drag her into a deep abyss again, to make her suffer through the pain of her past life. Su Yunchi shivered with anger. "Never," Xie Mingxian, feeling numb from rejection, asked, "How long will you keep torturing me? If there's anything you're unhappy with, tell me. I can try to change." Su Yunchi gave up trying to communicate with him. She ignored everything and ran into the heavy rain, running desperately as if a terrible ghost was chasing her. Xie Mingxian wiped the rain from his face and followed her at a distance until he watched her go back home. A large hand touched her forehead. Su Yunchi was startled awake, pushed him away in panic, and shouted, "Don't touch me." Yuchen froze, slowly pulling back his hand, and asked with concern, "Yunchi, are you caught in the rain? You look a bit feverish. I'll go to the clinic and get someone to check on you." At noon, he went to the cafeteria, but didn't see his wife. He asked the kitchen staff, who said she hadn't come today. The people at the farm also said She wasn't there. He hurried home and saw her trembling under the blankets, his heart tightening. Seeing Yuchen, Su Yunshi realized she had made a mistake. When he stood up to leave, she gathered her courage and grabbed his hand to explain. Don't go. I just had a bad dream. After taking a hot shower, she fell into a daze. Because of Xiemingshuan's scare, she dreamed she was forcibly taken. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. Yuchen held her small hand gently and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Dreams are usually the opposite of reality. He reached out to feel her forehead but couldn't tell if she had a fever. He lowered his face and pressed it against her forehead. His jawline was smooth, and his clean, fresh masculine scent made Su Yunshi blush. Yuchen touched her hot face, worried, and said, You probably have a fever. I'll get some medicine from the clinic. Rest here and wait for me. Su Yunshi said, It's okay. Help me pour a glass of water. The space was fully stocked with cold medicine, so there was no need to go to the clinic. Besides, she was feeling scared and didn't want him to leave. Yuchen quickly went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and repeatedly poured water into a bowl until it was just right, then brought it into the room. Su Yunshi had already taken her medicine during this time. She sat up, took a few sips of water, then stopped, as the medicine was starting to work and she felt sleepy. Can you stay with me for a while? The girl looked gentle and delicate. Such a request was hard for Yuchen to refuse. He went to the other room to change into a tank top and long pants, then lay beside his wife, softly saying, Sleep now, I am here. Su Yunshi originally wanted him to sit by her bedside and keep her company, but he was straightforward and simply got into bed. The man was tall and strong, and the bed felt a little crowded with him there. It seemed unkind to leave now. Su Yunshi could only shift a little to keep a safe distance, pulled the thin blanket over her, and, unable to resist sleep, closed her eyes and drifted off. Yuchen slowly moved closer, propped himself up on his arm, and looked at his wife's beautiful side profile reflected in his pupils. His gaze traced her delicate features, each one perfect and just right, right on his heart. He gently got out of bed, pressed a damp towel on her forehead to cool her down, changing it repeatedly until she started to sweat. Then he pressed his face to hers, lowering her temperature, finally relaxing his worried heart. He lay back down, couldn't help but softly rest his head in her neck hollow, deeply inhaling her captivating scent, kissing her cheeks and eyebrows. He never seemed to get enough of her. When Su Yunshi woke up, she was actually lying on Yuchen's chest. His warm hand rested possessively on her waist. She usually slept well and didn't know how she crossed the line, but smelling his familiar scent made her feel more at ease. Still, she didn't dare to indulge, slowly trying to move his hand away, but he held it firmly in his large palm. A teasing laugh sounded above her, full of mischief. Su Yunshi wanted to pretend to be asleep, but it was no use. She could only distract herself from the moment. What time is it? I might have delayed your training. Not yet 2 o'clock, Yuchen said reluctantly, not wanting to let go. He nudged her forehead with his chin. Your fever's gone. I'll take a day off this afternoon, make you some porridge, and is there anything else you want to eat? His rough stubble tickled her skin, making it slightly sore and itchy. This intimate gesture made Su Yunshi feel uncomfortable. She reached up and pinched his chin to stop him from moving around. Don't nudge me. It hurts a little. The wife's gentle and pleasant voice, along with her words, made people imagine lovely things. Yuchen's breathing paused slightly, and his body tensed up. Go ahead and get busy.
You don't need to worry about me, he said.
Since they were so close, Su Yunshi noticed something was different about him. She felt a little shy and pushed him to let go. Her face turned red. How cute, how obedient, how beautiful she looked. Yuchen reluctantly left the cozy space. He turned over and got out of bed, leaned down, and gently touched her head, emphasizing, You're my wife. It's natural for me to take care of you. The rain outside had stopped. He took a day off, went out to buy ingredients, and made the vegetable and lean meat porridge she wanted. He followed her instructions carefully. He also cooked garlic sprout stir-fry and seaweed tofu soup. Su Yunshi changed her clothes and came over. She saw Yuchen busy in the kitchen. His broad shoulders and strong muscles looked reliable. The warm kitchen was filled with the smell of food. In her mind, she imagined herself busy in the kitchen, with Xian watching TV and her parents urging her to eat. Su Yunxi washed her hands, came to serve the dishes. Yuchen saw her and smiled slightly. He filled 2 bowls of porridge and handed them to her. Try the taste. How is it? His short hair fell over his strong brow. His narrow phoenix eyes looked sharp. Sweat dotted his straight nose, and his lips, of moderate thickness, carried a carefree smile. Although he had a handsome, tough face, he didn't have a macho attitude. He didn't think cooking for his wife was embarrassing. In his past life, Xian was always busy with work. When he got home, his mother wouldn't let him do chores. If he was sick, she wouldn't let him get close to avoid catching something. She often went alone to the clinic for injections. Even while sick, she still cooked and cleaned. Living with different people, the experience was very different. Su Yunxi watched Yuchen's eager expression and his careful care. Her eyes filled with tears. She picked up a spoon, blew on the food, and ate. It's delicious. Eat more. I know you didn't have lunch today. When people are vulnerable, they tend to overthink. She held back her tears. Women don't need to be overly sensible in love. She no longer wanted to swallow her sadness and frustration alone. After eating, Yuchen accompanied his wife to the cafeteria and talked to Captain Miao about arranging some people to go to the chicken coop. Private Soldier Tianyu volunteers for the task. Squad leader, Sister Su, brother-in-law, don't worry. I will take good care of the chicken coop and sell the chickens honestly. Not a single penny will be lost. Squad leader Miao agrees. Comrade Su, let him go. This kid is clever and quick-thinking. He's never made a mistake with accounts. All right, Xiao Tian, do your best. All our positions are still in the trial phase. If someone isn't suitable, they can be transferred. By early August, we will finalize everything. I'll discuss with Brother Chen and apply to Grandpa for better job benefits for everyone. Su Yunxi's words boost everyone's motivation. Xiao Tian immediately gathers 3 or 5 people to take over the chicken coop work. After Tianyu leaves, squad leader Miao subtly mentions, Xiao Tian is the nephew of Commander Tian Hohat's daughter-in-law. He's not afraid to offend anyone. Su Yunxi thanks squad leader Miao for his strong support. The pig pen and chicken coop are the most demanding places. Thanks to squad leader Miao's careful management, he's taken on a lot of pressure. It's all for the military district. Our cooking team has many people and can handle the stress. Squad leader Miao and Su Yunxi walk around the pig pen, praising the farm's design and construction. Comrade Su, Comrade He, this drainage system is really good. In previous years, when we raised pigs in the military district, it was muddy and smelly during rain, making it hard to enter. Now, with cement floors, rainwater drains away cleanly. The place is very hygienic and the pigs don't get sick. More than 3,000 pigs are healthy and fat, and the piglets are plump and white. The scene is lively and cheerful, making people feel happy just looking at it. They walk to the back pig pen, where pigs raised by the military district are slaughtered daily. It's expected that by early August, they will be all used up. There's another pig pen with 3 marked pigs, about 4 or 5 months old. Su Yunxi asks, Squad leader Miao, where did these pigs come from? Miao explains, these 3 were raised by Deputy Commander Su, Commander Liu, and Commander Ding. It's an understood secret in the military district. They each raise 1 pig every year to slaughter for New Year's. It's not something to be openly discussed. This is private raising in the pig pen, usually feeding leftovers from the canteen. It's not troublesome. Now, with the new pig pen, Su has been told to feed them well. They're growing quickly with proper feed. Since this has been the rule all along, let's keep it. But if anyone else wants to raise pigs privately, we should refuse. Many people in the farm want to get benefits. The political officer's 3 people raising pigs is a leftover problem from the past. Sergeant Miao can't change it, but others might follow his example, which is troublesome. Don't worry, Comrade Su. Sergeant Miao feels guilty. He didn't mention it earlier because he was afraid that Comrade Su would go to find Commander Su and others, which might offend people and make things difficult for him. Now he realizes he was thinking too much. Comrade Su is not a petty person and is very understanding. Sergeant Miao, go ahead with your work. I will take Yunchi back to rest. Yuchen isn't interested in managing the farm and is worried that his wife might get sick if she stays outside too long. Not feeling at ease, he still pulls her to the health clinic to see a doctor. There, they meet Xiao Jianjun, who is treating his mother's knee. Jianjun, I really didn't push my mom. She doesn't like me and insists on breaking us up. Look, she's not even calm at the clinic, cursing and wishing me dead. She wants me to find a new wife quickly. Su Yunqing, who is nearby, holds Xiao Jianjun's hand and explains. Her delicate appearance feels quite out of place. She and Xiao Jianjun know how she previously treated Xiao Jianjun. Their attitudes suddenly changed completely. Don't talk nonsense. Mom's legs have always been fine. How could she trip over a stone? She's in a bad mood, so she cursed a little. Just bear with it. Xiao Jianjun feels headachy. His mother is crying and yelling, swearing that Yunqing pushed her. Yunqing strongly denies it. Someone must be lying, and he doesn't know who to believe, his mother or his wife. Su Yunqing, seeing the man still leaning toward her mother-in-law, feels furious but pretends to be wronged and explains. Jianjun, you have to believe me. If this was really my fault, wouldn't the inspection department find out? This matter has become a dead-end case. The old woman is just cursing wildly. Even if she threatens to hang herself, she can't blame others. Yunqing, Mom has now been diagnosed with a fractured kneecap and needs to rest for a while. You have nothing to do at home. Xiao Jianjun now regrets bringing his mother to the military district. Yunqing is getting better, but his mother has suffered. She can't walk for 3 or 4 months. Eating isn't affected, but urinating is a big problem. From his tone, it seems he wants her to take care of her. Yunqing almost lost her temper and cursed. That old woman nearly caused her death. How could she possibly take care of her? Seeing her cousin and his wife arrive, she immediately leaves Xiao Jianjun and walks over. Yunqi, are you here for a checkup? The chief doctor at the clinic is good. I'll take you there. Yuchen protected his wife and kept Su Yunqing away. No need. Su Yunqing wanted to repair her relationship with her cousin and wouldn't give up easily. Yunqi, we sisters have shared joys and sorrows. It's been a long time since we had a good talk. I'll walk with you and let Jianjun and comrade he get along. Seeing that Su Yunqing wouldn't stop until she got her way, Su Yunqi also wanted to see what she was really after. Brother Chen, wait for me a moment. The two sisters went to the green belt outside the clinic. No one else was around, so they didn't need to pretend to be close. Su Yunqi asked, tell me, what do you want? Yunqi, you see my situation. That old woman forced Xiao Jianjun to divorce me. To achieve her goal, she tied me up and beat me. She wouldn't let me eat or drink. If I hadn't threatened to hang myself and someone came to rescue me, I might have been badly hurt. Talking about what happened a few days ago, Su Yunqing's voice was sharp with hatred. She had never suffered such shame in her life. That wicked old woman had trampled her pride, and now her kneecap was broken. Serves her right. Su Yunqi showed no sympathy for her suffering. Yunqing, you got what you deserved. If you want my sympathy, it's a waste of time. Before marrying Xiao Jianjun, Yunqing had many chances to change her fate. Sadly, she was blinded by greed and only wanted to compete with her cousin. Now it's too late to regret. Su Yunqi knew that her second uncle's family was her cousin's weakness. She said, Yunqing, I really know I was wrong. Our family is suffering and scattered. We sisters shouldn't be stuck on petty things. Let's work together to bring our second uncle's family back early and revive the Su family. Her words sounded noble, but Su Yunqi was impatient. The decision to send them away was made by the authorities. What can you do to bring them back sooner? Second uncle left some money, right? Why don't you think about using that money to rescue the family? Instead, you're opening such a big farm to attract trouble. Now is the time to sell the farm at a good price. Use the money to find someone who can help us and get the family back as soon as possible. Yunqing didn't believe that her second uncle and aunt had no backup plan. With Yuchen's skills, it was easy to take the savings out of the Su family. No one could say for sure whose money it was. Su Yunxi had so much money to run the farm and was living comfortably, but she didn't care about Yunqing's hardships. She watched her suffer and felt pleased. As women of the Su family, why should she be treated unfairly? Su Yunxi didn't know what was in Su Yunqing's mind. She was actually thinking about selling the farm and trying to trick the money out of it. Using connections? She really dares to talk big. When it comes to such matters, no one dares to get involved, except waiting for the main policy, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Yunxi focused on the main point. Can you get a higher price? What do you mean? Does anyone want to buy shares in the farm? Running the farm isn't hard, but many problems keep arising. These include people like Su Yueyue trying to buy livestock to make a profit, 3 senior officers secretly raising animals, and military family members unhappy with the prices. Now someone wants to buy shares, hoping to take control of the farm and enjoy the benefits, which would ruin all her efforts. Su Yunqing was a bit angry. Yunxi, who buys shares, isn't the main issue. The real problem is that this money shouldn't be used like that. We need to use it to save the Su family. Su Yunxi directly rejected her. My parents didn't leave me any money. The farm is under the military district, and your plans are off track. She had no loose ends in her actions. Yuchen was standing in front, so no one could investigate her. Of course, Su Yunqing didn't believe her cousin. Seeing her unshaken, she put aside the idea of buying shares for now. She had to fight for her own benefit and lowered her stance. You have Yuchen and Grandpa Feng backing you, holding most of the farm's shares. You won't have to worry about food and drink. The Xiao family is poor and struggling. I can't endure these hard days. Give me some shares and let me manage the farm. At least I can earn a living. Xiao Jianjun was foolishly filial, definitely expecting her to take care of the old woman. Facing insults for 3 or 4 months, Su Yunqing didn't have the mental strength to endure it and was afraid she might lose her temper and hurt the old woman someday. Managing the farm? She really dares to think that. Su Yunxi made it clear. It's impossible for you to manage the farm. We are no longer related. No matter what guarantees you make, I won't let you turn into a ticking time bomb. Su Yunqing was like a time bomb. Many people wanted to use her to break through the farm's management model. Su Yunxi was grateful that Grandpa Feng was in charge. So far, those people hadn't openly attacked the farm. But people are driven by greed. For profit, they will keep creating trouble behind the scenes. Su Yunqing was anxious and angry. Yunxi, I helped you this morning. You have to help me too. When the Su family was doing well, uncles would visit every day. Now, because the uncles took the family's money and are wanted by the police, she was turned away when she asked to borrow money, and the Lin family has cut ties with her unilaterally. Her childhood fiancé was falsely accused and taken to the police station because of her cousin. The Luo family is furious and refuses to lend any money. She has already tried to contact her older brother abroad. Once he returns, he can completely change her difficult situation. Before her brother comes back, she needs to find a way to get her cousin's money. Su Yunxi knew she wanted to use the morning's events to threaten for her own benefit. Fortunately, she quickly distanced herself from the plan. Help me? I don't understand what you mean. Su Yunqing, you need to realize you're only helping yourself. I hold the power here. If I tell the authorities about some things, you won't have to worry about where to eat anymore. You might even reunite with your former fiancé. The hint in her words made Su Yunqing nervous. She absolutely couldn't leave a record at the police station, or it would be a stain on her reputation forever, even if she later gained fame and fortune. Su Yunqing's face turned pale and red, but she didn't dare to get angry. Arguing wouldn't help her. Yunxi, how can you be so heartless? For Grandma's sake, share some of Uncle Second's money with me. I want to start a factory like you. Su Yunxi was surprised that Su Yunqing had started thinking about making money. These days, she was acting more and more strangely. Before she passed away, Grandma asked her sisters to support each other. In her past life, she had already done her best by giving her heart and money. The path you choose is yours. Instead of relying on others, it's better to be strong and independent. Su Yunxi left after saying this. Their lives had diverged from their original paths, and the future was unpredictable. Su Yunqing didn't achieve her goal. She angrily tore off a handful of leaves, then had to compose herself and continue facing her difficult life. She just had to endure a little longer. Her brother was managing overseas businesses, and their wealth was enough for several generations. She would eventually surpass Su Yunqi. Yunqing, what are you doing here? Aunt Xiao is angry again and told you to wipe her and feed her. Li Yan's gloating voice sounded from a distance. She didn't hear exactly what the Su sisters said, but from Su Yunqing's expression, it was clear she didn't get a good outcome. Unable to provoke her, Li Yan refused to give up and grabbed her to ask, "Did you tell Su Yunqi about transferring the farm? If it goes through, Yulan will definitely benefit from it." Su Yunqing was very angry. "It's a business worth over 50,000, not 50 yuan. My cousin-in-law also needs to think about it. Besides, no one does things without expecting some benefit." Li Yan still wanted to persuade her. "Helping Major Lu is your honor." "What benefit could there be?" Su Yunqing pushed her away. "I'm so broke I can't even afford to eat. I don't have the time to worry about benefits." Today, she was paying the old witch's medical bills with Xiao Jianjun's borrowed money. Thinking about how he used most of his monthly allowance to support his family of over 10 people, she only had 20 or 30 left. She felt both annoyed and angry. How could she have married such a poor man? "I heard from Yulan that your comrade Xiao is competing for the deputy regiment commander position. If you support Major Lu well, helping your husband get promoted isn't a small thing." Li Yan was still making big promises, but Su Yunqing wasn't convinced. "Tell them to give me 200 yuan, then I'll try my best to persuade Su Yunqi. Otherwise, forget it. 200 yuan just to open your mouth? Who do you think prints money? Yunqing, you should learn to be content. Offending high-ranking leaders is no joke. If I don't have money to buy shares, isn't maintaining the status quo better?" Su Yunqing ignored Li Yan's chatter, feeling irritated. 200 yuan was just a tip she casually gave others. Now it was her half-year living expenses. She couldn't believe she had fallen so low. Yuchen accompanied Su Yunqi into the clinic and brought over a chair for her to sit. "Doctor, please take a look at my wife. She was caught in the rain this morning and doesn't feel well. Do we need medicine or infor?" Dr. Zhongli, used to seeing all kinds of soldiers, couldn't help but admire. They were a perfect match, with a great height difference, the most compatible couple in the military district. When Comrade, he was first transferred to the military district, his outstanding looks, handsome features carved like a sculpture, even more impressive than TV stars, attracted many young nurses who secretly went to the Air Force Base to see him. He ignored everyone very proud. Unexpectedly, he married a businesswoman's daughter in a flash, and they seemed quite happy together. Dr. Zhang checked Su Yunqi's pulse, looked at her throat, and listened to her lungs. "It's a cold with tonsillitis. Just take medicine, drink warm water to detoxify." Yuchen poured a glass of warm water for his wife and took her prescription to buy medicine. Dr. Zhang considered and then said, "Comrade Su, you have some coldness in your, which makes it harder to get pregnant." Having worked for nearly 30 years, he had seen many cases like this. When it was a man, if he was short or small, it was difficult to meet the standards for conception. When it was a woman, she might never be able to conceive in her lifetime. Su Yunqi was momentarily stunned. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the cup.
Coldness in the?
In her past life, she only got pregnant in the 5th year of marriage. She had a miscarriage after saving her nephew, who fell into the river. No matter how much she nourished herself or how often she tried, she never got pregnant again. Does that mean I can't get pregnant? In this life, will I never have the chance to be a mother? Thinking about that possibility, Su Yunqi felt sad. She had been lonely for decades and really wanted to have a child of her own. It depends on the specific situation. Some coldness in the is caused by blockages, which can only be treated with surgery. Others can be improved through proper care. Dr. Zhang asked Su Yunqi to lie down and lifted her clothes to expose her belly. Her skin was soft and fair, delicate like fine sheep fat jade. He pressed on a few acupoints carefully, afraid of hurting her. "You don't have blockages, just coldness in the. You should avoid cold water, rest well, soak your feet in hot water, apply warm compresses to your stomach, and eat more foods that boost your energy and blood. When Su Yunqi got up and tidied her clothes, Dr. Zhang wiped his sweat and comforted her again. Don't worry too much about this. Focus on nourishing your to create a healthy environment. Comrade, he has black hair, a prominent Adam's apple, bright eyes, strong walk, and a sturdy body. As long as you cooperate during ovulation, pregnancy will come sooner or later. Dr. Zhang, please keep this confidential. Don't tell anyone, including my husband. Su Yunqi blushed and silently noted down the nourishing foods she needed to eat. Since it was a fake marriage, it wasn't appropriate to tell Yuchen about this. She thought she was only 18 and wasn't in a hurry to get pregnant. She should relax, take care of her health first. Moreover, her desire to have a child was her own, not related to the man. She wouldn't let her previous life's experience of being judged by her husband's family affect her mental state. That kind of psychological burden made it hard for her body to stay healthy. Dr. Zhang advised, we will keep your privacy. But since you're newlyweds, he might not control the frequency well, which could affect your recovery. It's best to have intimacy once a week. Once your coldness improves, you can increase it appropriately. Thank you, doctor, I have noted it. Su Yunqi felt very embarrassed and didn't need to pay attention. If Yuchen heard such words, it might cause trouble. She preferred to handle it quietly herself. After Yuchen finished the medication, they left the consultation room and encountered Li Yan, who was acting suspiciously. Yuchen shot her a sharp look, causing her to quickly take the medical supplies and leave. On the way home, Yuchen noticed his wife was emotional and asked, "Did Su Yunqi upset you? Or did the doctor say something? It's my own matter. Don't cook dinner tonight. Go to the cafeteria instead." To avoid spreading the illness, Su Yunqi didn't go to the cafeteria to eat. Yuchen took his wife home and then went to the cafeteria to get food. Back in the West Room, Su Yunqi changed clothes, asked the robot in the space to cook nourishing soup, checked the harvest, and continued making feed. The poultry in the farm area was overrun with chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits. There were about 4,000 or 5,000 pigs, and the cattle and sheep bred more slowly, with around 1,000. They needed to be moved to the farm quickly. Before Yuchen returned, there was another argument in the neighboring yard. "I won't go back to my hometown. That useless thing hurt me, and now she makes me wait on her every day, feeding, wiping, helping with bathroom needs, and even fetching. Mom, Yunting has never done such things. It's inconvenient for me to take care of you. There are many family members back home, and everyone helps out, which makes it easier." Xiao Jianjun was overwhelmed. His mother was never calm. She insisted on being fed even when healthy, and when he tried, she refused. She wanted Yunting to serve her, criticizing and insulting him. In the end, she didn't eat anything, threw her food on the ground, and he had to clean it up. Yunting suggested he make her a simple wooden chair with a hole in the middle so she could sit and relieve herself. But his mother refused, insisting on lying down to urinate. She also insisted on staying in the east room on the bed, sleeping between the couple to prevent any inappropriate behavior. "Are you really my son? Why are you siding with that little? She caused all this, and now wants to slack off.
Dream on.
I tell you, before I get better, I won't go anywhere." Old Mrs. Xiao was determined to make her son divorce. She didn't believe that the shameless girl could steal her son under her watch. Xiao Jianjun couldn't stand it anymore. Su Yunqing's constant acting spoiled and making trouble annoyed him, but she would suddenly act weak and clingy. Which man could stay indifferent to that? After wrapping her hands, he also took on cooking chores, not knowing when such days would end. Su Yunqing returned to the West Room, put on a pitiful face, and angrily kicked a stool, which squeaked loudly. Xiao Jianjun asked, "Yunqing, what's wrong?" Su Yunqing looked indifferent but spoke softly. "I was wiping my tears and didn't see the road clearly, so I tripped over the stool."
I'm fine, Jianjun.
You shouldn't be too tired either. How could he not be tired? Living in a poor household, with a noisy mother and her fake kindness. The Xiao family was so poor it was almost ringing, and if things continued like this, she would starve. She needed to find a way to make money. When Yuchen returned, he saw Su Yunqing at the gate, but chose to ignore her. Su Yunqing boldly stopped him, saying, Yuchen, Yunshi told me that your second uncle gave you a saving slip. I don't want much, just 10,000. Your family is doing well, so you shouldn't watch me beg for food. It would be embarrassing for everyone. Yuchen didn't listen to her and kicked a piece of dirt at her face, then went into the yard and slammed the door. Su Yunqing was blinded by the dirt and cried in pain, cursing Yuchen for not just dying. These two didn't get along at all. They casually took out a savings slip for 100,000 but refused to give her even 10,000. Suddenly, she remembered a fight at home where her father gave two uncles a bag of small yellow fish. They almost used it for gambling, but her second uncle sent someone to take it away. She knew exactly where the money was. Su Yunshi was unkind, so she shouldn't be blamed for being unfaithful. She quickly washed her face, found her most worn-out clothes, and changed before leaving. After taking medicine and resting overnight, Su Yunshi felt much better. She ate the porridge Yuchen left in the pot and drank the nourishing soup from the space, feeling energized. At the dining hall meeting, after yesterday's heavy rain, the drainage system worked well, and none of the cages were damaged. However, many duck and goose eggs were submerged in mud. Sun Chuanxia organized the military wives at home to wear boots and go look for them. After the meeting, Wu Jing pulled Su Yunshi aside and said, Yunshi, it rained again last night. Aunt Hua, who works the night shift at the farm, had a leak at her house and wasn't on duty. This morning, Su Huihui told me she put a batch of chickens in the hen house last night and asked me to help her catch them. Accountant Wang said Su Huihui's chicken weighs about 3 jin, but its size isn't much different from ours. I can't tell the difference easily, and if we try to weigh each one individually, we might make mistakes. What if we give her the wrong one? Next to them, Tianyu was angry. Isn't this just causing trouble? She said she put it inside. If we start checking, anyone could say they put chickens in the coop. This way, there won't be enough chickens for the farm. Wu Jing quickly told him to lower his voice so no one would hear and offend anyone. Xiao Tian, you can't say that. Su Huihui is Uncle Su's niece. Uncle Su and his wife don't have children, so she's almost like a daughter to us. We should think of a safe plan. Tianyu stubbornly raised his chin. Sister Su, we won't look for her. And we won't let her look for us either. Who knows if she'll take our chickens? It's a sneaky trick to distract us. Su Yunshi rubbed her forehead. That's not how the idiom is used. Replacing beams and supporting pillars fits better. Tianyu shyly scratched his head. Anyway, we won't care about her. Who knows if she really put the chickens inside? If she did, she deserves it. She's just helping the military district. Su Yunshi told them to go back to their posts and mix medicine into the feed to give the chickens a deworming treatment. Don't let this small incident affect your work. If Su Huihui comes again, let her come to me. Su Yunshi didn't have time to wait for others. After leaving the military district, she planned to go to the farm with the guard to deliver livestock. Suddenly, guard Xiaozhang saw Su Yunshi and hurriedly said, Comrade Su, you should go home and check. Someone came this morning looking for Commander with a health check form, asking if something happened. The commander fainted from stress. Hearing this, Su Yunshi's vision blurred, her head buzzed, and she almost fell. Xiaozhang helped her into the car and they rushed home. Who went to find Grandpa? After a moment, she managed to speak again. A friend of the Su family, who has a good relationship with your dad. They're all at the Feng family now. Xiaozhang couldn't give more details and only drove faster. Yesterday, Su Yunshi went to the clinic for a minor cold. Could her grandpa have found out about her difficulty conceiving? Grandpa has seen a lot and wouldn't faint from shock. And how would outsiders know about her checkup? She instinctively thought of Su Yunqing, wondering what new trouble this might have caused. When Su Yunshi arrived at the Feng family house, she ran into the courtyard and saw her grandfather was already awake, but looked unwell. He was sitting with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, both looking serious. Grandpa, are you okay? Uncle Yu, you're here. Yu Bo quickly stood up. Yunshi, your father was worried about you when he left. He asked me to look after you. As long as you're fine, I feel at ease. Feng Zhenhua tried to get up, but Su Yunshi hurriedly held him back. Grandpa, if you're not feeling well, stay inside and rest. Nothing is more important than your health. I can't rest now. Look at this. Someone from the Su family made a checkup report. It's shocking. Luckily, I called the military hospital, and they said you're fine. Su Yunshi took the report and looked at it. It said she had a heart condition and needed urgent surgery, stamped with the military hospital's seal.
Grandpa, I'm healthy.
I can live to 70 or 80. Next time something like this happens, don't take it seriously. Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, Feng Zhenhua snorted coldly. That cousin of yours is really no good. I shouldn't have listened to your parents and let trouble come into the military. When I send someone to talk to Xiao Xiao, if he wants a divorce, I'll approve it immediately. Su Yunshi comforted her grandfather. She was angry, but it wasn't worth it. She asked, Uncle Yu, how did Su Yunqing find you? Why would she forge her medical record? Or curse her to die quickly? That's unnecessary. Yunshi, let's go somewhere else to talk. Old Feng is a staunch worker, and some things aren't suitable to hear. Yubo was also a businessman. He didn't have enough capital for big schemes, but he had to be careful when dealing with the Feng family. Su Yunshi helped her grandfather back inside to rest, then went outside with Yubo to talk. Yubo looked ashamed. Back then, your dad took a bag of small yellow croakers from your uncle and sold them at the Lin family. He kept 25 yuan for himself. Su Yunqing said your dad told her that. You and your sister can come to me if you need help. I was less cautious because of that. She took out your medical record and said you needed urgent heart surgery. I hurried to get money and followed her to the military hospital. The hospital staff wouldn't let us in. She cried, saying that saving your life with the money was urgent, and if we waited too long, it would be too late. I didn't think much and, in a daze, gave her 10 small yellow fish. Once inside the hospital, she never came out again. I waited all night, and the more I thought about it, the more suspicious I became. I went to see old Feng for confirmation but didn't dare mention the money, to avoid involving him. I didn't expect to scare old Feng, and I feel sorry for your father's trust. Actually, Su Yunqing wanted to take all the small yellow fish, but Yubo left some room for negotiation. In this time, gold isn't very expensive, about 5 yuan per gram. 10 small yellow fish are worth over 1,500 yuan, enough for the surgery. After Yubo finished explaining, Su Yunshi also felt upset. She underestimated Su Yunqing's shamelessness in scheming and her ability to fake medical records. Uncle Yu, outsiders don't know this, but our Su family has already split. My father has no more connection with the eldest and third uncles. If Su Yunqing comes to find you again, don't pay attention. She didn't know that Yubo still had the small yellow fish entrusted by her father. Su Yunqing knew about it, which felt suspicious. Yubo didn't expect it to turn out this way, and felt guilty. I understand. Sigh, I've been fooled by a girl after more than 40 years. The money was originally from the Su family. It's hard to go to the military hospital to get it back now. I've kept the remaining 15 small yellow fish with me. I'm giving them to you now. I'm worried your cousin might report me, if she finds out I have this money. This afternoon, I'll take my family out for a while. Once the fuss dies down, I'll come back. Su Yunshi, don't blame Uncle Yu. The matter with the Su family is too big, and I dare not contact you anymore. Su Yunshi took the bag and put it into her space directly. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Yu, for keeping your promise to my father. You're not to blame. You're just worried. Take care. Faking the medical record couldn't be done by Su Yunqing alone. She must have had help at the health clinic. The stolen small yellow fish will eventually be recovered. After Yubo left, Su Yunshi returned to the yard and asked the guard to inform Yuchen at the military hospital that she wouldn't be returning to stay tonight. She would stay here with her grandfather and Yueyue. Her grandfather's health was good, but after recent setbacks this year, it was starting to decline. Nothing was more important than family. The military hospital's matters could wait. Using the space's smart tools, she checked some nourishing soups. Su Yunshi went to the market to buy ingredients. She secretly bought a cage of golden swallows, a cage of quails, a cage of pigeons, and a cage of black chickens to raise in her space. She also bought a ginseng root, split the roots to plant dozens in her space, and scattered a basket of lotus roots into the pond in her space. When leaving the market, she carried a cage with 2 black chickens and more than 10 pigeons inside. At home, the guards slaughtered 1 chicken, cleaned it, and made a nutritious black chicken soup with ginseng and goji berries. At noon, she also cooked 2 dry pot rabbit dishes for the meal. Seeing her busy and hardworking, Grandpa Feng Zhenhua slowly relaxed his worries. You still have a cold. Rest at home for a while. There are so many people in the military district. Don't try to handle everything yourself. If there's something you can't solve, talk to Uncle Liu. He's a battalion commander and can help with many issues in the military district. Grandpa, don't worry.
I can handle it.
Su Yunxi knew there were factions within the military district. Wherever there are people, there will be power struggles. She could sometimes rely on others, but she wouldn't depend on anyone completely. Yuchen came over in the evening. After talking a few words with the old man, he went to the kitchen to see his busy wife. She was wearing an apron, with a slim waist barely a fist wide, and her face was slightly red from the heat. Just one look made people feel their heart race. Have you taken all your cold medicine? Suddenly, a tall man appeared beside her. Su Yunxi almost dropped her spoon, but Yuchen caught it steadily. Only then did she see her wife was making soup. In the clay pot, there were pigeons, angelica root, Codonopsis, astragalus, longan, red dates, and goji berries. It had been simmering for over 2 hours, with a light yellow color and a sweet aroma that softened the meaty smell. In another large pot, fish was cooking with vermicelli and tofu, filling the air with a tempting scent. She also prepared a refreshing cold dish. Much better. You don't need to come back and forth from so far away. Su Yunxi looked up at him, meaning she didn't want him to come over so often to avoid tiring himself from driving. The man's resolute face carried a faint smile, with a teasing look in his eyes. Grandpa asked me to stay here tonight, so I don't have to go back. Su Yunxi watched his slightly childish expression, feeling a bit helpless. Living together was really inconvenient. Why did you decide to come back and stay today? She explained about forging the medical record. Yuchen's smile froze, his gaze darkening, and his voice was calm. I remembered the squad leader wanted to see me. I'll come to pick you up again tomorrow morning. Su Yunxi saw him turn around quickly and hurriedly held him back. Brother Chen, my dad's friend can't testify. If Su Yunxing doesn't admit it, we can't prove anything. Don't be impulsive. Su Yunxi had her own worries. She couldn't tell others about the little yellow fish incident, or it would not only bring more trouble to the Su family, but also make you both face consequences. This was also why Su Yunxing dared to cheat money recklessly and wasn't afraid of being caught. Yuchen turned to comfort her, gently touching her cheek. His deep, dark eyes seemed to be brewing a storm. I will find out who wrote that handwriting and where the stamp came from. First, I will catch the person who forged the medical record, then find the accomplices. Su Yunxing can't escape. If she dares to fake your illness, I will crush her courage. Yuchen didn't tell his wife that today the Xiao family held a warm gathering with 6 tables, inviting 2 senior teachers, 3 battalion leaders, a company commander, a battalion chief, and several of Su Yunxing's friends. He glanced around. Most of them hadn't invested in farming or breeding. It was obvious that this group, together, wouldn't cause any good trouble. Su Yunxing was not only planning to cause trouble, but also to make a big one. There's no rush. Grandpa has already asked the supervision department to handle it and is investigating inside the health clinic. We haven't received any updates yet. Su Yunxi didn't want to cause trouble that could backfire. To avoid involving her grandfather, she decided to keep a low profile about this matter. Yuchen was angry but forced himself to finish dinner with them before returning to the military district. Feng Zhenhua directly told his granddaughter to go back with him. On the way, Su Yunxi learned about the Xiao family's warm gathering. Su Yunxing had held her event before them. Quite grand, costing around 200 or 300 yuan. They went straight to the health clinic. The supervision department had already checked everyone earlier that morning with the inspection list. Comrade Su, after investigation, this test sheet is genuine. It was indeed recorded by Dr. Zhang in the medical record book, and the clinic stamp is proper. But this is someone else's test sheet. Someone stole the record and changed the name and date. All 75 staff at the clinic have been questioned. Under mutual supervision, no suspects have been identified yet. This result was expected by Su Yunqi. Su Yunqing suddenly seemed to change into a different person, her intelligence improving significantly. If she dared to cheat, she must have prepared well. She also knew she couldn't reveal the little yellow fish incident, so she could roam free without fear. Moreover, without strong backing, Su Yunqing wouldn't dare to do such things. After leaving the health clinic, Su Yunqi felt in a good mood. Brother Chun, we can't act impulsively about this. The day after tomorrow, we'll set up the warm house and first organize our current resources. She had many things to think about. Most of her energy was taken up by her grandfather's health and managing the farm, so she didn't have time to worry about those 10 small yellow fish. Su Yunqing was just a rival on the surface. Behind her, there were accomplices and protectors. Su Yunqi was determined to strike back hard and make sure they never had a chance to recover. Don't worry, I have a plan, she said calmly. Yuchen, her husband, stayed calm too. From now on, he would focus on protecting his wife and crushing any threats against her. When they were almost home, they saw Wu Jing, Fang Yingmei, and Sun Chuanxia anxiously waiting at the gate. Yunqi, you're finally back. Everyone's waiting for you to start the meeting, they said. Seeing their worried faces, Su Yunqi asked, "What's wrong?" Wu Jing's eyes were swollen from crying. Last night, Su Huihui had put sick chickens into the coop. After the meeting in the morning, she forgot to give them medicine. By the afternoon, the dead chickens were found, and the others looked sick and listless. They refused to eat even when fed medicine. What should we do, Yunqi? It's all my fault. Please think of a way to save them, or the other coops might get infected too, Wu Jing begged. Sun Chuanxia was furious and scolded loudly. She's so young but so malicious. I heard from Accountant Wang that she refused to take in those chickens of unknown origin yesterday. Now, Su Huihui took advantage of the rain to put the sick chickens into the coop, causing all the chickens to get sick. If this isn't caught in time, the kitchen staff might feed these sick chickens to the soldiers, which could lead to serious consequences. How can she be so reckless? She doesn't care about the overall interests of the military district just for a little profit. Fan Yingmei was also angry. Even the political commissar doesn't know how much her niece weighs. She already caused trouble with the accounts at the textile factory. It was hard enough to settle that, and now she's causing chaos at the farm. Do the military leaders know about the chicken coop issue? Su Yunqi's head started to ache again. Infectious diseases are serious. If not controlled quickly, the whole farm could suffer. The damage is secondary. She was more worried about the farm's reputation and the negative impact it could cause. Wu Jing was at her wit's end. Xiao Tian will go to see her aunt this afternoon. Commander Liu is at another military district exchanging experience and won't be back until tomorrow. Squad leader Miao went to find Commissar Su. They also called a veterinarian from outside, but there was no good solution. The suggestion was to kill and burn all the chickens in the same coop to prevent the disease from spreading. Fan Yingmei grew angrier the more she thought about it. It's easy to say. One chicken coop has 700 or 800 chickens, worth about 1,500 to 1,600 yuan. Just kill them all as if money grows on trees. Sun Chuanxia tried to calm her down. If we can't handle it, we must deal with it. Otherwise, the disease could spread to other chickens, ducks, and geese, causing even bigger losses. Even if we save the sick chickens, we can't serve them in the military cafeteria. If something goes wrong, we all share the blame. Let's go see the chicken coop first. At this moment, responsibility was secondary. Controlling the situation was the most important. Su Yunqi quickly headed to the farm. The medicines in the space were the most advanced from the future, so they should be able to save many chickens. When they arrived at the chicken coop, Commissar Su, some workers from the farm, and the veterinarian were discussing solutions. Tianyu, with a red face and thick neck from anger, was arguing with Su Huihui. If it weren't for you recklessly putting the sick chickens inside, would the coop be in such a mess? I couldn't predict this would happen. I lost 32 chickens. Who will compensate me for my losses? Talking about losses. If things go badly, all the chickens in the coop will have to be burned. Over 5,000 chickens, can your little tricks compare to that? Why not blame Wu Jing? I asked her to help catch the chickens this morning, but she didn't do it. Su Yunxi also asked her to give the chickens medicine, but she dragged her feet. It's all her fault, not mine. Tianyu was so angry he wanted to hit someone. How could there be such a troublemaker? She pushed all the blame onto others, insisting she was right no matter what. Seeing Su Yunxi and the others approaching, Tianyu stopped arguing and hurried over. Su Jia, the other chicken coops are also infected. The chickens are dying. What should we do? We've lost over 10,000 yuan. The young soldier's eyes reddened with guilt as he lowered his head, regretting not following Wu Jing to give the medicine. Don't worry. Commissar Su is here to support us. Yuchen looked relaxed, speaking casually. His neat Air Force uniform outlined a perfect figure. Standing there, he seemed solid and dependable, giving a sense of reassurance. Su Yunxi also comforted everyone. Don't worry. We'll think of a way together. We'll get through this tough time. They went over to Su Da's side. After a few hours, Commissar Su was also exhausted. His niece had made such a big mistake, and they still didn't know how to fix the damage. Commissar Su, I heard Xiao Tian say you haven't eaten dinner tonight. You're in charge of so many things. How can you ignore your health? Su Yunxi politely asked with concern. Since such an incident happened, the military district hadn't called the Feng family, which meant Su Da wanted to handle this matter privately. Hearing this, Su Da felt even more ashamed. His niece had been raised with them since she was young, spoiled like her own daughter, and had developed a fearless personality because she knew someone would clean up her mess. Comrade Su, comrade, he has come. Ah, Yueyue caused trouble again. I wanted to fix it quickly, but even the veterinarian tried giving the chickens medicine, and they didn't get better. This concerns the whole farm's interests, and I can't even eat dinner. Don't worry, Commissar, if we can't save the chickens, everyone will have trouble sleeping tonight. Recently, taking care of the chickens' eating, drinking, and bathroom needs has been like caring for children. Watching them get sick and die, how can I not be anxious? There are over 5,000 chickens laying 3,000 to 4,000 eggs a day. If they all burn down, it would be a loss of more than 10,000 yuan. Everyone grew more discouraged as they talked. They all had shares in the farm and didn't want to see any losses. When they thought of the culprit, they couldn't help but look angrily toward Yueyue. Yueyue was also angry at these people. Before her third uncle arrived, she was almost overwhelmed by the farm's criticism. Why are you all looking at me? This was an internal mistake. Wu Jing didn't give the chickens medicine, which caused the infection. She should be responsible for the compensation. Shut up. This is your fault. Commissar Su, tired of scolding at home, couldn't scold her in front of others. Yueyue jumped up to argue. Third uncle, why can't I say something? Why is it always my fault? Maybe the chickens already had problems, and after the heavy rain, the illness spread. I just put the chickens in, and now I get blamed. Tianyu really wanted to slap her. The chickens on the farm are fine. It's just you, a rotten apple, spoiling the whole barrel. You're the rotten apple. Yueyue, being a young woman, was so insulted that she turned red with anger. Su Yunxi ignored their arguing and went to check the most severely affected chicken coop. She found 5 dead chickens, which she carefully removed. They looked a bit thin, and it was clear that Su Yueyue had put them in there. She then checked the other coops. Many chickens were starting to look weak, not eating or drinking. Giving them medicine no longer seemed to help. Comrade Su, do you have any treatment ideas? Suda asked, clearly unfamiliar with farming. The veterinarian was useless, so he was hoping Su Yunxi could help. Su Yunxi also had no experience raising chickens. In the farm's barn, workers usually took care of everything. There was a veterinary medicine room, and she quickly checked inside. It had all kinds of medicines. She had taken some out before and stored them in the warehouse, but they couldn't be fed directly, so she had to think of other ways. Deputy Commissioner Su, I know someone from a Western medicine company. We could try injections using poultry medicines to treat the chickens, then go quickly and invite someone to treat them. Whatever we can save, we should try, Su Commissioner said, eager to fix the problem before Major Liu returned and before Commander Feng found out. There might still be some room to maneuver. Sun Chunxia asked, "How much will that cost, Yunxi?" "Western medicine is expensive. An injection costs just a few dimes." Fawning Mei also muttered, "This can't all be charged to the farm's account, right?" Everyone was concerned about who would bear the losses. Based on 5,000 chickens, the cost of injections would be around 1,800 yuan. But no one knew if the treatment would work. If the injections turned out to be useless, it would be a waste of effort, and the losses could be even greater. It should be charged to the farm's account. "We all earn together, and if there are losses, we share them," Su Yunxi said. Su Huihui agreed, saying that profits should be divided according to investment, and losses should be shared equally. By this calculation, it seemed that Su Yunxi and her husband would pay most of the costs, while Uncle San might only chip in 10 or 20 yuan to help solve the problem. Why not do that? She's really calculating everything. She's messing up the farm and trying to make Sister Su and them bear most of the losses, Tianyu said, not afraid to speak out. When everyone heard that losses might be shared among individuals, their expressions darkened. Some even considered quitting. "We work hard and do our best, but we won't fill others' pits for free. If it's too much, we'll withdraw our shares to protect our money," someone said. Hearing this, some people wavered. Su Yunxi readily agreed, saying, "If anyone wants to withdraw their shares, they can go to the finance office now to register for a refund. People who see profit as more important than anything else and want to run away at the first problem are not suitable to stay in the farm." "Comrade Su, we don't really want to withdraw. We've been working together for so many days and really like the way the farm is run. We just think it's unfair to share the losses among the shareholders. Every problem has its responsible party. Whoever is responsible should take responsibility. No one should be blamed unfairly." Such suggestive words made Deputy Su look uncomfortable. Paying for treatment might be a waste of money. Spending thousands of yuan might not even make a difference, but he couldn't refuse. This matter will definitely be explained to everyone. Seeing that third uncle was willing to take responsibility, Su Huihui quickly interrupted. "Third uncle, it's all Su Yunxi's fault. She encouraged me to collect the chickens and I did." But Wang Shuelian refused to process the entry. "Isn't that playing with us? Yesterday, the chickens were making noise in the dormitory building and the neighbors nearby were unhappy. That's why I sent them to the farm. There was no one on duty there, a management mistake. I put the chickens into the coop, thinking they could eat a couple of meals inside before I took them out. But Wu Jing wouldn't let me find them." Yuchen couldn't stand it anymore, sneering with a half-smile. "Deputy Su, your niece is a master at shirking responsibility. Should everyone serve her? Calling her a rat's nest would be an insult to rats." Many people couldn't help but laugh at this sad moment. Su Huihui wanted to speak, but was scolded by Suda. "Shut up. You caused the trouble, and no one is obliged to help you bear it. Once this is over, go back to your hometown and stay there." "I won't go back, third uncle. They just want to drive me out of the farm and deliberately make things worse." Su Huihui grew up in front of third uncle since she was 5 or 6. She didn't want to go back to the remote countryside to live a hard life. With a loud slap, Suda hit her in anger. "No one wants to hurt you. It's your own fault for being useless." The damage she brought this time was hard to estimate. Without showing her stance, he couldn't explain to the military district. Faced with so many people, after being slapped, Su Huihui's face instantly turned red. She looked at her third uncle in disbelief, covering her face and crying loudly as she ran away. Seeing that the troublemaker had been taught a lesson, everyone's angry feelings eased a little. We should not cause trouble among ourselves. Responsibility is secondary. Saving the losses is more important. I will take a few chickens to see my doctor friend. I don't know if the injections will work yet, but I promise you won't have to bear any losses." Su Yunxi first calmed everyone down. Since Commander Su is the second in command in the military district, she focused on winning his support and then used him to deal with external forces. When everyone heard they wouldn't have to take responsibility for the losses, they felt relieved. "Yunxi, you should go quickly. Everyone is hoping you can save the chickens. Senior Sister Su, I will catch a few chickens and tie them up so you can take them." Tianyu was quick and entered the chicken coop. He soon caught 5 chickens, some seriously ill, others less so. Everyone go home first. Don't delay, your family matters. The difficulties are only temporary. The farm can get through this. Su Yunshi told most people to go home. Staying at the farm would only increase anxiety and wouldn't help much. Tianyu and others stayed to watch over the chicken coops. They quickly removed the seriously ill chickens to prevent new diseases from spreading in the heat. Su De and Su Yunshi left together. Comrade Su, Yueyue caused a big problem this time. I will gather the family's money when I get home to cover the farm's losses. If that's not enough, I'll use shares to settle it. Commander, you work hard for the military district. No one wants this kind of trouble. It's also my fault, I lack experience. Yueyue eagerly wanted to collect chickens, and she looked hopeful. I didn't want to crush her enthusiasm, so I agreed. She explained the standards for collecting chickens. They should weigh over 4 jin, and no sick chickens should be collected. But Yueyue collected chickens that didn't meet these standards, so the accountant didn't record them. Yueyue felt everyone was making things difficult for her. It was all a misunderstanding. Yueyue put the unqualified chickens into the coop. Wu Jing didn't give medicine in time, which led to the current situation. Su Yunshi explained everything openly to avoid Su De feeling guilty. It's not your fault. I know Yueyue's temper. Even if you disagreed, she would still collect chickens. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let her into the farm in the first place. Su De decided to take full responsibility. If the chicken's illness can't be controlled by tomorrow morning, we will have to burn them all. I will personally explain this to the commander. Yuchen spoke casually. Comrade Su, it's better to investigate this matter thoroughly. Maybe someone else is trying to ruin the farm. Hearing this, Su De was surprised and his voice changed. Comrade, do you mean, could someone have influenced Yueyue to do this? Yes. Yueyue said the chicken cages were placed in the apartment building and the neighbors around were unhappy. This is the biggest flaw. The chickens had grown and were sick, so they wouldn't be making much noise. Plus, last night it rained heavily outside, and the apartment building's soundproofing was poor. The rain noise would drown out any chicken sounds, so it wouldn't disturb the neighbors. With Comrade Su's position, who would openly say they are unhappy, why would Su Yueyue risk going out in the rain to bring the chickens into the coop? Everything seems unreasonable. Su Yunshi looked at Yuchen. He understood her hint and directly hit the key point, using this to turn the situation in an unpredictable direction. Comrade Yueyue, over time, everyone knows Yueyue is simple-minded. I don't believe she would intentionally harm the overall interests, but right now it looks like she did. I can't really speak up for her, or it might cause more dissatisfaction. If someone doesn't want the farm to succeed, they might use this incident to create conflict, causing the investors to fight among themselves. It would be best if Yueyue could tell the truth, and we could discuss a safe way to handle this. She used everyone's concern for their own interests to focus the blame on Yueyue, forcing Su De to make a statement in front of everyone. He slapped Yueyue, and his anger and frustration were obvious. When he learned there might be a behind-the-scenes manipulator, Su De's anger found an outlet. He didn't need to stir things up, he already wanted to tear apart those using his niece. By pushing the hidden enemies behind the scenes, they could find a common foe, and also win over the neutral comrades Su Yueyue, fully siding with them. Su De knew his niece well. She wouldn't do something to intentionally harm others. She was more likely being used. Recently, the military district's family compound was restless. People who hadn't invested saw the farm thriving and had different thoughts. I'll go ask Yueyue. The losses at the farm, divided among those responsible, would leave a bad record for him, even if he wasn't demoted. If there is a chance for a turnaround, that would be the best. He must investigate thoroughly and give his niece justice. Su De looked worried and reminded him to inform him immediately if anything happened. After leaving the farm, they parted ways. Outside the farm, some people were watching the scene, as such a big event couldn't be kept secret. Could the chickens we bought before be sick? Can we ask the farm for compensation? From now on, I'd rather buy from outside than buy these sick chickens. I don't want them even if they're free. No wonder Su Yunqing said running a farm is just wasting money. A small illness can make all the chickens sick. The young lady capitalist doesn't understand farming at all. No matter how much money you spend, it's not enough to cover the losses. Those investing in the farm should sell their shares quickly. Su Yunqing is planning to open a soybean oil factory. Investing in that won't lose money. Su Yunqi was shocked. In her previous life, after Su Yunqing opened her business, she started with an oil pressing factory. She could think of such ideas now, which showed she wasn't acting on impulse. Could it be that she remembered her past life? No wonder Su Yunqing had been acting strangely lately, doing things that surprised everyone. Yuchen saw his wife's face suddenly change and pulled her away. Don't listen to that nonsense. If we can't save the chickens, just burn them. Do proper disinfection and sterilization, then get a new batch. Problems that can be solved with money don't need to be taken seriously. Su Yunqi looked lost. No, what they said isn't important. What's important is, Su Yunqing's mind was also full of knowledge, and her position as the richest person wasn't just because of ability. She used all kinds of underhanded methods, making it hard for others to catch her. What is it? Yuchen couldn't help but stop her from overthinking.
Don't worry about that.
With me here, you won't have to bear the pressure alone. His strong, warm support spread from his big hand to Su Yunqi, easing her anxiety a little. Brother Chen, I can drive myself. When she reached the car, Yuchen put the chickens in the trunk. He heard his wife refuse to let him go with her. It was already after 8 p.m., and it was getting dark. Why are you being stubborn? You're a young woman. Going out at night by yourself. Who can you trust? He was worried not only about her going out at night, but also during the day. He wanted her to stay close to him at all times. Su Yunqi didn't want Yuchen to go with her. There was no real Western medicine company involved, and if she couldn't cover her tracks, her secret space might be exposed, making things even more complicated. Brother Chen, the Su family doesn't have a good reputation. I am going to ask for help privately, and it's not convenient for you to come along. Yuchen saw her look very reluctant and felt confused, but he didn't agree with her decision. I also have a share in the farm. If there's a problem, we can handle it together. If it's not convenient, I can take you close and wait for you there. Seeing that he had said so much and judging by his expression, he wouldn't let her go alone. Su Yunqi could only grit her teeth and get in the car. Thinking about where to go that would be safe, she racked her brains until she remembered her brother Su Qing'an had a friend studying medicine abroad. They had met a few times before, and using him as a cover seemed suitable. She planned the steps and then told Yuchen where to go. It was completely dark now, and there were almost no pedestrians on the street. Yuchen parked the car at a corner nearby to keep a low profile. If it doesn't work, think of another way. Don't force it. Yuchen kept his promise and didn't get out of the car, but he was worried that his wife might be turned away and feel bad, so he comforted her in advance. Don't worry, I have a plan. Su Yunqi smiled and replied, then took 5 chickens from the trunk and walked into an alley. Under the cover of night, she put the sick chickens into a space, gave them injections with her mind and 5 healthy chickens to replace them. Then she went to the Wen family and knocked on the door. According to the butler, Miss Su Yunqi was visiting. When Xian put down his pen with the records and hurried to the front door. He was a classmate and good friend of Su Qing'an. After graduating from high school, he studied abroad and recently returned to develop his career. He had just learned that the Su family had been demoted. Yunqi, it's really you. Come in and sit. When Xian was dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, wearing glasses, and looked refined. Comrade 1, I heard you came back. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. I hope I didn't disturb you. At this time, Wen's parents and others were already resting, so Su Yunqi couldn't go inside and just waited in the yard for a while. It's no trouble. Since you're here, it's not really an intrusion. I heard you got married to someone in the military district. Are you adjusting well to life there? I just found out about your family situation and wanted to do something but felt helpless. When Xian felt sorry that he couldn't help and said his family wouldn't allow him to take risks. Comrade 1, I came to see you this time just to check on you. I don't want you to help with anything. No one can save my family's problems. Don't worry, my parents are healthy and my brother can take care of the family. Su Yunqi simply explained that it was about time and handed the chicken to the butler. I couldn't come during the day. These chickens are my small gift. Comrade 1. I will leave now. When Sion didn't expect that Su Yunshi came to give a gift, and it was just a few chickens. For someone from his family, it was not a big deal, but he still had the butler accept it. The light in the yard was dim. He could vaguely see that the girl had a pretty face and behaved politely. If the Su family hadn't had problems, she would have been the brightest star in Guangzhou. Thinking that she traveled so far from the military district just to see him return to the country, he felt touched. Wait a moment. He quickly went back inside and took 2 boxes of candies from abroad, placing them in Su Yunshi's hands. Take these back for you and Yueyue to try. He saw her to the door, hesitated, and finally said a few words. If you have any difficulties, be sure to come find me. In her previous life, when Sion was well known in the medical field. In his early 30s, he was already a top expert in the country, and there were indeed places where he could be useful. By chance, he brought a few chickens here. If when Sion refused, it would mean he wanted to cut ties with the Su family and avoid any connection. But if he accepted, it showed he cared about his long-standing friendship with Su Qing'an. As long as it didn't harm his own interests, he would try to help. Yes, Comrade 1, I hope this matter stays secret. Please don't tell anyone, Su Yunshi said as she left, waving her hand. While walking, she checked the condition of the 5 sick chickens in her space. The healthier ones had already stood up, digging in the soil for insects. The more seriously ill ones looked a bit better too. It seemed that treating the sick chickens in her space was the best solution. But now the problem was, how could she avoid everyone and treat so many chickens at the farm? Treating them too quickly wouldn't achieve the goal of punishing the bad people. If she didn't treat them, the economic loss could be ignored, but how could she restore the farm's reputation? She absent-mindedly walked to the car and almost bumped into Yuchen, only then regaining her awareness. Brother Chen, why did you come down? Su Yunshi was worried that Yuchen might overhear her conversation with Wen Xian, so she looked at him carefully. Who is he? Yuchen frowned, his gaze shifting from the closed door of the Wen family. The image of the man in a white shirt looking at Su Yunshi flashed through his mind, and he felt a surge of irritation. Seeing his wife look guilty, he felt even more anxious. Su Yunshi briefly mentioned her brother's friend to Winston. The chicken was placed at his house, given medicine, and observed. I'll check again tomorrow to see if it works. Waiting a day to see what happens in the military area mainly concerned Comrade Su. If she recovers too quickly, Comrade Su probably wouldn't investigate seriously. He prefers to downplay problems and keep peace, which benefits him. Let's go home first. I'll come with you tomorrow. Yuchen saw the candy box in his wife's hand and found it annoying, but said nothing. No need. I'll just go with Grandpa's guard. You shouldn't take leave again. After getting in the car, Su Yunshi quickly refused. She joked that if he came along, they'd definitely be caught. Yuchen's face darkened like a pot bottom. He forced himself to stay calm and drove away. When she arrived, she tried to stop him. She had been inside that man's house for over 10 minutes. When she left, the man looked reluctant to part, and she appeared guilty and evasive. Every detail made his sensitive nerves tingle. There was a 10-year gap between them. He wondered if she liked someone else. He always pushed away such thoughts, believing that as long as she chose him in the end, it was fine. But thinking she might like someone else made his heart ache. It would be a sleepless night. Back at the military family compound, some military wives and family members who invested in farms gathered, all concerned about the chicken's treatment. Old Mrs. Xiao sat on a bench at the gate, watching the scene. I told you capitalist daughters are unlucky.
You still dared to invest.
You'll lose everything sooner or later. Mom, stop talking and go rest, someone said. Jianjun Xiao saw Yuchen and his wife get out of the car and hurried to help his mother home, but she refused. That scam farm is going bankrupt, and you're encouraging Su Yun to start a soybean oil factory. You two are just causing trouble for everyone. Why keep such wasteful things? Get them out of the military area. Yuchen's face still showed anger. He told Xiao Jianjun, let's go talk somewhere. Xiao Jianjun was confused. Although they were related because he married Su's sister, they rarely interacted in the military. What did he want to say? Yes, you two should discuss how to get rid of the capitalist's daughter together. Old Mrs. Xiao strongly supported her son and the major shareholder of the farm to have a good talk. All that money could be better spent contributing to the military area. Su Yunqi looked at Yuchen, who had a cold face. Throughout the journey back, he seemed off. He didn't mention the farm at all, but looked upset as if someone owed him money. She didn't know what Yuchen was planning. His withdrawal of funds didn't matter to her. All the investments he brought in were just a cover. The farm was under the military district's name, and her grandfather wouldn't abandon it. If she wanted a divorce, she could legally leave with her parents and brother. Even in the countryside, she could still develop her career. In short, no matter what Yuchen decided, she kept her options open. She had the confidence to leave anyone, unlike in her past life, where she spent 30 years healing her emotional wounds. Seeing Su Yunqi act so indifferent, Yuchen felt a deep pain inside. To her, marriage seemed really insignificant. After Yuchen and Xiao Zhangjun left, Grandma Xiao kept going. Su Yunqi, you've taken everyone's hard-earned money. Just wait to be divorced. Su Yunqi didn't like this mean old lady at all. Grandma Xiao, you're old and acting bossy. If your leg is hurt, it's probably punishment from heaven for causing trouble. If you don't behave, there will be worse consequences next time. If Su Yunqi hadn't faked the evidence, she wouldn't have been caught in a trap. Grandma Xiao got angrier and said, "How did I get hurt? It's because you and Su Yunqing teamed up and pushed me down." Everyone quickly spoke up. The investigation by the supervision department is clear. Your fall has nothing to do with Yunqi. It wasn't her pushing you. If you keep talking nonsense and cause trouble, the supervision department will investigate, and it could affect Comrade Zhao's future. Your knee is hurt, so stay home and rest.
Don't come out to bother people.
Comrade Liu said you smell worse than spoiled food. At your age, you should pay attention to personal hygiene. If you're peeing in bed every day, it's really disgusting. Yunqing is blind to marry into such a family. She might be crying at home, regretting everything. Grandma Xiao was no match for the crowd. She kept shouting for Su Yunqing to come help her back inside. Su Yunqing ignored her and let the old woman curse and make a fuss outside. The more she yelled, the better. It would wake up those who invested in the farm. As everyone grew more sympathetic to her and lowered their guard, they would turn to invest in a low-risk soybean oil factory. Su Yunqi was sure she could take away the early efforts and achievements she had built. Everyone argued, but they were all worried that Yuchen and his wife might have conflicts over the farm. They felt uncertain inside. They didn't know what Comrade He and Comrade Xiao were planning to say. Surely, they wouldn't really divorce the Su sisters. That would be a big deal. Sun Chuanxia whispered comfortingly, Yunqi, don't listen to Grandma Zhao's nonsense. Comrade, he is not someone who shirks responsibility. Fang Yingmei also agreed. The Xiao family is jealous of your good life and is just stirring trouble. Seeing everyone's concern, Su Yunqi said, don't worry, the chickens have been taken for injections. We'll see how they do tomorrow. If there are any problems, I'll find a way to handle all the chickens so no one suffers losses. Just as she finished speaking, she saw the door to the right courtyard open. Mother Xia came out. Su Yunqi, why are you living next door to me? I was wondering who you are. It's late at night, and you're not sleeping, making noise. She outwardly refused her son's marriage and married someone else, yet she lived next door, seemingly trying to get her son's attention. Maybe she regretted not agreeing to marry into the Xia family. Mother Xia's expression immediately turned unpleasant. Thinking of the girls who had pursued her son like moths to a flame before, she now looked at Su Yunqi with even more disdain. You should ask Comrade Xia why he chose to live here. Su Yunqi wanted to say, you should ask your son why he keeps haunting me and refuses to leave. Sometimes people can't do whatever they want. Saying things might feel good, but it leaves gossip in the neighborhood, which isn't worth it. Seeing Su Yunqi's dismissive attitude, Mother Xia felt her anger rise. She came here to get her son to go on a blind date, but he flatly refused and told her he didn't plan to marry in this lifetime. Despite their efforts to persuade him with emotion and reason, they couldn't convince him. Now she wondered if her son's feelings for Su Yunqi were the real reason. Whether they were or not, she had to put an end to this. Why ask Mingxian? Some families fall into decline and refuse to improve. Living next to a single man. What's that about? Seeing Mother Xie's increasingly unreasonable words, Su Yunxi also got annoyed. This persistent family had caused her trouble in her past life. She never expected that after marrying Yuchen, the Xie family would still bother her. It was really frustrating. She wished they would just disappear. This was my family's house first. Why do you all look like you've taken a big advantage? If you're unhappy, go to the logistics office and find another place to stay. Su Yunxi didn't want to see Mother Xie's picky face anymore and ignored her. Meanwhile, Yuchen and Xiao Jianjun returned. Old Lady Zhao's small triangular eyes weren't squinting, but from afar, she saw her son limping and with a hurt face. She immediately started shouting, "Is there no justice? How can soldier people?" "Mom, stop talking. I fell by accident." Jianjun quickly ran over, covered his mother's loud mouth, and helped her into the yard to close the door, blocking everyone's confused looks outside. Only after entering the room did he let go of his mother, looking sad as he said, "Mom, if you keep talking about Su Yunxi and them, comrade, he'll take it out on me. Please, don't cause trouble anymore." Yuchen said that if the family members kept talking nonsense, he would suffer. Old Lady Zhao's anger was stuck in her throat. She felt both pained and angry. Jianjun, isn't the supervision department in charge? Isn't the military district against fighting? Why didn't you fight back? Why were you beaten so badly? How will you go out tomorrow? Yuchen's fighting skills were top in the army. Xiao Jianjun wasn't his match. He couldn't even handle 5 moves. He called me outside the military district to fight. No one cares about it. Forget it. Don't provoke that yard anymore, Jianjun said. He had been exhausted these days and had no energy to argue. He just hoped his 2 daughters at home would be safe, so he could live a few more years. Old Lady Xiao was full of anger and refused to suffer losses. "Son, you've been greatly wronged." "No, they have to pay for the medical expenses." Jianjun immediately stopped her. "Comrade," he said, Yunting tricked him into buying 10 small yellow fish, enough for 10 rounds of medical bills. If he's upset, he might hit me again. Mom, don't go out and cause trouble. One day, he might beat me so badly, I won't have anywhere to complain. When old Lady Xiao heard this, she cursed. This scoundrel. I just asked her to go out and help me, but she pretended to be dead inside. No wonder she suddenly arranged the heating in the house today, saying it was to help me recover faster. Turns out she was stealing money from that side. No, you must go and get the money back. Keep it with me. It'll be gone in a few days if she's holding it. They are people who have spent their whole lives working in the fields and have never seen small yellow fish. They only heard that these fish are like gold and can be exchanged for a lot of money. Mom, that's stuff from the capitalists. We must not talk about it outside, or our family will get into trouble. I took some from Yunting, but it's better to bury it back home, Xiao Jianjun discussed with his mother, and then limped to the west room. Su Yunxi didn't expect Yuchen to beat Xiao Jianjun up. It seemed he didn't suffer any loss. It was already 10:30 at night, so she sent everyone home to rest. Fa Mingmei quickly told everyone to go back. The young couple was fine, and staying longer wouldn't make the chickens suddenly get better. Seeing Yuchen's cold face, Su Yunxi went over and pulled him into the yard to check if he was bleeding. "Are you hurt? Why did you start a fight?" She didn't want the farm to distract him. Flying training is different from the army. It's very dangerous. He must stay in good shape and not get hurt. Yuchen stopped and looked even gloomier. Suddenly, he hugged her tightly. Su Yunxi was surprised. What's going on? She didn't mind his hug, but now the farm was more important. Could they talk about it later? "Brother Chen." Her voice was clear and gentle, which made Yuchen regain some reason, but he didn't loosen his grip. "Yunxi, I am not just a tool to be used and discarded. I am your husband, the man who can protect you from the wind and rain. Forget who you liked before. From now on, only I will be with you." Su Yunxi felt short of breath and almost couldn't think. He had broken their original promise, or maybe he had planned from the start to be her real husband. That promise was just bait to lure her in. At that time, She had no better choice. Now, he was clearly revealing his intentions. Was it because he thought she had no way out, or because he couldn't control his feelings? Either way, she didn't want to see this. Brother Chen, do you want to change our original agreement now? Yuchen's body stiffened. She thought he was trying to use her current situation to control her. He immediately denied it. No. Yunshi took a deep breath. No matter what, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's both calm down. I will go see Commissioner Su first. I will go with you. Yuchen slowly releases his hand, speaking with certainty. No matter what ideas they had, they chose to suppress them and focus on solving the farm issue first. Su Jinyue's home is in a building in the middle of the military district's family compound. Most residents are colonel-level officers or higher, with larger apartments of about 70 or 80 square meters. When Yuchen and the others arrived, Su Da's house still had the lights on. As soon as they entered and sat down without any formalities, Su Da asked, "How are the chickens you sent? Can they be saved?" Before finding out who was behind harming the farm, Su Yunshi didn't plan to worry about the losses in the chicken coop. The greater the cost she paid, the better her chance to take down her opponent. She answered vaguely, "Commissar, it's not something that can be fixed overnight. We need to observe overnight." Hearing this, Su sighed. Yueyue insists she wasn't influenced by anyone. She did it on her own. If they pressed further, she might cry and plead, especially with her third aunt defending her. She insisted she was right, claiming that Su Yunshi and others had teamed up to blame her for the chickens getting sick. The family argued loudly, but didn't get any useful information. Su Yunshi knew Su Da was also watching her handling of the situation. Only he knew whether she was sincere in her efforts. If they didn't push her, the Su family would keep wavering and avoid taking a clear stance, not wanting to disturb the peaceful appearance of the military district. Noticing a room near the living room with light seeping out from the door, she realized someone was inside. "Commissar Su, Yueyue might not realize how serious this is. She did something foolish, which not only damages your reputation but could also ruin her career. Isn't that harming you?" Hearing this, Yueyue couldn't hold back. She rushed out of the room, glaring angrily at the unexpected visitors. "You're talking nonsense. How could I harm my third uncle?" Behind her, a middle-aged woman, also looking displeased, stepped out. She was Su Jinyue's wife. "Comrade Su, when you started the farm, didn't you say we could withdraw our shares and get our money back? At worst, we could just sell our shares. But supporting you shouldn't mean causing us trouble." Su Da, feeling tired of arguing, said, "What are you talking about? The trouble Yueyue caused, if not handled properly, will affect me too." Su Yunshi continued, "Yueyue, everyone in the family compound knows it was you who put the sick chicken into the coop. No matter how much trouble you're in, you can't deny it. The judge will decide based on how serious the consequences are. Commissioner Su, you are being blamed because of you. You've become a troublemaker for the farm and an enemy to the people in the family compound. This is all your fault." Su Yunshi explained how serious the matter was, making Yueyue understand that if she insists on protecting outsiders, the only one who will take responsibility is her third uncle. Yueyue coldly retorted, "Su Yunshi, you're so capable. You say that those who invest in the farm won't suffer any financial loss. So, why do you care about the 10,000 yuan? Just get rid of the chickens and take them back. In Yueye's view, it's just about making the two of them pay the money to cover the loss, and she refuses to let her family pay a single cent or suffer any consequences." Su Yunshi smiled and explained how serious it was. "I did say that everyone wouldn't have to bear the loss, but that doesn't include you. As the niece of the political commissar, you broke the law and avoided responsibility. Tomorrow, when Commander Liu returns and the inspection department gets involved, you will either be accused of intentionally harming everyone's interests and spend the rest of your life in prison, or Commissioner Su will compensate for all the losses and tarnish his political career, losing any chance of promotion. Yueyue, what do you want to choose? Not going to jail means your third uncle's decades of hard work will be wasted because of your disgrace. Someone behind the scenes might use this opportunity to bring your third uncle down, ruining his position and making him a stepping stone for others. In the end, You'll be busy harming your own family, while the mastermind behind it all remains hidden. Do you think you're stupid or what? Su Yunqi's words made Su to shiver. This matter could be big or small. Commander Feng might intervene to smooth things over, but others might not let such an opportunity slip away. The scenario Su Yunqi described was not impossible. You're talking nonsense. My third uncle won't be in trouble. Are you trying to scare me with such lies? Yueyue strongly denied the possibility of serious consequences, but when she saw her third uncle and third aunt's shocked reactions, she became uncertain. The first to become angry was Aunt San. During the power struggle between her husband and the farm, she chose to support her husband and questioned Su Yueyue. Yueyue, we've raised you for 15 years like our own daughter. What Sister Su said isn't to scare you. Uncle San has come this far, risking his life in gunfire and paying a lot. You can't ruin our family, she demanded honestly. Tell me the truth, has someone encouraged you to do this? Speak up. Su Yueyue, loved and scolded by Aunt San, was a bit stunned. Aunt San, they said that as long as Sister Su pays compensation, Uncle San won't be in trouble. Don't listen to Sister Su's lies. This one sentence revealed she was being used by others. Someone was deliberately sabotaging the farm. Su Da's anger rose. He realized someone was plotting against their family. He suddenly stood up and slapped his niece several times. Who told you to do this? Are you stupid? I sent you to learn at the farm, not to cause trouble for me. You're just being used as a tool. Do you know that if things can't be fixed, our family will lose face forever? Old Su calmed down. Yueyue, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and tell us. Who made you do this? Aunt San quickly stepped between Su Da and her niece, protecting her. Though angry, she couldn't watch her get beaten. Sister Su Yunqi and Yuchen also couldn't let the Su family cause more trouble. They pulled the three apart. Yueyue, you are being used. Someone behind the scenes wants me and your Uncle San to fight each other and to frame you. They want to profit from this. If you keep hiding the truth, you're harming your own family. Su Yueyue covered her face, tears streaming down. Because of the farm, her Uncle San hit her for the second time. She had never been hit before. It was all because of Sister Su Yunqi's manipulation. Sister Su Yunqi, are you satisfied now that I got hit? You just want to see me suffer. I won't tell you anything. She tried to run out, but Yuchen, quick and agile, caught her. Without hesitation, he said, Commissar Su, Yueyue has admitted someone is using her to harm the farm. If she isn't questioned immediately, I won't give her a chance to lie. We need to take her to the police station now. If Yueyue was taken to the police, her reputation would be ruined. She would never get married. The Su family would be ashamed too. Aunt San was so angry she fainted, collapsing into a chair with a look of disappointment and frustration. Hurry up and tell the truth. Even if you don't want fame, don't let your third uncle take the blame for this mistake. Seeing how angry Uncle San and Aunt San were, Su Yueyue finally spoke after being pressured. It's Lu Yulan. She made me do it. That night, it rained heavily. I couldn't sleep, so I talked with her on the balcony. I wanted to get my money back quickly, so I asked her to help sell the chickens we had collected. She suggested putting the chickens in the coop so they could eat feed inside, and in the morning, someone could catch them. There are so many chickens at the farm, catching the wrong ones wouldn't matter, and I wouldn't lose much anyway. But those chickens turned out to be sick. Wu Jing didn't help catch them or give them medicine. I don't think this is really my fault. When she heard it was Lu Yulan, Aunt Sen got so angry she stood up from her chair, ready to go to Lu's house to confront her. Suda stopped her. Don't cause more trouble. You and Yueyue stay at home. I'll go talk to old Lu. We've worked together for over 20 years. Yulan was also a key communications officer trained by the military district. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. Su Yunqi didn't think there was any misunderstanding. Lu Yulan had targeted her more than once or twice. She exchanged a look with Yuchen. She didn't agree with Su Da's words. The three of them went to Lu's house together. It was already midnight. The Lu family had long gone to bed. The sound of knocking on the door woke everyone up, and they felt a bit annoyed. Who's there? What's the matter so late at night? Lu Guoliang's wife, Song Lihua, came out in her pajamas to open the door. Seeing Su Zhengwei and Su Yunqi, she was not very happy but forced a smile and welcomed them inside. "Comrade Su, come in quickly. Why are you here so late? Is there an urgent matter?" She called Su to sit down and hurried to call Lu Guoyang. When he heard the young couple was coming, he dressed quickly and went out. "Old Su, why can't you tell me during the day? Why bring sister Su and brother he here now? We should treat you better." Yuchen spoke up. "Lu Commander, no need to be polite. We came at this time to resolve the issue before Major Lu returns." Hearing this, Lu Guoyang and his wife realized the seriousness of the problem. They hurriedly asked everyone to sit down and said, "What exactly is going on?" Seeing Su Yunqi and her husband look calm and silent, Suda had to speak. "It's still about the farm." Suda explained how Lu Yulan encouraged Su Huihui to put a cage of sick chickens into the henhouse. Lu Guoyang and Song Lihua were immediately shocked. How could their daughter do such a careless thing and be caught with such a serious mistake? Political commissar, maybe Huihui heard something wrong and caused a misunderstanding. Song Lihua's first reaction was to deny it completely. After all, her daughter only mentioned it briefly. How could Su Huihui be so foolish? She shouldn't be blamed, and they shouldn't shift the blame to the Lu family. When Suda heard that the Lu family refused to admit it, he got angry. "From the Lu family, we questioned Huihui just now. She was slapped more than 10 times. Do you think she suffered so much just to tell a lie? Commissar, why hit the children? We can talk nicely. My Yulan is honest and dedicated to the party. I don't believe the two girls did this without reason. Maybe they heard something provocative. After all, not everyone at the farm gets along." Song Lihua even tried to bring others in as scapegoats, not offending Suda and staying on his side, trying to clear the girls. She was very calculating. Su Yunqi saw that they wanted to use her sister, Su Yun, as a scapegoat and muddy the waters. If they kept pushing, it would be embarrassing for her. The Lu family was really ruthless. Suda couldn't just smooth things over. He would bear the consequences himself. In the face of interests, people are selfish. Maybe we should call both girls over and ask them what happened that night, to be fair. Any issue can't be resolved without direct confrontation. Song Lihua quickly refused. If her daughter told the truth, there would be no room for compromise, and she would carry the blame forever. Yulan has already gone to bed. She has training tomorrow. Let's not disturb her. We can discuss this ourselves. Suda once again turned to the Lu family. This is the situation. The farm was infected and over 5,000 chickens got sick. If Huihui is entirely responsible, I will take full responsibility. But now it involves your Yulan. You should decide how to handle it. Commissar, I think Yulan was just worried that Huihui works at the farm. The chickens are kept in the henhouse, so it's the same. She just mentioned it casually. How could that cause such serious consequences? It's really well-meaning but backfired. Huihui shouldn't blame herself too much. Who could have known it was a sick chicken? Since they set up a farm, they should have measures to deal with chicken illnesses. Comrade Su should have a way to solve this. Song Lihua tried to pretend she didn't know and shift the blame. Not only did she clear her daughter of any fault, but she also described Su Huihui as careless. In the end, the couple Su Yunqi had to pay the price. Yuchen's eyes flickered with a dark light. He half smiled and said, "Since the Lu family keeps avoiding the problem, I can only handle it my way. Be prepared to face disgrace." Song Lihua's face immediately turned very ugly. Hua stood up and almost grabbed a broom to chase people away. "Comrade He, don't think I don't understand. Even if my family's Yulan mentioned it casually, you can't blame her for just one sentence." Yuchen's expression was cold, and his words were equally harsh. Lu Yulan is the mastermind. She encouraged Su Huihui to put the sick chicken into the farm, hoping to infect all the chickens. Then, through the soldiers' meals, she aimed to harm the military district. Arguing won't help. The provincial authorities are cracking down on traitors and spies. As soon as there's a report, the Lu family will be doomed. A label of treason was slapped on them, and the Lu family would suffer greatly. Lu Guoyang held back Song Lihua, who still wanted to argue. Yuchen had connections in Beijing, and with such leverage, dealing with them was easy. Suda had already been persuaded by them and wouldn't cooperate. The Liu family would definitely be the biggest loser. What does Comrade he want to do? I heard that Commander Liu is working on a soybean oil factory. They probably have no financial difficulties. Just cover the losses from the chicken coop. Yuchen was clearly pressuring the Liu family and Su Yunqing to cooperate. Liu Guoliang couldn't refuse. Our Liu family will never cooperate with Su Yunqing to run a factory. Comrade Yulan's casual remark shouldn't mean we take all the losses. It's not unreasonable for us to share half. This old fox, Liu Guoliang, knew negotiation well. He was willing to give up cooperation with Su Yunqing to reduce compensation. Yuchen handed the issue to Suda. Commissar Su, what do you think? Suda saw that Yuchen was a decisive man. This matter had to be settled tonight. I'll cover the remaining losses of the chicken coop. No matter what, Yueyue was directly involved. When things were handled properly, Yuchen threw out another bomb before leaving. Please transfer Liu Yulan within 3 days, Commander Liu. Don't let me see her in the military district, or I might break my promise and send her to prison for a few years. After leaving the dormitory building, it was already past 2 in the morning, and outside was completely dark. Yuchen held Su Yunqi's hand to prevent her from tripping or falling in the dark. Su Yunqi instinctively wanted to pull back, but he held her tightly. His large, strong hand was firm, and she couldn't escape. The issue with the chicken coop was mostly resolved now. Thinking about how he almost revealed their secret earlier, Su Yunqi felt a bit nervous. Should she become a real wife to Yuchen? If it was just physical needs, she thought it might be okay. After all, he was a normal man, and it wouldn't be fair to be bound by a marriage that was only on paper. But when it came to feelings, she couldn't give a clear answer. At home, after washing up and passing through the living room with damp hair, she saw Yuchen sitting silently on the sofa. The ashtray had a faint glow as the cigarette burned out, and a light smell of smoke filled the air. Brother Chen, you should also wash up and rest early. I'll give you time to get used to this. If you're unwilling, I will wait. Yuchen's voice was tired and hoarse. He shouldn't have forced her to make a choice, but he couldn't tolerate her becoming more outstanding and being around other men. His words were simple and clear. He wanted to change the current situation. Having lived through a lifetime, Su Yunqi didn't care much about relationships between men and women. She didn't avoid his gaze and said, Brother Chen, I don't mind becoming a real wife, but before that I need a guarantee. Yuchen suppressed his rising excitement and spoke calmly. What kind of guarantee? His gaze was fixed on her, making Su Yunqi feel as if no matter what she said, he would agree. She clearly stated her position. During the marriage, you must guarantee that you are pure in body and mind, and not flirt with other women. If you break the promise, we will end it. Yuchen paused. He was concerned about their relationship. Was he afraid he would abandon her after starting something? Okay, he replied without hesitation. Su Yunqi didn't want to give up this marriage easily, but she had to leave herself an escape route. She no longer wanted to be bound by the military marriage for a lifetime. Let's sign an agreement. If you fall for someone else or can't resist temptation, we will divorce and never bother each other again. The same condition can also be used to restrict me. Yuchen quietly eased his disappointment. He saw marriage as a deal. Does he seem so unreliable? Yunqi, spouses should trust and accept each other. Maybe I haven't done enough to show you my sincerity. He stood up and walked over. His tall stature and long legs created an invisible pressure. Su Yunqi almost stepped back to escape. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Before she could react, Yuchen had already picked her up. Su Yunqi held back her cry, her body trembling with nervousness. She tried to push away his chest to avoid accidental contact. Yuchen carried her to the bed in the west room, leaned down, and kissed her flushed cheek. He held her trembling hand and touched his chest. Yunqi, don't you understand my feelings? I am a soldier. Once I decide on you, I won't have any unclear feelings for others. His gaze was deep, full of emotion. His heartbeat was fast, each beat seeming to express longing. Seeing Yunqi look a bit overwhelmed, Yuchen released her hand, stroked her hair, and his voice was calm and husky. I won't do anything to hurt you. Unless we sign an agreement, it's not allowed. Su Yunqi's legs went weak, and her voice trembled. Her fingers, gripping his shoulders, turned white. She had endured enough of the prison-like marriage in her past life. She didn't want promises of forever for men. She just wanted a chance to start a new life. Yuchen smiled bitterly. Their relationship was unfair from the start. She was emotionally dominant, even if she was weak. He was strong, but he couldn't control her. Go to sleep early. We'll talk more when you wake up. He had never heard of a couple signing such a destructive agreement. Holding this document, did his wife think she could leave him at any time? Thinking about this possibility made him feel painfully restrained. Su Yunqi waited until he closed the door and went to wash up. Then she slowly relaxed, reflecting on the past few days. Lu Yulan and Su Huihui were temporarily not a threat, but Su Yunqing was no longer the same person. She would face more challenges. Forget it. Tomorrow would bring more things to deal with. At dawn, comrades from the Air Force came to find Yuchen. There was a problem with the plane, and they asked him to come help fix it. Yuchen quickly put on his uniform. When he saw the girl coming out of the west room, yawning and looking confused, his heart softened. He hugged her into his arms. Sleep a little longer. I have to go to the base, but I'll come back after I finish. Su Yunqi's still sleepy mind started to work normally. Since yesterday, he had changed. He became more proactive, often holding hands, hugging, and kissing. Then you should go quickly, she said, noticing someone in the yard. She hurriedly pushed Yuchen. Yuchen kissed her smooth forehead. Last night, he dreamed of her all night. Now she was in his arms. The feeling of happiness was hard to describe. After seeing him off, Su Yunqi closed the yard gate. She couldn't sleep again, so she took out the robot butler to clean the house. She also checked on the sick chickens. Surprisingly, all 5 chickens had recovered and didn't infect the others. It seemed that the space's barrier helped block the virus. Su Yunqi took the clean sheets and blankets out to dry. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. She quickly called back the robot butler and opened the door. It was Wu Jing. When Su Yunqi saw her, she felt a bit awkward. Wu Jing had obvious handprint marks on her face. She quickly invited her inside. What happened? Who hit you? Who did this at the farm? Or was it someone at home angry and hurt her? No matter who it was, she couldn't be forgiven. Wu Jing turned her head, hiding the injured side of her face. Her eyes turned red again.
I'm Fine.
I tripped when I went out and bumped my face. The handprint was so clear, and she tried to explain it as a bump. She didn't want to make her family look bad. Su Yunqi wanted to help, but she also considered Wu Jing's feelings. Wu's sister-in-law were all military wives. When someone has a problem, we should help each other. If someone hurt you, you must not take it lightly. You should give them a lesson so they won't dare to bother you again.
I know, Yunqi.
I've lived over 40 years, but I'm not as wise as you. I'll just rest more. It's really nothing. Seeing Wu Jing forcing a smile, Su Yunqi went to the bathroom, soaked a warm towel, and gently placed it on her face. Wu Jing's pain eased a little, but she still felt uneasy. Yunqi, please take care of the chicken coop. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I feel I've let everyone down, failed the leader's trust.
I really feel sorry.
Su Yunqi continued to comfort everyone. No one wants anything to go wrong at the farm. Don't worry too much. The chickens have already been taken for treatment. We will inform everyone as soon as there is good news. Wu Jing couldn't bear to look into Su Yunqi's clear and optimistic eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she forced herself to speak about her purpose for coming. Yesterday, you said that no one needs to bear the losses at the farm, which made me feel so guilty I couldn't sleep all night. I really can't face staying at the farm anymore, so I've decided to sell my shares. Su Yunqi thought that some people might not handle the pressure and would choose to leave. Wu Jing was leading by example. She herself was indecisive, and staying would only cause trouble. Leaving was the best choice, with no loss. All right, sister-in-law, if you decided, just go to the finance office to handle the paperwork. Wu Jing still wanted to say something polite, but Fang Yingmei and Sun Chuanxia entered the yard. Since things are like this, there's no need to think too much. Here's a towel, go home, and rest well. Yunshi stopped her from saying any more polite words. Selling her shares meant she would no longer be involved with the farm, so there was no need to waste effort on it. Wu Jing felt ashamed and quickly left after exchanging a glance with the two women who had entered. Fang Yingmei went inside and asked, Yunshi, why did Wu Jing come here? Sun Chunxia took over the conversation. I heard she was beaten last night after going home. That Commander Zhu isn't a real man, her more than once. It's no wonder she's so patient. If it were me, I'd cause a big fuss and get my work ruined. Let's see if he dares to hit her again. I wondered why she was covering her face. A person in trouble can also be hateful. She's usually very cautious and has her own little plans. After Fan Yingmei finished speaking, she noticed Su Yunshi looked calm as usual. She knew Yunshi didn't gossip behind people's backs. She still felt angry and brought up her own purpose for coming. Yunshi, Su Yunqing, and Director Deng want to open a soybean oil factory together. They're encouraging family members to invest, just 100 yuan to buy a share. Some people at the farm are thinking of betraying us. Su Yunqing was using the fake yellow fish she had tricked to stir trouble. She took advantage of setting up a greenhouse to gather some people from the military district with hidden motives, discuss the rules, and start attracting investments, doing her usual business. Yesterday, Su Yunshi was delayed by a health check at the clinic and had to go to her grandfather's place. She was busy during the day. When she returned to the military district, the farm's issues kept her occupied, so she didn't have the energy to deal with Su Yunqing. Commander Lu's side had already relaxed and wouldn't get involved in Su Yunqing's plans. Big-headedness has been removed, and the other small fish and shrimps haven't made much noise. After listening to Fang Yingmei and Sun Chunxia talk about the situation in the family compound, Su Yunshi didn't immediately stop Su Yunqing from running the factory. Instead, she watched to see what tricks she might try. The more she fussed, the more she would fall hard. When we started the farm, Brother Chun and I said that anyone who invests can withdraw their shares at any time, and they can participate as much or as little as they want. That rule always stands. Now, if some want to leave, it just means we aren't all on the same page. No need to worry. Su Yunshi didn't care whether she withdrew her shares or not. If she was upset over a few thousand yuan, her outlook was too narrow. Seeing Su Yunshi calm and composed, Fan Yingmei and the others relaxed. After all, the farm was mainly supported financially by Yuchen and his wife. As long as they didn't lose money, it was fine. When the three of them left the gate, they saw Grandma Xiao sitting under a big tree across the street, animatedly talking to Mother Xie, who nodded now and then in agreement. In their past life, they were sworn enemies. This life, they were like rotten fish and shriveled shrimp, stuck together in a muddy pond. Last night, Mother Xie mentioned marriage, and her son had gone back to his dorm. This morning, she went to the military district to discuss moving, but her son firmly refused, telling her not to interfere. Are you still thinking about Su Yunshi? She's already married. Mom, I don't want you interfering in my affairs. We came here because we want to see you get married. You're not that young anymore. If you don't find a partner, people will gossip. When Su Yunshi divorces, I will marry her. Are you crazy? A fallen woman from a capitalist family, and you still think she's a treasure. If you say one more bad thing about her, don't blame me for cutting ties with the Xie family. Xie Mingxian decisively left, not giving his mother a chance to lose her temper. The pain and hurt Su Yunshi endured in her dreams would never happen in real life. Mother Xie was angry whenever she saw Su Yunshi. Her delicate, beautiful face looked like she was always up to something. She kept trying to keep her son from dating or marrying her, waiting for her to divorce. Su Yunshi, my son, also invested in the farm. You should quickly return the money. Let the person involved handle the procedures at the military district finance office. Su Yunshi really wanted to kick Xie Mingxian out of the farm, but she had to follow the rules. If anyone could help their relatives withdraw shares and the money wasn't in the person's hands, it could cause trouble if disputes arose. You don't want my son to sell his shares after all. 50,000 yuan is no small amount. Once it's in your hands, it's hard to get it back. How long are you going to delay my son? Faced with Mother Xie's double-edged question, Su Yunshi sneered. If you have time to nag at me, you might as well go to the finance department. Let everyone see that the Xie family members are unreasonable people. After saying that, Su Yunshi left with her people. Because her parents died early in her previous life, she was very kind to Xie's parents, but they only found fault with her, making her live like a servant. Mother Xie was so angry she trembled, thinking that luckily she hadn't let Su Yunshi move in, or else she'd be bossing her around. Back home, she hurried to discuss with her husband, Xie Fu, who was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Let Mingxian move out quickly these days. He should meet with a girl from Lu's family and get married soon. We must make him settle down, so Su Yunshi gives up that idea. Xie Fu tried to stop her. Can he listen to you? The kid is grown up and has his own ideas. Don't interfere too much. She's already 23 and not thinking about marriage or having children. When will we stop worrying about her? If we don't settle her future, it's better he doesn't serve in the army. Mother Xie pulled her husband to find the military district leaders, hoping they could help persuade their son to give up his shares in the farm and move the family, and also get him married. After a simple meeting in the cafeteria, Su Yunshi asked about the chicken coop. Over the night, more than 20 chickens had died, mostly the ones Su Yueyue had put in. Tianyu was almost crying. Sister Su, what should we do? If this keeps up, the chickens will all be affected. Since Major Lu and Commissar Su promised to take responsibility for the consequences, Su Yunshi didn't delay anymore. Xiao Tian, take some people and hire 5 trucks. Load the chickens from each coop into the trucks. Once done, I'll take them for injections. Tianyu quickly went to arrange this. Su Yunshi also assigned other tasks, Yingmei and Chuanxia. Once the chicken coops are empty, please take your team and disinfect all the coops with a disinfectant from the warehouse. Su Yunshi took a trip to the military zone, brought out 5 chickens from the space, and went to the office building to see Commissar Su and Major Lu. 2 liters, giving antibiotics is effective. The total cost for treatment is about 1,000 yuan. Although Su Yueyue and Lu Yulan caused this trouble for the reputation of the military zone, they still had to pretend everything was fine and not make it public. Suda saw that the chickens caught last night were lively and active, which made him feel reassured. He accepted the loss of 500 yuan. Old Lu, what do you think? Lu Guoyang had no other opinion. If Commander Lu knew what had happened, he would definitely scold them. Comrade Su, please handle this quickly. Only by resolving the problem quickly can they minimize the loss. Su Yunshi agreed and went back to handle the matter. In less than 2 hours, all the sick chickens were loaded onto trucks. She sat in the front seat giving instructions. The trucks drove into a mountain valley outside the city. After dismissing the driver, Su Yunshi moved all the chickens into a special space, gave them injections, and replaced the sick chickens with healthy ones. 5 trucks did the same, and by noon, over 5,000 chickens were back at the military area. Tianyu and his team put the chickens into new coops. Seeing that all the chickens were healthy again, everyone felt relieved. Commissioner Su and Commander Lu secretly used other funds to support the farm. Because of this incident, not only would Su Yueyue stop causing trouble at the farm, but 7 or 8 people also withdrew their shares. After handling the financial transfer, the remaining people felt more loyal to the farm. Tomorrow, they planned to build a warm shelter. Su Yunshi ordered a sheep, 6 geese, 8 chickens, half a rack of ribs, a pork leg, and 10 jin of tenderloin from the finance office and paid for them. She called her grandfather and told him about the situation here, and they discussed the plan for the warm shelter tomorrow. In the afternoon, they built a brick kiln in the yard. Sun Chuanxia and others marinated the slaughtered sheep and geese, and then roasted them in the kiln. Yuchen was busy until evening before returning home. Smelling the delicious aroma in the yard, he felt warm and content. After discussing the warm shelter in the living room, Yuchen brought up a topic he hadn't finished earlier. When you agreed to be my real wife, I was very happy. I thought about it all day and still find the idea of signing an agreement a bit strange, like a threat of divorce hanging over us. My idea is, if there are any problems, just tell me. I will face them actively and try to solve them. But for things that haven't happened, Let's not think badly of each other, okay? I promise that during our marriage, I will never do anything to hurt you. If one day you decide you don't want to continue, just like we agreed before, I will let go and support you. Even though it was difficult to give up, Yuchen kept his promise and left the decision to Su Yunshi. Su Yunshi wasn't sure if her worries were meaningful. Maybe it was just her fear of being hurt again, like being bitten by a snake and afraid of grass ropes. But what did Yuchen do wrong? There was no need to blame him for other men's mistakes. That wouldn't be fair to him.
Okay, she said.
Since she had agreed, she no longer insisted on signing the contract. She didn't have high hopes for this marriage and couldn't ask too much of Yuchen. Since they decided to be true husband and wife, sleeping together was natural. Yuchen didn't mind, so she didn't think about it much. The next day, at the warm house, a dozen military wives helped out. Most of them worked in the cafeteria kitchen preparing 6 tables. In the end, 8 or 9 tables arrived, each with 16 carefully prepared dishes. Manhwa arrived at noon. Almost all the leaders from the military district came to celebrate. 2 tables were from Yuchen's flying squadron, making the scene lively. Next door, Su Yunxing was furious. No matter what she did, she was always overshadowed by Su Yunxi. One day, she promised she would make Su Yunxi suffer a big defeat. The farm is very important to the military. Yunxi and I discussed it. Starting next month, all comrades working at the farm will get extra allowances. The more they work, the more they earn. Each month, they will receive between 20 and 50 jin of rice and flour. In this era, ration tickets were valuable. Food supplies were limited, and rice and flour were hard to come by. Not everyone could afford them, so families ate a mix of coarse grains, about 10 or 8 jin a month. On the black market, rice and flour cost about 50 cents a jin and were hard to buy. When people heard this news, some were happy, others regretted. The happy ones thought the extra allowance would improve their family's meals. Even if they sold some of the food, they could earn over 10 yuan a month. The regretful ones had just sold their shares and missed out on the allowance. The warm house only cleared out in the afternoon. The leaders went back to their duties, and Yuchen and his comrades returned to the military district for training. But the military wives stayed. They sat together at 2 tables and took out white wine. Yunxi, with you leading the farm, it will get better and better. Men can't drink, so let's have a little. Let's cheer for the future. Ever since Yunxi moved into the family quarters, she brought new life to the place. We all follow her lead and work hard to develop the farm. Unable to refuse, Su Yunxi didn't eat much, but took a few sips of white wine. After that, she couldn't remember what everyone else said. When Yuchen returned home in the evening, the house was mostly tidied up. Most of the military wives were already drunk, helping each other stay steady. Comrade Yunxi drank too much. We'll help her rest in her room. Please watch over her when you return. We're going home now. Thank you all for your help. There's still some food left at home. Please take some with you. Yuchen divided the leftover dishes, discarding the less good ones to be used as pig feed at the canteen. After everyone left, he hurried to check on his wife. They had laid Su Yunxi on the bed in the east room. Because of the heat and alcohol, she was drowsy and took off her clothes, only wearing a tank top and shorts, covered with a thin blanket, revealing her beautiful collarbones. Yuchen's throat was dry, and he almost lost control. He quickly went to take a cold shower, but his mind was filled with the image of his flawless wife. Just as he managed to calm his desire and planned to sleep in the west room, he heard her murmuring that she felt unwell. He put on his pants and rushed into the room. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Confused and groggy, Su Yunxi was thirsty and wanted to take a shower after drinking water. She tried to get up but fainted and fell back onto the bed. Yuchen caught her quickly, holding her soft body against his bare chest. His heart pounded faster, and his veins bulged as he held her. "Want to take a shower?" "I want a shower." His wife was still fussing like a child throwing a tantrum for candy. In her state, even getting out of bed was difficult, let alone taking a shower. Yuchen had to coax her, saying, "Be good and stay in bed. I'll get some water and wipe you down." After finally calming her, he brought back warm water, wrung out a damp towel, and gently wiped her face and neck. When he reached lower, his hands trembled. Her smooth, pale skin, rising and falling with her breathing, outlined a beautiful, alluring curve, her flat stomach, slender waist, peach-shaped hips, and long legs. The string in Yuchen's mind snapped. He threw the towel aside, pinning her beneath him, unable to resist kissing her eyebrows, cheeks, and finally her lips, which he had long been longing for. Her soft moans kept coming as she twisted her body in discomfort. Unable to hold her, he wrapped his arms around her slim waist, knowing that if he didn't release his feelings tonight, he would be uncomfortable all night. He clenched his teeth, determined not to change their relationship while she was still unconscious. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Su Yunshi didn't dare look at him. "Please go out. I need to get dressed. First apply medicine." Dr. Zhang said this anti-inflammatory medicine can also relieve pain. In the morning, Yuchen lifted the blanket to check on her. He had been worried all morning and during lunch break, hurried to get food, open the medicine, and come back. "Let me do it myself." "You can go out." Su Yunshi pushed him out. The blanket slipped off, revealing the hickeys on her fair skin. Yuchen's breath caught, his eyes darkening. He was increasingly losing self-control. Anyone who saw her, a girl loved both physically and emotionally, would want to stay close to her every day. After he left, Su Yunshi cleaned herself, applied the medicine inside and out, washed her hands, and put on the clothes from the bedside table. She managed to stand and walk, but couldn't take big steps. Hearing the noise, Yuchen quickly entered the room, carefully carried her to the bathroom, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and then sat on a dining chair. She didn't feel comfortable eating this meal. The man's gaze never left her for half a second. Su Yunshi could only try to cool him down. "Brother Chen, Dr. Zhang said last time at the clinic that I need to take care of my health once a week." As soon as she started eating, it was like she was trying to be a monk. Which man could resist? Seeing his wife lowering her head in guilt, Yuchen's heart had no reluctance. "Your health is more important. Listen to the doctor." Her body was indeed too weak. Last night, he held back and still hurt her. After eating, Yuchen washed the dishes, carried his wife back to the room to rest. Even if they couldn't be intimate, he held her and kissed her affectionately. "These savings and allowances, I'll give them to you." Yuchen took a bunch of things from the hidden compartment of the wardrobe. Previously, his wife was indifferent, so she probably wouldn't want them. Now, after becoming closer, she should accept these. Thinking about fulfilling his promise to be a true couple, Yuchen showed his sincerity, and Su Yunshi finally accepted it. She didn't know how their relationship would develop, but at least he genuinely wanted to continue with her now. Yuchen didn't know how happy he was. His childhood home, broken and scattered, finally pieced together in adulthood, with the girl who saved him. His mind and body immersed in a happy life, happiness doubled. When he left, he couldn't help but look happy. His refreshed and confident appearance was even more charming and cool. "Comrade, why are you so happy? Is Yunshi feeling better? If we knew she couldn't drink alcohol, we wouldn't have persuaded her yesterday. She was feeling unwell today and couldn't go to the farm." Xie Mingxian also left the house, looking visibly tired and sad. If you listened carefully, you could hear her faint crying through the wall last night, just like every time she begged for mercy in her dreams. Realizing they had crossed a line, Xie Mingxian's heart felt like it was breaking. He stood in the yard all night with red eyes, feeling numb. He spent the whole morning in a daze. Seeing Yuchen's proud smile, the string in Xie Mingxian's heart snapped. All he could think about was hurting Yuchen, because Su Yunshi was destined to be his. "Yuchen, you're not worthy." Xie Mingxian was prepared for Yuchen's cold punch and dodged it, fighting back. He had wanted to hit Xie Mingxian for a long time and now attacked fiercely. Both men were in their prime, evenly matched in strength. The surrounding crowd was shouting and trying to stop them, but their long-standing grudge made the fight intense and hard to break up. Hearing the commotion, Su Yunshi hurried out of bed. Despite feeling unwell, she limped to the door, ignoring how awkward it was to be seen, determined to stop the fight before the authorities arrived. Stop it, please. Her gentle, urgent voice made both men look over. The girl was wearing a cozy cotton dress. Her delicate face looked a little weak, and she supported herself at the door, struggling to stand steadily. She looked so pitiful. Her collarbone was covered in love bites, and her exposed legs were white and tender, with some uneven red marks. She hurried out in slippers, her feet cute and round, toes pink and plump. She stood there, her expression a mix of innocence and charm. Her lips were slightly swollen, stunning enough to make anyone mesmerized. In just one glance, Xie Mingxian felt heartache. He could imagine that last night, Yuchen took advantage of Su Yunxi's drunkenness and caused trouble for nearly 2 hours, dirtying her. Yuchen didn't care about the fight anymore. He quickly took off his uniform, wrapped his wife tightly, and carried her into the yard, closing the door to keep prying eyes out. His muscular back was crisscrossed with scratches. Thinking about the fierce night, Xie Mingxian was so angry he almost clenched his teeth and left in frustration. Back in the house, Su Yunxi hurriedly asked, "Your face is hurt." "Does it hurt?" She pointed at Yuchen's slightly swollen jaw. Xie Mingxian's actions were really harsh. Such a complicated relationship. Yuchen wanted to say that this small injury was like a mosquito bite, but seeing his wife's caring look, he pretended to be delicate. "It hurts." He took the first aid kit, waiting for his wife to apply ointment. Su Yunxi sat on the sofa, disinfecting Yuchen's wound with alcohol swabs. When she saw red marks on his body, she couldn't help but feel angry. "Maybe we should move." On the left, Su Yuanqing always tries to cause trouble. On the right, Xie Mingxian, who is hard to get rid of, makes things uncomfortable. "He didn't take advantage of us. If anyone moves, it should be them." Yuchen disagreed with moving. The home they carefully built could not be handed over easily. Su Yunxi wanted to apologize. Whether she wanted to or not, everything started because of her. But she also wondered why, being drained of all her value in her past life, why should she be held onto so tightly in this life? Seeing her gloomy face, Yuchen couldn't stand it. He hugged her to comfort her. "Silly she, we are the ones living our life. Others don't matter." The man's broad shoulders, slim waist, and firm muscles made his hormonal aura hit her face, making it hard to resist. Su Yunxi blushed and pushed him away. "Go to your work quickly." His reaction was straightforward and intense. How could he be like this all the time? Yuchen held her face and kissed her beautiful eyebrows and eyes. His deep love and desire in his gaze seemed to set her on fire. He moved his hand to her soft belly, gently massaging it. "Rest well at home." After he left, Su Yunxi moved to the bathroom for a hot shower. She put her clothes in the space to wash. Suddenly, she remembered the contraception issue. She was naturally not very fertile and didn't dare to take contraceptive pills. In her past life, they had frequent intimacy, and it took 5 years to get pregnant. This life, she decided to go with the flow. But during her body conditioning, she tried to avoid ovulation periods as much as possible. After drinking a nourishing soup, Su Yunxi wore a waist belt with a warm belly patch and lay on the bed to check the space. The sick chickens at the breeding farm were gradually recovering. In the afternoon, she wanted to rest, but the noise from the neighboring yard started again. Since Su Yuanqing tricked 10 small yellow fish and set up a warm room, Xiao Jianjun's mother and son found out she had money. These days, they have been asking her for money openly and secretly. She was no longer the foolish girl in her dreams. Her dowry was all taken by the Xiao family. Like a meat bun thrown to a dog, there was no return. Life was very hard for a while. If it weren't for Su Yunxi, in short, she felt safe only when she held the money herself. She refused to spend it, which caused more conflicts at home. The old witch scolded her daily. She planned to quickly set up a soybean oil factory, but suddenly the Liu family betrayed her. Losing their biggest shareholder and support, others also started to back away. It looked like the factory might fail. Su Yunqing lived every day in hardship. She couldn't accept it. She hated the Liu family's betrayal, resented Zhao's family's burden, and hated Su Yunxi and her husband for causing trouble. She had to rethink her next steps. She couldn't just wait and do nothing. She couldn't keep living in confusion and passivity. Her life was just beginning. She would not let the Xiao family drag her into. Since the old witch kept blocking her and forcing her useless son to stay away, she wouldn't hesitate to take another path. In her dreams, she had a lover in the business department, someone powerful, a bit older, around 40. She cleaned herself up, put on light makeup, and wore nice clothes. No matter how the old witch cursed loudly in her dirty bed, she still left confidently. She had been close to her cousin for years. In Guangzhou's high society, she was somewhat known. She arranged chance encounters, and with her knowledge from her past life, Su Yunqi quickly connected with a top city official. Du Bowen, deputy minister of Guangzhou's commerce department, was a womanizer. But due to his appearance and the need to maintain a proper image, he had some fleeting affairs over the years. He would use women and then leave, unable to sustain relationships. When the young Miss Su, who was only 18 or 19, offered herself, how could he refuse? Since Su Yunqi chose this path, she decided to go all out. Although Du Bowen was fat and ugly, it only took 3 or 5 minutes to deal with him. It didn't hurt much, and it was over. Seeing the red mark on the sheets and the shy look of the young girl after being ravaged, Du Bowen, still holding his young lover, played with her again. He agreed to her plan to set up a factory under a state-owned enterprise. Su Yunqi hugged the greasy old man calmly. She felt no waves. The old man lusted after her youthful body, but she was after the benefits of power. She also convinced him to give money to help build the factory, sharing the benefits. Bowen, my pure and honest body is now yours. You are my person, and we should plan for our future together. You have worked in the business department for over 20 years. The world changes quickly, so you need to think about yourself. I am willing to support you. Once the oil factory is built and we make money, most of it will be yours. Just remember to spend time with me. Du Bowen has had many women, but he can tell that Su Yunqi is still a young girl. She doesn't resist him and knows how to act cute and seek affection, which makes him very happy. He starts to think about a long-term relationship. 10,000 yuan isn't enough. Let's start with 1,000 to build a small factory. My cousin's boyfriend easily gave her 10,000 to start a factory. We are sisters, so why am I any different? Bowen, I just want to prove I am better off than her. The man I am with is better than hers. Su Yunqi looks sad but forces a smile, making Du Bowen feel guilty. I am yours. Whatever amount you want to invest, I will support it. As long as you keep me in your heart, that's enough. Su Yunqi has been in the business world for many years. She understands men's thoughts well. She endures feeling sick while kissing his chubby body and praises him, saying she's never felt this good before. Du Bowen has never been flattered like this before. He becomes interested again. Seeing the girl's shy and happy face, he thinks he might never meet someone so compatible again. He relaxes a little. Su Yunqi is a skilled actress. She takes good care of the greasy man and gets what she wants. Du Bowen agrees to support her with 50,000 yuan to build the factory. This exceeds his expectations. As long as the cost is worth it, men are willing to pay. Exchange of value is the rule of survival. Love and feelings are nonsense. Old Lady Xiao sits at the door and scolds when she sees Su Yunqi enter the yard. You little brat, you finally came back. Hurry up and clean the chamber pot, then go cook for me. There are red marks on Su Yunqing's neck. Old Lady Xiao has lived a conservative life and can't imagine that this is a sign of her son's infidelity. Zhao Jianjun wants to come home every day to take care of his mother, but sometimes he can't because of work in the army. So, he leaves Su Yunqi in charge. Su Yunqi can't divorce yet. She looks impatient and throws the pastries she bought at the old woman. Shut up and eat quietly. Don't disturb my rest. Old Lady Xiao is furious and wants to jump up and hit her. Su Yunqi returned to the west room, locked the door, and carefully stored the factory paperwork. To avoid suspicion, all documents were in her name. This was her real opportunity to hold something solid in her hands. She relied on Du Bowen, took shortcuts, and soon she would surpass her cousin. Lu Yulan learned that Xian Mingxian was injured. She grabbed medicine and rushed to his dormitory to find him. Xian was shirtless, pouring 2 buckets of water over his head in the water room. Still, he couldn't extinguish the fire in his heart. Water droplets ran down his handsome face, turning into mist that filled the air around him. His dark bronze back had a few scars, adding to his masculine charm. His abs were well-defined, leading down to his waist, with an irresistible allure. His mind was filled with the image of Su Yunqi standing at the gate, looking at him confidently. The seductive look after being mistreated tempted him to fall into despair. He was mad with jealousy and longing, suffering from unfulfilled love. He didn't know how to ease his pain. Back in the dorm, he saw the woman sitting on the bed. Instinctively, he put on his shirt and remained cold. "Why are you here?" "Leave." Lu Yulan had never seen such a Xian. His body was fit and muscular with no fat. His chest and abdomen were strong, his bones sturdy. His wet pants revealed his muscles, and his legs were slightly apart, with smooth, firm lines. In the military area, soldiers often appeared shirtless, but no one had a body as attractive as Xian. His stance was steady, and his waist was powerful. Rumor had it that such men were very brave in bed. Lu Yulan was more shocked than shy. Her blood surged, and she couldn't help but walk over. "Comrade Xia, I heard you were hurt. Let me help put medicine on your wound." Her heart was pounding, and her hand reached out to his injured shoulder. She secretly wished he would lose control and press her down on the bed. Xian didn't move. Just as she was about to touch him, his disgust reached its peak. He grabbed Lu Yulan's arm, said nothing, and threw her out of the dorm. He also threw away what she brought and slammed the door, all in one go. It was strange. With another woman, even a touch made him resist. He simply couldn't marry someone he didn't love without confusion. All his desires came from Su Yunqi. Maybe if he got her, he could let go of his obsession. Lu Yulan was thrown against the wall opposite. She felt pain all over, even bleeding from her nose, but she didn't dare make a sound. She quickly picked up the medicine, covered her nose, and left in a hurry. 2 men fought, but it didn't cause any trouble in the military district, and no officials came to investigate. It all just passed by quietly. That evening, Su Yunqi continued to keep her usual way of living, each staying in her own room, so she could rest well. Yuchen forcefully carried her back to the east room. Other things can be considered later, but not this. They had just started enjoying close moments, and no one wanted to be alone. If things were handled badly, it could ruin their relationship. Su Yunqi struggled and objected. "No, you can't control yourself." In that moment, she couldn't ignore the man's moving throat, her racing heart, or her tightening body. Living together felt like walking into a tiger's den. Seeing her scared expression, Yuchen's heart softened. He couldn't resist kissing her flushed face. "I won't touch you, really." Even if Su Yunqi didn't believe him, she couldn't escape. Fortunately, he had no other demands. He didn't remove her clothes, but pressed his lips to hers like an addiction. Her recently healed lips were kissed so intensely she couldn't speak. Su Yunqi felt dizzy, almost suffocating. She had to pinch his waist to make him stop, but his firm muscles didn't budge. Instead, he became more passionate, holding her wrists, opening her clothes, and teasing her with kisses, licks, and bites. "Stop, no more kissing." Her body just after intimacy was very sensitive. Su Yunqi's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed by feelings she couldn't control. Yuchen made her bite her lip and cry, but knowing her body couldn't handle more, he hesitated, gave a gentle bite, and made her gasp. He leaned in close, his voice echoing in her ear. "Baby, you're so cruel. I dream of eating you." As he brushed against her, she flinched instinctively. She couldn't stand his deep, loving eyes or his teasing tone. She pushed him to get up quickly. "If you keep doing this, I'll go stay at my grandfather's." The door at home couldn't stop this wild beast. She had to think of other ways to avoid him. Yuchen held her slim waist, with a half-smile but a look of danger. "If you run, you'll never get out of bed again." Su Yunqi's legs went weak. At this moment, What was she still arguing about? I can't do this anymore. Hurry up and get up. Come on, kiss me. Yuchen took off his vest, bare-chested, and held her in his arms, locking her hands with his. Su Yunshi wanted to say, "We've been kissing for so long. Aren't you tired? Just a kiss before sleep." Yuchen felt very happy inside, enchanted by her scent, like the strongest aphrodisiac, ready to ignite at any moment. His sharp, handsome face carried a wild, rebellious look. Su Yunshi couldn't resist him and could only tilt her head to kiss his chin. He responded by holding her head and kissing her deeply, as if he could never get enough. After a night of rest, her body was less swollen and less sore. Su Yunshi changed into a high-neck shirt. After a meeting at the cafeteria, she planned to go to the city to deliver her comic book artwork. Did you hear? Lu Yulan didn't walk right when she ran out of the male soldier's dorm yesterday. People say Lu Yulan was sleeping with a male officer. Yesterday afternoon, Commander Lu talked to Xie Mingxian. Over at the family compound, the Xie family's parents also went. I wonder what's going on. Could it be about marriage plans? After the meeting, the military wives gossiping a little. Lu Yulan's reputation was already bad. She was either getting married or transferred away. Su Yunshi listened for a moment and then left the cafeteria. On the way, Lu Yulan stopped her. Su Yunshi, the thing at the chicken coop is over. My family has paid back the money. Why am I being transferred? Recently, someone was always around Su Yunshi. Lu Yulan finally found a chance to speak alone. Su Yunshi looked at Lu Yulan's half-injured face and sneered. Lu Yulan, now you show up? What were you pretending to be that night? You incited Su Yueyue to harm the military district. Do you know how many years you could get? We're just letting you disappear from our sight as a favor to Commander Lu. Do you have proof? Su Yueyue was also forced. You're using me as a scapegoat, trying to push me out of the military district. The family compound will listen to you. Stop dreaming. Lu Yulan looked at Su Yunshi's beautiful face with hatred, wishing she could tear it apart. Su Yunshi didn't miss the angry look in Lu Yulan's eyes and chose not to argue. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't follow the plan, you're not just hurting your father, but you might also drag the Su family down. Lu Yulan had already received her transfer order and had to leave the military district today. She felt very unwilling. Su Yunshi, living next to Xie Mingxian, is just convenient for cheating. What did you put in his head? He'd rather retire than marry me. Lu Guoyong promised Xie Mingxian a bright future and offered many benefits to Xie family's parents, but Xie Mingxian refused completely, leaving no room for negotiation. No matter how well he hid it, Lu Yulan knew that Xie Mingxian still had feelings for Su Yunshi. Why should she, as a married woman, be worried about a man's constant thoughts and longing? Lu Yulan, despite her reluctance, had to accept the transfer order. In the afternoon, she left the military district with her luggage. Su Yueyue also stayed home more, waiting for the matter to be forgotten and for the farm to settle down. Su Yunshi went to the city's art association, which was located in the business center, not far from government offices. The buildings along the street were mostly 3 or 4 stories tall, crowded with people. She asked the security guard to park the car on the roadside, put on a mask, and walk over. The art association was a standalone building, from the 1st to the 3rd floor. There weren't many staff members, but over 1,000 members, mostly art lovers from Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions. Su Yunshi went to the 2nd floor to register her artwork. There were already over 100 registration materials. Comrade Su is here. These works will be exhibited next month. If you want to attend, I'll call you in advance. Okay, thank you. Su Yunshi loved painting the most, but she wouldn't devote all her attention to it like before. After leaving the art association, she saw a familiar figure, got into a car, and sat next to a chubby man. She had been friends with Su Yunqing for decades and was very familiar with her figure and walking style. Even as the car turned, she couldn't see the other person's face, but she felt uneasy. Many things in her life had gone off track, and Su Yunqing had become unpredictable. During her time outside, Su Yunqi went to a department store, bought seasonal clothes and shoes, and bought toys for Yueyue. She cleaned the bird's nest in the room, removed dirt from ginseng, and dried everything in the sun. She carried everything back to her grandfather's place with a security guard. Yueyue saw her aunt come and happily jumped around, hugging a plush toy she loved. Grandpa's health had recovered, but she still reminded the guards to keep watch, drink ginseng soup the next day, and eat a bowl of bird's nest daily. Manhwa saw his granddaughter take out a package of white bird's nest and 2 large ginseng roots, feeling both distressed and willing to spend money. Just drink milk and eat eggs every day. Why do you need ginseng and bird's nest? You're getting old, and supplements won't help. Take it back quickly. You and Yuchen can share it. Yunshi advised, Grandpa, I just happened to meet you at the market. I didn't spend much money. Brother Chen specially asked me to come see you. It's our duty to be filial. Grandpa has always been in good health, with no major issues in the past 10 years. However, cold winter winds can trigger his arthritis again. She has special medicine in her space that relieves pain and reduces inflammation, so Grandpa can suffer less in the future. Manhwa was pleased to hear his granddaughter-in-law's caring words and shifted to more serious matters. I don't know how your parents are doing at the production team. Your mom struggles with basic tasks and she might not be eating well. The visit permit has been approved and you have 10 days. There's a vehicle from the 22nd Army District going there. Talk with Yuchen, prepare some things at home, and take them to visit. Thea doesn't need to go through all that hardship. Yunshi was very happy. With my brother here, my parents and sister-in-law won't go hungry. I need to buy a lot of things these days. My dad has a bad back and needs a back brace. It's colder there in winter, so I should prepare some quilts, rice, flour, clothes, shoes, and hats. In her life, as long as she is separated from her uncles and third uncle, her family can get by wherever they go. Her father had already made plans and arranged for friends to send some money and supplies, but she couldn't tell Grandpa about this. Manhwa interrupted his granddaughter. Enough. Don't treat the Jeep as an endless pit. Whatever you want to bring, make a list. Only after approval can you take it.
Got it, Grandpa, she replied.
Yunshi's good mood remained unchanged. She wasn't worried about her space. She could take everything, even a whole department store if she wanted. It was very hard to visit her parents. She took out her camera and filmed some videos and photos for Grandpa and Yueyue. Until evening, Yuchen came over and Yunshi was still excited. Maybe we should go later. I have a task in a few days and probably won't be able to come back in time. When she learned her wife was going to Sichuan and Chongqing, Yuchen's happiness disappeared. The timing overlapped with his mission, making it difficult. Yunshi didn't want to delay his work. You do your task. I'll go with the military vehicle. It's fine. Yuchen held her hand. I don't feel at ease. After this mission, I'll take 10 days off. We can drive there ourselves faster than the military vehicle and spend more time with Mom and Dad. In her subconscious, Yunshi saw visiting her parents as her own responsibility. She never thought about being a burden to Yuchen. It's not far. The military vehicle only takes a day to get there. Yuchen's determined look made Yunshi unable to speak further. In her past life, she visited her family twice. Once, she went with the military vehicle because she was on a mission for Xian. The other time, Xian had no mission, but Xie's parents, wanting to avoid trouble, stopped him from going, so she went alone. Every time her parents saw her going alone, they looked worried and sad, and she still remembers that now. After her parents passed away, she had some resentment toward the Xie family, but she endured it because she believed Xian loved her, though she was foolish. It's not about distance. I also want to visit my parents. It's unfamiliar there, and I worry you might be bullied. I'll go with you to support you. Yuchen frowned slightly, his face darkening as if her going alone was a betrayal, as if she didn't consider him part of the family. Yunshi couldn't handle his low mood. Then we'll see how it goes. Let's prepare some things first. She wanted to visit her family sooner, but she also didn't want to hurt Yuchen's feelings. From his attitude, if she insisted on going early, he might cancel his mission to stay with her, which wouldn't be worth it. To make it easier for his wife to buy things tomorrow, they stayed at her grandfather's house tonight. She remembered the last time they shared a bed. She fell on him and discovered his secret. Such an awkward and embarrassing moment. Now, Before they could even get into bed, Yuchen, damp from the rain, pushed Su Yunqi against the wall and kissed her. His kiss was both forceful and gentle, making her heart race. Because of their height difference, Su Yunqi had to tilt her neck painfully. Yuchen lifted her up and kissed her passionately. Her lips, sore and tired, finally got a rest, but then his lips moved to her ear. "You're so unkind. Going to see your parents, and you don't even think of me." Yuchen continued to kiss his beloved, who had been thinking about this all day. "No, I didn't. I was worried I'd delay your work." Su Yunqi held his head, biting her lip to stop herself from making strange sounds. She wanted to push him away, but also wanted to hold him tight, feeling conflicted. "Fool! Nothing is more important than you." Yuchen stroked her trembling, smooth waist and smelled her intoxicating scent, losing control. Su Yunqi suddenly snapped back to herself. "No, stop," she said firmly. "At my grandfather's house, absolutely not. And I need to listen to the doctor or it will affect my health." Yuchen was about to lose control. He pulled her close and said, "Don't be afraid. We just need to get used to each other." Su Yunqi was not inexperienced, but she was still nervous and blushing. She suddenly realized and quickly let go, like a rabbit, and ran into the bed, hiding under the blanket. "I'm going to sleep now." Yuchen had just enjoyed a moment of comfort, but his wife ignored him. He clenched his teeth and pulled her into his arms.
Wait.
"In a few days, you'll see how I deal with you." A week felt like forever. She counted the days, feeling tortured. Su Yunqi couldn't look at him directly anymore. She shrank back and pushed him away. "Be honest. It still hurts." Hearing her say it hurt, even the angriest fire in him cooled down. He gently touched her belly with pity. "Next time, ask me to be gentler." Looking at her shy, beautiful face, Yuchen's heart softened completely. Nothing was more important than her. Not even a week or a year and a half he could endure it. But enduring it was bad for his health, so he left to take care of himself. Su Yunqi let out a breath, her heart still pounding wildly. She took a damp towel to wipe her face and body to cool down. The sudden intimacy was hard for her to accept. She really needed some time to get used to it. Recently, Xiao Jianjun and his mother noticed Su Yunqi's unusual behavior. She would leave early in the morning and come back around dark. It wasn't that she ignored the family. They hired someone at the health clinic to take care of old Madame Zhao's hygiene and meals, so her parents couldn't find fault. "Quick, get the money out of her hands. See how she still goes out to have fun." Even after getting married, she's so restless, always running around. Old Madame Zhao thought Su Yunqi was spending money recklessly, buying clothes, applying makeup, not even flirting with her son anymore. She didn't understand what she was planning. "Mom, she won't give it to me. I can't just take it, right?" Because her mother kept blocking her in the East Room to sleep, Xiao Jianjun had no chance to be close to Yunqi. He was anxious and worried. "Of course you can. You're the head of the family. You can handle this reckless girl." She locked the West Room. "When she goes out tomorrow, break the lock." "I don't believe we can't find her hidden money." Old Madame Zhao was determined to find those little yellow fish money. She also planned to sell Su Yunqi's new clothes, shoes, and jewelry to exchange for money and send it back to their hometown. "Mom, what are you doing? That's so embarrassing." Xiao Jianjun disagreed but was persuaded patiently by his mother. "Son, your third and fourth brothers haven't married yet, and your little sister still needs dowry. With just that small salary, it's not enough. Su Yunqing is from a wealthy family. She probably keeps some money hidden. Her mother's family has relatives in the city, and I don't believe her parents didn't leave her some money when they moved away." Xiao Jianjun clearly remembered when he visited Su's house. The dowry given to Su Yunqing was worth a lot. Each piece of jewelry alone was valuable, more than he could earn in a lifetime. Could it be that Su Yunqing took her dowry with her? "No, Mom, those are forbidden items.
Don't think about them."
If we're reported, our family will be in big trouble." After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Jianjun decided he couldn't take those things, as it would cause endless problems. People are bold, and they have big plans. We should take the items, bury them back home, and sell them when the time is right. The money will be enough for our needs. If she gets hold of it will be gone soon, and she'll just keep taking our money. We need to plan ahead. Under Grandma Zhao's persistent encouragement, Xiao Jianjun went to the West Room to discuss. Yunqing, life at home isn't easy. Don't spend money recklessly. Give it to Mom to keep. Jianjun, does Mom agree that you can come sleep with me? Su Yunqing didn't respond to his words and naturally threw herself into his arms. When Commander Feng chose a husband for his granddaughter, he had very high standards, good looks, strong physique. Xiao Jianjun didn't look as handsome as the wealthy young men she used to date, but he was more capable than her later lovers. As a young girl, she didn't understand how good soldiers were, strong and energetic. Later experiences never gave her the same thrill. So, she shamelessly flirted with her brother-in-law, hoping to find her old happiness again. Yunqing, don't always run outside. It's hot enough already. A faint fragrance wafted over. Xiao Jianjun was nervous, but didn't push away his wife. She was the girl he married, and holding her to sleep was natural. They had been married for a long time but hadn't yet become intimate, and he felt the frustration deeply. Su Yunqing's face was cold, but her voice was gentle. Jianjun, I've been busy with work. All the money I have is invested. When I make a lot of money in the future, I will definitely give it to Mom to keep. I married you because I want us to live a good life together. We are a couple, and you should be on my side. Don't tell everything to Mom. You need to support me. Su Yunqing tiptoed and kissed Xiao Jianjun. Seeing his silly look made her smile. Fool, you can sleep in this room tonight. A few minutes with Du Bowen felt like tickling her, stirring her thoughts, but it ended there. Su Yunqing missed Xiao Jianjun even more. This man isn't very capable, but his heart is only for her. He has many flaws, like being overly dependent on his mother. Anyway, it won't last long, so she might as well enjoy the moment. Xiao Jianjun was restless, but didn't dare agree. No, Mom won't allow it. There will be trouble. Then you go back. I need to sleep. Su Yunqing didn't force him. She had to deal with that old lecher tomorrow. Recently, he was very fond of her, but men tend to get bored quickly. To enjoy himself, he would find all sorts of reasons to leave work. Xiao Jianjun felt disappointed. He wanted to sleep with his wife, but couldn't openly oppose his mother. Maybe I can wait until Mom falls asleep. Su Yunqing couldn't help but laugh. She grabbed Xiao Jianjun's clothes, pulled his head down, and kissed his lips. She slipped her tongue in, causing a ripple. Xiao Jianjun was stunned. He instinctively kissed back and got lost in the moment until his mother shouted loudly. Jianjun, come to sleep now. He hurriedly pushed Su Yunqing away, too afraid to look at her, and left quickly like he was fleeing.
Su Yunqing remained calm.
She took her toiletries and towel to wash up, then locked the door. Xiao Jianjun lay stiffly on the bed, but couldn't sleep. His mind was full of Yunqing's charming smile. Her lips were so soft. He wanted to kiss her again. After finally making sure his mother was asleep, he carefully got up, held his breath, and tiptoed out of bed to open the door. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the bed creaking. Xiao Jianjun froze immediately, unable to move, sweat pouring down his face. He waited for a long time. When he heard his mother snoring again, he dared to turn around. Seeing that she was still asleep, he left the room. As he closed the door, his heartbeat slowly returned to normal. But the door to the West Room was locked. He didn't unlock it. He lowered his voice and called urgently, Yunqing, open the door for me. Su Yunqing ignored him, not bothering to clarify his intentions. Xiao Jianjun was always a hopeless case, hiding behind his family, like a coward. Despite Xiao Jianjun's persistent efforts, Grandma Xiao was awakened. She sat up angrily and scolded. Shameless waste of space, staying up late to flirt with men. If he bothers you, just hit him with your shoe. In her mind, her son was innocent. The real fault lay with the woman who was tempting him. Su Yunqing continued to pretend she didn't hear. Grandma Zhao's legs weren't in good shape, so she couldn't restrict her movements or interfere much with her life. Let her go. If she chose to stay in this marriage, she had to accept the consequences. Late at night, her mother's shouting and scolding couldn't be ignored. Xiao Jianjun had no time to care and quickly went back. Mom, stop scolding. It's not good if others hear. I asked Yunting to go out tomorrow and buy some things for the family. Grandma Xiao didn't believe him. She hadn't said anything during the day, but now she was speaking at midnight. Son, sooner or later you'll marry Sanya. I need to watch over her, so she doesn't get distracted by wealthy women. Mom, I won't divorce. Please stop bothering me. Just get better and come home. Xiao Jianjun hoped his mother would recover soon and return, so she wouldn't interfere with him and Yunting. Grandma Xiao naturally disagreed. She had to set her son straight. No matter what she said, Xiao Jianjun didn't respond. In a daze, Su Yunxi was awakened by a gentle touch. Sleep a little longer. I'll go back to the military zone first and pick you up tonight. He kissed her beautiful eyebrows and eyes, reluctant to part, but her small cherry lips still held his affection. This wasn't their home, and when his wife was comfortable, he didn't dare to make noise. He couldn't do anything too intimate here. Let's see, Su Yunxi said. Today, she was making a shopping list, preparing for everything she might need. Don't brush me off. Are you coming home tonight? Seeing her distracted, Yuchen was a bit unhappy. He pulled up her clothes and kissed her passionately. Su Yunxi couldn't stand this kind of stimulation. His lips and tongue were rough. Yesterday, he had caused her lips to bleed. If he continued, she worried about infection. Stop it. Please stop. Her limbs struggled, but he held her down. When she felt his hand slide along her waist and into her sleepwear, Su Yunxi immediately surrendered. Listen to you. I'll listen to you. Before Yuchen could approach, she shyly stopped him. Good baby, I'll reward you properly tonight. Not wanting to push him too hard, she tidied up his clothes and hesitated for a moment before leaving. Reward? Su Yunxi had no expectations, only feeling it might be a surprise. She couldn't sleep anymore, so she washed herself and applied medicine. Actually, the two men were very different. Xie Mingxian spoke little and wouldn't keep going on endlessly. Afterward, they each slept separately, always staying in their best condition. Yuchen was more playful. Before and after, he wanted to kiss her repeatedly, never willing to let go, his enthusiasm overwhelming, and he cared deeply about her feelings. She got up, tidied the room, washed up, and ate. Yesterday, her grandfather mentioned wasting food, so she ate a bowl of milk-steamed bird's nest. The taste is good. When we leave, take the bird's nest with you so your parents can also enjoy it. I'll go to the market later to buy more. Don't worry, my parents can eat it too. Su Yunxi knew that even if her grandfather didn't mention it, he was very concerned about his daughter. She discussed what to bring with her grandfather, then went out shopping. The space had so many tickets that she couldn't use them all. Her grandfather gave her many more. As parents, they all cared for her, especially favoring children with tough lives, almost eager to give her everything. She spent most of the morning shopping, storing most items in her space, only keeping some visible for inspections. In the afternoon, she transported 2 trucks of grain to the farm's warehouse, including rice, flour, and coarse grains, as benefits for next month. There were also several trucks of feed for the 3,000 rabbits, which she released into the free-range rabbit farm. Rabbit cages were installed everywhere, waterproof and breathable, making it easy for them to give birth. She tried to arrange everything at the farm before leaving, even hiring 2 veterinarians to watch over it daily, with good treatment. After finishing the handover with Accountant Wang at the warehouse, she left the farm and met a man in his mid-30s to mid-40s. Su Yunxi remembered he had visited the greenhouse that day. Comrade Su, I am Lieutenant Colonel Liao's deputy, Hongda Lei, leader of the 3rd Battalion. I previously invested in the farm. Hongda Lei was as loud as his name, with a voice like a bell. He was a senior leader in the military district, speaking and acting decisively.
Su Yunxi smiled. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel Long.
If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll do my best to help if I can. Based on age, Su Yunxi is considered a younger person, but since she is the granddaughter of Commander Feng, Hong Dalei can't treat her as an equal. Then I won't be polite. Comrade Su, my wife just came from our hometown. She's shy and doesn't dare to look for you, so I came to say hello first. I was thinking you could arrange some work for her at the farm so she can get to know everyone. It's better than staying at home, feeling lonely and not knowing anyone, Su Yunshi cheerfully agreed. All right, Commander Hong, don't worry. I'll visit my sister-in-law at home and discuss things with her. Hong Daley knew Su Yunshi was efficient, so he was happy and just exchanged a few polite words before leaving. Su Yunshi then informed Yuchen, changed into a honey-colored long dress, and carried 2 buckets of malt drink as she went out. When she saw Xie Mingxian dressed in a green military uniform, her gaze immediately shifted away, pretending not to recognize him. Xie Mingxian stood tall and strong. It was hard to tell if he was injured from the fight that day or had already recovered. Anyway, their bodies were very strong, like iron. Xie Mingxian had prepared himself mentally many times, trying to let go of this unfulfilled love, but the moment he saw Su Yunshi, the face that haunted his dreams, her lively almond-shaped eyes, her delicate nose, and her beautiful lips, all of her was the most beautiful sight. All his negative feelings disappeared. Only one thought remained in his mind: to have her. His heart beat faster, uncontrollably. It was a deep instinct impossible to change. When they brushed past each other, he couldn't help but speak. I heard you're going to Sichuan and Chongqing. I'll be on a convoy on the 22nd for a mission. I can give you a ride if it's convenient. They were only an arm's length apart. Her slender figure seemed close enough to touch. When he saw the love bite on her neck, he froze. A sharp pain spread from his heart. Su Yunshi's nose felt sore. Why did she have free time now? What was he doing in her past life? Why couldn't he be nicer to her? No need. Brother Chin will take me. She refused without hesitation and quickly walked away. Xie Mingxian didn't stop. He kept walking forward, feeling empty inside. Xie's mother saw her son looking distracted and angry. You're not young anymore. Don't keep thinking about things that are impossible. And your father begged, and we still couldn't get what we wanted. How do you expect us to keep our dignity? You only see a few girls when you serve in the army and think they are like angels. In reality, there are many good girls outside. You should try to get to know them. Your father's friend's daughter is 22 years old, works at a newspaper, and is 1 year younger than you. You should arrange to meet her. Xie Mingxian looked indifferent. Just see how it goes. Xie's mother was suspicious. Does that mean she agreed to the match?